What if every dollar you spent came back, multiplied? One ordinary man receives a mysterious system that turns every purchase into profit. From broke to unbelievably rich, his rise begins with a single transaction. But in a world where money can buy almost anything, can it protect him from what's coming? Chapter 1. Won the price of a pathetic fantasy. January 10th, 11:47 p.m. Jordan's apartment smelled like shit. He had empty Monster Energy cans on the desk, a half-empty pizza box from at least a week ago, and sheets that were starting to color. But none of that mattered to Jordan. He was laying on that musty bed with his phone on his left hand, right hand stroking his dick slowly. Calypso's voice came through the earbuds low and sultry, as if she was whispering into his ears directly. MMPH. There you go, baby. Keep going for mommy. This personalized video cost him $300 on top of the $3,000 for a meetup scheduled tomorrow, which meant he spent more than most people's rent money on a girl who didn't know his face or his name in about a week. On screen, Calypso pressed a dildo to her lips. Her face was blurred, but he could still see the blue streak in her hair, the column of her throat, and those lush pink lips parting slowly around the silicone as she took the dildo deep with a wet sound. And MNH, just like that. Her tongue ran up the side of it. A long, slow drag. Ah, you feel so good. Come on, keep going. Jordan's hand moved. His phone hand shook a little. As he closed his eyes, a memory he spent $300 to forget surfaced in his mind. Just like that, he was transported to the Sunset Love Hotel parking lot on Christmas Day. The weather outside was cold enough that his breath was visible when exhaling and his hands wouldn't stop shaking. It wasn't from the cold. He saw Eliza Hartwell, his girlfriend in a red dress, and Cameron Mitchell in a dress shirt with his hand on the small of her back. He's just some guy from math class. That's what she said when Cameron asked who he was. We're dating. I just bought you that Prada bag. Oh my God, he actually said that out loud in a hotel parking lot during Christmas in front of a guy who could bench press him. Cameron laughed at that the same way you laughed at an angry, harmless baby. Then, right in front of me, Cameron kissed my girlfriend. He held her jaw in one hand and her left ass cheek in his other hand right there in the parking lot. Eliza made a sound that Jordan had never heard in their 3 months of dating. Come. That sound mixed with Calypso's voice in his earbuds now. You're doing so well. Come for me. Jordan's hand was moving even faster now. He wasn't sure if that made it worse or if he was just at the point of no return. Cameron pulled back from Eliza's mouth, thumb wiping her bottom lip. He then looked over at Jordan and smirked. Your girlfriend tastes amazing. Thanks for paying for our room tonight, by the way. Jordan looked to Eliza for any explanation, and he hoped that this could be some elaborate Christmas Day prank, but when Eliza looked at him, he knew this wasn't a prank. She had no guilt, no apology loading behind those beautiful eyes of hers. Jordan, we were never dating, and I'm done pretending. Lose my number. Eliza turned back to Cameron and put her hand on his chest. Cameron's arm went around her, and they walked towards the entrance of the hotel lobby. Jordan stood in the parking lot for 20 minutes. Good boy. Keep going for mommy. That's it. Calypso's moan came through the left earbud. On screen, she had the dildo fully in her mouth, head tilted back, throat moving. Come for me. Jordan came. His hand went still as his body jerked up, the movement dropping the phone on the floor. The video kept playing because the personalized video came with 3 minutes of aftercare audio by Calypso. The room was quiet except for her voice playing through the earbuds on the ground, saying something about how proud she was of him. Jordan looked at the mess on his hand, at the cracked phone screen, at the half-empty pizza box, at the stack of mail left unopened, at the textbooks on his desk with their spines still unbroken because he hadn't opened those either. What the actual... He didn't finish the sentence. There was nothing he could say that would be able to finish that specific sentence. What was he doing? Shit, he was crying. There it is. I have officially hit rock bottom. I'm a 19-year-old man crying in an apartment paid by his father after paying a woman on the internet to talk him through finishing while imagining a girl who treated him like gum on the bottom of a shoe. Jordan got up and went to his full bathroom to wash his hands and stood in front of the mirror for a while. The face in the mirror looked exactly how he felt on the inside. Bad hair from a dye job he did 3 months ago that started growing out in patches of dirty blonde, dark circles around his eyes from too many late-night gooning sessions, and a face set in a way that the first thing out of its mouth would be the word sorry. His phone buzzed from on the floor. He went back to pick it up, expecting nothing. Maybe an Uber Eats discount code or a Discord notification from one of those 18-plus dating servers. It was from his mom. Susan McKnight, 11:52 p.m. Jordan, honey, I know things have been hard. I know Dad's been tough on you about the allowance, but please know it's because he believes in you. He wouldn't push if he didn't think you could handle more. He sees something in you that you haven't seen yet. We both do. We know you're meant for great things. We love you so much. Get some sleep. Call me this weekend. Jordan decided to read that message 2 times. The thing is, Jordan's dad did cut his allowance completely 2 days ago because David McKnight decided that he refused to have his son use his money in a way that was actively making him smaller. When Jordan found out, he was pissed. Yeah, he spent money on buying gifts for Eliza and investing in Calypso's OnlyFans, but what freshly new adult didn't? When he texted his friend Kyle to complain and to get him to agree with him, Kyle decided to hit Jordan with the classic, "I told you so." Jordan didn't respond back to that text. But now, after this eureka moment, Jordan realized he was vehemently in the wrong. His mom always thought that he was built to do great things. His dad was hard on him to make sure he could potentially carry that expectation. These were 2 people who worked hard day and night building their business from the ground up, so they could send their son to a school who gets more in tuition than some country's GDP. All Jordan did with that opportunity was spend all of his money on a girl who ultimately thought of him as just some guy from math class. Oh, and let's not forget the thousands he spent on an OnlyFans model who didn't even know his name. So yeah, Jordan understood it now. Cameron might be S-tier asshole, and Eliza might be the biggest bitch in all of Pacific Crest, but it's Jordan's actions that got him in this place, being a footnote in their love story. Unless he stopped being this pitiful version of himself that they could laugh at. His mom did say he was meant for greatness. Jordan looked around the room, at the Monster Energy graveyard on his floor, at the half-empty pizza box, at the stack of mail left unopened, at the textbooks on his desk with their spines still unbroken, because he hadn't opened those either. Okay, Jordan thought in his room, and then decided to announce it to the world. Okay, the time for talking was over. It was time for Jordan to take ownership of his life, make his parents proud, and make sure Cameron and Eliza regret that Christmas Day for the rest of their lives. Jordan's phone screen lit up. Another text message from Mom? But there wasn't a notification on his phone that would turn his phone into a soft golden white color and what looked like a command panel. Host found true calling. Initializing system. What? Scanning host profile. Goals detected. Financial independence. Self-improvement. Social ascension. Romantic progression. Revenge arc noted. Finding optimal system for host goals. System found. Calibrating to host. A pure white loading bar appeared and slowly started to fill with that same golden color. 1%. For percent. This is a glitch, he said. 11%. Is my phone being hacked or something? 19%. The numbers climbed quickly through the 20s and slowed during the mid-30s before jumping up again. Jordan felt the phone starting to warm up slowly. 57%, 63%, 74%, 81%, 88%, 94%, 97%, 98%, 99%. The screen went completely white for 2 seconds. It came back. The phone looked the same. The crack across the upper right corner was still there. The Red Bull stain on the case was still there. But the screen had an interface on it that looked nothing like any app he'd ever downloaded, a soft gradient with gold trim and a logo that resolved slowly into focus. A heart, with an infinity symbol inside it. And below that, text. Welcome, Jordan McKnight. Infinite cashback system. Active. If you enjoy daily light novel audiobooks, hit subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new upload. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy today's story. Chapter 2, Infinite Cashback, Active. Holy shit, I have a system. Just like those web novels Leo would send to him at 2 in the morning about a loser dying after getting hit by a truck and waking up in a new world with a floating menu that fast-tracked the protagonist's rise to the strongest. Wait, am I dead? Jordan decides to look out of his window and sees the normal scenery of the buildings outside of his apartment. Plus, his mess was still here as well, and the system wouldn't be so cruel to take his baggage with him, right? The screen of Jordan's phone went back to normal with there being a new app on his home screen. It was a white heart on a gold background and an infinity sign in the middle of the heart. Infinite Cashback System. HM. Does infinite really mean infinite in this example? This isn't a metaphorical infinite where there is a max payout or anything. This is the actual concept of infinite cash. Infinite cash. Well, there's only one true way to find out right. Jordan presses his thumb on the heart logo. The logo dissolved into a bunch of shimmering lights as the app opened, and eventually a prompt appeared in the center of it. Verify user identity. Face ID required. Face ID. Damn, this system is intuitive and caught up with the times. Jordan held the phone up and tapped the Face ID option. A circle appeared on screen showing his disheveled face, and the circle finally turned green. Identity confirmed. Jordan McKnight. Age, 18. Status, active user. Welcome to your new life. The interface expanded into different sections, with each one labeled clearly with icons. At the very top, there was a banner. Heart with Ribbon Cashback System. And below that, the main display. Active connections. This area held 2 grayed-out slots labeled Empty Slot, with a little lock icon next to the second one. Below the slots, more text. Account summary. Balance, $247. Quest tickets, 0 ticket. Active quests, 0. View transactions, quests, gotcha. How the fuck did the system know my account balance? Well, that wouldn't be the weirdest thing that has happened in the past 5 minutes. But how did it have access to his bank information? He tapped on the View Transactions button. The screen shifted. A new window appeared with a header that said System Guide. How it works. The Infinite Cashback System. Your path to wealth is paved with romance. Core mechanic. Spend money on registered women. Receive cashback based on their attraction level. Formula. Rebate percentage equals attraction level divided by 10 times 20%. Example. At 50% attraction, you receive 100% cashback. Break even. At 75% attraction, you receive 150% cashback. Profit. Slots. You have 2 starting slots. Once a woman is registered, the slot is permanent. Choose wisely. Registration. Visual contact plus conscious intent required. You got to be fucking kidding me. Is this what the infinite cashback comes from? He had to spend money on women to eventually make himself money, but the amount he gets back solely depends on how much they actually liked him. It was the cruelest joke the universe had ever played. He literally just spent months of his life doing exactly that on a woman who didn't give 2 shits about him. Eliza had treated him like an ATM with legs, and then when he outlived his purpose, she called him a nobody in a hotel parking lot on Christmas. And now the universe is now telling him that investing wasn't the problem. He just chose the wrong investment. Jordan picked up the phone again to read the formula one more time. Attraction level divided by 10 times 20%. So if Eliza had been at like 10% attraction, Jordan would get 20 cents for every dollar he spent on her. Still losing hella money, but he basically got a 20% discount on any purchase made on her. But the discount wasn't the big thing around the cashback system. It was at the higher tiers. At 50% attraction, you break even. At 75% attraction, you profit 50%. At 100% attraction, you double every dollar. If Jordan somehow lucked into getting a girl who was at 100% attraction, he could spend $100 and get back $200. Spend $1,000, get back $2,000. Infinite fucking cashback. Chapter 3. You have 24 hours to stop being you. The system wasn't capping it, just made him put in the effort. All Jordan needs to do is simply find women who like him, spend money on them, and get back double rewards. Low-key, it sounds like Jordan is becoming sugar daddy. But a sugar daddy who made money by spending money sounded a hell of a lot better than sitting in this musty-ass apartment, eating lukewarm pizza, gunning to Calypso. Jordan tapped the main screen and looked at the main screen. So he had 2 slots immediately available, but once he chose a woman to fill that slot, there were no takebacks. He couldn't swap them out for someone with better stats, even if he wanted to. Wait, where are his stats? In every web novel Leo had forced him to read, the system always came with some sort of stat screen. Strength, agility, intelligence, charisma, luck. This was so the protagonist should be able to level up by doing push-ups, or studying, or getting into fights, or whatever the plot required. This system has jack shit. Jordan scrolled, thruffed the interface. There had to be more to this system than that, right? He found the gotcha button and tapped it. A new window appeared. Slot machine gotcha system. Spend quest tickets to unlock rewards. Bronze gotcha, 10 tickets. Silver gotcha, 50 tickets. Gold gotcha, 100 tickets. Platinum gotcha, 250 tickets. Milestone rewards only. Insufficient tickets, 0 out of 10. Jordan backed out and tapped the quests button. The screen changed again. Quest log. Active quests. 2 items appeared. One was grayed out with a timer next to it. The other was glowing faintly gold. Jordan tapped the gold one first. Daily quest. Path to becoming Adonis. Daily quest. Path to becoming Adonis. System note. Initial parameters adjusted to prevent user mortality. Objectives. Physical. Log 90 minutes of physical activity. Hygiene level 1. Shower using actual soap. Hygiene level 2. Brush teeth for a full 2 minutes. Floss. Grooming. Apply basic skincare, Washington moisturize. Sunscreen. Social. Speak to 3 different beauties for 2 minutes each. Requirement. Maintain eye contact. Do not apologize for existing. Do not offer to buy them anything. Warning restriction active. Axe body spray is permanently banned. Use of this chemical weapon will result in immediate quest failure and a 2% attraction penalty with all registered targets. Rewards. Full stamina recovery. 3 quest tickets admission tickets. 3 tickets per day. 10 tickets for a bronze pull. That meant he could do a gacha every 3 or 4 days if he kept up with a daily quest. So there is the classic grind for this system. All Jordan had to do was do his dailies, save his tickets, and finally go gambling. Jordan wasn't a total idiot. He knew the real rewards were with the gold and platinum pulls, which meant he would be grinding dailies for weeks before he got anything good. He backed out and looked at the second quest. Tutorial quest, Ground Zero. Environmental purge, deep clean the apartment. Bag all trash. Remove the biological anomaly under the bed. Jordan spared a glance at the wasteland of pizza boxes, Monster Energy cans, and the absorbent amount of clothes thrown all over the bed. He wouldn't be surprised if there was some unknown fungus growing under his bed. Textile decontamination. Wash all clothes. Wash the bed sheets. System note. 3 months is a crime against hygiene. Damn, had it rally been 3 months? Damage control. Physical visit a licensed salon. Eradicate the fried CVS box dye disaster. Revert to natural dirty blonde or acquire a cut suitable for a human male. No Flowbee allowed. The dye job disaster. He decided to get it after Eliza mentioned how hot some influencer guy looked, and he had that hair color. Too bad it made Jordan look like he lost a battle with a bottle of Clairol. Damage control. Social call David McKnight, father. Apologize for recent behavior. State your commitment to change. Requirement. Do not ask him for money. Speak clearly. Mean it. Just had to go directly for the jugular, huh? The system was going to make him apologize to his dad and mean it. Jordan had been dodging his dad's calls after getting notified of his allowance being cut. The system knew about Jordan spending Christmas pining over some girl instead of spending quality time with family. We know you're meant for great things. Talk is cheap. Results is what matters. Jordan looked at the reward section. Rewards. 10 quest tickets admission tickets. $1,500 system sign on bonus, deposited to secure system account. Okay, 10 tickets would be enough for a bronze pull and a free $1,500 sign-on bonus? That would make it so he can get this cashback started without having to get a part-time job to sustain operations. But the penalty was listed below in red text. Failure penalty, immediate system uninstallation, permanent reversion to Tier 4 simp status. Tier 4 simp status. Jordan didn't need the system to explain what that meant. He was living it. He'd been living it for months. So the system was making Jordan put his money where his mouth is. Either clean up his life, fix his mistakes, and call his dad to apologize, or the system will deem him unworthy and he will just regress to being that same loser that got dumped on Christmas. Time limit, midnight, 24 hours. Jordan took a deep breath and looked at the gargantuan task he needed to complete to start rebuilding his life back from square one. Ground Zero was the most fitting quest title this could be. He did hit rock bottom, and at zero is where you start your climb if you truly want to get out of the hole. Jordan pressed accept. The screen flashed gold. Quest accepted. Ground Zero. Timer started. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Chapter 4. For There Is No Tomorrow. After accepting the quest, Jordan stood in the middle of his apartment and turned on the lights to show the damage in high definition. The pizza box on the table had fossilized to the point that he could see the grease stains through the cardboard, leaving dark brown spots on the IKEA furniture underneath. 3 half-filled Monster cans sat next to it in a little aluminum triangles, and several more were scattered around the floor leading towards his bedroom upstairs. His favorite hoodie he wore to confront Eliza during Christmas was squished in between the couch cushions. There was a damp spot on one of the cushions that could be anything from soup to Pepsi. The kitchen was the only haven of this apartment, gleaming with the shine of stainless steel appliances that have never been used once. To think he begged his dad for this apartment, specifically for these appliances, forcing him to pay $400 more per month for an upgraded unit. His father really spared no expense. If only Jordan used the microwave more than 5 times or used the stove once. The dishwasher was left unused because Jordan stuck to plastic silverware, plastic cups, and paper plates. The evidence of this was visible in the overflowing trash can stack together like the world's saddest game of Jenga. The smell came next. It is sad and a little fascinating how the human body can be in a smell for so long they stop noticing how rank it is. Stale air mixing with old food and that sour tang of unwashed fabric. His apartment smelled like a football locker room after a hot summer practice session. And upstairs is where the bed waited, where there were sheets. He could not remember the last time they were changed. A pillowcase with stains that form an outline of his face from all of the oil and dead skin. Then there was the biological anomaly the system made sure to call out. 24 hours to fix all of it. Jordan's legs felt extra heavy as he headed up the stairs to the loft. The timer on his phone now read 23 hours and 50 minutes. Maybe I should get some sleep and start in the morning. I should be able to get all of this done after a nice rest. It made sense. I'm not going to start a boss fight when I'm not on my max. When Jordan finally made it up the stairs, he saw his bed look the exact same as it did when he got out of it 20 minutes ago, with the rumpled sheets, flat pillow, and that signature Jordan-shaped depression in the middle of the bed. When Jordan sat down on the edge, the mattress sagged under his weight, and the springs made a slight sound. All Jordan needed was a few hours of sleep. Maybe wake up at around 6 or 7 a.m. and get after the quest. It's not like the trash was going to grow legs and walk away, and he wouldn't be able to fix his hair anyways until a salon opens up tomorrow morning. Jordan lay back in his bed. The pillow fit his shed perfectly, and the sheets smelt like him. He closed his eyes. Just a little bit of rest, and then the beginning of his upgrade can start. You think throwing money at your problems is helping? It's making you smaller. Cameron's laugh in the parking lot. Oh, the simp. Eliza's face completely blank. Just a guy from class. Jordan's eyes snapped open. Oh. Jordan launched himself out of his bed. He nearly tripped and wiped out. His feet hit the floor at a bad angle, and Jordan had to catch himself on the bed frame before he twisted his ankle. No, 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 no. This is exactly what got me here. Jordan stood in the middle of his loft bedroom, breathing heavily. He was able to see his reflection in the window. 6'2", wearing boxer shorts and a t-shirt with mysterious stains on them. His hair looked fucking disgusting, and his face had a tinge of defeated melancholy on it. No, Jordan. Tomorrow does not exist. Tomorrow is exactly how you ended up with sheets you haven't changed in months and dirty clothes and food everywhere. Tomorrow is a lie that makes you stay comfortable for one more night and waste this opportunity. Jordan grabbed his phone and opened up Spotify to scroll to the locked-in playlist. It's something he was into doing when he saw Eliza kept liking photos of guys with abs and wanted to get a gym body for 2 weeks. Now Jordan was going to hit play for himself. The first song dropped, and bass filled the phone speaker with drums kicking in like a hard on cocaine. All right, he said it to his reflection. Let's lock in. Chapter 5. My first boss fight is a pizza box. The kitchen first. Strategy. Start with the easiest win and build momentum. Jordan took the stairs 2 at a time. His body protested. When was the last time he'd moved this fast? When was the last time he'd moved at all? His legs burned by the time he hit the bottom step. Out of shape, didn't even cover it. He was actively decaying. The cabinet under the sink opened with a creak. Inside, untouched, sat everything his mom had bought him when he first moved in. A whole roll of black trash bags. Yellow rubber gloves still in the package. Clorox wipes in the big container. Paper towels, the good kind with a quilted texture. Spray cleaner that promised to kill 99.9% of germs. She'd written a note on the Clorox container. Jordan's stomach did something complicated when he saw it. His mom's handwriting, blue pen on the white plastic lid. For emergencies and Saturdays. Love you, Mom. Emergencies and Saturdays. She'd been so optimistic. So convinced her son would use these things, that he'd have a routine, that he'd be the kind of person who cleaned his apartment on Saturdays like a functional human. Jordan had never opened any of it. Not once in 4 months. He tore the plastic off the trash bag roll. The first bag came free with a satisfying rip of perforations. He shook it open. The black plastic billowed out huge, contractor-grade size. His mom hadn't messed around. These bags could hold a body. They were going to need to. Jordan started with the coffee table. The pizza box went in first. It stuck to the table surface. He had to pry it up. The grease had created an actual seal between cardboard and IKEA finish. Something brown and organic came with it. He didn't look too close. Just dropped the whole thing in a bag. The Red Bull cans followed. 1, 2, 3, 4. He was up to 7 before he realized he'd been counting out loud. The music pounded from his phone on the counter. Lyrics about winning and grinding and never stopping. Exactly the kind of stuff that used to make him roll his eyes. Now it sounded like instructions. More trash revealed itself as he cleared the coffee table. Old napkins wadded into balls. A plastic fork. 2 spoons. The takeout containers he'd been avoiding looking at directly. Wanted soup in it still. The soup had developed a skin. The skin had developed texture. Nope. That container went in the bag without further investigation. Some things you didn't need to understand. You just needed to remove them from your life. The trash can by the kitchen was next. Jordan pulled the bag out. It was stuffed so full the drawstring had disappeared into the mass of garbage. He had to dig for it with his fingers. Something wet touched his hand. He jerked back, grabbed the yellow gloves, put them on, tried again. The bag came free. It weighed at least 20 pounds. How had he let it get this bad? The answer was obvious. 1 container at a time. 1 day at a time. 1 choice to deal with it tomorrow instead of today. Repeated for 2 weeks until the trash became a structural support for garbage architecture. Jordan tied off the bag, set it by the door, grabbed a new one. The roll was getting lighter. He'd already used 3 bags, and he hadn't even touched the upstairs yet. His reflection moved in the dark windows. 6'2" of skinny fat teenager in yellow rubber gloves, throwing away evidence of his own decline. His hair stuck up at weird angles from the CVS dye job. His face looked pale in the glass. But he was moving. That counted for something. The Clorox wipes came next. Jordan peeled back the safety seal, pulled out the first wipe. It smelled like chemicals and promise. He attacked the coffee table. The grease circles fought back. He scrubbed harder. The first wipe turned brown. He threw it away, grabbed another. 6 wipes later, the table looked almost normal. Light wood grain visible again. Clean enough to eat off, which was ironic because he'd never eaten at it properly. Just leaned over it with takeout containers while watching streams on his phone. The kitchen counters were easier. Nothing had really touched them except dust. Jordan wiped them down anyway. White quartz gleamed under the paper towels. The stovetop sparkled. The stainless steel appliances reflected the overhead lights. His apartment was starting to look like a place where humans lived on purpose. The vacuum cleaner stood in the coat closet by the door. Jordan had forgotten he owned it. His dad had bought it the same day as the Roomba, both of them purchased with the confidence of someone who believed his son would use them. The vacuum still had the tag attached. The Roomba sat in its charging dock, blinking a sad red light that meant its battery had died months ago. Jordan plugged the Roomba in. The light turned orange. Charging. It would take a few hours to be useful, but at least it was trying. The vacuum roared to life when he hit the power button. Loud. Louder than he remembered vacuums being. But it sucked up the dirt from the concrete floor like it was hungry for validation. Back and forth across the living room. Under the couch. Around the coffee table. The canister filled with dust and hair and particles of whatever he'd tracked in over 4 months. His ears rang from the noise. The music couldn't compete, but the floor looked better. Gray concrete showing through where, before there'd been just a film of grime. Jordan's arms hurt. His back hurt. His legs hurt from standing. He'd been cleaning for an hour, and he was sweating through his shirt. The timer on his phone read 22 hours, 54 minutes. He looked up at the loft, at the bed, at the stairs that led to the real mess. The biological anomaly under the bed was waiting. 1 step at a time, Jordan muttered. He grabbed the trash bag roll, checked his gloves, started climbing. Chapter 6. 6 You're what you don't throw away. Jordan stood at the top of his stairs, surveying the radioactive fallout zone that was once his bedroom. The loft space looked like a nuclear test site where the bomb was labeled teenage disappointment instead of plutonium. Holy shit, he muttered. His room had passed disgusting weeks ago and entered some new territory that probably required hazmat suits and government clearance. The sheets on his bed were a color that didn't exist in nature, a sickly gray-brown with darker stains and patterns he refused to analyze. His nightstand overflowed with empty Red Bull cans stacked into a pyramid that had partially collapsed onto the floor. Fast food wrappers created a crunchy carpet layer that completely obscured the actual floor. Jordan kicked a McDonald's bag. Something skittered away from under it. Nope, that's a tomorrow problem. Except it wasn't. That was the whole point. There was no tomorrow for this. The system's countdown clock kept ticking, relentless gold numbers reminding him that procrastination had created this mess in the first place. He tied a bandana around his face. Not because he thought it would help with the smell. His nose had given up detecting odors in this room weeks ago, but because it made him feel like he was taking this seriously, like a surgeon preparing for a particularly gory operation. Let's do this. The bedsheets came off first. Jordan grabbed them by one corner and yanked. They resisted, stuck to the mattress in places. When they finally came free, a cloud of dust and skin cells puffed into the air. Jordan held the sheets at arm's length, trying not to think about how they had become stiff enough to stand on their own. He stuffed them into a trash bag. They weren't even worth trying to wash. Some things were beyond salvation. The mattress beneath looked worse than he expected. Yellow stains formed a Jackson Pollock painting across its surface. The worst concentration was in the center where he slept, but satellite stains spread outward like territorial claims. Sweat, oil-spilled drinks, and other fluids. I'm a biohazard, Jordan said, staring at the evidence of his own depravity. Under the bed awaited the biological anomaly the system had flagged. Jordan crouched down, phone flashlight activated, and peered into the darkness. Oh God! A collection of crusty socks huddled together like a colony of bleached sea creatures. They had migrated into a pile, congealing at the edges where Jordan gagged. The flashlight beam caught what looked like the beginning of mold growth. Actual, living mold, feeding on the remains of his shame sessions. I need a stick or something. He found a wire coat hanger in his closet, unbent it, and used it to drag the sock colony out from under the bed. They came reluctantly, leaving bits of themselves on the floor as they emerged. Jordan held his breath as he shoveled them into a separate trash bag, double knotting it immediately. That was just the beginning. The desk came next. Stacks of unopened mail surrounded his dusty laptop. Bills mostly, some from his father's businesses where Jordan was supposed to be learning responsibility by paying his own phone plan. Past due notices with increasing urgency in their red-stamped warnings. Under those, hidden beneath a pizza box that contained a slice so old it had mummified, Jordan found magazines. Not the normal kind. The paper kind that shouldn't exist in 2024, except they did, and 18-year-old Jordan had paid actual money for them at a shop 40 minutes away where they didn't ask for ID. Jesus, who even buys physical porn anymore? Apparently, he did. The stack was thick, 10, maybe 12 magazines with women in various states of undress on their glossy covers. Jordan had ordered them online during a paranoid phase where he'd convinced himself the government was tracking his internet history. The irony that he'd used his credit card for the physical purchase was something old Jordan had never considered. He flipped through one absently. The pages stuck together in places. Fuck, those went into the trash too. Along with all the unopened bills, the pizza fossil, 3 empty bags of chips, and a collection of sticky notes with half-written reminders that he'd never completed. 2 hours in, Jordan had filled 6 contractor-grade trash bags. His hamstrings screamed from the constant bending and lifting. Sweat plastered his T-shirt to his back. But the room was starting to take shape. The floor emerged from beneath its trash blanket. Turns out it was hardwood, not garbage-colored carpet as he'd started to believe. Jordan attacked it with a vacuum, watching dust bunnies the size of actual rabbits disappear into the machine's hungry mouth. His closet was a nightmare. Clothes spilled from hangers, most unwashed, some still with tags. Jordan had spent money here too. Designer shirts he thought would impress Eliza, expensive jeans that would make her see him differently. All of it wound up on the floor instead of on dates. He sorted everything into piles: wash, donate, trash. The wash pile towered over the others, a mountain of fabric that would require multiple loads. This is going to take all night, Jordan groaned. But what was the alternative? Return to who he was yesterday? That guy who let Cameron steal his girl, who jerked off to OnlyFans while crying, who spent $3,000 for a coffee date with a girl who didn't even know his name. Fuck that guy. The wash pile went downstairs first. Jordan separated it into darks and lights, surprising himself that he even remembered how. The washing machine accepted the first load with a gurgle that sounded judgmental. He poured in detergent, closed the lid, and started the cycle. Back upstairs, the real test waited. The mattress. Jordan Googled how to clean stained mattress on his phone. The internet suggested baking soda, vinegar, and sunlight. He had one of those things. The cabinet under the kitchen sink yielded a box of baking soda his mom had left. Jordan carried it upstairs and proceeded to dump almost the entire thing over his mattress. White powder coated the yellow stains like snowfall on a toxic waste dump. That's probably enough. Chapter 7. 7 apparently. Cleaning counts as cardio. It would have to be. The instructions said to let it sit for several hours, then vacuum it up. He'd do that after tackling the bathroom. Oh God, the bathroom. For hours into his cleaning rampage, Jordan opened the bathroom door and immediately closed it again. Nope. Whatever lived in there wasn't human. The mirror was splattered with toothpaste. The sink held beard trimmings from when he'd attempted to grow facial hair. Result? Patchy disappointment. The shower. Jordan didn't even want to think about the shower. Black mold had established colonies in the grout lines, claiming territory like tiny civilizations. He opened the bathroom cabinet and found more cleaning supplies his mother had optimistically purchased. Armed with toilet bowl cleaner, shower spray, and what appeared to be industrial-strength mold killer, Jordan reopened the bathroom door. "I'm coming for you," Bathroom demons. The toilet surrendered first. Multiple flushes and aggressive scrubbing restored it to something resembling porcelain rather than a science experiment. The sink followed, clumps of hair and toothpaste excavated with paper towels. The shower took the longest. Jordan had to let the mold killer soak for 20 minutes before the black spots would even consider releasing their grip. He scrubbed until his arms burned, wiping away months of soap scum and hair and whatever else had accumulated while he'd been too depressed to care. 5 hours after starting his cleaning crusade, Jordan stood in the middle of his apartment, surveying the results. 8 contractor bags lined the wall by the door, filled with the evidence of his degradation. The floor was visible. The kitchen counters gleamed. The bathroom no longer required a quarantine sign. His mattress upstairs lay under a blanket of baking soda. The washing machine hummed through its third load. His room looked almost normal, like a place where a functioning human might live. Jordan checked his phone. The timer read 18 hours, 43 minutes remaining. "I didn't die," he said to the empty apartment. "That's something." His legs gave out before his will did. Jordan collapsed onto the couch, muscles liquefying from the unaccustomed exertion. He hadn't moved this much in months, hadn't accomplished this much in longer. The couch cushions embraced him like an old friend. They were clean now. He'd vacuumed them and wiped down the leather. No mysterious damp spots remained. No emptykins rolled off when he sat down. "Just gonna close my eyes for a minute," Jordan mumbled. His phone slipped from his fingers, landing on his chest. The golden countdown continued to tick away, but Jordan didn't see it. His eyelids dropped, heavy as iron doors, and consciousness fled before he could fight it. He dreamed of swimming through trash bags, of mattresses that tried to eat him, of socks that crawled under his bed by themselves. But mostly he dreamed of numbers counting down, of percentages rising, of a system that watched his every move with cool, mechanical interest. Jordan woke with a jolt, disoriented in the darkness. His apartment smelled different, clean, like lemons and chemicals instead of old food and despair. His phone screen glowed on his chest. The timer read 14 hours, 12 minutes. Shit, he'd slept for over 4 hours. 4 precious hours he could have used to wash the rest of his clothes, or vacuum the baking soda from his mattress, or start on the next quest objectives. Jordan tried to sit up. His body screamed in protest. Muscles he didn't know he had reported for duty with complaints about abuse. His lower back felt like someone had replaced his spine with rusty rebar. His shoulders burned from reaching and scrubbing and lifting. Is this what exercise feels like? Jordan groaned. People do this on purpose? He forced himself upright despite the protest from his rebellious body. The apartment looked different in the dim light filtering through the blinds. Cleaner, yes, but also emptier, as if he'd excavated space that had been buried under garbage and neglect. The washing machine had stopped. Jordan shuffled over to it, opened the lid, and found clean, wet clothes waiting to be transferred to the dryer. He made the switch, adding a dryer sheet as a half-hearted concession to proper laundry procedure. His stomach growled, reminding him that he hadn't eaten since, when? He couldn't remember. The refrigerator held nothing but expired condiments and a suspicious container labeled smoothie that had separated into distinct geological layers. Food run, Jordan decided. Then salon. Then laundry. Then call Dad. The thought of calling his father made his stomach clench tighter than hunger had. That was the real quest here. Not cleaning the apartment or fixing his hair, but facing the man whose disappointment had become a physical presence in Jordan's life. But first, he needed food, and his mattress needed time for the baking soda to work its alleged miracle. Jordan peeled off his sweat-soaked clothes and stepped into the freshly cleaned shower. Hot water cascaded over his tired muscles, washing away hours of accumulated filth. He used actual soap, the expensive kind his mom had bought him that smelled like sandalwood. Daily quest, path to becoming Adonis hygiene, level 1 and 2 completed. Clean, dressed in the only clean clothes he could find, gym shorts and a t-shirt that said Pacific Crest Volleyball from a team he'd never joined. Jordan grabbed his keys and phone. The golden timer continued its countdown. 16 hours, 3 minutes. I'm going to make it, Jordan told his reflection in the newly cleaned bathroom mirror. His face looked different, tired but purposeful. The dark circles remained, but something in his eyes had changed. I'm actually going to make it. His phone pinged with a notification. Daily quest, path to becoming Adonis, physical activity. 90 minutes completed. Wait, cleaning counts? Jordan laughed. Fuck yeah, it does. Chapter 8. Ada's social interaction buffed by Fabuloso. Jordan grabbed the first trash bag. The thing weighed at least 30 pounds. He dragged it to his apartment door, then went back for another. And another. 8 bags total, lined up against the wall like body bags after a massacre. He opened his door and started hauling them into the hallway one at a time. The building's trash chute was all the way down at the end of the floor. Of course it was. Nothing could be easy. This is going to suck, Jordan muttered, setting the first 2 bags outside his door. He went back for more. The hallway of the Cooper garment lofts stretched ahead of him, exposed brick and industrial lighting, making everything look like a hipster photo shoot. Very aesthetic, very expensive, very far from the trash chute. Jordan had just set down the 4th bag when the door to Unit 403 opened. A girl stepped out wearing a white baseball cap, pulled low, black hair spilling out from underneath, with electric blue streaks catching the light. She wore an oversized gray hoodie that hung off one shoulder, showing a white tank top underneath, and black leggings that did absolutely nothing to hide the curve of her hips and thighs. White sneakers spotless. A small crossbody bag slung across her body. Her face stopped Jordan's brain mid-thought. Heart-shaped, delicate features, striking blue eyes that had to be contacts because nobody had eyes that color naturally. Clear skin that probably cost more in products than Jordan's entire skincare routine, which currently consisted of soap and hoping for the best. She looked at Jordan, then at the trash bags, then back at Jordan. Whoa. Her voice carried surprise and something like amusement. Did you have a party or something? Jordan's brain scrambled for words. Any words. Normal human words that didn't make him sound like the disaster he'd been 2 days ago. Yeah, something like that. He managed what he hoped was a casual shrug. Mix of that and some spring cleaning. Thank God for his mom's weird obsession with buying trash bags that smelled like Fabuloso. The light purple scent wafted from the bags instead of the horror show they actually contained. If not for that, this girl would be backing away slowly instead of smiling at him. Jordan rubbed the back of his head, suddenly aware of how he looked. Gym shorts, volleyball t-shirt, still damp hair from the shower. At least he was clean. That had to count for something. He glanced down the hallway toward the trash chute. So far away. So many trips. I just wish the trash chute wasn't a mile away, Jordan muttered, glancing at the remaining bags. The girl laughed. Well, it's good that you're being so proactive about it. Yeah. Say something else, his brain screamed. Anything. You're talking to a hot girl and not immediately self-destructing. This is progress. Don't waste it. You didn't hear anything, right? The words tumbled out before Jordan could stop them. I mean, like, the party. Ha. Smooth. Real smooth. Why did he add the ha at the end? What was wrong with him? The girl tilted her head, thinking. Her blue streaked hair shifted with the movement, catching the light. No. She drew out the word. I'm a heavy sleeper, and the walls are pretty thick here, so yeah. Jordan's panic eased slightly. She hadn't heard him vacuuming at 2 in the morning or crying in the shower or any of the other pathetic sounds that had leaked from Unit 404 over the past few months. Her eyes dropped to his shirt. You play volleyball? Shit. Shit. What'd he say here? The shirt was from freshman orientation when they'd handed out free gear for every sport. Jordan had grabbed one because it was free and looked comfortable. He'd never touched a volleyball in his life, except in mandatory PE class. But this girl with the blue streaks and the eyes and the way her leggings hugged her thighs. This girl was waiting for an answer. Lie and say yes? Claim he was on the team? What if she asked details? What if she knew someone on the actual team? Yeah, just club. The words came out before Jordan fully processed them. I wasn't that great, but I had fun. Got a lot of fond memories from it. The girl's face lit up. Same here, but with tennis. Haha, why? Why did you just say haha out loud instead of actually laughing? Jordan wanted to crawl into one of the trash bags and throw himself down the chute. The silence stretched. The girl shifted her bag. Jordan stood there like an idiot, running through possible conversation topics and rejecting all of them. Sports? Already covered that. Weather? In California, where it was always 70 degrees. Classes? He didn't even know if she went to Pacific Crest. Her smile turned polite. Well, I'll leave you to it. Thanks, you too. Jordan's mouth was still moving. I mean, kill him now. Yeah, thanks. The girl giggled. She gave a small wave with her fingers, turned, and headed down the hallway toward the stairs. Jordan watched her go, the way she walked, hips swaying naturally with each step, the blue streaks in her hair bobbing with her movement. She disappeared down the stairwell. Jordan stood alone in the hallway, surrounded by 8 trash bags that smelled like artificial purple flowers. I didn't even get her name, he said to the empty corridor. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Daily quest, path to becoming Adonis, social objective. January 3rd, beauties contacted, 2 minutes minimum. Current, 3 minutes, 47 seconds. Progress tracked. Continue. Jordan stared at the notification. The system had been watching. Of course it had. That entire awkward conversation, every stumble and verbal disaster, logged and measured. But he'd done it. Talked to a girl for almost 4 minutes without apologizing for existing, without offering to buy her something, without checking his phone nervously or making an excuse to leave first. The old Jordan would have seen the trash bags, panicked, and waited until 3 in the morning to move them when nobody could witness his shame. New Jordan had trash bags in the hallway and a conversation with the hot neighbor who apparently lived in Unit 403, right next door. Jordan grabbed 2 bags and started walking toward the trash chute. His arms protested immediately, muscles still sore from hours of cleaning. But he kept walking, dragging the bags behind him like a caveman with his kills. The trash chute door opened with a rusty squeal. Jordan heaved the first bag through. It dropped with a satisfying thump somewhere far below. The second bag followed. 6 more to go. Jordan made the walk back to his door, grabbed 2 more bags, and repeated the journey. Then again, and again. By the 5th trip, his arms were screaming. Sweat soaked through his volleyball shirt. His legs felt like someone had replaced his bones with wet noodles. But every bag he threw down that chute was a piece of the old Jordan vanishing. Every step toward the trash room was a step away from the apartment where he'd spent 2 weeks doing nothing but feeling sorry for himself. The last bag hit the pile below with a final echoing crash. Jordan stood at the trash chute, breathing hard, staring at the metal door that had swallowed months of his failures. His phone buzzed. Daily quest, path to becoming Adonis physical activity. 120 minutes completed, 30-minute bonus. Bonus reward, plus 1 quest ticket. Jordan walked back to his apartment on legs that barely functioned. The hallway was empty now, clean, like the trash had never existed. He pushed open his door to Unit 404. The apartment still smelled like Fabuloso and cleaning products. The floor was visible. The kitchen gleamed. Upstairs, his mattress lay under its coat of baking soda, waiting to be vacuumed. Jordan checked his phone. The timer read 15 hours, 47 minutes. Mattress, then laundry, then salon, then dad. He climbed the stairs to his loft 1 step at a time. Each movement a small victory over his body's demands to quit. The vacuum cleaner stood where he'd left it. Jordan plugged it in, turned it on, and began sucking up the baking soda from his mattress. The white powder disappeared into the machine, revealing the stained surface beneath. It still looked terrible, but it looked cleaner. That had to count for something. The dryer buzzed downstairs. Jordan abandoned the vacuum and went to retrieve his clothes. Warm fabric, soft from the dryer's sheet, smelling like detergent instead of despair. He carried the load upstairs and dumped it on his now vacuum mattress, then went back down for the next wash cycle. Jordan pulled the last load from the dryer and climbed the stairs 1 final time. His legs were done, completely finished. If his apartment caught fire right now, he'd just let it burn because he couldn't walk another step. But his apartment was clean. His clothes were washed. His mattress no longer actively offended every sense. The timer showed 14 hours, 12 minutes remaining. Salon time, Jordan said to his empty apartment. Let's go fix this disaster on my head. Chapter 9. The intimidation fee is apparently complimentary. Jordan stood outside the first salon at 2:47 p.m., staring at the price list taped to the window. His stomach dropped. Men's color correction, starting at $325. Starting at $325. For hair. Jordan's bank account currently held $247. The system sign-on bonus wouldn't arrive until he completed ground zero, which meant he needed to fix his hair disaster with the money he had right now. Next, Jordan muttered, pulling up Google Maps on his phone. The second salon sat in a trendy part downtown, all white walls and minimalist decor. A woman with perfectly styled blonde hair looked up from her phone as Jordan walked in. Hi, how can we help you today? Jordan pointed at his head. I need this fixed. The woman's smile tightened slightly. Her eyes assessed the damage. The uneven brown dye job that had turned his natural dirty blonde into something resembling mud. The fried texture from too much box dye and not enough conditioner. Let me get our colorist. A man emerged from the back wearing all black, his own hair styled in a perfect fade. He walked around Jordan in a slow circle, occasionally reaching out to touch a strand and wince. Box dye? Yeah. Multiple applications? Maybe. And you want to go back to your natural color? If possible. The colorist sucked air through his teeth. We could do it. Color correction, deep conditioning treatment, cut to remove the most damaged parts. Looking at 3 sessions minimum to get you back to healthy. Jordan's palms started sweating. How much? First session would be $450. Then $200 per follow-up. $850 total. Jordan was already backing toward the door. Thanks, I'll think about it. The third salon looked fancy from the outside. Floor-to-ceiling windows, plants everywhere. The kind of place where they serve you champagne while they worked on your hair. Jordan walked in because Google said they did men's cuts. Maybe they'd have something affordable. A woman in a crisp white shirt approached him. Do you have an appointment? No. I was just hoping to get a price quote. Of course. What service are you looking for? Jordan explained the situation. Again, the box dye, the damage, the desperate need to look human again. The woman nodded along, her expression carefully neutral. We need to do a consultation first. That's complimentary. Then our color correction packages start at $500 for men. $500. Jordan thanked her and left before she could see him laugh. The kind of laugh that bubbles up when your options are either laugh or scream. He sat on a bench outside the salon and opened Google Maps again. His phone screen showed salon after salon, all with variations of the same sleek aesthetic and presumably the same soul-crushing prices. There has to be somewhere, Jordan muttered, zooming out on the map. His eyes caught on a cluster of businesses about 3 miles away. The reviews were mixed, but the photos showed actual people getting their hair cut. Not magazine models, not influencers, just regular people who needed regular haircuts. Jordan clicked on one listing. Fade King's Barbershop. No price listed, just an address and reviews that said things like always take care of me and best fade in the city. The location sat in a part of town Jordan's GPS helpfully labeled as high crime area with a little warning symbol. Jordan looked at his timer. 12 hours, 43 minutes. Fuck it. The drive took 30 minutes. Jordan watched as the buildings changed from trendy boutiques to liquor stores with bars on the windows. Graffiti-covered walls in elaborate murals and tags. Groups of people stood on corners, talking and laughing in the late afternoon sun. Jordan's Honda Civic felt very white and very out of place. He found parking on the street and sat in his car for a full minute, staring at the barbershop across the street. The building was painted bright blue with Fade Kings written in gold letters across the front. Through the window, he could see barber chairs and people moving around inside. Music thumped from an open doorway, the bass vibrating in Jordan's chest. The air smelled different here, a mix of grilled meat from a street cart and the faint, sweet scent of cheap perfume. You're just getting a haircut, Jordan told himself. In and out. They cut hair. You need haircut. This is a normal transaction. He got out of his car and locked it twice. Then a third time to be sure. The sidewalk felt different under his feet. Rougher, cracked in places. Jordan kept his head down and walked toward the barber shop, very aware of his clean white volleyball shirt and gym shorts that probably cost more than some people's weekly grocery budget. A group of 3 guys stood outside the barber shop, leaning against the wall. One of them was tall, wearing a white tank top that showed arms covered in tattoos. The other 2 were shorter, but built like they lifted weights for fun. They looked at Jordan, then at each other, then back at Jordan. His legs felt disconnected from his brain. Every instinct screamed at him to pivot, to walk away, but he forced one foot in front of the other, the cracked sidewalk seeming to stretch on for miles. Jordan walked up to the door. The 3 guys stepped forward, forming a loose semicircle that blocked his path. The tall one spoke first. "Joe." "Hey," Jordan said. His voice came out higher than normal. "Who you with, cuz?" Jordan's brain scrambled. Who was he with? What did that mean? Was that code for something? Should he name drop someone? Did he know anyone to name drop? Jordan swallowed. No one. The 3 guys exchanged glances. The shorter one on the left cracked his knuckles. The one on the right moved closer, close enough that Jordan could smell cologne and something sweet like candy. "No one," the tall one repeated, stepping forward. They surrounded him. Jordan's back pressed against the barbershop window. His heart hammered against his ribs, so hard he thought they might crack. Jordan's voice cracked. "I just wanted to fix my hair." The tall guy leaned in. "Really?" Not a question. A statement loaded with implications Jordan couldn't read. "Yeah," Jordan said. His hands were shaking. "Really? I know it looks bad. I used box dye like an idiot and now it's fried, and every salon wants like $500 and I'm just—" "Relax." The tension in the guy's face vanished, replaced by a wide, disarming grin. A deep laugh rumbled in his chest. "Easy, man. I'm just fucking with you. You came for a cut, right? We could take care of that fried shit you got going on." Jordan blinked. "What?" "This is my shop." The guy gestured at the building behind Jordan. "Ay, Marcus. These are my boys, Dre and Trey. Come on." Marcus clapped Jordan on the shoulder, nearly knocking him sideways, and opened the door to the barber shop. Chapter 10. Tim, my name isn't Ricky. Sound exploded out. Music pumping from speakers mounted in the corners. ESPN on a flat-screen TV mounted on the wall, showing First Take with Stephen A. Smith yelling about something. The smell of hair products and cologne and something cooking in the back. 3 barber chairs lined the left wall, all occupied. Guys getting fades, getting shape-ups, getting braids redone. The barbers worked with clippers and scissors and combs, their hands moving with practiced ease. 4 more guys sat in chairs along the right wall, waiting. They all looked up when Marcus walked in with Jordan. The music dropped in volume. Stephen A. Smith's voice faded to background noise. Everyone stared at Jordan. "Aye," one of the barbers called out. "What's good, white boy Ricky?" Jordan froze in the doorway. "My name's not Ricky." "It is now," another guy said, laughing. Marcus pushed Jordan further into the shop. "Y'all leave him alone. Kid needs help with his hair. I said we'd take care of him." "Shit," the first barber said. He was working on a fade, his clippers buzzing against the client's head. "Look at that disaster. What you do, man? Bleach it yourself." "Box dye," Jordan admitted. The entire shop erupted in laughter and groans. "Box dye? Why though?" "Who told you that was okay?" Marcus guided Jordan to an empty chair in the back corner. "Seat. Let me look at this mess." Jordan sat. The chair was worn leather, cracked in places but comfortable. Marcus moved around behind him, running his fingers through Jordan's hair with the kind of clinical assessment the expensive salon guy had done. "Yeah, this is bad," Marcus said, "but we can work with it. How much you trying to spend?" "Honestly," Jordan pulled out his phone and checked his banking app. $200 is my max." $200. Marcus nodded. I could do a color correction, get you back close to your natural color. Won't be perfect first session, might have some brassiness we gotta tone out. Then a cut to clean up the damaged ends." "Sound good. That's $200 total." Yeah, man. I got you. Jordan felt something loosen in his chest. Seriously? You see me laughing? Marcus met Jordan's eyes in the mirror. Sit back. This is going to take a couple hours. Jordan sank into the chair. The TV switched from first take to some show about hip-hop and love. The music turned back up. The shop returned to its previous energy, conversations overlapping, clippers buzzing, someone's phone ringing with a future song as the ringtone. Marcus disappeared into the back room and returned with a mixing bowl and various bottles. He started sectioning Jordan's hair with clips, muttering to himself about color theory and oxidation. So what made you come all the way out here? Marcus asked, painting something cold onto Jordan's scalp. Got salons all over the city. They were all crazy expensive, Jordan said. Google Maps showed this place had good reviews. Google Maps brought you to the hood? One of the waiting guys laughed. You brave white boy. Or stupid, another guy added, but he was smiling. Maybe both, Jordan admitted. I got more laughs. Approving ones this time. Marcus worked in silence for a few minutes, covering sections of Jordan's hair with product that smelled chemical and strong. You in school? Pacific Crest, Jordan said. Second semester freshman. Oh shit, Rich Boy University. It's not that fancy. My cousin pays 30 grand a year to go there. The barber working on the fade called out. It's that fancy. Jordan didn't have a response to that. His tuition was $45,000 a year, covered by his parents. He never thought about it as fancy or not fancy. It was just school. What you studying? Marcus asked. Business economics. Making that money, huh? Trying to. Jordan watched in the mirror as Marcus painted more product onto his hair. Right now, I'm just trying not to fail my classes. Feel that, one of the waiting guys said. I dropped out sophomore year. School wasn't for me. Nothing wrong with that, Marcus said. Different paths for different people. Long as you're working towards something. The conversation drifted. Basketball came up. Someone mentioned the Lakers game from last night. Arguments broke out about whether LeBron was still elite or washed. Marcus set a timer on his phone and draped a towel over Jordan's shoulders. 45 minutes for this to process. Don't touch your hair. Jordan nodded. The shop's rhythm continued around him. He watched Marcus move to help another barber with a difficult blend. Watched guys come in and dap each other up with complicated handshakes Jordan could never replicate. Watched the community that existed in this space, loud and profane and somehow welcoming. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Daily quest, path to becoming Adonis, social objective. February 3rd beauties contacted, 2 minutes minimum. Wait. Jordan pulled out his phone. The notification still glowed on his screen. 2 out of 3. He'd only talked to his neighbor earlier. Who was the second? Then he remembered. The woman at the third salon. The one with the champagne and the white shirt. They talked for at least 3 minutes about his hair situation. The system counted her as a beauty. Jordan stared at his phone. The quest didn't care about his intentions or his nervousness or the fact that he was sitting in a barbershop in the middle of the hood waiting for color correction that might not even work. The system just tracked progress. One more conversation with a woman. 2 minutes minimum. Then his daily quest would complete, and he'd get 3 more quest tickets. The timer on Marcus's phone went off 45 minutes later. He guided Jordan to a wash basin in the back corner, laid his head back, and began rinsing out the product. Cold water hit Jordan's scalp. Marcus's fingers worked through his hair, scrubbing and rinsing and checking the color. Better, Marcus said. Not perfect, but better. He toweled Jordan's hair dry and led him back to the chair. Jordan looked at himself in the mirror. His hair was lighter, still not his natural dirty blonde, but closer. The weird muddy brown had lifted to something more caramel-colored. Now we cut, Marcus said, picking up his scissors and comb. The next 30 minutes passed in a blur of snipping and buzzing in product. Marcus worked with the kind of focus that didn't require conversation. He cut away the most damaged parts, shaped what remained, blended the sides shorter. Jordan watched his reflection transform. The fried ends disappeared. The awkward length that had made him look like a failed wannabe musician got replaced with something clean and intentional. There, Marcus stepped back, holding up a mirror so Jordan could see the back. What you think? Jordan turned his head left and right. His hair looked good. Not perfect like Marcus had warned. There was still some brassiness that would need toning. But it looked like hair a normal person would have instead of evidence of a mental breakdown. "It's good," Jordan said. "Really good. Thanks, man." 200 even. Marcus dusted hair off Jordan's shoulders with a brush. "You need to come back in like 2 weeks for a tone treatment. Another 50 for that. But you're good for now." Jordan reached into his back pocket and pulled out his wallet. Faded leather, cracked from neglect, just like everything else in his life lately. He flipped it open, counting the bills inside. 320s, someone's not enough. "I'll have to pay with card," he mumbled, reaching for the card slot. That's when he noticed something strange. A metal white card sat in the front slot of his wallet. He didn't remember putting it there. The card gleamed under the shop lights, perfectly pristine, with a small infinity symbol etched into its center. "How weird." Jordan pulled it out, turning it over in his fingers. "That's the one," Marcus said, nodding toward the card. "That new fancy credit card? Rich kids got all kinds of tech these days." Jordan stared at the card. He'd never seen it before in his life. Had it been in his wallet this whole time? No way he would have missed something this distinctive. The system. It had to be. "Yeah," Jordan said, handing over the strange white card. "Let's try this one." Marcus took the card and swiped it through the reader. The machine beeped cheerfully. "Appreciate it, Ricky." "My name's Jordan." "I know." Marcus grinned. "But white boy Ricky is funnier." Chapter 11. My bank account just leveled up. Jordan sat in his Honda Civic, engine off, staring at his reflection in the rearview mirror. Holy shit. The top section of his hair had returned to something close to his natural dirty blonde. Light brown with hints of gold when the afternoon sun hit it right. Marcus had kept the sides and back darker, almost black, creating contrast that actually looked intentional. Like Jordan had walked into a real salon and asked for a fade with color instead of panic buying box dye at CVS at 2 in the morning. He turned his head left and right. The cut was clean, sharp, the kind of haircut that said, "I have my life together," instead of, "I've been crying in my apartment for 2 weeks." Jordan pulled out his phone. The golden interface materialized across his screen, responsive and smooth. Tutorial quest, ground zero. Time limit, 11 hours, 47 minutes, and 23 seconds. Objectives. Environmental purge, deep clean the apartment. Textile decontamination, wash all clothes and bed sheets. Damage control, physical visit salon, and fix hair disaster. 10 damage control, social call David McKnight, father. 4 objectives, 3 complete, 1 remaining. The last one. Jordan's stomach twisted. His thumb hovered over the quest log, reading the requirement again. Apologize for recent behavior. State commitment to change. Do not ask for money. Speak clearly. Mean it. His father's voice echoed in his head. Disappointed, but not surprised. The kind of tone that hurt worse than yelling ever could. Throwing money at your problems is making you smaller, Jordan, not bigger. His phone buzzed with a new notification. Not the system this time. A text message. OnlyFans. New message from Calypso. Jordan's chest tightened. He'd forgotten. Completely fucking forgotten. He opened the message. Calypso, hey. Just confirming our meet today at 3 p.m. The Ivy in Long Beach. Can't wait to finally meet you in person. Thanks again for being such an amazing supporter. See you soon, Blueheart. Today, 3 p.m. Jordan checked the date on his phone. January 11th. 1:38 p.m. Fuck, Jordan said out loud in his car. Long Beach was at least an hour drive from here. Maybe more depending on traffic. The Ivy was expensive. Like actually expensive. Not Panera expensive. He'd looked at the menu when he'd bought the package during his 2-week breakdown, thinking $3,000 meant he could afford to eat there too. Wrong. Entrees started at $45. Available balance, $47.21. Plus the $64 cash in his wallet from the ATM run last week. $111 total. Enough for maybe 2 drinks and an appetizer if he was lucky and didn't tip. This was fine. Everything was fine. He'd spent $3,000 for a 45-minute coffee date with an OnlyFans model, and now he had to drive to Long Beach with barely enough money to buy her a latte. Cool. Great. Fantastic life choices, Jordan. But first he had to call his father. Jordan stared at his contact list. David McKnight. The number sat there like a landmine waiting to detonate. He could call later. After the Calypso thing. His dad was probably at work anyway. There is no tomorrow. Jordan's own voice from last night came back to him, standing in his filthy apartment, declaring he was done being this version of himself. That this morning was ground zero. 11 hours and 45 minutes remained on his quest timer. If he failed, the system disappeared forever. He'd go right back to being the guy crying in a parking lot on Christmas while Cameron Mitchell groped his girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend. Whatever. Jordan selected his father's contact and press call before his brain could stop him. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. Maybe he wouldn't answer. Maybe Jordan could leave a voicemail and that would count. The system tracked effort, right? Trying was what mattered. Jordan, his father's voice came through on the 4th ring. Not a question, a statement, flat and tired. Hey, Dad. Jordan's mouth went dry. Is this a bad time? I'm at the store. Give me a second. Jordan heard background noise. The beep of a cash register. Someone asking about cigarettes behind the counter. His father's footsteps moving away from the noise. A door closing, then quiet. All right, David McKnight said. I'm in the office. What's going on? You need something? You need something? No, Jordan said. I don't need anything. I called to apologize. Silence on the other end. Long enough that Jordan checked his phone to make sure the call hadn't dropped. For what? Jordan gripped the steering wheel with his free hand. For the last 4 months. For being a fuck-up. For spending your money on stupid shit and lying about it. For not going to class. For not answering when you called. For making Mom worry. More silence. I'm not asking for anything, Jordan continued. His reflection stared back at him in the rearview mirror. I just wanted you to know I'm done being that person. I cleaned my apartment today. All of it. Threw out 8 trash bags of garbage. Got my hair fixed. I'm on my classes this semester. I'm going to stop wasting the chances you gave me. Jordan, his father's voice cracked slightly. Are you okay? Did something happen? Yeah, Jordan said. Something happened. I hit bottom, and I'm climbing back up now. Where are you right now? Sitting in my car outside a barbershop. Jordan almost laughed. In a neighborhood, you'd probably tell me to leave immediately if you knew where it was. Then leave. Already done. Hair's fixed. Looks good, actually. David McKnight exhaled slowly. Your mother's been worried sick, his father said finally. She thinks I was too hard on you. Cutting your allowance. Telling you to figure it out yourself. You weren't too hard on me, Jordan said. You were right. I was using your money like a credit card with unlimited funds. Thought I could buy my way into maturity or whatever. Didn't work. No, his father agreed. It usually doesn't. Jordan watched a group of kids ride bikes past his car, laughing about something, completely unconcerned with their surroundings. He'd forgotten what that felt like. Being light. I'm not saying I'm fixed, Jordan continued. I'm probably going to mess up again. But I'm trying now. That's all I wanted to hear, David said. His voice had gone softer. You don't need to be perfect, Jordan. You just need to be honest with yourself about where you are and where you're going. I know. Jordan checked the time on his dashboard. 1:46 p.m. He needed to leave soon if he wanted to make the Calypso thing. I should let you get back to work. Call your mother tonight, his father said. She needs to hear this too. And Jordan, yeah. I'm proud of you for calling. That took guts. The line went dead before Jordan could respond. He sat in his car, phone still pressed to his ear, processing what had just happened. His father had said he was proud. When was the last time Jordan had heard those words? High school, maybe. Before he'd started this slow slide into pathetic. His phone buzzed. Confetti ball quest completed confetti ball. Ground zero. Reward, 10 quest tickets. System sign on bonus. $1,500 deposited to secure system account. Total balance, $1,547.21. Jordan stared at the notification. The golden interface glowed against his palm, numbers updating in real time. His banking app refreshed automatically, showing the new balance like magic. $1,500 just appeared because he'd cleaned his apartment and fixed his hair and called his father. The system was real. Completely, absolutely real. Jordan started his car. The engine turned over with its usual reliable Honda hum. He pulled up Google Maps and typed in the IV, Long Beach. Estimated arrival time, 2:42 p.m. 18 minutes to spare if traffic cooperated. Jordan pulled out of his parking spot and merged into afternoon traffic. His hair looked good in every mirror he passed. The streets gradually improved as he drove, going from barred windows and graffiti to clean storefronts and palm trees. His phone sat in the cup holder, Calypso's message still open on the screen. Can't wait to finally meet you in person. Jordan had subscribed to her channel 6 months ago. October, right before he'd met Eliza and convinced himself he had a girlfriend. Calypso posted 3 times a week. Solo content mostly. Lingerie photos, artistic shots with creative lighting, occasional cosplay. Her face was always blurred or covered with a mask, but her body was ridiculous. Hourglass figure, toned stomach, perfect proportions that looked professionally maintained. And that blue streak in her black hair. Her signature look. Every photo, every video, that electric blue visible even when everything else was hidden. Jordan had spent probably $2,000 on her content over 6 months. Custom videos, tips, private DMs where she responded with personalized messages that made him feel seen. Not like Eliza, who'd used him as an ATM and fucked Cameron Mitchell in a love hotel. The $3,000 coffee date package had appeared in December. Exclusive IRL meet and greet limited availability top supporters only. Jordan had bought it the day after Christmas, sitting in his disgusting apartment, credit card in hand, thinking maybe this would fix the hole Eliza had torn open. Now he was driving to meet her with a new haircut, a clean apartment, and a magical phone app that tracked women's attraction to him like a video game stat. His life had become a simulation, or a pornwa. One of those Korean manhwa, where the loser protagonist gets a second chance through some supernatural system. Jordan merged onto the freeway. Traffic moved smoothly for a Saturday afternoon. The ocean appeared in the distance, dark blue against the lighter sky. The Ivy sat in a wealthy section of Long Beach. White tablecloths, valet parking, people dressed like they had board meetings to attend after brunch. Jordan's Honda Civic was going to look pathetic in that parking lot. Whatever, Calypso had his money. The least she could do was drink coffee with him for 45 minutes. Chapter 1212 registering her is a financial and emotional risk. Jordan merged into the right lane, following the GPS directions toward Long Beach. The ocean stretched out beyond the highway barrier, sunlight bouncing off the water in a way that would have been calming if his brain wasn't currently having a meltdown. He glanced down at himself while stopped at a red light. Gray gym shorts, volleyball shirt from a team he never joined. White Nike socks pulled up to mid-calf like he was about to play pickup basketball at the Y. Oh fuck, Jordan said out loud. This wasn't date attire. This was laundry day attire. This was, I cleaned my apartment for 16 hours and put on the first clean clothes I could find attire. He was about to meet a woman who made 6 figures posting pictures of her body on the internet, and he looked like he was headed to Planet Fitness. Wait. Jordan's hands tightened on the steering wheel. Why the hell did he care what Calypso thought of his outfit? She didn't actually care about him. She cared about the $3,000 he'd transferred to her account. In her eyes, Jordan was just another loser subscriber who paid premium rates to pretend they had a connection. She'd show up, smile behind her mask and sunglasses, make small talk for exactly 45 minutes, take a few photos for her page, and disappear back into the internet void. This wasn't a date. This was a transaction. Jordan could just bail. Turn the car around right now. He'd already completed the most important quest objective by calling his father. The system had deposited $1,500 into his account. He could cut his losses, go home, finish his skincare routine, and call it a successful day. But the daily quest. Jordan pulled up the quest log on his phone at the next red light. Daily quest. Path to becoming Adonis. Objectives. Physical, 120 minutes logged, bonus completed. Hygiene level 1. Shower using actual soap. Hygiene level 2. Brush teeth, floss. 10. Grooming. Apply skincare routine. 10. Social. February 3rd, beauties contacted for 2+ minutes. 2 out of 3 beauties contacted. One more conversation, and the social objective was complete. Then all he'd need was the skincare routine, and he'd bank another 3 quest tickets. Calypso counted as a beauty. Objectively, her entire career depended on it. 45 minutes with her would definitely satisfy the 2-minute requirement. Jordan nodded to himself, merging back into traffic. Game plan. Show up, spend the 45 minutes making normal conversation without being weird, complete the daily quest, go home. Simple. But then his brain snagged on a different problem. The system. Could he even use it on Calypso? Jordan had 2 slots available. He checked the mechanics last night while reading through the system interface. Once he registered someone to a slot, he could track their attraction percentage in real time. Spending money on them generated cashback based on that percentage. The whole thing functioned like a dating sim with financial incentives. But here was the issue. Jordan could only see attraction meters for women who were registered. Right now, both slots sat empty. When he talked to his neighbor this morning or the salon receptionist, nothing had appeared on his screen. No percentages, no prompts, no data. So if he met Calypso without registering her first, he'd be flying completely blind, which meant he needed to make a decision. Register her as slot 1 or don't bother at all. Jordan chewed his bottom lip, eyes on the road ahead. Long Beach was getting closer. 15 minutes out according to the GPS. If he registered Calypso and she had 0 attraction to him, that information would hurt. Like actually hurt. Finding out in numerical terms that a woman he'd spent thousands of dollars on viewed him as a walking ATM would be brutal. But if he didn't register her, he'd never know. He'd just continue existing in the same limbo he'd been stuck in for months, throwing money at women and hoping they'd like him back. Besides, he still had a second slot available. If Calypso turned out to be a disaster, he could register someone else later. This was just a test run, a way to see if the system actually worked in real-world scenarios. Jordan nodded again, this time with more confidence. Test run. That's all this was. The GPS announced his exit. Jordan took the off-ramp and entered a neighborhood that looked like it belonged in a lifestyle magazine. Clean sidewalks, palm trees lining every street, restaurants with outdoor seating full of people who probably had trust funds. His Honda Civic stuck out immediately, surrounded by Teslas and BMWs and one Porsche SUV that cost more than 2 years of tuition. The Ivy appeared on his right. White building with ivy growing up the walls, which felt on the nose. Valet parking out front. A hostess stand visible through the glass doors where a woman in all black stood with a tablet. Jordan checked the time on his dashboard. 2:37 p.m. 23 minutes early. He'd arrived early to almost every interaction with Eliza, sitting in parking lots and convenience store bathrooms, waiting for the appropriate time to walk in so he didn't look desperate. She'd still cheated on him anyway. But showing up to a date in gym shorts was a level of social suicide even the old Jordan wouldn't have risked. Jordan kept driving past the Ivy, scanning the area for options. Across the street, a shopping plaza stretched out with multiple stores. Macy's anchored the far end, its logo visible even from a distance. Perfect. Jordan pulled into the plaza parking lot and found a spot near the Macy's entrance. He killed the engine and sat for a moment, staring at the steering wheel. He had $1,547 in his account right now, enough to buy an entire new wardrobe if he wanted. But blowing a sign on bonus on clothes seemed stupid. Budget, $200. Maybe $250 if he found something that actually fit. Jordan climbed out of his car and locked it twice. The automatic doors of Macy's whooshed open, blasting him with cold air and the smell of perfume from the cosmetics section. A woman in her 50s stood behind the Clinique counter, watching him with the expression of someone who'd already decided he couldn't afford anything in the store. Men's section was upstairs according to the directory. Jordan took the escalator, riding up past home goods and women's clothing. The men's section occupied the entire second floor. Racks of dress shirts, jeans, blazers, shoes organized by brand. Way too many options for someone who needed to make a decision in 15 minutes. He headed for the clearance section first. Old habit. Even with money in his account, spending full price on clothes felt wrong. A young guy around Jordan's age worked the floor, refolding shirts on a display table. Name tag, said Marcus, which was a weird coincidence considering Jordan had just left a barbershop run by a Marcus. You need help finding something? Not barber, Marcus asked, looking up from his folding. Jordan gestured vaguely at himself. I need to look like I didn't just finish cleaning my apartment. Not barber, Marcus looked Jordan up and down. You got like a date or an interview? Date. Sort of. Budget. 200. Cool. Come with me. Chapter 13. 13 Slot 1. Registered. Not barber, Marcus abandoned his folding station and walked toward the non-clearance section with the confidence of someone who actually knew what he was doing. He pulled a pair of dark jeans off a rack, checked the size, and shoved them at Jordan. 32 waist. Yeah. Try these. They're stretchy, so they won't feel like dress pants, but they look cleaner than regular jeans. Next came a white button-up shirt. Plain, no pattern, the kind of shirt that could work for multiple occasions. Not barber, Marcus grabbed a navy blue bomber jacket off a mannequin and added it to the growing pile in Jordan's arms. Shoes. Jordan looked down at his Nikes. White with gray swooshes. Technically clean because he'd washed them 2 months ago, but definitely not date-appropriate. What do you have? Not barber, Marcus led him to the shoe section and pointed at a pair of Chelsea boots. Brown leather, low profile, the kind of shoes that said, I'm trying but not too hard. These'll work with the jeans. They're on sale too. $120 before tax. Jordan did the math in his head. Jeans, shirt, jacket, boots. Probably pushing $250 with tax. He'd spent more than that on a single dinner with Eliza. I'll take all of it, Jordan said. Not barber, Marcus raised an eyebrow. You don't want to try them on first? No time. If they don't fit, I'll return them tomorrow. Respect. Not barber, Marcus grabbed the shoebox and headed toward the register. You want the tags off everything so you can wear it out? Yeah. The total came to $263.47. Jordan handed over his metal card without flinching. The transaction went through. Not barber, Marcus bagged the old clothes, removed all the tags from the new stuff, and pointed Jordan toward the bathroom. Good luck with your sore date, man. Jordan changed in a bathroom stall, pulling on the dark jeans and white button-up. The jeans fit perfectly, sitting right at his waist without being too tight. The shirt was maybe half a size too big, but that worked better than too small. He left the top 2 buttons undone because buttoning all the way to the neck made him look like he was about to ask someone to join a pyramid scheme. The bomber jacket was lightweight, navy blue with rib cuffs. Not too formal, not too casual. Jordan laced up the Chelsea boots and stood in front of the bathroom mirror. Holy shit. He looked like a person, an actual functioning person who had his life together. The haircut helped. Marcus had shaped everything perfectly. The color was close enough to natural that it didn't scream box dye emergency. Combined with the clean clothes and decent shoes, Jordan looked like someone who might actually go on dates instead of paying for them. His phone buzzed in his pocket. 2:51 p.m. 9 minutes until his meeting with Calypso. Jordan left Macy's through the side exit, cutting across the parking lot toward the Ivy. His new boots clicked against the pavement with each step. The restaurant loomed ahead, white walls and actual ivy creating an aesthetic that probably photographed really well for Instagram. His stomach twisted itself into complicated knots. This was happening. He was actually doing this. Jordan pushed through the front door. The hostess looked up from her tablet, giving him a professional smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Welcome to the Ivy. Do you have a reservation? Meeting someone at 3, Jordan said. Don't know if she made one under her name. Name? Jordan froze. Calypso wasn't her real name. Obviously, that was her screen name, her brand, her online persona. He had no idea what her actual government name was because she'd never shared it. All their communication had happened through OnlyFans DMs and one confirmation text this morning. Actually, I'll just wait outside, Jordan said quickly. She should be here soon. The hostess nodded like this was a completely normal response and returned her attention to her tablet. Jordan retreated to the outdoor seating area, finding a bench with a view of the parking lot. Valet attendants stood near the entrance, ready to take keys from people whose cars actually deserve valet service. His phone buzzed again. System notification. Beauty detected in proximity. Warning, no slots currently registered. Would you like to register this beauty to slot 1? Yes, no. Jordan's heart rate spiked immediately. He looked around the outdoor seating area, scanning faces. A woman in her 40s sat at a nearby table with her husband. 2 college-age girls shared a dessert 3 tables over. An older woman walked a small dog past the restaurant entrance. Which one was Calypso? Then he saw her. Walking up the sidewalk from the parking lot, a girl in black jeans and a white crop top, large sunglasses covering half her face, black medical mask hiding everything from her nose down, white baseball cap pulled low, and that electric blue streak in her black hair, visible even from a distance. Jordan's mouth went completely dry. She was shorter than he'd expected, maybe 5'6" in the heeled ankle boots she wore. Her body matched every photo he'd seen online. Hourglass figure, toned stomach visible between her crop top and high-waisted jeans, thighs thick enough to create a gap at the top when she walked. The system notification pulsed on his screen, waiting for input. Yes, no. Jordan's thumb hovered over the yes button. This was it, the moment of truth. Either he committed to this test run, or he backed out and spent the next 45 minutes with zero information. Calypso walked closer, 20 feet away now. 15. She was scanning the outdoor seating area, looking for someone. Looking for him. Jordan pressed yes. His phone screen flashed gold, then transformed into the now familiar interface. Slot 1, registered. Scanning. Name, Chloe Kim. Age, 18. Occupation, student content creator. Current attraction, 8% Chapter 1414, a $3,000 beta test. Jordan raised his hand. His heart hammered against his ribs like it was trying to escape. Chudokimu. The name bounced around his skull, familiar in a way he couldn't place. Maybe she'd mentioned it in a DM once. Maybe he'd seen it on a class roster somewhere. The name was common enough. Probably just overthinking. Calypso spotted him and waved back, her masked face tilting slightly. She walked toward the bench with small, careful steps. Her hips swayed with each movement, and Jordan forced himself to look at her eyes instead. Well, her sunglasses. She stopped about 3 feet away, close enough to talk, but far enough to maintain professional distance. Her chest rose and fell faster than walking warranted. She was nervous. She's nervous. Jordan hadn't expected that. In his head, Calypso was this untouchable figure who controlled every interaction through a screen. Seeing her fidget with the strap of her small crossbody bag made her suddenly, devastatingly real. Hey, her voice came out slightly higher than in her videos. Hey, Jordan said, because his brain had apparently decided to shut down all higher functions. Chloe's eyes tracked from his shoes up to his face. She took a full second looking at his hair. I like your hair. It looks really nice. Thanks. Jordan's mouth kept moving without consulting his brain. You're, very beautiful yourself today, Calypso. Chloe laughed behind her mask. The sound was light, genuine, nothing like the sultry voice she used in her content. It feels weird to be called by that name in public. She glanced around like someone might overhear. Should I call you by your username? Jordan's username was JMCK_2006. Absolutely not. Nah, call me Ricky. Chloe's head tilted. Ricky. Long story. Okay then. She gestured toward the restaurant entrance. Just call me Callie. She moved past him toward the hostess stand, and Jordan caught a whiff of her perfume. Something sweet and clean like vanilla and coconut. The kind of scent that made his monkey brain activate neurons it had no business activating. The hostess looked up as they approached. Hi, I have a reservation for Callie, Chloe said. The hostess checked her tablet, nodded, and grabbed 2 menus. Right this way. Jordan followed Chloe through the outdoor seating area toward a corner table with cushioned chairs and an overhead umbrella. The table was positioned perfectly for photos. Natural lighting, greenery in the background, close enough to the action to feel exclusive, but far enough away for privacy. This wasn't accidental. Chloe had picked this spot specifically because it photographed well. They sat down across from each other. Jordan's new boots knocked against the metal table leg. "This spot must be popular if you need a reservation," Jordan said. "Yeah, this place is really nice." Chloe placed her small purse on the chair beside her. "I've been wanting to try it for a while." The hostess left the menus and promised their server would be right with them. Jordan picked up his menu and scanned the prices. $28 for a salad, $36 for a sandwich, $42 for pasta. He had over $1,200 in his account. This was fine. Chloe opened her menu, her sunglasses still firmly in place. Jordan couldn't see her eyes at all. Reading her body language was like trying to solve a puzzle, missing half its pieces. "So," Chloe said, "this is weird, right?" "Little bit," Jordan admitted. "I've never done this before." She turned a page in her menu. "The coffee date thing, I mean, you're the first person who actually bought it." Jordan's stomach did a complicated flip. He was the first, the guinea pig, the test run. $3,000 to be a beta tester for an OnlyFans package deal. Great investment. "How long have you been, Jordan trailed off, realizing he had no idea how to finish that sentence politely. "Creating content," Chloe supplied. 6 months. Started last summer. 6 months. That matched his subscription timeline almost exactly. He'd been there from practically the beginning, watching her go from lingerie photos to more explicit content, from 3 posts a week to daily uploads with personalized DMs. He'd watched her build a business while he spiraled into depression over a girl who never liked him. The server appeared. Young guy, maybe 22, with styled hair and an apron that probably cost more than Jordan's entire outfit. "Welcome to the Ivy. Can I start you both with something to drink?" "Water's fine," Chloe said. "Same," Jordan added. The server nodded and disappeared. Jordan leaned forward slightly. "Hey, I know this whole thing is technically like a business transaction or whatever, but I'm gonna pay for the food. My treat." Chloe's posture stiffened. "You really shouldn't. You already paid $3,000 for it." "It's my treat," Jordan interrupted. "Seriously, I'm offering." A pause. Chloe's fingers drummed against her menu. "Okay," she said finally. "Thank you." Jordan's phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out slightly, angling the screen away from Chloe's line of sight. Sparkle's attraction update Sparkles. Chilokim. Sekizion bir I Juch. Note. Offering to pay demonstrated provider qualities. Small gain registered. Current rebate rate. 0.22x. Keep going. Jordan slid his phone back into his pocket. 3%. Offering to buy her food earned him 3 whole percentage points. If he'd known the formula was this simple with Eliza, he could have saved himself $4,000 and a Christmas Day parking lot breakdown. The server returned with their waters, asked if they were ready to order, and looked mildly disappointed when both of them said they needed another minute. Chloe studied her menu with the focus of someone actually reading it instead of pretending. Jordan watched her from across the table. She was pretty, objectively, scientifically pretty, the kind of pretty that made people stop scrolling through social media feeds. But she was also just a girl, 18 years old, probably stressed about school, probably worried about whether this meeting would be awkward or dangerous or both. "Can I ask you something?" Jordan said. Chloe looked up. "Sure. You go to school?" "Yeah." Chloe's voice was careful now. "I'm a freshman. Communications major." "Where at?" A longer pause. Chloe's hand moved to her water glass, turning it in small circles on the table. "I'd rather not say." "Fair. Smart, even." Jordan was a stranger to her. A paying stranger, but still a stranger. "That's cool," Jordan said. "I get it. What about you?" Chloe asked, deflecting. "You in school?" "Yeah. Pacific Crest. Business econ." "Oh." Something shifted in Chloe's posture. Subtle, but there. "That's a good school." "Expensive school," Jordan corrected. Good is still TBD. Chloe laughed again behind her mask. The sound made Jordan's chest do something stupid. Stop it, he told his chest. She's at 11%. 11% is nothing. The server came back. They ordered. Chloe got the grilled chicken salad, $28. Jordan got a burger, $32. When the server left, silence settled over the table like fog. Chloe played with her straw wrapper. Jordan drank his water. The outdoor seating area hummed with other conversations. Other people living their normal lives where they hadn't paid $3,000 to sit across from someone wearing sunglasses and a mask. So, Chloe started. What made you want to do this? The coffee date thing. Chapter 15. 15. We both drive a Honda Civic, so it must be fate. Jordan could tell her the truth, that his ex-girlfriend cheated on him with a guy who looked like he modeled for Abercrombie catalogs in his spare time, that he spent 2 weeks in a gooning spiral, that he'd rage bought this package at 2 in the morning while crying and eating gas station ramen. Or he could lie and say something normal. Curiosity, I guess, Jordan said, picking the middle ground. You seem cool. Thought it'd be interesting to meet you in person. Chloe nodded slowly. That's probably the healthiest answer I could have gotten. What were the other options? Obsession, parasocial fantasy, secret plans to follow me home. She said it casually, but Jordan heard the edge underneath. This was her job, meeting strangers from the internet for money. Of course, she'd thought through worst-case scenarios. Of course, she'd probably told a friend where she was going and when to call if she didn't check in. None of those, Jordan said. Promise. I'm just a guy who made a financially questionable decision and is now committed to seeing it through. Financially questionable is an understatement. Chloe leaned back in her chair. $3,000 is a lot of money. Yeah, well, Jordan picked at a thread on his napkin. It was a weird week. Their food arrived faster than expected. The server placed the plates down with practiced efficiency, asked if they needed anything else, and vanished when they both shook their heads. Chloe stared at her salad. Jordan stared at his burger. This feels weird, right? Chloe said, like, I do this thing online where I'm this character, and now I'm sitting here in real life, and I don't know how to be that person without a camera. So don't be, Jordan said. Be whoever you are when the camera's off. Chloe pulled down her mask just enough to take a bite of salad. Jordan caught a glimpse of her lips, plump and pink, before the mask went back up. His brain short-circuited for a full second. Breathe. Normal breathing. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Don't be weird. That's easier said than done, Chloe said after swallowing. The whole point of doing this anonymously is so I can keep those parts of my life separate. Then why'd you offer the coffee dates at all? Money. She said it flat. No shame. The package was $3,000. Do you know how long it takes to make that much from regular content? A month, maybe 2 if engagement's good. So this is purely transactional, Jordan said. Yeah. Chloe stabbed a piece of chicken with her fork. I mean, no offense. You seem nice, but I don't know you. None taken. Jordan bit into his burger. The flavor exploded across his tongue, beef and cheese and sauce combining into something that probably justified the $32 price tag. His phone buzzed again. Sparkles transaction pending Sparkles. Estimated meal cost, $60 plus tip. Current attraction, 11%. Rebate calculation, 0.22x multiplier. Projected return, $13.20. Net loss, $46.80. Proceed? Jordan closed the notification. $46 down the drain for this meal, plus the $3,000 he'd already spent, plus the $263 on his new outfit. Can I ask you something else? Jordan said, Sure. Do you like doing it? The content creation thing. Chloe set down her fork. Her sunglasses reflected Jordan's face back at him, twin versions of himself staring from dark lenses. Sometimes, she said finally, it's good money. I can make my own schedule. I don't have to answer to anyone. But it's exhausting. She picked up her fork again, pushing lettuce around her plate, keeping up with DMs, editing photos, coming up with new content ideas, pretending to care about every subscriber's fantasy. It's a lot. You don't have to pretend with me, Jordan said. Chloe looked up. What? I'm not expecting you to be Calypso right now. We're just two people eating overpriced food and having conversation. You could drop the act. A long silence. Then Chloe laughed. Really laughed this time, not the professional giggle from her videos. Her shoulders shook. You're weird, Ricky. I get that a lot. She pulled her mask down again to take another bite. This time Jordan forced himself not to stare at her mouth like a creep. They ate in comfortable silence for a few minutes. The sun filtered through the umbrella above them, creating patterns on the white tablecloth. Other diners chatted and laughed around them. Someone at a nearby table was celebrating a birthday, the staff bringing out a dessert with a single candle. So what's your deal? Chloe asked. Business econ major. Expensive school. Dropping $3,000 on a coffee date with an internet stranger. You don't exactly scream, trust fund baby. My parents own convenience stores, Jordan said. 3 of them. Comfortable, not rich. And they're paying for Pacific Crest? Yeah. That's $45,000 a year. Jordan blinked. How'd you know that? Lucky guess, she said quickly. All private schools are expensive. Jordan's brain started connecting dots it probably shouldn't connect. Communications major. Freshman. 18 years old. Pacific Crest tuition down to the dollar. No way. You go to Pacific Crest, Jordan said. Chloe's water glass stopped halfway to her mouth. What? You go to Pacific Crest, Jordan repeated. That's why you knew the exact tuition. That's why you didn't want to say where you go to school. Chloe set her glass down carefully. You're reading into things. Am I? Her jaw worked behind the mask. Her fingers drummed against the table. If I did go there, she said slowly, which I'm not confirming, it would be a really bad idea for you to know that. Because my entire business model depends on anonymity. If someone from campus recognized me, I'm done. Scholarship gone. Social life gone. Everything gone. Jordan held up his hands. I'm not going to say anything. You don't know that. Yeah, Ido. Jordan leaned back in his chair. I've got my own shit. I don't want getting around campus. We can both keep secrets. Chloe studied him. The sunglasses made it impossible to read her expression. What kind of secrets? She asked. The kind where my ex cheated on me on Christmas, and I spent 2 weeks in my apartment crying and eating ramen, Jordan said. Not exactly something I'm putting on my resume. Oh, Chloe's voice softened. That sucks. Yeah. Is that why you bought the coffee date? Rebound thing. Probably. Jordan picked up his burger again. Like I said, weird week. His phone buzzed one more time. Sparkle's attraction update Sparkles. Çulukim. 11-15 i4. Note. Vulnerability and shared secrets build trust. Moderate gain registered. Current rebate rate. 0.30x. You're doing better than expected. 15%. Still terrible. Still in the red. But better than 8. Jordan finished his burger. Chloe finished her salad. The server brought the check without being asked, and Jordan handed over his card before Chloe could protest again. Total, $73.42, including tip. The transaction went through. Jordan's phone pinged with the rebate notification. Sparkles transaction complete Sparkles. Amount spent, $73.42. Çulukim attraction, 15. Rebate, $22.03, 0.30x multiplier. Net loss, $51.39. Keep building that chemistry. $51 in the hole. Jordan pocketed his phone and stood. Chloe stood too, adjusting her purse strap. So she said, that was the 45 minutes. Jordan checked his watch. 3:47 p.m. They'd actually gone 7 minutes over. Yeah, he said. This was... Chloe trailed off, searching for words. Not what I expected. Good unexpected or bad unexpected? Good, I think. She pulled her mask up higher. You're not as creepy as I thought you'd be. Bars on the floor, but I'll take it. Chloe laughed one more time. Thanks for lunch, Ricky. They walked toward the parking lot together, the silence between them easier now. Less performative, less transactional. Chloe stopped next to a silver Honda Civic. Jordan stopped next to his white Honda Civic 3 spaces over. They both stared at each other's cars. No way, Chloe said. 2019, Jordan asked. 2020. Close enough. Chloe shook her head, still smiling behind her mask. She opened her car door, then paused. Hey, Ricky. Yeah. If I do see you on campus. She bit her lip. Just pretend you don't know me, okay? Deal. She climbed into her car and started the engine. Jordan watched her back out of the parking space and drive toward the exit. When her car disappeared around the corner, Jordan finally let out the breath he'd been holding. His phone buzzed with one final notification. Confetti Ball Daily Quest Complete Confetti Ball. Path to Becoming Adonis. Reward, 3 quest tickets. Total tickets, 13. New achievement unlocked. First date, technically. Bonus, plus 5 quest tickets. Total tickets, 18. Gotcha system now accessible. Jordan climbed into his Civic, rested his forehead against the steering wheel, and laughed until his stomach hurt. He just spent $73 to learn that his OnlyFans crush went to his school. The universe had a really fucked up sense of humor. Chapter 16. 16 The girl in the rearview mirror. Chloe pulled into the side street before the light even changed. Old habit. She always had an exit. She cut the engine and sat with both hands on the wheel, watching the parking lot exit in her rearview mirror. The Ivy's valet stand glowed white in the afternoon sun. A BMW pulled out, then a Tesla, then a woman in Lululemon loading shopping bags into a Range Rover. No white Civic. Good. She counted to 30 in her head, then counted to 30 again. This was so stupid. The thought hit her the same way always did after these dates, right when the professional mask started peeling. Like her brain waited until she was alone to start screaming at her. This was so stupid, Chloe. She'd picked Long Beach specifically because no one from Pacific Crest would be caught dead at the Ivy on a Tuesday afternoon. The clientele skewed 40+. The menu had nothing vegan, and there was no street parking for showing off. It was safe. It was supposed to be safe. And then Ricky showed up. Ricky, who knew the exact tuition at Pacific Crest. Chloe pressed her forehead against the steering wheel and let out a sound that didn't belong to either version of her. She'd dug herself into a corner on that one. She'd slipped up because he'd seemed so normal, asking genuine questions with his stupid newly cut hair and his bomber jacket that still had the fold lines from the store packaging. She let her guard down for 4 seconds, and suddenly they were playing a guessing game about her school. The worst part? She confirmed it. Not out loud, but she'd hesitated, and hesitation was the same as a confession to anyone paying attention. And Ricky had been paying attention. She exhaled through her nose. Okay, damage assessment. He knew she went to Pacific Crest. He didn't know her name. He didn't know what she looked like without the mask and sunglasses. Her blue streaks were distinctive, but blue streaks weren't exactly rare on a college campus. She'd be fine. She just needed him to be the kind of person who kept his word. If I do see you on campus, just pretend you don't know me. He'd said deal. No negotiation. No condition attached. Just deal like it was the easiest thing he'd been asked all afternoon. She replayed the whole date in her head, picking it apart the way she did with every interaction that deviated from script. He hadn't simped. That was the first thing. Most of her coffee date clients showed up with this eager, slightly unhinged energy, talking too fast and laughing at everything she said. One guy had literally brought her flowers, which, given that she was wearing a face mask and sunglasses in a public restaurant, had been genuinely insane. Ricky had just sat down and asked if she wanted to hear his honest answer about why he'd bought the package. He'd also let her eat in silence. Nobody ever did that. She'd lowered her mask twice. Twice. For bites of salad, yes, but still. She didn't do that. The mask stayed on. The mask was part of the deal she'd made with herself before the first coffee date, before the first subscriber, before any of this. Ricky had made her forget the rule twice. A white Civic rolled past the side street entrance. Chloe sat up immediately, fingers going tight on the wheel. She watched the car continue down the main road. No brake lights, no hesitation. Not looking for a side street. Not looking for her. She released a long breath that deflated her whole chest. Okay, he wasn't following her. Good. He was a normal, non-stalker person who'd bought a package, showed up, had lunch, and went home. This was fine. She was catastrophizing because she always catastrophized after dates. It was a reflex at this point, as automatic as checking her ring light before she hit record. She gave it another minute, then started the engine. Merging back onto the main road felt like surfacing from underwater. The afternoon traffic had thickened, people leaving work early or heading to school pickups, and Chloe slid into the flow of it with both hands steady. The radio came on automatically. Some pop songs she didn't recognize with a key change in the chorus that was technically impressive but emotionally hollow. She turned off. The silence felt better. She thought better in silence, always had. Her dad used to say she was born humming, that even as a baby she'd make little melodic sounds instead of crying, like she was already composing something. He'd said it like it was the best thing about her. "I want to hear your song on the radio before I go," he told her. This was 2 months before the diagnosis got a name, 4 months before it got a timeline, 6 months before it killed him. He'd been so certain she'd get there. That kind of certainty, the bone-deep, no question about it kind, was something Chloe had never managed to feel about herself, not once. She used about $800 a month from Calypso's earnings toward her mom's medical payments. The rest covered housing, food, Daniel's college fund, and maintaining the appearance of a girl who belonged at Pacific Crest. The singing lessons were $120 every other week, which was a luxury she could technically cut, but she didn't. She wouldn't. That money kept the promise alive in the most literal way she knew how. One day the account would be big enough, stable enough, that she could actually focus on music. That was the plan. The plan required her to not get exposed on a random afternoon because she'd slipped up talking to a subscriber about tuition pricing. Traffic slowed at the light ahead. Chloe coasted to a stop, and that's when she saw it. White Civic. 3 cars ahead. Same year as hers, maybe one newer. She could see the back of a head through the rear windshield. Hair that was dark at the sides and lighter on top. Her stomach did something uncomfortable. She was probably wrong. There were 1 million white Civics in Southern California. They were the most statistically average car on the road. This meant nothing. The light changed. Traffic moved. She stayed in her lane. The white Civic stayed in her lane, too. She told herself it was nothing. She told herself that at the next light, when the car was still there. She told herself that when they passed the Pacific Crest campus turnoff, and the car didn't take it. The campus turnoff. He hadn't taken it. He didn't live in the dorms. Chapter 1717, the thud from Unit 404. Chloe's hands adjusted on the wheel. She checked her mirrors. She was 4 cars back now, but it was definitely a white Civic, and the hair was definitely the same hair she'd been looking at for 45 minutes over a table at the Ivy. The neighborhood around them was shifting. Fewer chain restaurants, more independent coffee shops, and converted industrial buildings. She recognized the route because she drove it every single day. He was not heading toward campus. He was not heading toward campus, and she was also not heading toward campus, and they had been in the same lane for 11 blocks. She slowed down slightly, created more distance between their cars. She changed lanes, moved into the right lane, watched to see if he'd follow. He didn't. He stayed left, steady, not checking his mirrors more than normal. Okay, so he wasn't tracking her. He was just driving somewhere in her direction. Chloe ran through all the logical explanations. He lived nearby. He was going to a friend's place. He was running an errand. LA bled into multiple residential neighborhoods, and the Cooper Garment District was walkable from at least 3 different arterial roads. Plenty of people lived around there. The white Civic's left blinker came on at the light before the building. Chloe watched him take the right turn instead. She exhaled so hard her whole body deflated. Right turn. He turned right. She was going straight. He was going right. They were done sharing a road. This was just a coincidence that she turned into a 20-minute anxiety spiral because she was still running on the adrenaline of accidentally confirming her school to a subscriber. She drove the last 4 blocks to the building with both hands loose on the wheel. The Cooper Garment Lofts came into view the same way it always did, this big converted factory that looked expensive because the developer had kept all the original industrial details and just added good lighting and a doorman. Chloe pulled into the resident parking structure and found her spot, killed the engine, and sat for a moment with the silence pressing in around her. The parking garage smelled like concrete and motor oil. Fluorescent lights flickered slightly above the third row. Somewhere deeper in the structure, a car alarm was doing its short chirp as someone locked up. She checked her phone. 3 DMs from subscribers she hadn't responded to yet. A notification from her tracking spreadsheet reminding her that her next content post was scheduled for tomorrow. A text from her mom, sent at noon, that said simply, "Did you eat lunch? Love you." Chloe typed back, "Yes. Something nice. Love you too." She deleted the first version, which had said yes, with a subscriber who might go to my school, and sent the second version instead. She climbed out of the car, pulled her cap down, and took the elevator to the 4th floor. The hallway was quiet. It usually was at this hour, that gap between 3 and 5, when the building's other residents were still at work or class. Her heels clicked against the polished concrete floor. She reached Unit 403, pressed her thumb to the keypad, and pushed inside. The apartment received her in the way it always did, clean and orderly and exactly how she'd left it. The fiddle leaf fig near the window caught the afternoon light, looking lush and full and completely fake. The gray sectional was perfect, throw pillows arranged the same way they always were, the coffee table holding the magazines she never actually read, and the diptyque-adjacent candle she'd refilled twice now with a cheaper substitute. Chloe dropped her purse on the counter and pulled the mask down. She stood in her kitchen for a moment, just breathing. Then she took off the sunglasses and the cap and set them on the counter beside the purse. And she pressed both palms flat against the cold quartz and just stood there, feeling the realness of the surface under her hands. The thing about playing a character for money was that eventually you forgot what you felt like when no one was watching. Calypso was professional and carefully warm, giving subscribers just enough that they felt seen without giving them anything real. Chloe Kim, the campus version, was bright and social and slightly airhead about things that didn't matter, which made her easy to like and easy to underestimate. Both of those people had scripts. Both of them knew their marks. 45 minutes in a restaurant with a stranger who told her to just be herself had left her feeling like she'd been caught mid-change between the two versions. Neither one fully present. Both of them slightly off. She filled a glass of water and drank half of it standing at the sink. Ricky had been honest about his ex. Not in a weepy, oversharing way, just flat and direct, like the embarrassment of the story had already settled into something he could carry without collapsing. "Weird week," he'd said. She'd done enough DMs with enough subscribers to know when someone was performing vulnerability versus just stating a fact. He'd been stating a fact. She hadn't known what to do with that. She still didn't. Chloe pushed off the counter and headed upstairs to the loft. The ring light in the corner stood dormant, its 3 circles reflecting the afternoon light through the big factory windows. She sat down in front of the iMac and opened the spreadsheet without thinking, muscle memory taking over. Current month's earnings sat at $6,200 and change. Medical payment due on the 15th. Daniel's transfer scheduled for the 20th. Rent on the 1st. Singing lesson this Thursday at 4. She updated the coffee date income, adding $3,000 to the column. The number was right. The math worked. This was what the date had been for. She looked at the number for a long time. "Thanks for lunch, Ricky." It hadn't felt transactional at the end. That was the problem. It had just felt like lunch with someone who wasn't trying to impress her, which was a novel enough experience that she'd apparently logged it separately from all the other data she'd collected today. Chloe closed the spreadsheet and opened her content schedule. Tomorrow's post needed a caption. Thursday's shoot needed a concept. She had 47 DMs sitting in the queue that she'd get to tonight after homework. She opened a blank document for her caption ideas and put her fingers on the keyboard. The cursor blinked at her. She typed, "Sometimes the best thing someone can say to you is nothing at all." She deleted it. Way too real for the Calypso account. She stared at the empty document. From down the hall, somewhere on the 4th floor, she heard the muffled thud of a door closing. Probably just a neighbor. Chapter 1818 My Life is a Sitcom. Jordan sat cross-legged on his bathroom floor with his phone propped against a stack of CeraVe products that had cost him $83.47 at Target. The YouTube video played at half speed because the guy doing the tutorial moved his hands like he was performing surgery on diamonds. All right, kings. First step is cleanser. You're going to take about a nickel-sized amount and work it into your face using circular motions. Jordan squeezed the white tube. Way too much product came out. He tried to put some back, but it just smeared on his palm instead. $80 for this. He rubbed the cleanser across his face, feeling it foam up under his fingers. The smell was clinical, medical, like a hospital had turned into soap. Jordan scrubbed for the full 60 seconds the video recommended, counting silently while the YouTuber explained how most men underwash their faces, which leads to clogged pores, which leads to acne, which leads to dying alone and unloved. Okay, the video didn't say that last part, but it was implied. Jordan rinsed with lukewarm water the way the instructions demanded. Not hot, not cold, because apparently temperature was important when you were trying to stop looking like someone who'd spent 2 weeks eating pizza in the dark. He grabbed the towel and patted his face dry. Patted, not rubbed. The video had been very specific about that. Step 2, kings. Toner. This is where most guys mess up because they skip it entirely. Jordan looked at the bottle of toner sitting on the bathroom counter next to the moisturizer, the sunscreen, the eye cream, and the lip balm. 5 products. He used to just splash water on his face in the morning and call it good. He poured toner onto a cotton pad and swiped it across his skin. The pad came away slightly gray, which meant there was still dirt on his face even after washing. Gross. He did another pass until the cotton came away clean. Now we're prepping the skin for hydration. Your face is like a sponge, and right now it's ready to absorb everything you're about to give it. The video transitioned to a close-up of the guy's hands applying moisturizer in upward strokes. Jordan mimicked the motion, feeling the cream sink into his cheeks and forehead. His skin felt different already. Softer, maybe. Or maybe that was just wishful thinking after spending enough money on skincare to buy groceries for a week. Sunscreen came next. SPF 50 because the video guy had spent 3 minutes explaining how sun damage was cumulative and irreversible. And if Jordan didn't start protecting his skin now, he'd look like a leather couch by 30. Jordan squeezed out 2 fingers worth of sunscreen and spread it across his face and neck. The white cast made him look like a ghost for about 10 seconds before it absorbed. He checked his reflection in the mirror above the sink. Same face, same hazel eyes, same sharp jaw that was only visible now that he'd lost some of the puffiness from his terrible diet. Same guy who'd gotten cheated on in a parking lot 3 weeks ago. But cleaner at least. The video ended with the guy reminding everyone to stay consistent because results took time and discipline. Jordan closed the app and checked his phone. Heart with ribbon daily quest. Path to becoming Adonis. Objectives. Physical. Log 90 minutes of physical activity. Hygiene level 1. Shower using actual soap. Hygiene level 2. Brush teeth for a full 2 minutes. Floss. Grooming. Apply basic skincare, Washington moisturize. Sunscreen. Social. Speak to 3 different beauties for 2 minutes each. 2 check marks appeared next to the social objective. 2, not 3. Jordan stared at the screen. That wasn't possible. He'd talked to Calypso for 45 minutes straight over lunch at the Ivy. They'd had an actual conversation where she dropped her professional mask, and he didn't act like a simp. The system had pinged him multiple times during the meal, tracking attraction increases and rebate calculations. It had definitely registered her as a beauty. So why didn't it count? Jordan opened the quest details and read the fine print at the bottom. Requirement: maintain eye contact. Do not apologize for existing. Do not offer to buy them anything. Do not offer to buy them anything. Jordan had insisted on paying for lunch. He'd framed it as his treat, not part of the $3,000 package, but the system apparently didn't care about his reasoning. An offer was an offer. The moment he'd pulled out his wallet, the conversation had been disqualified. Are you kidding me? He scrolled through the system's transaction log. The Ivy lunch showed up with full details. $73 spent, 11 to 15% attraction gain, rebate applied, net loss recorded. But no quest credit. Jordan threw his head back and laughed because the alternative was putting his fist through drywall. The system was teaching him a lesson. Stop buying affection. Stop using money as a substitute for actual personality. The rules were clear, and he'd broken them by reflex. Fine. Okay. He still had 2 completed interactions logged from earlier today. Jordan pulled up the history. Beauty 1, 8:47 a.m. Duration, 3 minutes, 42 seconds. Location, 4th floor hallway. Beauty 2, 11:23 a.m. Duration, 4 minutes, 18 seconds. Location, salon réception desk. Jordan froze. The woman from the salon had been the second beauty. That made sense. She'd been in her mid-20s, professional, attractive. Jordan had asked about pricing, and she'd explained the packages while he tried not to look like he was panicking about his budget. But the first beauty had been at 8:47 a.m. in the 4th floor hallway of his building. The girl with the baseball cap and the blue hair streaks who'd asked if he'd heard a party last night. Jordan pulled up his mental image of Calypso walking toward him outside the ivy. White baseball cap, black mask, sunglasses, black hair with electric blue streaks that were clearly visible even from 30 feet away. Oh no. No. Jordan had promised Chloe that if they ran into each other on campus, he'd pretend not to know her. He'd given his word. Made it sound easy, but they didn't go to the same campus. They lived in the same building. Unit 403, right next door. Jordan sat on his bathroom floor with his face covered in $60 skincare products and processed the reality that his OnlyFans crush was his next-door neighbor. The girl he'd spent $2,000 on over 6 months lived approximately 12 feet away from him, separated by one wall and a hallway. The system had registered her this morning when she'd stepped out of Unit 403 wearing casual clothes and no mask. Then it had registered her again at lunch when he deliberately clicked the registration button outside the ivy. But it was the same person. Chudo Kim, 18 years old, student and content creator, currently sitting at 15% attraction after their coffee date, currently living next door. Jordan needed to confirm this before his brain short-circuited entirely. He could just let it go, pretend he hadn't figured it out, keep his head down and avoid eye contact in the hallway like a normal person who wasn't obsessed with tracking percentage points on a supernatural phone app. Or he could knock on Unit 403 right now and ask to borrow sugar like a sitcom character from 1987. If the person who answered wasn't Chloe, then he just met a new neighbor and could stop spiraling. If the person who answered was Chloe, then he'd have to deal with the fact that they were living next to each other, and pretending otherwise was going to get really complicated really fast. Jordan stood up. His legs protested from being folded on tile for 20 minutes. He grabbed his keys off the bathroom counter and walked downstairs to the front door, pausing only to check his reflection one more time. His face looked good, clean, put together, like someone who might reasonably need to borrow sugar from a neighbor because he'd run out while baking cookies or whatever normal people did with sugar. Jordan opened his door and stepped into the hallway. The 4th floor was still quiet. No sound from the other units. Just the low hum of the building's ventilation system and the distant echo of traffic 4 stories below. Jordan walked 3 steps to the left and stopped in front of Unit 403. The door was solid wood painted matte black with a brushed steel number plate, identical to his own door except for the number and the fact that Chloe Kim might be standing on the other side of it. Jordan raised his hand and knocked 3 times. Thud, thud, thud. Nothing. He waited, counted to 10, tried to hear movement inside the apartment, but the walls were too thick. Maybe she wasn't home. Maybe she'd driven somewhere after leaving the ivy. Maybe this was all a massive coincidence, and the girl from this morning had been someone else entirely. Footsteps approached from inside. Light, quick steps that got louder as they crossed the apartment. The lock clicked. The door opened. Chloe stood in the doorway, wearing the same white crop top and black jeans from lunch, but the mask and sunglasses were gone. Her face was bare, her dark eyes tired but alert. The blue streak in her hair caught the hallway light. She looked at Jordan. Jordan looked at her. Her eyes went wide. "Hi," Jordan said. "Can I borrow some?" Chloe slammed the door shut so hard the frame rattled. Chapter 1919. Welcome to Unit 403. Jordan stood in the hallway staring at the closed door. His brain needed approximately 5 seconds to catch up with what had just happened. Chloe Kim had answered the door. The real Chloe Kim, without a mask or sunglasses or any of the protective layers she wore at the Ivy. She'd looked him directly in the face and then slammed the door hard enough to make the hinges shake. Okay, cool. This was fine. Jordan knocked again. Callie? That's you, right? Silence. He tried for a casual tone like this was totally normal and not the weirdest coincidence of his entire life. Who knew we were neighbors, huh? Small world. The lock clicked. The door opened exactly 3 inches. Chloe's face appeared in the gap. Her eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. She pressed one finger against her lips in the universal gesture for shut the hell up right now. SHHHH. She looked left, then right, then left again like she was checking for snipers. A door opened down the hallway. Unit 405. An older woman with silver hair pulled into a neat bun poked her head out. She wore a lavender cardigan and pearl earrings that probably cost more than Jordan's car. Her sharp eyes assessed the situation with obvious interest. Miss Valentine. Jordan had seen her exactly twice since moving in. Both times she'd been leaving the building carrying expensive shopping bags. Chloe's entire demeanor changed in an instant. The panic disappeared. A bright smile replaced it. She lifted one hand and waved. Miss Valentina. Just meeting my new neighbor. Miss Valentine's smile was knowing. How lovely. You young people enjoy yourselves. Chloe's hand shot out and grabbed Jordan's wrist. She yanked him forward with surprising strength for someone 5'6". Jordan stumbled over the threshold as Chloe pulled him into Unit 403 and slammed the door behind him. Thud. The lock clicked again. The chain rattled into place. Jordan stood in the entryway, catching his balance, while Chloe pressed her back against the door like she was holding off a zombie invasion. From the hallway, Miss Valentine's voice drifted through the wood. Ah, young love. Her door closed with a soft click. Chloe's shoulders sagged. She exhaled slowly through her nose. Jordan looked around the apartment because looking at Chloe right now felt dangerous. Whoa, this was his first time inside a girl's apartment. His actual first time. Eliza had never invited him to her place. She'd always insisted on meeting at restaurants or coffee shops or his apartment. That one time, she needed to borrow his laptop charger. But this space looked like it belonged in a lifestyle magazine. The floors were clean concrete, without a single scuff mark. A gray sectional sat perfectly arranged with throw pillows that matched. A glass coffee table held a neat stack of fashion magazines that looked like they'd never been opened. A fake plant stood in the corner, looking somehow more alive than real plants Jordan had killed. The kitchen gleamed. White quartz countertops. Stainless steel appliances that actually reflected light instead of collecting grease. No dishes in the sink. No takeout containers anywhere. Even the air smelled good, like vanilla and clean laundry and something else he couldn't identify. His apartment was literally 12 feet away through one wall, and it looked like a different dimension compared to this. This girl lives next door. She has blue hair and makes $6,200 a month posting pictures online, and her apartment looks like a Pinterest board came to life. And she just dragged me inside like we're in a spy movie. Chloe finally moved away from the door. Her breathing came fast and shallow. She walked to the kitchen and gripped the edge of the counter, closing her eyes. Calm down. Just calm down. Breathe. Jordan rubbed the back of his head. Chloe's eyes snapped open. She turned around and glared at him with an expression that could melt steel. Her lips pressed together in a pout that was way too cute for someone who looked ready to throw him off the balcony. Jordan's brain short-circuited. That face. She's making that face, and it's not fair because she's supposed to be scary right now, but instead she looks like an angry kitten. Chloe walked toward him. Each step was slow and intentional. Her bare feet made no sound on the concrete floor. Jordan stayed frozen in place. She stopped exactly 2 feet away and crossed her arms under her chest. The motion pushed everything up. Her crop top did absolutely nothing to hide the shape. Jordan kept his eyes on her face. Do not look down. Do not look down. You are a gentleman who respects women, and also she will literally kill you if you look down right now. Did you know? Her voice was quiet. Dangerous. What? Did you? No. Jordan held up both hands in surrender. No, I had no idea. Honest. I just figured it out like 10 minutes ago when I saw the blue-haired dead girl I talked to this morning was the same person from lunch. Chloe's eyes narrowed further. You expect me to believe that? Yes, because it's true. You knocked on my door. I needed to confirm it wasn't just a weird coincidence. By knocking on my door and saying my name in the hallway where anyone could hear, Jordan winced. Okay, that part was maybe not the smartest move. Maybe. Her glare intensified. Jordan had never seen someone look this angry, while also looking like they belonged on the cover of a magazine. Her cheeks had flushed pink. Her blue eyes were practically glowing. His heart was doing something weird in his chest. Probably panic. Definitely panic. This was panic and not anything else, because acknowledging anything else would be incredibly stupid given the circumstances. Chloe took another step forward. Now, they were maybe 12 inches apart. Close enough that Jordan could see the faint freckles on her nose that didn't show up in her photos. Close enough to smell whatever shampoo she used. Something floral. How long have you lived here? For months. For months. She said it like an accusation. You've been here for 4 months, and we never ran into each other once. I don't leave my apartment much. Why not? Jordan considered lying. Considered making up some excuse about being busy with school or work, or literally anything that didn't make him sound like a pathetic shut-in who spent 1 to 2 weeks gooning in the dark after getting cheated on. But Chloe had been honest with him at lunch. She'd admitted her coffee dates were purely transactional. She told him her online persona wasn't real. So Jordan went with the truth. Because I was kind of a mess. Still am, actually. I'm just trying to be less of one. Chloe blinked. The glare softened slightly. What kind of mess? The kind where my ex cheated on me on Christmas, and I spent my winter break eating pizza and watching League of Legends streams at 3 a.m. That's rough. Yeah. Silence stretched between them. Not awkward exactly. More like both of them were trying to figure out what came next. Jordan's phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and checked the screen. Sparkle's attraction update Sparkles. Chulukim, 15 12 güç. Chapter 20. 20 ground rules for the girl next door. Jordan slid his phone back into his pocket. Chloe tilted her head. What was that? Nothing. Your phone lit up. Just a notification. Show me. It's not important. Chloe reached for his pocket. Jordan stepped back. She froze with her hand extended. Her eyes went wide. Oh God, she thinks you're scared of her. Say something. Anything. I'm not scared of you. Then why did you just back up? Because personal space is a thing. Chloe's hand dropped. She stepped back and crossed her arms again. The pout returned. Fine, don't show me. Jordan's brain scrambled for a way to change the subject. Your apartment is really nice. Thank you. Like really nice. Mine used to look like a crime scene compared to this. I saw your trash bags this morning. Jordan felt his face heat up. Yeah, that was a thing. Chloe's lips twitched. Not quite a smile. Closed, though. How many bags was it? 8. 8. That's impressive. Not in a good way. No, not in a good way. She was definitely smiling now. Small, but there. The glare had disappeared entirely. Jordan relaxed slightly. Maybe she wasn't going to throw him off the balcony after all. Chloe uncrossed her arms and moved to the gray sectional. She sat down and pulled a throw pillow into her lap. So you really didn't know? I really didn't know. And you're not some creepy stalker who engineered this whole thing. I'm not smart enough to engineer something like this. Chloe laughed. That's probably true. Hey, you knocked on my door and said my fake name in the hallway. You're not exactly a criminal mastermind. Fair point. Jordan stayed by the door because sitting down felt presumptuous. For the record, I was going to ask to borrow sugar. Sugar. Yeah, like a normal neighbor. Do you even bake? No. Then why would you need sugar? I don't know. It's what people do in movies. Chloe shook her head, but she was still smiling. You're ridiculous. I'm aware. His phone buzzed again. Jordan ignored it. Chloe noticed. You can check that. It's fine. It's clearly not fine. You keep fidgeting. Jordan pulled out his phone. Sparkle's attraction update Sparkles. Churukim. Oniki ionyidi I besh. He closed the app and shoved the phone back in his pocket. Chloe watched him carefully. Is it important? Just spam. You're a terrible liar. I know. She patted the couch cushion next to her. Sit down. You're making me nervous, standing by the door like you're about to run. Jordan hesitated. Chloe raised an eyebrow. I'm not going to bite. That's not helping. He crossed the apartment and sat on the opposite end of the sectional, keeping a full cushion between them. The couch was incredibly comfortable, like sitting on an expensive cloud. Chloe pulled her knees up and wrapped her arms around them. This is weird, she said. Yeah. We had lunch today. I know. And now you're in my apartment. I know. And we live next door to each other. I'm very aware. Chloe rested her chin on her knees. What are we supposed to do now? Jordan had no idea. His brain was still processing the fact that he was sitting on a couch in a girl's apartment, and the girl was someone he'd spent $2,000 on over 6 months, and also his next-door neighbor, and also currently looking at him like he was supposed to have answers. We could pretend this never happened, Jordan offered. Can you do that? Probably not. Me neither. Silence again. Less tense this time. More thoughtful. Chloe picked at a loose thread. You can't tell anyone. I won't. I'm serious. Not your friends. Not your roommate. I don't have a roommate. Not anyone. I get it. Your secret's safe. Chloe studied his face like she was trying to determine if he was telling the truth. Jordan kept his expression open. He had zero intention of revealing Chloe's identity to anyone, because doing that would make him an absolute piece of garbage, and also she knew where he lived. Finally, Chloe nodded. Okay. But if you yell out my name again, I'm calling the cops. Jordan raised both hands. Understood. No more door knocking. I'll pretend you don't exist. Good. Even though we share a wall. Especially because we share a wall. Jordan's phone buzzed a third time. He checked it before Chloe could ask. Sparkle's attraction update Sparkles. Churukim. Onyidi I Gooch. Chloe leaned forward slightly. Good news. Something like that. You're being mysterious. It's complicated. Try me. Jordan considered explaining the system. The attraction meters. The cashback mechanics. The slots he couldn't change once registered. All of it sounded completely insane when he tried to put into words. I'm just trying to get my life together, Jordan said instead. One step at a time. Chloe's expression softened. That's a good goal. What about you? What about me? Are you trying to get your life together too? Chloe laughed quietly. I don't think my life was ever together to begin with. She stood up and walked to the kitchen. Do you want water? Sure. She pulled 2 glasses from a cabinet and filled them at the sink. She handed one glass to Jordan and kept the other. Thanks. Chloe leaned against the counter. So, neighbors. This is going to be awkward. Extremely. We should set ground rules. Jordan took a sip of water. Like what? No knocking unless it's an emergency. Agreed. No mentioning anything about today if we see each other on campus. Obviously. And no weird looks in the hallway. Define weird. Chloe shot him a look. You know what I mean? Jordan grinned. Yeah, I know what you mean. She rolled her eyes, but she was smiling again. You're annoying. I've been told that before. I believe it. Jordan finished his water and set the glass on the coffee table. He should probably leave. Give Chloe her space back. Stop taking up room in her apartment like some kind of awkward intruder. But he didn't want to leave, which was a problem. Chloe checked her phone. I have homework. Right. Yeah, I should go. Jordan stood up. His legs worked perfectly now. No sournis. No exhaustion. Just normal functional legs like he hadn't spent 5 hours hauling trash and scrubbing grout earlier. Chloe walked him to the door and unlocked it. She kept the chain on for a second, peering through the gap to make sure the hallway was empty. Coast clear. She opened the door fully, and Jordan stepped into the hallway. They looked at each other. "This stays between us," Chloe said. "Completely." "I mean it." "I know." She started to close the door, then stopped. "Ricky." "Yeah." "Thanks for not being weird about this." "I'm being extremely weird about this." Chloe smiled. "You know what I mean?" "Yeah, I know what you mean." The door closed softly. Jordan stood in the hallway staring at Unit 403. His phone buzzed one more time. New milestone approaching. 25% increased interaction comfort. Continue current behavior pattern for optimal results. Jordan walked back to Unit 404 and locked himself inside. His apartment was clean. His face had $60 worth of skincare on it. His hair looked intentional instead of like a cry for help. And his OnlyFans crush lived next door. Jordan lay down on his couch and stared at the ceiling. Today had been the longest day of his life, and it wasn't even 6 p.m. yet. Chapter 21. 21. Do not get attached to the transaction. Jordan sprawled across his couch and pulled out his phone. The system interface glowed soft gold against his face. Heart with ribbon cashback system. Active connections. Chlokim topluine. Chemistry, 20%. Return rate, 0.4x. Last interaction, 14 minutes ago. Empty slot. Unlock. Reach 75% chemistry. Current progress, 20/75. Account summary. Balance, $1,410.29. Quest tickets, a team ticket. Active quests, 1. 20%. Jordan stared at the number. She'd gone from 8% at lunch to 20% after he sat on her couch and made awkward conversation for 15 minutes. That's a 12% jump in like 6 hours. Jordan opened his quest screen. Daily quest. Path to becoming Adonis. System note. Initial parameters adjusted to prevent user mortality. Objectives. Physical. Log 90 minutes of physical activity. Hygiene level 1. Shower using actual soap. Hygiene level 2. Brush teeth for a full 2 minutes. Floss. Grooming. Apply basic skincare, Washington moisturize. Sunscreen. Social. Speak to 3 different beauties for 2 minutes each. Requirement. Maintain eye contact. Do not apologize for existing. Do not offer to buy them anything. Progress. February 3rd, beauties contacted. Warning restriction active. Axe body spray is permanently banned. Rewards. Full stamina recovery. 3 quest tickets, admission tickets. Jordan sat up. His body felt fine now. No soreness. No exhaustion. Like the 5 hours of cleaning had never happened. Weird. He checked the time. 6:23 p.m. Most restaurants would be serving dinner crowds. Coffee shops would be closing soon. Campus dining halls were probably packed with students who actually attended their classes. I need to talk to one more girl for 2 minutes without buying her anything. Jordan's brain immediately supplied an image of Chloe sitting on her couch with her knees pulled up, looking at him like he was a puzzle she couldn't figure out. Nope, absolutely not. She literally just told you to pretend she doesn't exist. He could knock on her door again, ask to borrow eggs this time. Mix up the excuse. Jordan slapped himself across the face. The sting cleared his head. Stop it. She's an OnlyFans girl. You paid $3,000 to sit across from her for 45 minutes. You spent $2,000 more over 6 months watching her take her clothes off on the internet. Do not get attached to a transaction. His cheek throbbed. Jordan stood up and walked to the bathroom. His reflection looked back at him with a red handprint on his left cheek and $60 worth of skincare, making his face glow under the overhead light. You're pathetic. No, old Jordan was pathetic. New Jordan just needs to talk to one more girl, and then he gets 3 quest tickets and full stamina recovery, whatever that means. Jordan left the bathroom and grabbed his keys. He needed to go somewhere public, somewhere with people, somewhere that wasn't Unit 403. His phone buzzed. Mom, honey, Your father told me you called. I'm so proud of you. Can we FaceTime tonight? I want to see your face. Jordan typed back quickly. Jordan, can we do it tomorrow? I'm really tired tonight. Long day. Mom, of course, sweetie. Get some rest. Love you so much. Jordan pocketed his phone and headed for the door. The hallway outside his apartment was empty. Unit 403's door stayed closed. No sounds came from inside. Good. Jordan took the stairs down to the lobby because waiting for the elevator felt like tempting fate. The building's main entrance opened onto the street where his Honda Civic sat parked 3 spaces down from another white Civic that definitely belonged to Chloe. He drove without a destination, just away from the building, away from the temptation to knock on that door again and say something stupid like, "Hey, I know you told me to leave you alone, but I really enjoyed talking to you, and also your apartment smells like vanilla, and I can't stop thinking about the freckles on your nose." Jordan merged onto Pacific Coast Highway and let the traffic carry him north. Streetlights flickered on as the sun dropped toward the ocean. His gas tank read half full. He had $1,400 in his account. 3 Quest tickets wouldn't be earned until he completed this social objective. A Target appeared on his right. Jordan pulled into the parking lot and killed the engine. Target, full of people, full of employees, probably full of college girls buying snacks and cheap furniture for their dorms. He walked through the automatic doors into bright fluorescent lighting and the smell of popcorn from the in-store Starbucks. The store buzzed with activity. Families pushing carts, couples browsing electronics, a group of teenage girls giggling near the makeup section. Jordan headed toward the back of the store where fewer people congregated. He passed through home goods, then sporting goods, then found himself in the book section staring at a wall of bestsellers he'd never read. A voice spoke behind him. "Can I help you find something?" Jordan turned. A girl about his age stood there wearing a red Target vest over a white shirt. Her name tag read Maya. Dark hair pulled back in a ponytail. Brown eyes behind black framed glasses. Average height. Cute in that approachable way that made her easy to talk to. Perfect. "Yeah, actually," Jordan said, "I'm looking for a book." Maya smiled. "You're in the right section." "No, I mean like a specific book. For class." "Which class?" Jordan's brain scrambled. What classes did he even take? Math 31B, Econ 2, Management 1A, Sociology 1. Sociology, Jordan said. "We're supposed to read something about social structures." Maya tilted her head. "Do you remember the author?" "Not really. My professor just mentioned it in passing, and I forgot to write it down." "What's the professor's name?" "Delgado." Maya pulled out her phone and tapped the screen a few times. "Professor Delgado teaches at Pacific Crest, right?" "Yeah. You go there?" "No. Too expensive. I go to community college and work here part-time." Maya scrolled through her phone. "Let me check the syllabus online. Sometimes professors post them publicly." She moved closer so Jordan could see her screen. She smelled like coffee and something floral. Probably lotion from the beauty section. Jordan glanced at her profile. Nice jawline. Clear skin. The glasses worked for her. "Stop it. You're here to complete a quest, not rate every girl you meet." Maya's eyebrows pulled together. "I'm not seeing anything." "Are you sure it was Delgado?" "Pretty sure." "What's your major?" "Business econ." "Then why are you taking sociology?" "General education requirement." Maya nodded. "That makes sense. Most of those classes assign pretty generic textbooks, though. You could probably find it in your campus bookstore." "Yeah, probably." Silence fell between them. Maya looked at Jordan expectantly. Jordan looked back. "Say something." 2 minutes. "You need 2 minutes of conversation." "So you work here full-time?" Jordan asked. "Part-time. 20 hours a week. I'm trying to save money for when I transfer to a 4-year. What do you want to transfer?" "Maybe Pacific Crest if I can get enough financial aid. Maybe Cal State Long Beach if I can't." "Pacific Crest is cool. Expensive, but cool." Maya laughed. "That's what everyone says. Cool, but expensive. It's basically Disneyland for rich kids who want to pretend they're getting an education." "Do you like it there?" Jordan considered the question. Did he like Pacific Crest? He'd spent most of his first semester hiding in his apartment and throwing money at a girl who didn't know he existed. He'd skipped half his classes. He'd eaten nothing but delivery food and energy drinks. "I don't know yet," Jordan said honestly. "I kind of wasted my first semester. Bad grades. Bad everything." Maya studied his face. "You seem like you're doing okay now. Today's the first day I've done anything productive in like 2 weeks. What changed?" Jordan thought about the system, about the golden interface tracking his every move, about Chloe sitting on her couch telling him not to be weird, about his father's voice on the phone saying he was proud. "New year, new me," Jordan said. Maya smiled. "That's a good reason." Jordan checked his phone. 6:41 p.m. He'd been talking to Maya for 3 minutes and 12 seconds. "Quest complete." "Thanks for the help," Jordan said. "I'll check the bookstore." "No problem. Good luck with your classes." Jordan walked away before his brain could supply any more honest answers to personal questions. He headed for the exit, weaving between carts and displays. His phone buzzed the moment he stepped outside. Confetti ball, daily quest completed. Confetti ball. Path to becoming Adonis. All objectives complete. Reward, 3 quest tickets. Full stamina recovery applied. Total tickets, 21 admission tickets. Gotcha available. Spend 10 tickets. Jordan stopped walking. The parking lot stretched out in front of him. His Civic sat 30 feet away under a streetlight. Full stamina recovery. He felt good. Better than good. Like his body had reset to factory settings. No ox. No tallernis. Just clean energy running through every muscle. The system actually works. Jordan climbed into his car and sat there staring at his phone. 21 quest tickets. The gotcha system cost 10 tickets for a bronze pull. He opened the gotcha interface. Slot machine gotcha system. Ticket costs. Bronze gotcha, 10 tickets. Silver gotcha, 50 tickets. Gold gotcha, 100 tickets. Platinum gotcha, 250 tickets. Milestone rewards only. Available pulls. Bronze, 2 available. Silver, 0 available. Gold, 0 available. Platinum, 0 available. Current balance, 21 tickets. Pull bronze gotcha? Jordan's finger hovered over the button. What if it's something useless? What if I waste 10 tickets on like a motivational poster or a coupon for Subway? But what if it's something good? He pressed the button. The screen exploded with light. Gold particles swirled across the display, forming a spinning wheel with various icons. The wheel spun faster and faster, blurring the images together until Jordan couldn't tell what any of them were. The wheel slowed. Slowed. Stopped. Holy shit, is this really a bronze gotcha pull? Chapter 22 My life is a gotcha game now. Jordan stared at his phone screen as golden light pulsed through the car's interior, casting strange shadows across the dashboard. The wheel had stopped, and text materialized across the display in bold letters. Equals equals equals. Sparkles bronze gotcha results sparkles. Tune-up. Rare trait. Your body has received a tune-up. All previous health complications resulting from your neglectful lifestyle have been permanently erased. Latent genetic potential unlocked. Muscle mass, cardiovascular health, and postural alignment optimized to peak baseline. Warning: this is not permanent. Maintenance required through proper diet, exercise, and self-care. Neglect will result in gradual regression to baseline condition. Equals equals equals. Jordan read the notification 3 times. His brain processed the words, but couldn't quite connect them to reality. Previous health complications erased. Latent genetic potential increased. Fit and healthy body. What is that even? Warmth flooded through him. It started in his chest, spreading outward like someone had poured hot chocolate directly into his bloodstream. Not burning, not uncomfortable, just pleasant heat radiating through every muscle, every joint, every cell. Jordan's hands gripped the steering wheel as the sensation intensified. His shoulders relaxed without him thinking about it. His lower back, which had been a constant low-grade ache since the cleaning marathon, loosened and straightened. His knees, which sometimes clicked when he walked upstairs, went silent and smooth. The warmth reached his face. His skin tingled. His jaw felt different, stronger. His neck thickened slightly, gaining definition he'd never had before. Jordan gasped. His lungs expanded further than they should have. Air flowed easier, cleaner, like someone had unclogged pipes he didn't know were blocked. His stomach contracted, not painfully, just tightening, solidifying. The soft layer of fat that had lived there since high school melted away under invisible hands, revealing muscle underneath that shouldn't exist yet. Jordan looked down at his chest. Even through his new button-up shirt, he could see his body had changed shape. Broader shoulders, narrower waist. The fabric pulled differently across his frame. Holy shit. The warmth faded, leaving behind a body that felt fundamentally different. Jordan sat there breathing hard, not from exertion, but from shock. His heart beat strong and steady in his chest. No racing, no panique, just calm, powerful rhythm. He needed to see. Jordan killed the engine and climbed out of the Civic. The Target parking lot stretched around him under fluorescent lights, mostly empty now as the store approached closing time. Nobody paid attention to the guy standing next to a white Honda looking at his phone. Jordan walked around to the back of his car where the street light didn't reach as directly. He set his phone on the trunk, opened his new bomber jacket, and started unbuttoning his shirt. The fabric fell away. ABS, actual 6 of them, clearly defined, running down his stomach in a pattern that belonged on fitness Instagram, not on a guy who'd spent 2 weeks eating cold pizza and watching League of Legends streams. AV line cut down from his hips toward his waistband, sharp enough to cast shadows. His chest had muscle now, pecs that actually existed instead of soft, shapeless flesh. His shoulders were broader, rounder, like someone had inflated them slightly without making him look cartoonish. Jordan turned around and craned his neck to see his back in the Civic's rear window reflection. The streetlight behind him created just enough contrast. His back had that tapered shape he'd seen on guys at the gym, wide at the shoulders and narrow at the waist. Muscle groups he couldn't name formed visible patterns under his skin. His arms looked different too. Bigger. Not huge, but substantial. Forearms with visible veins. Biceps that actually filled out his shirt sleeves instead of just existing inside them. Jordan ran his hand over his stomach. The abs were real. Solid. He pressed harder. Firm muscle underneath, no give it all. His fingers traced the V-line down to his jeans. This is insane. He pulled his shirt back on and buttoned it up, fingers shaking slightly. The fabric fit better now, filled out properly instead of hanging loose. His shoulders pushed against the seams in a way that looked intentional rather than sloppy. Jordan grabbed his phone and opened the camera app. He switched to selfie mode and held it at arm's length. The guy staring back at him was still Jordan McKnight. Same hazel eyes, same newly fixed hair, same face, but different. His jawline was sharper, his cheekbones more prominent, his neck thicker and more defined. He looked like someone had taken the Jordan from yesterday and upgraded him to the version that actually went to the gym and ate protein. This is what I could have been if I hadn't spent 18 years being a lazy piece of shit. Jordan checked the notification again. The warning at the bottom glowed slightly. Warning, this is not permanent. Maintenance required through proper diet, exercise, and self-care. Neglect will result in gradual regression to baseline condition. So it's like New Game Plus. I got handed an upgraded body, but if I go back to eating garbage and sitting on my ass all day, it'll disappear. That's fair, actually. The system wasn't giving him a free pass. It was giving him a head start. Jordan climbed back into his car and sat there looking at his reflection in the rearview mirror. His face had changed just enough that he barely recognized himself. Not a different person, just a better version. The version that could have existed if he'd made better choices. He looked down at his phone. The gacha interface was still open. Current balance, 11 tickets. Bronze gacha, 1 pull remaining available. Jordan's finger hovered over the button. That was a rare trait. From a bronze pull. The lowest tier. What would silver give him? What about gold? But he only had 11 tickets. He needed 10 for another bronze pull. He'd have one ticket left over. Fuck it. I'm riding the high. Chapter 2323, The Biohazard Upgrade. Jordan pressed the button. The screen exploded with golden light again. The wheel materialized and started spinning, icons blurring together into an incomprehensible mass of color. This time Jordan watched the wheel more carefully. He caught glimpses of the images as they flickered past. Some looked valuable. Others looked useless. He saw what might have been a car, a bag of money, a dumbbell, a question mark. The wheel slowed. Slowed. Stopped. Equals. Sparkles bronze gotcha result sparkles. Ceaseless discharge. Trash trait. Not the one from the video game. Seminal fluid regeneration rates have been optimized to near instantaneous levels. Total volume capacity and expulsion metrics substantially magnified. System note: please utilize responsibly. You are already a documented biohazard. Equals. Jordan read the notification. Read it again. Blinked. You gotta be fucking kidding me. He stared at his phone screen like it had personally insulted his mother. The golden interface glowed cheerfully back at him, completely unaware that it had just handed him the most useless power imaginable. Ceaseless discharge. Trash tier. Jordan wanted to laugh, or cry, or throw his phone out the window and drive into the ocean. This is what happens when you gamble. You get abs and immediate reload speed for your dick. He closed the gotcha interface and opened his status screen instead. Jordan McKnight. Active traits. Tune up rare. Body optimized to peak genetic potential. Maintenance required. Ceaseless discharge, trash. Regeneration substantially increased. Volume substantially increased. 2 traits. One actually useful. One absolutely worthless unless he planned to start his own OnlyFans account. Although, Jordan's brain supplied an unwanted image of Chloe sitting on her couch in Unit 403, looking at him with those blue eyes. Nope. Stop. She's your neighbor. She's also a transaction. Do not go down that road. But the system had registered her at 20% attraction. That was 12% higher than when they'd started lunch. Something he was doing was working. And now he had abs. Jordan checked his reflection in the rearview mirror one more time. His new face looked back at him, sharp and defined. He lifted his shirt slightly and confirmed the abs were still there. Real. Solid. His V-line cut down toward his jeans like an arrow pointing at his newly upgraded reload speed. This is the stupidest day of my life. Also possibly the best. Jordan started his car and pulled out of the Target parking lot. Traffic was lighter now, mostly people heading home from work or going out for dinner. He merged onto PCH and let the road carry him south toward the Cooper garment lofts. His phone buzzed. Jordan glanced at it, a notification from his banking app. He'd received a direct deposit. His stomach dropped. Jordan pulled into a gas station parking lot and opened the app with shaking hands. Recent transactions. Deposit, $500. Source, Infinite Cashback System. Date, January 10th, 8:47 p.m. Note, milestone bonus registered beauty, slot 1 activated. Balance, $1,910.29. $500. Just appeared. No explanation beyond milestone bonus. Jordan sat there staring at his phone. This morning, I was a virgin loser crying over a girl who never liked me. Tonight, I have abs and $1,900 and a neighbor who might actually think I'm interesting. Jordan looked at his reflection. The guy in the mirror looked back with sharp features and clear eyes and the kind of body that took normal people months to build. The warning flashed through his mind again. Not permanent. Maintenance required. Jordan pulled out of the gas station and headed home. He needed to sleep. Tomorrow he had classes. Real classes. That he would actually attend. Because the system was watching and the system kept score, and Jordan was done being the kind of person who wasted opportunities. His phone buzzed again. Daily quest reset. 1 second. New objectives available in 3 hours, 11 minutes. Rest recommended. Jordan drove home. The Cooper garment lofts appeared on his right, industrial brick walls lit by streetlights. He parked in his usual spot 3 spaces down from Chloe's white Civic and killed the engine. Unit 403's windows were dark. Jordan grabbed his phone and headed inside. The lobby was empty. The elevator arrived immediately. He rode up to the 4th floor alone, walked down the hallway past Unit 403 without looking at it, and unlocked his own door. His apartment was clean. Actually clean. Floors visible. Kitchen gleaming. No trash box. No krusty socks. No evidence of the person he used to be. Jordan climbed the stairs to his loft and collapsed onto his bed. The sheets were fresh from the dryer. His mattress still had some questionable stains, but the baking soda had done its job. He pulled out his phone one last time. Heart with ribbon cashback system. Active connections. Chlokim topluine. Chemistry, 20%. Return rate, 0.4x. Last interaction, 2 hours, 8 minutes ago. Jordan set his phone on his nightstand and closed his eyes. His body felt good. Better than good. Perfect, actually. No ox. No sournis. Just clean energy humming through every muscle. Tomorrow he'd go to class. He'd talk to people. He'd use his new body and his new face and his clean apartment to start building the life he should have had all along. Tonight he'd sleep. The last thought that crossed his mind before unconsciousness took him was this. I wonder what silver gotcha gives you. Chapter 24, 24 maintenance required. Jordan woke up, and his body felt like it had been rebuilt from scratch. No ox, no kariaki yoins, no lower back screaming at him for sleeping wrong. Just this clean energy running through his muscles like he'd somehow gotten 8 hours of perfect sleep instead of the usual restless tossing. He sat up, stretched, his shoulders rolled back smooth and easy. The hell? Jordan looked down at his stomach. The abs were still there. 6 distinct lines cutting down his torso like someone had carved them with a chisel. His chest had actual shape to it now, pecs that filled out space instead of just existing as soft nothing. The tune-up trait hadn't worn off overnight. Jordan stood and walked to the bathroom. His reflection stared back at him from the freshly clean mirror. Same hazel eyes, same newly fixed hair, but his jaw looked sharper, his cheekbones more defined. The dark circles under his eyes had faded to almost nothing. He looked like someone who went to bed at a reasonable hour instead of staying up until 4 a.m. watching league streams. Jordan grabbed his phone from the nightstand. 7:23 a.m. The daily quest had reset at midnight according to the notification he'd gotten last night. He opened the system interface. Daily quest. Path to becoming Adonis. Objectives. Physical. Log 90 minutes of physical activity. Hygiene level 1. Shower using actual soap. Hygiene level 2. Brush teeth for a full 2 minutes. Floss. Grooming. Apply basic skincare, Washington moisturize. Sunscreen. Social. Speak to 3 different beauties for 2 minutes each. Requirement. Maintain eye contact. Do not apologize for existing. Do not offer to buy them anything. Rewards. Full stamina recovery. 3 quest tickets, admission tickets. Same objectives as yesterday. 90 minutes of physical activity topped the list. Jordan stared at the requirement. An itch started under his skin, a restless energy that had nowhere to go in his clean apartment. The thought of staying inside, of doing nothing with this new body, felt fundamentally wrong. Yesterday, he'd completed the physical activity requirement by accident. 5 hours of cleaning his disaster apartment had counted toward the total. But today his apartment was clean. No trash bags to haul. No mattress to vacuum. No biological anomalies to excavate from under his bed. He had to actually choose to do the work. Jordan walked back to his bedroom and opened his closet. His gym clothes sat folded on the shelf where he'd put them after washing everything yesterday. Black shorts. Gray tank top. Running shoes that he'd bought freshman year and worn exactly twice. He looked at the clothes, and the familiar excuses surfaced on instinct. Too tired. Too sore. Maybe tomorrow. But the system's warning cut through the whining. This is not permanent. Maintenance required through proper diet, exercise, and self-care. He had abs right now. A body that looked like it belonged to someone who actually gave a shit. But if he sat on his ass and went back to his old habits, this would all disappear. The muscle would melt. The fat would return. He'd wake up one morning looking like the guy who got cucked in a parking lot on Christmas. Not happening. Jordan grabbed the gym clothes and changed. The tank top fit better now. His shoulders filled it out. His arms looked bigger than they had any right to be after one magical gotcha pull. He checked his reflection one more time. The guy staring back at him looked ready to actually work out instead of just pretending. Good start. Jordan walked downstairs and stood in his living room. The problem was obvious. He didn't know how to work out. Not really. He'd done some push-ups in high school, ran a few laps in PE, but actual structured exercise, building a routine, that was foreign territory. He could figure it out on his own. Watch YouTube videos. Do bodyweight stuff in his apartment. Or, Jordan pulled out his phone and opened his messages. The group chat with Kyle and Leo sat near the top of his recent conversations. The boys with a flexed bicep emoji next to the name. Kyle had been texting that chat for months, inviting Jordan to the gym, sending workout plans, posting progress pictures that made Jordan feel bad about himself. Jordan had ignored every single message. The most recent text from Kyle was from 3 days ago, January 7th. A picture of Kyle at the university gym with some caption about leg day destroying his soul. Leo had responded with a skull emoji and, "Bro, I'm eating pizza. Aaron, don't send me this." Jordan had left it on read. He opened the chat and started typing. Jordan, thinking about hitting the university gym today. Who's in? He hit send before his brain could stop him. The message sat there in the chat. Delivered. Read receipts showed both Kyle and Leo had seen it immediately. 3 dots appeared under Kyle's name. Kyle Biro. Kyle, are you serious? Kyle, did you just ask T.O. go to the gym? Kyle, who is this? Kyle, Jordan, what happened? Leo's response came right after. Leo, fake news. Leo, Jordan doesn't go outside. Leo, this is his mom, isn't it? Jordan laughed despite himself. Fair. He deserved that. Jordan, not fake. I'm serious. You've been asking me to go for like 6 months. I'm asking now. Kyle, what time? Kyle, I'm free all morning. Kyle, I will literally cancel plans to see this. Leo, I'm not going. Leo, gyms are scams. Leo, you're paying money to pick up heavy things and put them down. Leo, that's called manual labor, and people used to get paid for that. Jordan, so that's 1 yes and 1 coward. Leo, I'm not a coward. I'm financially responsible. Leo, also I had Jack in a Box for breakfast. Leo, if I go to the gym right now, I'm going to throw up on someone. Kyle sent a gif of someone doing a victory dance. Kyle, me and Jordan gym date. Kyle, redemption arc starts today. Kyle, I'll meet you at the rec center in 30. Kyle, bring water and a towel. Kyle, and your student ID for the scan. Jordan looked at the time. 7:34 a.m. The rec center opened at 6, according to the Pacific Crest website. Kyle wanted to meet in 30 minutes, which meant Jordan needed to leave in 20. Jordan, see you there. He locked his phone and grabbed his keys. His student ID sat in his wallet where it had been gathering dust since September. Jordan pulled it out and looked at the photo. The picture had been taken during freshman orientation. August 2024. Jordan looked soft in that photo. Undefined jaw, dull eyes, the same apologetic expression he'd worn for most of his life. The guy in the mirror right now looked nothing like that photo. Jordan pocketed his ID and headed for the door. His hand touched the knob, and he paused. Chloe lived next door, Unit 403. One wall separated their apartments. Was she awake? Did she work out? Maybe she went to the university gym, too. Jordan shook his head and opened the door. The hallway was empty. No sounds came from Unit 403. The whole floor was quiet except for someone's TV playing faintly from down the hall. He locked his apartment and headed for the elevator. Chapter 25 Proximity Alert. The rec center was a 10-minute drive from the Cooper Garment Lofts. Jordan merged onto the main road and followed the GPS directions toward campus. Traffic was light this early. Most students were still asleep or getting ready for classes that didn't start until 9 or 10. The Pacific Crest campus appeared on his right. Sprawling buildings, manicured lawns, students walking between classes, even though it was barely 8 in the morning. Jordan turned into the parking structure and found a spot on the 3rd level. The rec center sat at the edge of campus. A massive modern building with floor-to-ceiling windows and the school logo stamped above the entrance. Jordan walked up to the front doors and scanned his student ID at the reader. The light turned green. The door clicked open. Inside was chaos. Not bad chaos. Active chaos. The kind that came from 200 college kids trying to get their workout in before classes started. Treadmills lined one wall. Weight racks filled the center of the space. Machines occupied the far side. A second floor overlooked the main gym area with what looked like a basketball court visible through glass doors. Music pumped through speakers. Not too loud, just enough to give the space energy. Jordan stood there taking it all in and feeling completely out of place. A hand clapped him on the shoulder. "Bro, you actually showed up." Jordan turned. Kyle stood next to him, wearing a black cutoff shirt and gym shorts. His arms looked bigger than Jordan remembered. His shoulders filled out the shirt like he'd been lifting seriously for months. "You look different," Kyle said. Jordan blinked. "Different how?" Kyle circled him once. His eyes narrowed. "Did you get taller?" "No. You look taller. And your face looks..." Kyle waved his hand vaguely. "I don't know. Less depressed. I got my hair fixed." "It's not just the hair." Kyle stepped back and crossed his arms. "Did you start working out without me?" "Yes. The system gave me magical abs and fixed my entire body in one night." "I cleaned my apartment," Jordan said instead. "Took like 5 hours. Maybe that counts." Kyle laughed. "Cleaning counts as cardio if you do it right. But that doesn't explain why you look like you've been hitting the gym for a month." Jordan shrugged. "Good lighting." "Sure. Good lighting." Kyle didn't look convinced, but he let it drop. "You eat breakfast?" "No. Me neither. We'll grab something after. First, I'm going to teach you how to not die on your first day." Kyle led Jordan through the gym. They passed the cardio section where girls in matching athletic sets ran on treadmills while watching Netflix on their phones. One of them looked up as Jordan walked by. Her eyes tracked him for a second longer than necessary before returning to her screen. Jordan's phone buzzed in his pocket. He ignored it. Kyle stopped at the weight area. Free weights lined one wall, organized by size. Benches sat in rows with bars racked above them. The space smelled like rubber and sweat, and that distinct metallic scent that came from heavily used equipment. "We're starting simple," Kyle said. "Push, pull, legs. You know what those mean?" "No." "Push is chest, shoulders, triceps. Anything where you push weight away from your body. Pull is back and biceps. Anything where you pull weight toward you. Legs is self-explanatory." Jordan nodded like this made perfect sense. Kyle grabbed 2 dumbbells off the rack, 20 pounds each. He handed them to Jordan. "Bicep curls. 10 reps. Show me your form." Jordan held the dumbbells at his sides. He bent his elbows and lifted the weights toward his shoulders. His biceps flexed under his skin. The movement felt natural. "Easy. Slower," Kyle said. "Control the weight on the way down. Don't just drop it." Jordan repeated the movement. Slower this time. His muscles engaged properly. The burn started around rep 7. "Good. Again." Jordan did another set. Then another. Kyle corrected his form twice. Told him to keep his elbows tucked. "Don't swing the weights." By the 4th set, Jordan's arms were screaming. "That's normal," Kyle said when Jordan mentioned it. "You're using muscles that have been asleep for months. They're going to hurt. That's how you know it's working." They moved through the workout. Chest press, shoulder raises, tricep extensions. Kyle called out reps and sets while Jordan followed instructions. The movements became routine after a while. Lift, lower, breathe, repeat. Jordan's phone buzzed again. Then again. "You gonna check that?" Kyle asked between sets. "It's fine. Could be important." Jordan pulled out his phone. 3 notifications from the system. Beauty detected, proximity alert. Beauty detected, proximity alert. Beauty detected, proximity alert. The notifications blinked at him with little heart icons. Jordan scanned the gym. Girls everywhere. Running on treadmills. Using machines. Stretching on mats in the corner. Any one of them could have triggered the alert. His eyes caught on a girl near the squat racks. Black leggings, sports bra, blonde ponytail. She was loading plates onto a bar with the kind of confidence that said she knew exactly what she was doing. She glanced up, made eye contact with Jordan for half a second, looked away. Jordan's phone buzzed. Beauty detected. Registered as slot 2? Current chemistry, unknown. Scan requires proximity within 10 feet. Jordan locked his phone and shoved it back in his pocket. Everything good? Kyle asked. Yeah, just my mom. Your mom texts you this early. She worries. Kyle laughed and handed Jordan a water bottle. Moms, man. Mine still asks if I'm eating enough vegetables. They finished the workout an hour later. Jordan's entire body felt like it had been wrung out and left to dry. His arms shook when he lifted his water bottle. His chest burned. His legs wobbled on the walk back to the locker room. But the system notification appeared right on schedule. Sparkle's daily quest progress sparkles. Physical activity. 68/90 minutes completed. Keep going. You're almost there. 68 minutes. He needed 22 more to hit the requirement. You gonna do some cardio? Jordan asked. Kyle raised an eyebrow. You want to do more? I'm trying to hit 90 minutes. Why 90? Because a magical phone app told me to. I read somewhere that's the sweet spot for beginners, Jordan said. All right, treadmill or bike? Treadmill. They headed back to the cardio section. The girl in the matching athletic set was still there. So was the blonde from the squat rack. And 3 others Jordan hadn't noticed before. His phone stayed silent in his pocket. Jordan climbed onto a treadmill and started walking. Kyle took the one next to him and immediately cranked his speed up to a jog. Start slow, Kyle called over. Build up to running. Don't blow out your knees on day 1. Jordan increased his speed gradually. Walk. Power walk. Slow jog. His body responded better than expected. His legs moved smooth. His lungs didn't burn. The tune-up trait was carrying him through this. 20 minutes later, the system pinged. Sparkle's objective complete Sparkles. Physical activity. 90/90 minutes. Well done. Your body thanks you. Jordan slowed the treadmill and stepped off. His shirt was soaked through with sweat. His face was flushed. But he felt good. Actually good. Kyle finished his run and joined him. Not bad for your first time. You kept up better than I thought you would. I'm full of surprises. Clearly. Kyle grabbed his towel and wiped his face. You want to grab food? There's a place off campus that does protein bowls. Jordan's stomach growled. He'd burned through whatever energy his body had stored, and now it was demanding payment. Yeah, let's go. Chapter 26. 26 Amazon Princesses and Other Goals. The protein bowl place was called Fit Fuel. It sat 3 blocks off campus in a strip mall between a yoga studio and a vitamin shop. The parking lot was half full with cars that screamed, I meal prep on Sundays. Teslas, Priuses, a couple of those electric bikes locked to the rack out front. Jordan followed Kyle through the glass doors. The smell hit him immediately. Fresh fruit, grilled chicken, that weird earthy scent that came from kale and spinach smoothies. The menu board covered the entire wall behind counter. Bowls, wraps, smoothies. Everything came with a calorie count listed next to the price like a warning label. First time here, Kyle asked. Yeah. Get the Warrior Bowl. Quinoa base, grilled chicken, sweet potato, spinach, and this honey sriracha sauce that's actually good. Jordan looked at the prices. $14 for a bowl. $16 if you added extra protein. His bank account had $1,900 in it now. $14 was nothing. Sounds good. I'll get that. They moved up to the counter. The girl working the register wore a green Fit Fuel shirt and a smile that looked like it came from corporate training videos. Her name tag said, What can I get you guys? Kyle ordered first. The Warrior Bowl with extra chicken and a green smoothie that probably tasted like grass clippings. And for you, Ashley looked at Jordan. Same bowl. No smoothie. Anything to drink? Water's fine. Ashley rang them up. $29.47 total. Jordan pulled out his card before Kyle could reach for his wallet. I got it. Thanks for showing me the workout stuff. Kyle raised an eyebrow. You sure? Yeah, you can get it next time. All right. Appreciate it. Jordan tapped his card on the reader. The transaction went through. Ashley handed him a plastic number stand with a big 37 printed on both sides. We'll bring it out when it's ready. Grab a seat anywhere. Kyle led them to a booth near the window. The seats were that fake leather material that stuck to your legs when you wore shorts. Jordan slid in across from Kyle and set the number stand in the middle of the table. A water station sat against the wall. Self-serve cups and a dispenser with lemon slices floating in it. Kyle got up and filled 2 cups. He brought them back and slid one across the table. Jordan drank half of it in one go. His body was screaming for hydration after sweating through an hour and a half of lifting and cardio. Kyle drank his water slower. He set the cup down and looked at Jordan for a second longer than normal. So, I'm sorry about the thing. Jordan paused mid-drink. What thing? The breakup with Eliza. Jordan set his cup down. The condensation left a ring on the table. How'd you know about that? Kyle's face did this apologetic half-grimace. Eliza's been posting it on Instagram. Her and Cameron, kissing on New Year's. Matching captions about new beginnings and all that garbage. Jordan's chest tightened. He deleted Instagram 2 weeks ago specifically so he wouldn't have to see that. Cameron's been posting on Snapchat too, Kyle continued. Stories of Eliza sleeping in his bed. Captions like, what a way to wake up to the new year. Posted it like 10 days ago. Jordan gripped his water cup. The plastic crinkled under his fingers. I didn't want to bring it up over text, Kyle said quickly. Felt like one of those things you say in person. But look at you, man. That post-breakup lock and does something to guys. You look completely different. The tightness in Jordan's chest spread. Fuck, it still hurt. Knowing Eliza was out there posting Cameron like a trophy while Jordan had been rotting in his apartment crying over her. Yeah, well, Jordan's voice came out rougher than he intended. It still hurts. I really liked her. Kyle nodded, didn't interrupt. But it's all in the past now. Eliza got left in last year. Should have listened to me in November, Kyle said. I told you she was shady. Jordan laughed. It came out bitter. Yeah, you did. I was too blind to see it. Too desperate. Too pathetic. Too convinced that throwing money at her would make her love him back. Kyle leaned forward. Fuck Cameron. Fuck Eliza. We're gonna find some women for us, man. Better ones. Yeah. Hell yeah. Jordan took another drink of water. You still looking for your Amazon princess? Kyle's entire face lit up. Of course. I love a woman who can kick my ass and has a nice ass. Jordan choked on his water. He coughed and laughed at the same time while Kyle grinned like an idiot across the table. What? I know what I like. At least you're honest about it. Life's too short to pretend you don't have a type. Ashley appeared at their table holding 2 bowls. She set them down carefully and took the number stand. Enjoy. The bowls looked exactly like the menu photos. Quinoa piled at the bottom, grilled chicken strips on top, sweet potato chunks, spinach, the honey sriracha sauce drizzled over everything in a zigzag pattern. Jordan picked up his fork. The first bite was good. Actually good. The sauce had this sweet heat that worked with the quinoa and chicken. Kyle was already halfway through his bowl. So what's your type? Kyle asked between bites. Jordan thought about it. Eliza had been his type. Blonde. Pretty. Popular. The kind of girl who looked good in photos and knew it. But Chloe was different. Dark hair with blue streaks. Sharp eyes. The way she'd looked at him in her apartment yesterday, without the mask and sunglasses. Smaller than Eliza, but more real somehow. I don't know anymore, Jordan said. Fair. Post-breakup is a good time to reset your standards anyway. They ate in silence for a minute. The food was filling in a way that fast food never was. Jordan could feel his body processing the protein and carbs. Actual fuel instead of empty calories. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Jordan ignored it. It buzzed again, then a third time. You gonna check that? Kyle asked. Jordan pulled out his phone. 3 notifications from the system. Heart with ribbon, daily quest progress, heart with ribbon. Social objective, 0/3 beauties contacted. Current progress, you talked to Ashley at the register for 47 seconds. Does not meet minimum 2-minute requirement. Get back out there. Jordan locked his phone. My mom again. Nah, just some app notifications. Kyle nodded and went back to his bowl. You coming to class today? Yeah. What do you have? Econ 2 at 9. Math 31B at 10. You. Same schedule. We can walk over together after this. Jordan finished his bowl. The honey sriracha sauce had left his lips tingling. He drank the rest of his water and stared out the window at the parking lot. A girl walked past. Black leggings, oversized hoodie, blonde hair in a messy bun. His phone stayed silent. Not her. Another girl appeared. This one had dark hair pulled into a high ponytail. Athletic build. She was talking on her phone and laughing at something the other person said. Still nothing. You good? Kyle asked. Yeah, just thinking. About Chloe's face when she opened the door yesterday. The way her eyes went wide when she realized who he was. The panic in her voice when she told him not to say her name in the hallway. 20% chemistry. That's what the system said. Up from 8% after one lunch and one conversation in her apartment. But she told him to pretend she didn't exist. Nothing important, Jordan said finally. Kyle wiped his mouth with a napkin and checked his phone. We got 30 minutes before class. You want to head to campus or kill time here? Let's head over. I need to grab my textbooks from my car anyway. Chapter 27. 27 Resisting the RNG. They stood up. Kyle grabbed both their trays and dumped them in the trash can near the door. Jordan held the door open and they walked out into the morning sun. The drive to campus took 6 minutes. Jordan parked in the same structure as before. Third level. Spot near the stairwell. Kyle's car was 2 rows over. A silver Toyota that looked like it had been through 3 different owners before landing with him. Meet you at the lecture hall? Kyle asked. Yeah, I'll be there. Jordan walked to his Civic and popped the trunk. His backpack sat in the corner next to a gym bag he'd forgotten about. He grabbed the backpack and checked inside. Notebook, pens, laptop, his econ textbook that still had the shrink wrap on it. He slung the backpack over his shoulder and locked the car. The walk to the econ building took 10 minutes. Students filled the pathways between buildings. Some rushing, some strolling. Groups clustered on benches talking and laughing. Jordan kept his head down and followed the signs. The lecture hall was massive. 300 seats arranged in steep rows facing a projector screen and a whiteboard that stretched the length of the room. Students were already filtering in, taking seats near their friends, setting up laptops and tablets. Jordan found Kyle sitting halfway up on the left side. He climbed the stairs and dropped into the seat next to him. Saved you a spot, Kyle said. Thanks. More students filed in. The professor hadn't arrived yet, but the clock above the door said 8:57. Jordan pulled out his laptop and opened a blank document. His fingers hovered over the keyboard. A girl walked past their row. Tall, long brown hair. She wore ripped jeans and a Pacific Crest hoodie. Jordan's phone buzzed. He pulled it out onto the desk. Beauty detected, proximity alert. The notification blinked. A small heart icon pulsed in the corner. Jordan looked up. The girl had taken a seat 3 rows ahead. She was talking to another girl next to her, laughing about something. Beauty detected. Registered as slot 2? Jordan's thumb hovered over the screen. Slot 2 was still empty. He'd locked Chloe into slot 1 yesterday at the Ivy. But slot 2 was open. Available. Waiting. The system wanted him to register this girl. Track her attraction in real time. Start building that second connection. But registering someone meant commitment. Belmano. No take-backs. Jordan locked his phone and shoved it back in his pocket. Not yet. The professor walked in. A middle-aged woman with graying hair and glasses. She set her bag on the desk and pulled up the first slide of the lecture. Good morning. Let's talk about GDP and aggregate demand. Jordan opened his notebook and started taking notes. His handwriting was messy but readable. The lecture moved fast. Graphs, equations, real-world examples about inflation and unemployment. Kyle typed everything on his laptop. His fingers flew across the keyboard without looking down. The professor's voice faded into background noise after 20 minutes. Jordan's mind wandered. Chloe lived next door, 20 feet away through a shared wall. She pulled him into her apartment yesterday and asked him not to tell anyone about her identity. 20% chemistry. That meant she didn't hate him, didn't think he was a creep, just a guy she'd had lunch with who happened to live in the same building. But she'd also slammed the door in his face. Twice. The system said he needed to talk to 3 different beauties today. 2 minutes each. Maintain eye contact. Don't apologize for existing. Don't offer to buy them things. He talked to Ashley at Fit Fuel for 47 seconds. Not enough. He needed 2 more. Jordan glanced around the lecture hall. Girls everywhere, sitting in clusters, taking notes, staring at their phones under the desk. His phone buzzed again. Jordan checked it. Heart with Ribbon Daily Quest Reminder. Heart with Ribbon. You have 14 hours remaining to complete your social objectives. Current progress, 0/3. Don't let the day end without trying. Jordan locked his phone. The screen went dark. The professor dismissed class at 9:47. Students packed up their bags and filed toward the exits. Math next? Kyle asked. Yeah. They walked across campus to the math building. Another lecture hall. Another 300 seats. Another professor who spoke too fast and expected everyone to keep up. Jordan sat through the entire 50 minutes without absorbing a single word. His notebook stayed blank. His laptop remained closed. The girl from econ was in this class too. Same seat, 3 rows ahead. His phone didn't buzz. Class ended. Kyle stretched and yawned. You want to grab lunch after this? Jordan checked the time. 10:52. I got some stuff to do. Rain check. Sure. Text me later. They split up outside the math building. Kyle headed toward the library. Jordan walked back to the parking structure. His phone buzzed the second he was alone. Heart with Ribbon attention. Heart with Ribbon. Chloe Kim detected within 500 feet of your location. Current chemistry, 20%. Jordan stopped walking. He looked around. Students everywhere. Walking to class. Sitting on benches. Standing in groups. No blue hair streaks. No white baseball cap. Jordan pulled up the system interface. A small map appeared showing his location as a blue dot. Another dot blinked red about 300 feet northeast of him. The red dot was moving, slowly, toward the student union building. Jordan's feet started moving before his brain caught up. Chapter 28, 28-0. It's you. The student union building had 2 floors. Jordan knew this because he'd been a student here for 4 months and had never actually gone inside. He'd passed it 100 times, eaten from the vending machines on the ground floor twice. That was the extent of his relationship with this building. The red dot on the system map blinked on the 2nd floor. Jordan took the stairs. The 2nd floor opened into a wide common area with high ceilings and floor-to-ceiling windows facing the quad. Long communal tables, clusters of armchairs, a Starbucks kiosk in the far corner with a line stretching back 6 people. Jordan stepped off the last stair and immediately saw them. 3 girls at a table near the windows. The first one had honey blonde hair that caught the morning light and made it look deliberate, like she'd scheduled the sun to hit her at this exact angle. Tall even sitting down, blue eyes that moved around the room like she was keeping a running tally of everyone in it. Her outfit probably cost more than Jordan's monthly grocery budget, if Jordan had a grocery budget. White crop top, jeans that fit like someone measured her twice and still got it perfect. A Goyard tote hanging off the back of her chair that Jordan only recognized because Eliza had pointed one out at a boutique and told him the waiting list was 3 years. Dit was Alexis van der Berg. Jordan knew of her the way everyone at Pacific Crest knew of her. You didn't need to have met her. Her existence was campus infrastructure. The second girl had black hair split into twin tails with pink ribbons, and she wore a pastel plaid skirt with thigh-high socks and a frilly blouse that looked like it came from a fashion magazine Jordan had never read. She was small and bouncy, even while sitting, her hands moving around while she talked, her eyes wide and expressive. An Ida bag covered in keychains hung off her shoulder. Jordan had no idea who that was. The third girl had electric blue streaks in her black hair and was very pointedly not looking up from her phone. Chloe. Okay. Jordan stood at the top of the stairs for approximately 4 seconds, taking this in. Then his brain caught up to his feet. He had followed a blinking red dot on a phone app across campus to the second floor of the Student Union building to stand 12 feet away from a girl who had already slammed a door in his face once, who had specifically asked him to pretend he didn't know her, and who was currently sitting with the most socially dangerous girl on campus. This was insane behavior. This was the kind of thing that got you a restraining order. Jordan took one step backward toward the stairs, then another. His heel hit the top step. "Jordan? That you, man?" He froze. The voice came from his left. Jordan turned his head slowly, the way you turn when you already know you're not going to like what you see. Leo Alfonsi stood near the vending machines with a paper coffee cup in one hand and his phone in the other. He wore a Gucci hoodie that pulled at the midsection and Balenciaga sneakers that were genuinely clean, which was the most disciplined thing about him. Then his eyes traveled down Jordan's frame and back up again. "Bro." Leo looked genuinely confused. "What happened to you?" "Hey, Leo." "No, seriously." Leo walked over. He circled Jordan once. Actually circled him, like he was inspecting a car at a dealership. "You went from beta cuck to alpha dog over break. What the actual? Could you maybe not say beta cuck out loud in a public building?" "Oh." Leo's voice dropped to a volume that was still completely audible to everyone within 8 feet. "My bad. I got a problem with." "Yeah." Jordan cut him off. "I know." Still, though, Leo looked him over again. "You got a haircut. You got taller somehow. Did you get taller?" "People don't get taller." "I didn't get taller." "You look taller." Jordan said nothing. Leo was already half distracted anyway, his eyes sliding past Jordan's shoulder to the table by the windows. There it was. Jordan could see the exact moment Leo spotted Alexis. His posture changed. His coffee cup went to his other hand. He ran his tongue over his teeth. "Hey." Leo grabbed Jordan's arm. "You see that table right there?" "I'm not looking at any table." "The one by the window. Blonde girl." "Now." "That's my woman right there." Jordan turned to look at the table. Chloe had her phone up near her face. Alexis was saying something to the girl with the twin tails. Nobody was looking their way. "She doesn't know she's your woman," Jordan said. "Not yet." Leo straightened his hoodie, which didn't help. "Come wingman for me." "I really don't think." "Jordan, bro, come on." Leo was already moving. "I got you every time you needed it with Eliza." That was a lie. Leo had watched Jordan embarrass himself with Eliza on 4 separate occasions and provided no assistance whatsoever, unless commentary counted as assistance. But Jordan's feet were moving anyway. They crossed the common area. Jordan's internal monologue told him this was a terrible idea. His feet continued walking. The disconnect between his brain and his body was genuinely alarming. Leo stopped at the edge of the table. "Hello, ladies." He spread his arms slightly, like he was presenting himself. "You are all looking beautiful today." Alexis looked up from her conversation. The look on her face was not warm. It was the look of someone who had been interrupted by a slightly annoying sound. She held it for 1 second, 2, then her blue eyes tracked sideways to Jordan. Something shifted in her expression. Brief. Gone fast. "Oh." She looked back at Leo. "It's you." Chapter 29. 29 The Prada Bag Guy. "It's me," Leo agreed, apparently in unitone. The girl with the twin tails, who Jordan still didn't know the name of, looked between Leo and Alexis with wide eyes that tracked the social temperature of the interaction like a weather instrument. Chloe was looking at Jordan. Jordan was looking at a point approximately 8 inches to the left of Chloe's head, very interested in the window frame. Fascinating architecture. Really good glass. His phone buzzed. He did not check it. Leo was already pulling out the chair across from Alexis like he'd been invited. Jordan sat down because standing there alone would be worse. He ended up across from Chloe, who had set her phone face down on the table. Jordan continued studying the window frame. Leo launched into conversation the way Leo always launched into conversation, which was to say he talked as if the other person had already agreed they wanted to hear what he was saying. Something about the winter break. Something about a trip to Cabo his family took that he kept steering back to dollar amounts. Alexis responded in short sentences. The twin tail girl, who was apparently named Kumiko based on what Alexis said once, listened with genuine interest and smiled at everything. Jordan sat there. Okay, Chloe knows I live next door. She asked me to pretend I don't know her on campus. I'm on campus. I am currently sitting 4 feet from her face. This is the opposite of pretending. This is actively violating the one ground rule she set. She has murder eyes right now. I can feel the murder eyes without looking directly at them. Looking directly at the murder eyes would be bad. Keep looking at the window. Great window. Really doing its job. Keeping the outside. Leo elbowed him. Jordan's head snapped forward. What? Leo laughed. It wasn't mean, but it wasn't fully kind either. My boy here is probably still thinking about his ex. Alexis straightened up. Oh, her head tilted toward Jordan. Who's your ex? Jordan opened his mouth. Eliza Hartwell, Leo said. The name landed on the table like something dropped from height. Alexis stared at Jordan for 1 second. She pressed her fingers to her mouth. Her blue eyes went wide and bright, and she looked at Jordan with the specific delight of someone who has just connected a dot they've been waiting to connect. Wait. She lowered her hand. You're the simp she was talking about? Oh no. Ahaha. The laugh broke out again. Oh my God. She literally told me about this. She said, another laugh. She shook her head, composed herself for approximately half a second. She called you the Prada bag guy. Leo made a face that was trying to be sympathetic, but was also absolutely losing the battle. Bro, Leo said. Then he started laughing too. Jordan sat very still. The Prada bag guy. Eliza had told Alexis Vanderberg about him, had described him, had given him a nickname that reduced 2 months of his life and $2,800 to a punchline she passed around to her friends at expensive cafes. The Prada bag guy. Leo was still going. Something about how he'd warned Jordan. Something about how you can't buy your way into somebody's heart, man. Still laughing while he said it. Jordan heard it all as one flat wall of noise. Stop. The word was quiet. It came from across the table. Alexis stopped laughing. She looked at Chloe with genuine surprise. Chloe had both hands flat on the table. Her face was composed, but her jaw was set. That's not funny, she said. Alexis blinked. Chloe, it's really not. Kumiko, to Jordan's right, had already stopped smiling. She was nodding slowly, her hands folded in her lap, her voice softer but steady. She's right. It's not nice to make fun of someone who put their heart on the line and got broken. Jordan heard this from somewhere far away. The words were kind, and he registered that they were kind, but they weren't reaching him. Everything at the table had turned into ambient signal. Noise with shape, but no content. He was aware of mouths moving, aware of Alexis saying something in a tone that was a little defensive, aware of Leo adjusting his posture. None of it mattered. The Prada bag guy. He'd cried in a parking lot on Christmas Day. He'd spent his winter break on his bedroom floor. He'd looked at himself in his bathroom mirror 3 days ago and seriously, genuinely considered dropping out of Pacific Crest and going home to work at his dad's convenience stores because at least there he understood the transaction. Money in, product out. Simple. Clean. And Eliza had been laughing about him at brunch. Jordan pushed his chair back. I gotta go, he said. He stood up, grabbed his backpack off the floor where he'd set it down. Jordan, Leo started. Jordan was already walking. The stairs were 8 feet away. He hit the first step and kept moving. His hand caught the railing on the turn. The ground floor opened up below him, and he took the rest of the stairs without slowing. Leo's voice came from the top of the stairs. Yo, Jordan, hold up. Jordan pushed through the front door of the student union. Outside, Sunday, the quad stretched out ahead of him with students crossing in every direction. He turned left without deciding to and walked along the building's exterior wall, away from the main pathway. His shoulder caught someone's bag, and he said sorry automatically, kept moving. He needed to get to his car. His phone buzzed 4 times in his pocket. He did not check it. The parking structure entrance was ahead. He took the ramp to the 3rd level on foot. His footsteps hit the concrete with that hollow echo parking garages have. 3rd level, spot near the stairwell. His Civic sat where he'd left it. Jordan unlocked it, got in, and closed the door. The garage was quiet around him. A car alarm somewhere on the second level cycled through its pattern and stopped. He sat with both hands on the steering wheel and the engine off. The Prada bad guy. He'd been a joke, not just to Cameron, not just to Eliza, but to their whole group. To Alexis van der Berg. Probably to everyone who had ever sat at whatever table Eliza used when she wanted to feel better about herself. Jordan tipped his head back against the headrest. His phone buzzed again. He pulled out this time. Heart with ribbon cashback system. Heart with ribbon. Chilokim. Chemistry. 21%. Last interaction. From minutes ago. New message from Leo. Bro, come back, I'm sorry. New message from Leo. She was being ABTCH, don't let her get to you. New message from Leo. Also, who was the other girl? She was hot. Jordan locked the phone and set it on the passenger seat. He looked at the gray concrete wall in front of his car. A painted number 3. A yellow arrow pointing toward the exit. The exit was a good idea. He started the car. Chapter 30. 30, a full deck of pain. Jordan didn't remember the drive. 1 second, he was looking at a painted number 3 on a concrete wall. The next, he was sitting in his parking spot at the Cooper Garment Lofts with the engine off and no memory of how 20 minutes had disappeared. He climbed out, locked the car. The elevator button glowed when he pressed it. 4th floor. His door. Key in the lock. Inside Unit 404, everything looked clean. The floors he'd scrubbed yesterday. The kitchen counters that gleamed under the overhead lights. All of it felt like evidence of a different person's life. His shirt was still damp with sweat from the gym. He pulled it off and dropped it on the couch. The bathroom. Hot water. Get the sweat off. Jordan turned the shower on and stripped down to nothing. Steam started filling the space. He stepped under the spray. The water hit his shoulders and ran down his chest, hot enough to make his skin prickle. He stood there with his eyes closed and his hands braced against the tile. The Prada bad guy. The name echoed, bounced around inside his skull where it couldn't be scrubbed out or washed away or fixed with better posture. She told Alexis. She told her friends. They'd laughed about it over mimosas or whatever the fuck tier 1 girls drank at brunch. $2,800 reduced to a punchline. 2 months of his life packaged into an anecdote she could pull out whenever she needed to feel better about herself. Fuck. Water ran over his face. Salt mixed with the spray. His chest hurt like someone had reached inside and squeezed. Fuck, fuck, fuck. He'd called his dad yesterday. Told him he was done wasting money. Done being pathetic. Done throwing cash at problems and hoping they'd solve themselves. And 24 hours later here he was, standing in a shower, crying over the same girl who'd already cucked him in a parking lot on Christmas. The water kept running. Jordan opened his eyes and looked down at the drain. Watched the water spiral and disappear. The system had given him abs. Given him a jawline. Given him money and quests and a literal percentage tracker that told him when women were starting to think he wasn't completely worthless. And he was still the Prada bad guy. He turned the water off. The silence in the bathroom was heavy and wet. Steam clung to the mirror and fogged up the glass. Jordan grabbed a towel and dried off mechanically. Face, chest, arms, legs. Routine movements that required no thought. He wrapped the towel around his waist and walked to his bedroom. Gray sweatpants. Underwear first. He pulled them on and stood there in the middle of his loft looking at his bed with its clean sheets. His phone sat on the nightstand where he'd left it. Jordan picked it up. Notifications. Leo had sent 4 more messages. Had sent one asking if he was okay. The system had logged something about proximity alerts. Jordan swiped past all of it and opened his browser. Twitter doce com incognito mode. The login screen appeared. His fingers hovered over the keyboard. He had an account. A secret one. The kind you made when you were 15 and horny and didn't want anyone connecting it to your real name. 63,000 followers who only knew him as a burner account that posted links to sites with women who got paid to look at cameras while guys like him sent them money. He could log in right now. Scroll for 10 minutes. Find something that would make his brain shut up long enough to get the rage out of his chest. The ceaseless discharge trait. The system's garbage bronze pull. It was good for something, right? Good for exactly this. burning through the pain until his body was too tired to feel anything else. Jordan's thumb was already moving toward the logging field. But remember what you told your dad. The thought arrived like cold water. He'd called his father yesterday, stood in his car, and said he was done being the person who threw money at problems. Done wasting opportunities. Done lying. And now what? He was going to jack off in his apartment at 1 p.m. because a girl he hadn't even dated had laughed about him to her friends? Jordan locked his phone. He set it face down on the nightstand. Fuck. The pain was still there, sitting in his chest like something physical, something that needed to come out, or it would just keep building until he did something stupid. He needed to move. Jordan went downstairs. His apartment was quiet except for the faint hum of the refrigerator. The living room stretched out in front of him with the clean couch and the spotless coffee table. A deck of cards sat in the drawer under the TV. He'd bought them months ago, thinking he'd learn poker or something equally pointless. Never opened the box. Jordan pulled the drawer open and grabbed the deck. There was a thing. Some famous football player did it. Flipped cards and did exercises based on the number. Burned through a whole deck until your muscles gave out and your brain stopped screaming. Jordan ripped the plastic off the box and dumped the cards onto the coffee table. Shuffled them once. Set the deck face down. He flipped the first card. 8 of hearts. Push-ups. 8 of them. Jordan dropped to the floor. His hands hit the concrete. Shoulders over wrists. Core tight. He lowered himself until his chest nearly touched the ground and pushed back up. 1, 2, 3. His arms burned by 6, but he finished all 8 and stood back up. Next card. Ace of diamonds. Aces were 15. He decided that in the 2 seconds it took to flip it. Jordan dropped again. 15 push-ups. His shoulders started shaking at 12, but he didn't stop. 13, 14, 15. He stood, breathing harder now. Good. Pain was good. Pain meant his brain had something else to focus on. King of spades. Kings were 13. Squats. Jordan spread his feet shoulder-width apart and dropped his hips. Thighs parallel to the ground. Back straight. Up. Down. His quads started burning at 8, but he kept going. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 2 of clubs. 2 squats. Easy. Down, up, down, up. Next card. 7 of diamonds. 7 push-ups. Jordan kept going. Chapter 31. 31 out of date, or something. Queen of hearts. 12 squats. Jack of spades. 11 push-ups. 4 of clubs. 4 squats. The deck shrank. The pile of used cards grew. Sweat started dripping off his nose and hitting the concrete floor in dark spots that spread and disappeared. 9 of diamonds. 9 push-ups. His arms were shaking now. Every rep felt like the last one, but he finished them anyway. 3 of hearts. 3 squats. Ace of spades. 15 push-ups. He barely made it through the last 3. His chest touched the floor on 14, and he had to push with everything just to lock his elbows on 15. 6 of clubs. 6 squats. King of diamonds. 13 push-ups. Jordan's vision started going spotty around the edges. His muscles screamed. His lungs burned. The pain in his chest from earlier was still there, but now it had company. Now his whole body hurt, and that was somehow better. 10 of hearts. 10 squats. 5 of spades. 5 push-ups. The deck kept shrinking. Jack of diamonds. 11 squats. Queen of clubs. 12 push-ups. He got to 8, and his arms gave out. He dropped to his knees, gasped for air, and forced himself through the last 4 anyway. 2 of diamonds. 2 squats. 8 of clubs. 8 push-ups. Jordan's phone buzzed somewhere upstairs. He ignored it. 4 of hearts. 4 squats. 3 of spades. 3 push-ups. Ace of clubs. 15 push-ups. He dropped to the floor, and his arms physically would not cooperate. He made it to 7 before collapsing flat. Rested for 10 seconds. Finished the last 8. 9 of clubs. 9 squats. 7 of spades. 7 push-ups. The last card sat face down on the table. Jordan's hands were shaking. His legs felt like water. Sweat poured off him and soaked the waistband of his gray sweatpants. He flipped the card. King of hearts. 13 push-ups. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Jordan dropped to the floor one more time. His arms nearly buckled on the first rep. He made it through 3. Rested. Did 2 more. Rested. 3 more. Rested. The last 5 took 30 seconds each. 13. Done. The pain radiated through Jordan's arms and chest like someone had replaced his muscles with broken glass. He rolled onto his side and pushed himself to his knees, then his feet. Water. He needed water, and then he'd start the deck over because the rage in his chest hadn't actually gone anywhere. It just had a body full of lactic acid to compete with now. The doorbell rang. Jordan froze halfway to the kitchen. What the fuck does someone want? His phone was upstairs. His shirt was on the couch. He was standing in his apartment at 1:15 in the afternoon, wearing only gray sweatpants and enough sweat to qualify as a biohazard. The doorbell rang again. Jordan walked to the door and yanked it open. Chloe stood in the hallway. Her eyes went wide. Her mouth opened slightly, and no sound came out. A pink flush spread across her cheeks, creeping down her neck. She looked at Jordan's face for maybe half a second before her attention dropped to his chest, then his stomach, then snapped away to the wall, as if she'd been caught doing something criminal. She cleared her throat. Jordan just stared at her. She stopped again. Her fingers twisted the hem of her hoodie. Alexis was being a total bitch back there, and I just wanted to say, that wasn't cool. Jordan leaned against the doorframe. His arms burned. Okay. And also, Chloe's eyes flickered toward him and away again. You left really fast, and I thought maybe you were, upset or whatever. She paused, which is totally valid because she was being awful. Yeah. Silence stretched between them. Chloe shifted her weight from one foot to the other. Her face was still pink. She kept her eyes fixed on the wall, behind Jordan, like the paint was fascinating. So, I was thinking, she said, her voice coming out too fast. If you wanted to, watch a movie or something. At my place. Not like a date or anything, just, as neighbors. Because you seem like you had a shitty day, and I have Netflix, and my couch is really comfortable, and she stopped. Took a breath. You can say no. That's totally fine. I'm not being weird. Jordan blinked. His exhausted brain tried to process what was happening. Chirukimu, who slammed her door in his face yesterday, who made him promise to pretend they didn't know each other, who was now standing in his hallway inviting him to watch a movie at her apartment. Jordan's arms still burned. The deck of cards sat on his coffee table, waiting for round 2. The rage in his chest was still there, sitting under his sternum like something with teeth. Or something, Jordan said. Chloe's blush deepened. Or something. Yeah. She finally looked at him again, met his eyes for maybe 2 seconds, then looked away fast. Just, if you want. No pressure. Her fingers were still twisting her hoodie hem. Jordan pushed off the doorframe. Give me 15 minutes to shower. Oh, Chloe blinked. Okay. Still Unit 403? Still Unit 403. She nodded quickly, backing toward her door. Yeah, just, knock when you're ready. Or text. You have my contact. From. She stopped herself. Right. 15 minutes. Chapter 32. 32 an invitation to watch Netflix and panic. Chloe closed the door and leaned against it. Oh my God. She said it out loud. Her voice cracked on the last word. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Her face felt like someone had pressed a hot iron against it. She pushed off the door and started pacing from her kitchen counter to her couch and back again, her hands coming up to cover her mouth. What did I just do? She'd only meant to apologize. That was the plan. Knock on his door, tell him Alexis was a monster, maybe offer some kind words and leave. Simple, clean, neighborly. Except then he opened the door, and he was shirtless and sweaty, and his abs. Chloe made a noise somewhere between a whimper and a groan and pressed her palms against her eyes. She'd seen abs before. Of course she had. Her feed was full of fitness models and thirst traps. She edited photos of attractive men for content ideas. Abs weren't new, but those abs had been right in front of her, in 3 dimensions. with sweat running down them in actual real-life rivulets that caught the hallway light, and the way his chest moved when he breathed. And his arms, which had veins running down the forearms that definitely weren't there yesterday. "Stop it." Chloe dropped her hands and resumed pacing. She'd looked at him, and his expression had been so tired and defeated, and something in her chest had twisted. She couldn't leave him alone looking like that. Not after watching Alexis tear him apart at the student union. Not after he'd sat through Leo's whole performance without saying a single word in his own defense. So she'd open her mouth, and Netflix came out. "Netflix?" "I said Netflix," Chloe whispered to her empty apartment. "I invited a boy to watch Netflix. At my place. Alone." Every guy on the planet knew what that meant. Netflix was code. Netflix was the universal signal for come inside, and we'll see what happens. And he'd said yes. Oh God, he said yes. Chloe walked to her couch and sat down hard. Her hands were shaking. She clasped them together in her lap and stared at the gray fabric. Jordan McKnight, the guy who spent $3,000 on a coffee date. The guy who subscribed to her OnlyFans for 6 months and never once sent a weird message or acted like he owned her time. The guy who lived 20 feet away through a wall and apparently spent his afternoons doing enough push-ups to look like a Men's Health cover. Why would someone normal spend $3,000? The timeline worked. He'd said his ex cheated on him on Christmas. The coffee date purchase came through on December 28th. 3 days after his world exploded, he'd panic bought a meeting with a faceless girl on the internet. That kind of thing made sense in a sad, desperate way that Chloe understood better than she wanted to. But now he was coming over. In 15 minutes. To her apartment. To watch Netflix. Fuck. Chloe shot off the couch and walked to her kitchen. She yanked open the cabinet above the sink. Empty except for protein powder and a box of chamomile tea her mom had sent 3 weeks ago. The next cabinet held dishes. The pantry had oats, a bag of rice, and one lonely can of chickpeas. No popcorn. No chips. No candy. Nothing. She meant to go grocery shopping after class. It was on her list. Buy food, film content, respond to DMs, finish her sociology reading. Grocery shopping was supposed to happen at 2 o'clock, and now it was 1:20, and she just invited a boy over with 0 movie snacks. I could cancel. Chloe pulled out her phone and opened her messages. Jordan's contacts sat at the top of the list under his real name, not the username he used on OnlyFans. She started typing. Hey, actually, I forgot I have to. She deleted it. Something came up and deleted. Rain check. Her thumb hovered over send. Chloe thought about Jordan's face in the hallway. The exhaustion, the defeat, the way he just said, okay, and yeah, like he'd run out of words. She locked her phone and shoved it in her hoodie pocket. I'm not canceling. I'm just going to explain that we need to get snacks first. That's fine. That's normal. People get snacks. Her voice sounded way too high. Chloe walked to the bathroom and checked her reflection. The blue streaks in her hair looked good. Her face was still flushed, but that could be explained by walking upstairs or something. She adjusted her white crop top, then immediately pulled her hoodie back on to cover it. Too much skin. Then she pulled the hoodie off again. It's just a crop top. You wear this on campus. She put the hoodie back on, zipped it halfway, unzipped it, compromised by leaving it open but keeping it on. A knock echoed from the front door. Chloe's heart stopped. He said 15 minutes. It's been like 8. She walked to the door and paused with her hand on the handle. Took a breath. Opened it. Jordan stood in the hallway with damp hair that curled slightly at the ends. He wore a white t-shirt that clung to his chest and shoulders, black sweatpants, and slides with white socks pulled up to his ankles. He smelled like body wash and clean laundry. Can I come in? He said. His voice was quieter than before, less rough. Chloe stepped aside. Yeah, of course. Jordan walked past her into the apartment and stopped in the middle of the living room, taking in the space. His attention landed on the fake fiddle leaf fig, then the perfectly arranged magazines on the coffee table, then the kitchen with its gleaming white counters. Your place is really clean, he said. Chloe closed the door. I don't really let it get messy. Yeah, I noticed. An awkward silence stretched between them. Jordan stood with his hands in his sweatpants pockets. Chloe twisted her fingers together. "So, I have a confession," she said. "I don't actually have any movie snacks. I was supposed to go grocery shopping today and completely forgot. So I was thinking maybe we could, go to Walgreens or something. Get popcorn and candy and stuff." She was talking too fast. "If you want. We don't have to. We could just watch without snacks. That's fine too." Jordan looked at her. Something almost like amusement crossed his face. "Sure, we can do that." "Really?" "Yeah." "Okay." Chloe grabbed her keys from the counter. "Cool. Yeah, let's go." Chapter 33. 33, A First Date in Aisle 5. They took the elevator down in silence. Chloe kept her eyes on the descending floor numbers while Jordan leaned against the wall. The lobby was empty when they crossed to the parking garage. "We can take my car," Jordan said. "Are you sure?" "I can drive." "I'm sure." His white Civic sat in its usual spot 3 spaces away from Chloe's. Jordan unlocked it and climbed into the driver's seat. Chloe got in the passenger side and immediately noticed how clean the interior was. No fast food bags. No empty energy drinks. Just a phone charger plugged into the console and a pair of sunglasses in the cup holder. Jordan started the engine and backed out of the space. "Which Walgreens?" "There's one on Got it." He pulled out of the garage and turned left onto the street. Chloe watched the buildings pass through the window and tried to think of something to say that wasn't completely insane. "Your car is really clean," she said. "Okay, that was stupid." "I cleaned it yesterday," Jordan said. "Same time I cleaned the apartment." "Oh, the 8 trash bags." "Yeah." Chloe risked a glance at him. His jaw was sharper than she remembered from yesterday. His hands on the steering wheel were relaxed. "Thanks for sticking up for me," Jordan said. "Back at the student union." "Oh." Chloe looked down at her hands. "That was nothing. Alexis is my friend, but sometimes she's a total nightmare." What she said was cruel. She wasn't wrong, though. "What?" "I did spend $2,800 on a Prada bag. I did think it would make Eliza like me. And she did cheat on me anyway." His voice was flat, matter of fact. "So the joke's pretty accurate." Chloe's chest tightened. "That doesn't make it okay to laugh about. Doesn't make it not funny either." "It's not funny." Jordan glanced at her, then back at the road. "You're weirdly defensive about this. Because you shouldn't let people treat you like a punchline." "Pretty sure I became the punchline the second I handed over my credit card." "You were trying to make someone happy. That's not pathetic. That's just, I don't know, hopeful or something." Chloe's voice came out sharper than she intended. "The pathetic part is Eliza taking your money and then cheating on you. She's the villain in this story, not you." Silence filled the car. Jordan's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "Sorry," Chloe said quietly. "I'm getting worked up about something that's none of my business." "No, it's..." Jordan paused. "It's nice, having someone get worked up on my behalf." The Walgreens parking lot appeared on their right. Jordan pulled in and found a spot near the entrance. They both got out and walked toward the automatic doors. Inside, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. A bored cashier stood at the register, scrolling through her phone. The store was mostly empty except for an old woman examining vitamin bottles near the pharmacy counter. "Snack aisle?" Jordan said. "This way." Chloe led him past the seasonal clearance section and the greeting cards to the aisle marked snacks and candy. Rows of chips and cookies and chocolate stretched from floor to ceiling. "Okay." Chloe stopped in front of the popcorn options. "What kind of movie are we watching?" "I don't know. You invited me." "Right." She grabbed a box of microwave popcorn. "Movie theater butter. Comedy? Horror? Action? You pick." "That's not helpful." "I'm not picky." Chloe added a bag of sour gummy worms to the basket she'd grabbed from the front. Then Reese's Pieces. Then a bag of white cheddar popcorn because the microwave kind would take too long. Jordan picked up a bag of beef jerky and tossed it in the basket. "This okay?" "Sure." "You want anything to drink?" "Like soda." "Or water." "Whatever." They walked to the refrigerated section. Chloe grabbed 2 bottles of water and Jordan added a Coke. They wandered through the store without any real destination. Jordan stopped to look at phone chargers. Chloe pretended to examine a display of travel-sized toiletries. Her phone buzzed. A subscriber asking when her next post was going up. She ignored it. "You need anything else?" Jordan asked. "No, I think we're good." They turned down another aisle. Chloe was looking at the selection of chips when her gaze drifted to the shelf above. Condoms. Her face heated immediately. A wall of them. Different brands, different colors, different sizes. The boxes stared at her with their cheerful fonts and promises of protection. Chloe looked away fast, focused very hard on a bag of Doritos. But her brain was already spiraling. Should she buy some, just in case? No, absolutely not. Nothing was going to happen. This was just neighbors watching Netflix. She'd said that explicitly. Not a date. Just two people sitting on a couch eating snacks. But what if something did happen? Better to be prepared than caught without, right? That was just being responsible. Adult. Practical. Except if she bought them now, with Jordan standing 5 feet away, that would be insane. That would be broadcasting her intentions. That would be her basically announcing that she expected them to have sex tonight. Which she didn't. Definitely didn't. Chloe's hands were shaking slightly as she held the basket. Jordan was looking at something on his phone, not paying attention. She could just grab a box, slip it under the popcorn, pay separately at the register if she had to. No. That was crazy. This was neighbors hanging out. Chloe had made that extremely clear. Jordan had agreed. There were rules, boundaries. She'd slammed the door in his face yesterday for showing up unannounced. But then she'd seen him shirtless and sweaty, and her entire brain had short-circuited. Stop. Chloe forced herself to move past the condom display without touching anything. Jordan fell in a step beside her as they headed toward the checkout. The cashier scanned their items without comment. Jordan paid before Chloe could pull out her wallet. "I can get it," she said. "I got it." Jordan. "It's like $15. Don't worry about it." They walked back to the car with the plastic bag of snacks. Jordan tossed it in the back seat and started the engine. The drive back to the Cooper Garment Lofts took 8 minutes. Jordan parked in his usual spot, and they took the elevator up in silence. Chloe's heart was beating too fast. Her palms were sweating. She wiped them on her jeans as they walked down the 4th-floor hallway. "You can still bail," she said when they reached her door. "If you want. No pressure." Jordan looked at her. His hazel eyes were tired, but something else lived behind them now. Something that hadn't been there 30 minutes ago. "I'm not bailing," he said. Chloe unlocked her door. "Okay, then." Chapter 34. 34 Maximum Atmosphere. Jordan stepped into Chloe's apartment for the 3rd time in 24 hours. The space looked exactly the same as before. Clean. Organized. The kind of apartment that belonged in an IKEA catalog. Chloe headed straight for the kitchen. "Make yourself comfortable. I'll get the popcorn going." Jordan walked to the gray sectional and sat down on the end cushion. The couch was softer than it looked. He pulled out his phone and opened the system interface. The screen glowed with its familiar golden light. Heart with ribbon transaction complete sparkles. Purchase Walgreens snacks. Amount $14.73. Go Solokim. Attraction 20%, 28% plus 8%. Rebate $8.23, 0.56 X-rate. Net $6.50. Notes, small gestures count. She offered to pay. You declined without making it weird. Progress. Jordan stared at the numbers. 8%. That was a massive jump for buying $15 worth of candy and popcorn. Yesterday at the Ivy, he'd spent $73 and only gained 4%. Today he spent a fifth of that and doubled the return. The math didn't track. Unless. Jordan's thumb hovered over the notification. Unless the system wasn't just tracking money spent. It was tracking something else. Context maybe. Effort. Timing. He'd paid for lunch yesterday because that was the transaction. The coffee date package. The whole point of the meeting. Chloe expected him to pay because he'd already paid $3,000 for her time. But tonight was different. She invited him over. No money changed hands. No expectations. just neighbors hanging out. And when he offered to cover the snacks without hesitation or performance, without making a big deal about it, the system registered that as genuine. Interesting. Jordan locked his phone and slipped it into his pocket. His daily Quest notification sat unread. 2 out of 3 beauties contacted. He talked to Chloe for way more than 2 minutes at this point. That should count, but he'd check later. The microwave hummed in the kitchen. Kernels started popping in rapid succession. The smell of butter filled the apartment. Chloe stood at the counter watching the bag expand inside the microwave. Her back was to him. The white crop top rode up slightly when she reached for the cabinet above. Jordan looked away, focused on the fake fiddle leaf fig in the corner instead. His chest felt lighter than it had 3 hours ago. The rage that sent him through an entire deck of cards had dulled to something manageable. Still there, still present, but not consuming. Talking to Chloe helped. He didn't know why. She was a girl he paid money to see half naked on the internet. A girl who slammed doors in his face and demanded he pretend she didn't exist. But she'd also defended him in front of Alexis without hesitation, called out the cruelty, refused to let them laugh. That counted for something. The microwave beeped. "Give me like 2 seconds," Chloe called from the kitchen. "Take your time." Jordan heard the microwave door open, the rustle of the bag, then footsteps heading upstairs to the loft. He pulled out his phone again and scrolled through the notifications he'd been ignoring. 3 texts from Leo apologizing and asking if Jordan was okay. 2 from Kyle asking where he went. 1 from his mom asking how his first day back at classes went. Jordan typed a quick response to his mom. Classes were good. Met up with Kyle at the gym. Everything's fine. He didn't text Leo back. More footsteps from upstairs. A door closing. The sound of fabric rustling. Jordan looked for Instagram out of habit before remembering he'd deleted it 2 weeks ago. He stared at the empty space where the app used to be on his home screen. Good. Nothing productive lived there anyway. Footsteps descended the stairs. Jordan looked up. His brain stopped working. Chloe walked down carrying a large wooden bowl filled with popcorn in one hand and a thick gray blanket draped over her other arm. But that wasn't what short-circuited every neuron in Jordan's head. She'd changed clothes. White short shorts, the kind that ended high on her thighs and left almost nothing to the imagination. A black Adidas shirt that was somehow both oversized and fitted at the same time. And black thigh-high socks that climbed up her legs and stopped just before those shorts. The blue streak in her hair caught the light from the kitchen as she moved. Jordan forgot how to breathe. "I changed into something more comfortable," Chloe said as she reached the bottom of the stairs. "Hope that's okay." Comfortable. Sure. That was definitely the word for whatever the hell this outfit was. Jordan's mouth was dry. His hands gripped the edge of the couch cushion. Chloe walked over and set the bowl of popcorn on the coffee table. Then she draped the blanket across the back of the couch and sat down on the opposite end. About 3 feet of space separated them. 3 feet that suddenly felt like 3 inches. "Did you decide on a movie yet?" Chloe grabbed a handful of popcorn and looked at him expectantly. Jordan's brain rebooted. Slowly. No, not yet. Well, we should probably pick something." She gestured at the TV mounted on the wall. Remote's on the table. Jordan reached forward and grabbed the black remote. His hand was steadier than he expected. He turned on the TV and the Netflix home screen appeared. "I have an idea," he said. "Yeah. Give me the remote and I'll close my eyes. Then I'll just move around randomly until you tell me to stop." Chloe's expression shifted. Amused. "That's the dumbest way to pick a movie I've ever heard. You got a better idea? We could just, scroll through and pick something like Normal People. Where's the fun in that?" Chloe laughed. The sound was light and genuine. "Okay, Fine. Do your random selection process." Jordan held up the remote and closed his eyes. He started pressing buttons. Up, left, right, down, right again, up, left. He had no idea where the cursor was landing. Could be a documentary about penguins. Could be some foreign art film with subtitles. Could be anything. "Keep going," Chloe said. Jordan pressed right 3 more times. Then down. Then left. Almost. He went up twice. Okay, stop. Jordan opened his eyes. The cursor hovered over a movie poster showing a woman's face half hidden in shadow. Bold red letters spelled out the title. The Midnight Caller. The description underneath read, "A college student receives mysterious phone calls that predict her friends' deaths. As the bodies pile up, she realizes the killer is closer than she thinks." Horror. Of course. Oh, hell no, Chloe said immediately. Pick again. The system has spoken. The system is stupid. I'm not watching a horror movie. Jordan turned to look at her. You scared? I'm not scared. I just don't like them. That's literally what scared people say. Chloe's face flushed pink. I'm not scared of horror movies. They're just stressful, and I don't need that kind of anxiety before bed. So you're scared. I'm practical. Scared. Jordan. He grinned. We're watching it. We are not. The random selection gods have decided. Who are we to argue with fate? Chloe grabbed a piece of popcorn and threw it at him. It bounced off his shoulder. I'm vetoing this decision. No veto power. Those are the rules. What rules? You made up this game 30 seconds ago, and the rules are sacred. Chloe groaned and pulled her knees up to her chest. The movement made the thigh highs shift slightly. Jordan forced himself to look at the TV screen instead. Fine, she said, but if I have nightmares tonight, it's your fault. Deal. Jordan hit play. The Netflix logo appeared, then the production company credits. Then the screen went black before fading into the opening shot of a college campus at night. Ominous music played through the speakers. Chloe scooted closer to the middle of the couch. Not quite next to Jordan, but definitely closer than before. She pulled the gray blanket down from the back of the couch and draped it over her legs. Can we at least turn on a lamp or something? She asked. That defeats the purpose. What purpose? Maximum atmosphere. I hate you. You invited me over. Biggest mistake of my life. Chapter 35. 3 feet feels like 3 inches. Jordan grabbed a handful of popcorn from the bowl. It was still warm, perfectly salted. He ate a few pieces and settled deeper into the couch cushions. On screen, the main character walked across campus with her phone pressed to her ear. She was talking to someone about a party happening that weekend. Standard horror movie setup. Establish the normal world before everything goes to hell. Chloe tucked her feet under the blanket and leaned against the armrest. Her eyes were fixed on the screen, but her posture was tense, ready to look away at the first sign of a jump scare. The movie played out its first 10 minutes. Establishing shots. Character introductions. A phone call where a mysterious voice warned the main character that her roommate was going to die. Oh great, Chloe muttered. It's one of those. One of what? The ones where they get stalked through phone calls. Those are the worst. Because you can't see the killer coming. They're just like watching from somewhere, and you don't know where. Jordan looked at her. You've thought about this a lot. I watched Scream once in high school and had to sleep with the lights on for a week. That's adorable. Shut up. On screen, the roommate walked into the dorm room alone. The music intensified. Chloe's hands gripped the edge of the blanket. The roommate moved through the room slowly, checking the closet, under the bed, behind the door. Nothing. She sat down at her desk and opened her laptop. The music stopped. Chloe's shoulders relaxed slightly. Then the phone rang. The roommate picked it up. Hello. Heavy breathing on the other end. Hello? The roommate repeated. A distorted voice answered. You should have listened. The roommate's eyes widened. She stood up fast and backed toward the door. The closet door burst open behind her. Chloe yelped and grabbed Jordan's arm without thinking. Her fingers dug into his bicep through his t-shirt. The killer lunged at the roommate on screen. The camera cut away before showing anything graphic, but the sound effects left nothing to the imagination. Screaming, struggling, then silence. Chloe was still holding Jordan's arm. Her grip was tight enough to hurt. You okay? Jordan asked. This is the worst. I told you this was the worst. It's fake. I know it's fake. That doesn't make it less stressful. Jordan shifted slightly, so Chloe could hold his arm more comfortably without having to reach as far. She didn't let go. The movie continued. Police investigating the crime scene. The main character finding out her roommate was dead. Dramatic music and close-ups of shocked faces. Chloe's hand stayed wrapped around Jordan's bicep. He could feel the warmth of her palm through the fabric. Her thumb rested just above his elbow. She wasn't squeezing anymore, but she hadn't pulled away either. Jordan kept his eyes on the TV and tried not to think about how close she was sitting now, or how good she smelled. Some kind of vanilla body spray mixed with something floral, or how those white shorts had ridden up even higher when she tucked her legs under the blanket. Focus on the movie. The main character was talking to a detective now, explaining about the phone call, the warning she'd received. Do you think this is based on a true story? Chloe asked quietly. Probably not. But it could be. I guess technically anything could be based on a true story if you stretch the definition far enough. That's not comforting. You want me to turn it off? Chloe hesitated. No, I'm Fina. You're cutting off circulation to my arm. Oh. She loosened her grip, but didn't let go. Sorry. It's cool. They watched in silence. The main character was getting another phone call. This time a voice told her that her boyfriend was going to die next. Why do they always target the boyfriend? Chloe said, just once I want to see a horror movie where the boyfriend survives and the girlfriend dies first. That's dark. It's realistic. The boyfriend is always some muscular football player who thinks he can fight the killer. Obviously, he's going to die. You've really analyzed this genre. I had a lot of time to think about it while not sleeping. On screen, the boyfriend walked through a dark parking garage alone. His phone rang. He answered it. Don't answer it, Chloe said to the TV. Why do they always answer unknown numbers? Because the plot requires it. Natural selection should have weeded these people out by now. Jordan laughed. Chloe glanced at him and smiled before looking back at the screen. The boyfriend kept walking through the parking garage. Footsteps echoed behind him. He spun around. Nothing there. He turned back. The killer stood 2 feet away. Chloe screamed and buried her face against Jordan's shoulder. The blanket fell off her lap. Jordan froze. Her face was pressed into his shoulder. Her hand was still on his arm. Her body was warm against his side. On screen, the boyfriend fought back. There was a struggle. The sound of a knife plunging into flesh. Chloe made a distressed noise into Jordan's shirt. You want me to pause it? Jordan asked. No, just tell me when it's over. It's over. Liar. I can still hear screaming. Okay, Fina. Not over yet. She stayed pressed against his shoulder. Jordan could feel her breathing, fast and shallow. The scene finally ended. The camera cut to the main character finding out about the boyfriend's death. Okay, now it's over, Jordan said. Chloe lifted her head slowly. Her face was flushed. She looked embarrassed. I got scared. I noticed. Don't make fun of me. I'm not. She sat back, but didn't move away. If anything, she was closer now than before. Their legs were almost touching under the blanket that she'd pulled back over both of them at some point. When did that happen? Jordan's heart was beating faster than it should be for a guy just sitting on a couch watching a movie. How much longer is this? Chloe asked. Jordan checked the progress bar at the bottom of the screen. Like 45 minutes. I'm not going to make it. Yes, you are. I'm going to have nightmares. I'll protect you. The words came out before Jordan's brain approved them. He tensed, waiting for Chloe to pull away or make a joke or tell him to stop being weird. Instead, she looked at him. Her blue eyes caught the light from the TV screen. Yeah, she said softly. Jordan's throat was dry. Yeah. Chloe's gaze dropped to his mouth for half a second before snapping back to his eyes. Then she grabbed another handful of popcorn and focused very intently on the TV. Okay, good, she said, because I'm definitely sleeping with the lights on tonight. Jordan grabbed some popcorn too. His hands were steadier than they had any right to be. The movie played on. The main character was investigating the murders now, trying to figure out who the killer was before they struck again. Chloe's head came to rest against Jordan's shoulder again. This time not because of a jump scare, just because. Jordan didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't do anything that might make her pull away. His phone buzzed once in his pocket, probably the system alerting him to something. He ignored it. Whatever it was could wait. Chapter 36. 36 Counter-Programming the Fear. The credits rolled as the main character walked away from the burning house where the killer had finally met his end. Chloe stayed pressed against Jordan's shoulder, the blanket pulled up to her chin. Her heart was still racing from the final confrontation scene where the killer had cornered the protagonist in a bathroom with a knife. She hated movies like this, not because of the gore or the jump scares, though those definitely sucked, but because stalkers were her actual nightmare. The thing that kept her up at 2 a.m. checking the locks on her door 3 times. The reason she never posted location tags on Instagram until after she'd already left. The reason she wore a mask and sunglasses to every single coffee date. Someone out there could be watching her right now, following her Instagram, subscribing to her OnlyFans, learning her patterns and her schedule, and she'd never know until it was too late. Her chest felt tight. That was ass, Jordan said above her head. Chloe looked up at him. What? The movie. 6 out of 10 at best. The twist was predictable and the killer's motivation made no sense. You're critiquing the plot? I'm over here traumatized and you're worried about narrative consistency? I'm just saying if you're going to make a stalker movie, at least make the stalker interesting. This guy was just angry his girlfriend broke up with him. That's boring. Chloe sat up slightly, but didn't move away. You think stalking someone because they dumped you is boring? I think it's lazy writing. What would make it not lazy? Jordan shrugged. I don't know. Give him an actual mental disorder or something. Make him think the main character is his dead sister reincarnated. Make it tragic and horrifying instead of just like a dude who can't handle rejection. Chloe stared at him. That's somehow more disturbing than what we just watched. But you'd remember it. Fair point. The Netflix menu returned to the home screen. Bright colors and cheerful thumbnails filled the display. Chloe's eyes felt dry from not blinking during the last 20 minutes of the film. Jordan's words echoed in her head. The ones from earlier, right before the boyfriend died. I'll protect you. Her face heated. She looked down at the popcorn bowl on the coffee table. Empty except for unpopped kernels at the bottom. He was just being nice. That's what people said in situations like this. It didn't mean anything. It was like saying, bless you, after someone sneezed. Automatic. Meaningless. Except he'd looked at her when he said it. Chloe risked a glance up at Jordan. He was scrolling through his phone with one hand. The other arm rested along the back of the couch behind her shoulders. Not touching her. Just there. His side profile caught the light from the TV. Sharp jawline. Straight nose. Those hazel eyes that somehow looked amber in certain lighting. Like right now. Like liquid gold. Stop. Chloe grabbed the edge of the blanket and twisted it between her fingers. I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep after that. Jordan looked down at her. Yeah. I'm going to be checking every corner of my apartment for the next 3 hours. You want me to do a sweep before I leave? Check the closets and under the bed. Chloe's heart did something stupid in her chest. You don't have to do that. I don't mind. It's fine. I'm being dramatic. You're not being dramatic. That movie was designed to make people paranoid. Chloe pulled the blanket tighter. My mom used to have this trick when I watched scary movies as a kid. She'd make me watch something happy right after to reset my brain or whatever. Counter the fear with something wholesome. Does it work? I have no idea. We only did it once. Jordan's mouth curved up. But you watched one tonight. Yeah, well, the random selection gods and all that. Right? Very sacred process. Chloe rolled her eyes, but couldn't stop herself from smiling. She glanced at the TV screen. The Netflix homepage was still pulled up. Rom-coms and feel-good dramas filled the recommended section. We could test it, Jordan said. He kept his tone casual, like he was suggesting they check if the milk in her fridge had expired. Your mom's technique. See if it actually works. Chloe turned to look at him properly. Test what? The whole watch something happy to reset your brain thing. Counter the psychological damage from the last hour and a half. You want to watch another movie? Jordan pulled out his phone and checked the time. The screen showed 4:17 p.m. He held it up so she could see. It's barely past 4. Unless you want me to leave. The question hung between them for a moment. Did she want him to leave? Chloe's brain said yes. This was already dangerous territory. She'd invited a subscriber into her apartment, changed into shorts that barely qualified as clothing, spent the last 90 minutes pressed against his side like they were actually dating. But her mouth said something different. One more movie won't hurt. Jordan's expression shifted. Something passed through his eyes too fast for Chloe to identify. Okay, your turn to pick. Oh no, I'm not taking responsibility for another selection. The last one almost killed me. So, we do another random selection? Absolutely not. You're going to rig it and we'll end up watching Saw or something equally horrifying. I would never. You would definitely. Jordan handed her the remote. Then you scroll and I'll tell you when to stop. Chloe took the remote and started moving through the options. Romantic comedies, animated films, nature documentaries. She paused on a movie poster showing two people holding hands under a streetlight. That one, Jordan said. Chloe read the description. Love in transit. A chance encounter on a subway platform leads to a night of unexpected connection. She wrinkled her nose. This looks sappy. Perfect. Maximum wholesomeness. It's probably going to be terrible. Then we'll make fun of it. Chloe hesitated. The poster couple looked too perfect, too staged, like they'd never experienced real problems in their entire lives. But it definitely wasn't a horror movie. Fine. She hit play. Chapter 37. 37, the statistical probability of you and me. The opening credits rolled over shots of a crowded subway station. People rushing past each other. Everyone isolated in their own worlds. Then the camera focused on a woman missing her train and a man offering her his coffee. Chloe settled back into the couch. The blanket was still draped across both of them. She'd never actually moved away from Jordan after the scary movie ended. Her shoulder rested against his side. Natural. Easy. Comfortable. Too comfortable. She should probably put some distance between them. Create space. Remember the rules she'd laid out yesterday. Neighbors. Nothing more. But moving now would make it obvious that she'd been thinking about it, which would make it weird, which would make everything awkward. So she stayed. Jordan's arm was still stretched along the back of the couch. His fingertips rested maybe an inch from her shoulder. Not touching, but present. Chloe focused on the movie. The couple on screen was having their meet-cute moment. Spilling coffee. Laughing about it. Exchanging numbers. $10 says they lose each other's numbers and spend the rest of the movie trying to find each other again. Jordan said, "That's too obvious. Want to bet?" Chloe looked at him. What'd I get if I win? Satisfaction of being right. That's a terrible prize. Okay, Fina. Loser has to buy the winner coffee. Like actual coffee? At a coffee shop. Yeah. Chloe's stomach flipped. That sounded like a date. Or date adjacent. Which was bad. Which broke all the rules they'd established. But also it was just coffee. People bought each other coffee all the time. Cal probably bought Jordan coffee. That didn't mean anything. Deal, she said. Jordan grinned. You're going to lose. We'll see. They watched the movie in silence for a few minutes. The couple exchanged numbers. Started texting. Made plans to meet up. Chloe relaxed slightly. Maybe this would be a straightforward romance without any contrived miscommunication plots. Then the woman's phone died right before she could save the man's contact information. Called it, Jordan said. Oh, shut up. There's still an hour left. They could find each other. Through what? Telepathy? Maybe they'll run into each other again. New York is big, but not that big. That's literally the plot of every romance movie ever made. Because it works. On screen, the woman was asking her friends if they knew anyone matching the man's description. No one did. The man was doing the same thing on his end with identical results. Chloe grabbed a handful of gummy worms from the bag on the coffee table. Okay, Fina. Maybe you were right. Maybe. Definitely. You were definitely right. Thank you. She threw a gummy worm at him. It bounced off his chest. Jordan picked it up and ate it. 5-second rule. That's disgusting. My apartment. My germs. We're in my apartment. My germs still apply. Chloe laughed and threw another gummy worm. This one hit his forehead. Jordan caught it mid-air on the rebound and popped in his mouth. Stop that. Stop throwing food at me. Stop being annoying. You invited me over. Worst decision of my life. Jordan's smile faded slightly. Not gone, but softer. You keep saying that. Because it's true. Is it, though? Chloe's breath caught. She looked at Jordan and found him already looking at her. Those amber eyes were doing that thing again. Glowing. Warm. Focused entirely on her face. Her heart was beating too fast. Way too fast for someone just sitting on a couch watching a movie. I don't know, she said quietly. Ask me again later. Jordan held her gaze for another second before looking back at the TV. Deal. Chloe forced herself to breathe, to focus on the movie. The couple on screen was still searching for each other, meeting near misses, walking past each other without noticing. The universe was conspiring to keep them apart. Chloe knew how that felt. She glanced at Jordan out of the corner of her eye. His jaw was tight. His shoulders were relaxed, but his hands weren't. One gripped the armrest. The other had moved from the back of the couch to rest on his thigh. He was nervous. Why was he nervous? Chloe shifted slightly. The movement made her leg brush against Jordan's under the blanket. Just the barest contact. Her bare thigh against his sweatpants. Jordan went very still. Chloe didn't move away. The movie continued playing. Dialogue filled the silence. But Chloe wasn't listening anymore. All her focus had narrowed to the single point of contact between her leg and Jordan's. She should move. Put space between them. Remember that this was just neighbors watching Netflix. But her body wasn't listening to her brain. Her leg stayed right where it was. Jordan's hand twitched on his thigh, like he wanted to reach over. Touch her knee maybe, or her hand. Something. But he didn't. He just sat there, watching the movie, pretending nothing had changed. Except everything had changed. The air in the apartment felt thicker, warmer, charged with something Chloe didn't want to name. On screen, the couple finally found each other again. They were laughing, hugging, kissing in the rain like idiots. This is so unrealistic, Jordan said. His voice sounded strained. What part? All of it. People don't just randomly run into each other in a city of 8 million people. Maybe they do. They don't. You ran into me. Jordan looked at her. That's different. How? We live next door to each other. Yeah, but we never saw each other for 4 months. Then suddenly yesterday you knocked on my door. Today we're watching movies on my couch. That's pretty random. That's not random. That's just, I don't know. Timing. Isn't that the same thing? No. Why not? Jordan's eyes dropped to her mouth. Just for a second. Then back to her eyes. Because random implies chance. Timing implies something else. Like what? I don't know. Fate or whatever. Chloe's stomach did a full somersault. You believe in fate? I believe in making your own fate. That's not the same thing. Isn't it? They were so close now. Chloe didn't remember moving, but somehow the space between them had shrunk to nothing. Her leg was fully pressed against his. Her shoulder fit perfectly against his side. She could feel the heat coming off his body through his shirt. The movie was still playing. The couple on screen was walking through Central Park holding hands. Happy, ending music swelled through the speakers. Chloe didn't care about any of it. All she cared about was the way Jordan was looking at her. Like she was the only person in the entire world. Like nothing else mattered. Her phone buzzed on the coffee table. 3 times in rapid succession. The moment shattered. Chapter 38, I'm scared. Chloe grabbed her phone and checked the screen. 3 messages from Alexis in their group chat with Kumiko. Alexis, OMG, did you see Madison's story? Alexis, she hooked up with Tyler at the party last night. Alexis, Tyler, can you believe? Chloe locked her phone without responding. Saw the group chat. It's fine. But the spell was broken. The charged atmosphere had dissolved into regular air. Jordan looked back at the TV. Chloe did the same. The credits were rolling. 2 hours had passed somehow. The sun had shifted outside the windows. Late afternoon light filtered through the blinds. Chloe's chest felt tight, like she'd missed something important. like she'd been standing at the edge of a cliff and backed away at the last second. Did the happy movie work? Jordan asked. What? Your mom's trick. Do you still feel traumatized from the stalker movie? Chloe thought about it. The fear from earlier had faded, replaced by something else entirely. Something that made her stomach feel warm and her pulse race. Yeah, she said. I think it worked. Jordan smiled. Good. He started to stand. Chloe's hand shot out before she could stop herself. Her fingers wrapped around his wrist. Jordan froze. You should probably check my apartment, Chloe said quickly. For killers. Like you offered earlier. Jordan looked down at her hand on his wrist, then at her face. You serious? Dead serious. I'm not checking that loft closet by myself. You know there's no one up there. Probably not, but better safe than sorry. Jordan's mouth curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. Okay, I'll check. Chloe released his wrist and stood up. The blanket fell away from her legs. Jordan's gaze dropped for half a second before snapping back to her face. Her shorts had ridden up even higher. She pulled them down slightly. Not that it helped much. The loft first, she said. Then the bathroom. Then I don't know. Wherever else killers might hide. Under the kitchen sink? Don't be a smartass. Jordan laughed and headed toward the stairs. Chloe followed behind him, watching the way his shoulders moved under his white shirt, the way his sweatpants hung low on his hips. Stop looking. They climbed the stairs to the loft. Chloe's bedroom was exactly as she'd left it. Bed made, pillows arranged, ring light standing in the corner like a silent witness. Jordan walked to the closet and pulled it open. Clothes hung in organized rows. Shoes lined the bottom. A few storage boxes on the top shelf. All clear, he said. Check behind the hanging clothes. Chloe. I'm serious. Jordan sighed and pushed the clothes aside. Nothing but wall. See? No killers. Under the bed next. They walked to the bed. Jordan crouched down and lifted the bed skirt. Chloe crouched next to him. Their shoulders touched. Empty space stretched under the frame. A few dust bunnies. A phone charger she'd lost 3 weeks ago. Anything? Chloe asked. Just dust. Okay, bathroom now. They stood and headed to the bathroom attached to the loft. Jordan checked behind the shower curtain, in the cabinet under the sink, inside the linen closet. Nothing. You're safe, Jordan said. No psycho killers lurking in your apartment. You sure? Positive. Chloe nodded, but she didn't move toward the stairs. She just stood there in her bathroom with Jordan 3 feet away. His hair was still slightly damp from his earlier shower. He smelled like clean soap and something else. Something warm. Thanks, she said, for checking. No problem. Silence stretched between them. Heavy. Thick. I should probably go, Jordan said. Yeah, probably. Neither of them moved. Jordan's phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and checked the screen. His expression shifted. Some emotion Chloe couldn't identify. Everything okay? She asked. Yeah, just the system. The what? Jordan's eyes widened slightly. Nothing. I mean, my mom. She's been texting all day. Oh, he pocketed his phone. I really should go, though. Let you have your apartment back. Right. Yeah. They walked back downstairs together. Jordan grabbed his slide from near the door. Chloe stood with her arms crossed, suddenly very aware of how little clothing she was wearing. Jordan opened the door, then paused. Hey, for what it's worth. I had fun. Chloe's face heated. Me too. So we're friends now? Officially? I don't know if neighbors who watch horror movies together automatically qualify as friends. What do they qualify as? Chloe's heart hammered against her ribs. I'll let you know when I figure it out. Jordan smiled. Actually smiled. Not a smirk or a half grin, but something genuine. Okay, let me know. He stepped into the hallway. Chloe watched him walk the 12 feet to his own door. He unlocked it. Turned back. Text me if you get scared, he said. I'm not going to get scared. Offer stands anyway. Then he disappeared into Unit 404. Chloe closed her door, locked it, put on a chain. Her apartment felt too quiet without him in it. Too empty. Like the air pressure had dropped or the walls had moved in closer. She walked to the couch and collapsed face first into the cushions where Jordan had been sitting just moments before. His warmth still lingered in the fabric. That clean soap smell. The weight of his presence somehow still pressed into the cushion, even though he was gone. Her phone buzzed against the coffee table. Chloe reached for it without lifting her face from the couch. A notification from the group chat lit up the screen. Alexis asking where she was, why she wasn't responding. 3 messages in a row, each one more demanding than the last. Chloe swiped the notification away without opening it. Instead, she opened her messages and stared at Jordan's contact, the one she'd saved yesterday after their spontaneous hallway conversation. What was she doing? This was insane. He was a subscriber, a client, someone who had paid $3,000 to spend 45 minutes with her in a public restaurant while she wore a mask and sunglasses and pretended they'd never met before. Someone whose transaction history on her OnlyFans account went back months. Someone who had commented on her posts, sent her tips, bought custom content. But also, he was Jordan, the guy who checked her apartment for killers hiding behind her shower curtain and under her bed, who made fun of terrible horror movie logic with perfect timing, who said he'd protect her and somehow made it sound like a statement of fact instead of an empty promise. The guy who sat on her couch and respected the 2-cushion gap and didn't try to close it once during the entire movie. The guy who smiled at her like she was just Chloe. Just her. Her thumbs moved before her brain could catch up and stop them. Chloe, Jordan? She stared at the screen. Her heart hammered against her ribs so hard she could feel the pulse in her throat. 3 dots appeared immediately. He was already typing. Chloe's stomach flipped. The dots disappeared, reappeared, disappeared again. She pictured him standing in his apartment 12 feet away, phone in his hand, staring at her message, trying to figure out what to say. The dots came back. Jordan, yeah? Chloe bit her bottom lip. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard again. This was stupid. She wasn't actually scared. The movie had been ridiculous, laughable. She'd made fun of it for 90 minutes straight. But her apartment felt too big now, too quiet, too full of shadows that could hide things that probably weren't there, but might be. And maybe she just wanted an excuse. Chloe, I'm scared. Chapter 39. 39. The Calypso Origin Story. Jordan closed his door and leaned against it. The wood pressed cool against his back. His apartment felt wrong now. Too quiet. Too empty. Like someone had sucked all the oxygen out of the room. He just spent 3 hours with Chloe. 3 hours that felt like 30 minutes. 3 hours where he forgot about Eliza, about Cameron, about being the bad guy. 3 hours where he was just Jordan talking to Chloe, who was just Chloe. His chest felt warm, the kind of warm that spread through his whole body and made his fingers tingle. This was dangerous. This feeling. This pull toward the girl living 12 feet away through a wall. He pushed off the door and walked to the couch, collapsed into it. The cushions still held heat from where he'd been sitting yesterday after getting home from Target, before the deck of cards, before Chloe knocked on his door looking flustered and beautiful and offering to watch Netflix like it wasn't the most loaded invitation in human history. Jordan pulled out his phone. 1% battery. The red bar blinked at him like a warning light. But he had to check, had to see the numbers, had to know if the system had tracked what he already knew in his gut. The golden interface flickered to life. Laggy, struggling, cashback system, active connections, Chilokim. Chemistry, 34%, 34%, up from 20, 14% gain from snacks and movies, and checking her closet for killers that didn't exist. Jordan's stomach flipped. The number glowed on his dying phone screen, like proof of something he didn't want to name yet. She grabbed his arm during the scary parts, pressed her face into his shoulder, stayed there even after the jump scare ended, rested her head against him during the romantic comedy like it was the most natural thing in the world. And he'd sat there frozen, terrified to move, terrified to breathe wrong and break whatever spell had settled over her gray sectional. He was falling for her. He knew it, could feel it happening in real time, like watching a car crash in slow motion. Except the crash felt good, felt right. Felt like finally coming up for air after drowning for months. But how they started. He paid her $3,000 to sit across from him at the Ivy. Had spent 6 months subscribing to her OnlyFans. Had sent her tips and bought custom content and watched her perform for a camera while pretending she was performing for him specifically. That was their foundation. Money and fantasy and a transaction dressed up as connection. And now she was real, living next door, wearing white shorts and thigh-high socks, and looking at him with those dark eyes that saw through every defense he tried to build. His phone buzzed. Once. Weak. A text notification appeared at the top of the screen. Chloe, Jordan? His heart kicked against his ribs. He started typing. Stopped. Deleted it. Started again. The phone screen flickered. Battery warning. Jordan, yeah? 3 dots appeared. Disappeared. Came back. The screen went black. Dead. Jordan stared at the blank phone in his hand. No. No. He needed to see what she said. Needed to know why she was texting him 30 seconds after he left her apartment. He shot up from the couch and plugged the phone into the charger on his kitchen counter. The screen stayed black. Too dead to even show the charging icon yet. Come on. The screen finally lit up with the battery symbol. 1%. Charging. Jordan unlocked it the second it allowed input. His notifications flooded the screen. Chloe, I'm scared. Jordan put his phone in his pocket, grabbed his keys, walked out his door, took 3 steps, knocked. The lock clicked on the other side. Chain rattled. Door opened. Chloe stood there, still in the white shorts and black thigh highs. Hair slightly messed up, face pink. Hey, Jordan said. Hey. Silence stretched between them. Her fingers gripped the edge of the door. So you need me? He asked. Yeah. She said it quiet, like admitting something that cost her to speak out loud. You want me to come in? Sure. Jordan walked past her into the apartment he'd left 5 minutes ago. The popcorn bowl still sat on the coffee table. Blanket bunched up on the couch where she'd been sitting. Netflix menu glowing on the TV screen. Chloe closed the door, locked it, put the chain back on. So now what do you want to do? Jordan turned to face her. She bit her bottom lip, looked at the floor, at the ceiling, anywhere but directly at him. You watch anime. Jordan blinked. Of all the things he'd expected her to say, that wasn't on the list. Fuck yeah, you do. Chloe's face lit up. Actual, genuine excitement, replacing the embarrassment. Really? You sound surprised. You just don't seem like the type. What type do I seem like? I don't know. Sports guy. Frat bro in training. Jordan laughed. Have you met me? I spent winter break on my bedroom floor watching league streams. That's different. She walked to the couch and sat down. Pulled the blanket over her legs. That's just being sad. Anime is a lifestyle choice. Okay, so what are we watching? Chloe grabbed the remote and exited Netflix. Opened Crunchyroll instead. Kumiko got me into it. The girl with the twin tails? Yeah, she's obsessed. Like full cosplay, convention-going, body pillow owning obsessed. What's your favorite? Chloe scrolled through her watch list. I'm a sucker for romance stuff. Fairy tale hits pretty good. Jordan sat down next to her. Closer than before. No 2 cushion gap this time. Wow, why am I not surprised? What is that supposed to mean, huh? She turned to look at him. Pouting. Actually pouting. Nothing. You just remind me of Lucy a lot. Huh, I guess so. Chloe tilted her head. Never really thought about it. But yeah, the whole celestial spirit thing is cool. She kept scrolling. Stopped on something that made her face go red. Actually, Kumiko made me watch High School DxD. She said it fast, like ripping off a Band-Aid. That's where I got my Calypso personality from. Chapter 40. 40 I lied. I wanted you here. Jordan's brain stuttered. What? The character Aquino. I kind of based my OnlyFans thing off her. The whole era energy. Chloe wouldn't look at him now. Just stared at the TV screen with her face burning. It felt easier to perform as someone else, you know? Like wearing a costume. Holy shit. Jordan knew exactly who Aquino was. Every guy who'd watched DxD knew Aquino. The vice president with the sadistic streak and the sultry voice and the ability to make viewers forget how to breathe. And Chloe had studied that character. had absorbed her mannerisms, had built her entire online persona around the confident, teasing, dangerous energy that Aquino radiated in every scene. Wow. Jordan leaned back against the couch. So, I had no way of not falling for that. The words came out before his brain could stop them. Chloe's head snapped toward him. What? Fuck. I just mean, like, the character is designed to be impossible to resist. So obviously the algorithm worked. Jordan scrambled. Marketing strategy. You know, smart business decision. Uh-huh. Chloe narrowed her eyes. That's what you meant. Yeah. You're a terrible liar. I'm aware. She stared at him. He stared back. The Netflix menu kept playing its background music. Some upbeat tune that didn't match the tension in the room. Do you want to watch DxD? Chloe asked. Do you want to watch DxD? I asked you first. I asked you second. Chloe threw a pillow at his face. Jordan caught it one-handed and tossed it back. It hit her shoulder and she laughed. Actually laughed. The sound filled the apartment like sunlight. Fine. We can watch Fairy Tale. She selected an episode from season 1. But if you make fun of the fan service, I'm kicking you out. The episode started. Opening theme played. Chloe sang along under her breath. Jordan noticed she knew all the words. They settled into the couch together. Her shoulder pressed against his arm. The blanket covered both their legs now. Shared warmth. Shared space. The episode played. Lucy argued with Natsu. Gray stripped his shirt off for no reason. Urza scared everyone into submission. Standard fairy tale chaos. This is so dumb, Chloe said. But she was smiling. Extremely dumb. I love it. Me too. Her head drifted to his shoulder again. Same position as during the movies. Except this time she didn't have fear as an excuse. She just wanted to be close to him. Jordan's heart hammered. The episode continued, but he couldn't focus. All his awareness narrowed to the spot where her temple pressed against his shoulder. The smell of her shampoo, vanilla, and something floral he couldn't name. The warmth of her body through his shirt. Jordan, yeah. Thanks for coming back over. Her voice was soft, almost tentative, like she was testing the words before committing to them. You texted me. Said you were scared. He kept his tone neutral, matter of fact, even as his pulse kicked up another notch. Elite. The confession came out barely above a whisper, so quiet he almost missed it over the sound effect from the TV. I wasn't scared. I just... She paused, drew a breath. I wanted you here. Jordan's lungs seized. Forgot how to process oxygen. The episode continued playing on the screen in front of them. Someone was fighting someone else. Colorful magic effects exploding across animated backgrounds, dramatic music swelling, but none of it penetrated the sudden rushing sound in his ears. Oh, he managed. Is that okay? Chloe's voice carried a tremor he'd never heard before. Is what okay? That I wanted you here. She lifted her head from his shoulder. The loss of contact felt like a physical thing, but then she was turning to face him, and suddenly her face was right there, inches away, close enough that he could see the exact pattern of her eyelashes. Those dark eyes searched his with an intensity that made his stomach flip. That I lied to get you back. Chloe. Her name came out rougher than he intended. Because I know what we are. What we were. You paid me $3,000 to sit in a restaurant and pretend we were strangers. You spent months subscribing to content I made for hundreds of other guys. And now I'm sitting here in my apartment wearing basically nothing and asking you to watch anime with me like we're normal people with a normal connection. We are normal people. Are we? Jordan reached up slow, giving her enough time to pull back if she wanted to. She didn't move, not even a little. His hand settled against her cheek. Her skin was warm, softer than he'd let himself think about in all those months of knowing exactly who she was and pretending he didn't. He could feel the faint tension in her jaw, the way she was holding herself, very still like she was trying to decide something and running out of time to decide it. You're the most real person I've met since I got here, he said. Since any of this started. Something in her face shifted. Her eyes dropped to his mouth, came back up, then dropped again like she couldn't help the pattern. Jordan. Her voice had gone unsteady in a way he'd never heard from Calypso, Never heard from the Chloe who sat 3 rows over in econ and kept her expression perfectly neutral during cold calls. Yeah, I think I'm in serious trouble here. She brought her hand up and pressed her palm flat against his chest, right over his sternum. She had to feel it. His pulse was not doing anything remotely calm, and the hand against him made it worse. And she was close enough that he could see her trying to figure out if she was about to make a mistake. Chloe, tell me this is stupid. Her voice shook on the last word. Tell me we should stop, that you should go back next door, that I should go back to my rules, and you should go back to yours. And we should go back to being 2 people who happened to share a meal once and didn't make it weird. Tell me that. His thumb moved across her cheekbone. Slow. Is that what you want? No. Then I'm not going anywhere. She kissed him. Chapter 41. 41. This is some kind of black magic fuckery. The press of Chloe's mouth against his sent a jolt through Jordan's system like someone had dropped a live wire into his bloodstream. Her lips were soft, tentative at first, then less so as she leaned into him with increasing confidence. Holy shit, this was happening. Jordan's hand slid from her cheek to the back of her neck, fingers threading through silky black hair. The blue streak wrapped around his index finger like it had been waiting for him. Chloe made a small sound against his mouth, MMH, and that single syllable knocked something loose in Jordan's brain. She tasted like white cheddar popcorn and vanilla lip balm. The combination should have been weird, but Jordan's brain filed it under best taste ever discovered by mankind and demanded more immediately. Chloe broke the kiss, pulled back just enough to look at him. Her pupils had expanded to nearly swallow the brown of her irises. You're better at this than I expected, she whispered. Rude. Jordan grinned against her mouth. I meant it as a compliment. Her fingers played with the hem of his T-shirt. Now I wonder what else you're good at. The girl who'd slammed her door in his face yesterday was now sitting half on top of him, making suggestive comments. Life came at you fast. Chloe shifted her weight, one leg swinging over to straddle his lap. The movement was smooth, practiced, the kind of move that would have made his brain short-circuit a month ago. Now he watched it happen with a strange detachment, like he was observing from outside himself. This girl had thousands of subscribers paying to see her in much less than those white shorts and oversized shirt. And here she was, settling her weight onto his thighs, hands braced on his shoulders, looking at him like he was the only viewer who mattered. Chloe rolled her hips experimentally. What? We fit. She did it again, more deliberately. Like really well. Jordan's hands found her waist, feeling the curve where her shirt had ridden up to expose a strip of skin. Yeah. She kissed him again, deeper this time, her tongue tracing the seam of his lips until he opened for her. Jordan lost track of time. Could have been minutes, could have been hours, just her mouth on his and her weight in his lap and her hands exploring his shoulders, his chest, his arms with increasing boldness. Your shirt needs to go, she murmured against his jaw. Like immediately. You first. No. She tugged at the white cotton. You're the one with the mysterious overnight transformation. I need visual confirmation. Jordan laughed, the sound turning into a groan when she nipped at his lower lip. Fine. He reached back and yanked his shirt off in one motion, tossing it onto her coffee table where it knocked over an empty water bottle. The cool air hit his bare chest, but Chloe's hands followed immediately, spreading heat wherever she touched. Oh my God, she breathed, running her palms over his pecs, down to his abs. What the hell? You look like an actual fitness model. Thanks. Not a compliment, an accusation. Her fingertips traced each defined muscle with something like academic interest. No one looks like this without years of work. No one. Jordan thought about explaining the magical phone app that had upgraded his body overnight, decided against it, and went with, good genes. Bullshit. But she didn't stop touching him. Her hands explored every new contour of his torso, like she was mapping territory for future reference. This is some kind of black magic fuckery. I'll take that as a compliment. Chloe's mouth curved into that half-smile that always gave Calypso's subscribers heart palpitations. You should. She leaned forward to press her lips to his neck, and Jordan's hand slid down from her waist to cup her ass through the white shorts. The contact made her gasp against his skin, a small, surprised sound that shot straight to his core. Sorry, should I? Don't you dare move your hands. She pushed back against his palms, encouraging. I've been waiting for you to do that since you took your shirt off. Only that long? Not since I walked in the door. Shut up. She bit his earlobe, not gently. You're ruining the moment with your stupid face and your stupid mouth saying stupid things. You like my stupid mouth? He squeezed, feeling the perfect roundness of her ass filling his hands. And my stupid hands? MH. Maybe. She rolled her hips again, more insistent this time. Definitely liking the hands right now. Jordan slid his palms lower, fingers curling under the hem of her shorts to touch bare skin. Chloe made a sound that belonged in one of her subscriber-only videos, a breathy ah that drove straight through his remaining self-control. That works, she panted against his neck. That works really well. Her thighs tightened around his, and she rocked against him with more purpose. The friction sent sparks racing up Jordan's spine. He dug his fingers into the soft flesh of her ass, guiding her movements, setting a rhythm that made her breath hitch. Chloe reached for the bottom of her oversized shirt, pulled it up and over her head in one fluid motion. The garment landed somewhere behind the couch, forgotten instantly. She wasn't wearing a bra underneath. Just smooth, pale skin and perfect breasts that had starred in approximately 8,000 of Jordan's private fantasies over the last 6 months. Reality was better. You're staring. Chloe's voice had a smile in it. Hard not to. Jordan let his eyes move over her, taking in a view from this close with no screen between them. You're gorgeous. A flush spread from her cheeks, down her neck to her chest. Flatter. Just honest, please. The word came out like a command and a plea tangled together. Chapter 42. 42 Take this upstairs. Jordan cupped her breasts, feeling their perfect weight in his palms. Chloe's head fell back, exposing the long line of her throat as she arched into his touch. Her skin was impossibly soft, warm under his hands. He ran his thumbs over her nipples and was rewarded with a full body shiver and a sound that made his blood rush south. That feels good. He repeated the motion, slower this time, paying attention to how her body responded. The way her breathing changed, the small tremor that ran through her. Yes. The word came out harsh, desperate. She pressed down against him with renewed intensity, her rhythm becoming less controlled. Don't stop. Please don't stop. Jordan had zero intention of stopping. Not with Chloe making those sounds, those raw, unfiltered noises that bypassed every defense she'd spent months maintaining. Not when she was moving against him like proximity itself wasn't enough anymore, like she needed to be closer, needed more. His mouth traced a path down from where he'd been focused, following the line of her collarbone, exploring the curve where her neck met her shoulder. When his lips finally closed around her nipple, the reaction was immediate and electric. Chloe's entire body tensed. Her back arched hard, pushing her chest more firmly against his mouth. Her fingers dove into his hair, gripping tight, holding him exactly where she wanted him with an urgency that bordered on demand. Jordan. His name broke from her lips in a pitch he'd never heard before, high and breathless, and completely undone. Ah, yes, fuck yes. Her hips worked faster, rocking against the growing hardness in his sweatpants. Jordan could feel her heat through the thin fabrics, separating them. His hands returned to her ass, slipping back under the white shorts to guide her movements. No underwear, just smooth, bare skin filling his hands. Jordan growled against her breast, the sound coming from somewhere primal and hungry. Chloe responded with a moan that vibrated through her entire body. You feel so good, she panted, grinding down harder. So good. Her fingers tightened in his hair, pulling just enough to send a sharp pleasure pain signal racing to his brain. Jordan squeezed her ass, feeling the perfect firmness yield under his fingers. He'd spent 6 months looking at pictures of this girl, watching videos where she teased the camera with that half smile and those knowing eyes. Now she was here, real, warm, moving against him with increasing desperation, chasing something they both wanted. Jordan, her voice came out as fragments between gasping breaths, fractured by the motion of her hips against him. Yeah. I think we should. She punctuated the pause with another deliberate grind that sent sparks racing up his spine. MH, take this upstairs. The words registered slowly, fighting through the haze of sensation. Invitation. She made a small, please sound low in her throat. You sure? The question came out rougher than he intended. His voice scraped raw by want. Very. She rolled her hips in a slow, torturous circle that proved her point better than words ever could. Her blue eyes locked with his, dark and knowing and absolutely certain. Unless you have objections? Jordan's brain attempted to formulate objections. Found none. Discarded the search entirely in favor of cataloging approximately 8 million reasons to agree immediately. The heat of her against him. The weight of her in his hands. The way she was looking at him like she wanted to devour him whole. No objections. He pulled her down into another kiss, harder this time, tasting the curve of her smile against his mouth. Upstairs sounds perfect. Chloe climbed off his lap with visible reluctance, her chest rising and falling with quickened breaths. She held out her hand to him, standing there in just those tiny white shorts, her hair mussed from his fingers, lips swollen from kisses. The blue streak caught the light as she tilted her head toward the stairs. Coming. Not yet. The joke escaped before he could stop it. Chloe's laugh filled the apartment. Wow, that was terrible. But she was smiling wider than he'd ever seen, a genuine, unguarded expression that transformed her face completely. Come on, funny guy. Jordan took her offered hand and stood, letting her lead him toward the loft stairs. He couldn't tear his eyes from the gentle sway of her hips, the curve of her waist, the blue streak in her hair swinging with each step. This wasn't the Calypso that thousands of subscribers paid to see. This wasn't the Chloe Kim who sat 3 rows ahead in econ, projecting careful disinterest. This was something real, something just for him. Halfway up the stairs, Chloe glanced back over her shoulder. Her eyes were dark, lips curved in that half-smile that had launched 1,000 fantasies. But there was something else there now, something genuine and a little uncertain, like she couldn't quite believe this was happening either. You know this is crazy, right? Her voice had dropped, gone serious. This whole thing, you and me, completely insane. And you're okay with that? Jordan squeezed her hand. More than okay. Her smile returned, brighter than before. She tugged him up the remaining steps, toward her loft, toward her bed with its simple white sheets that he could see from here. Good answer. She backed toward the mattress, still holding his hand. Now come here and help me forget about killers hiding under beds. I thought you weren't scared anymore. Chloe pulled him down onto the mattress, her body warm and soft under his. Her arms wound around his neck, legs parting to cradle him between them. Maybe I lied again. She pressed her lips to the corner of his mouth. Maybe I just wanted to get you into my bedroom. Devious. Jordan nipped at her lower lip. I like it. I hope you might. Her hands traced patterns down his back, fingernails leaving light scratches that sent shivers racing along his spine. Now shut up and kiss me. Chapter 43. 43 My first time was a critical hit. Jordan couldn't believe this was real. Chloe Kim, the same girl who slammed her door in his face yesterday, the same girl who made a living teasing thousands of guys online, was pulling him down on her bed. Her hands traced fire across his skin, leaving trails of goosebumps in their wake. What are you thinking about? Chloe whispered against his neck. That this might be the best day of my life. Jordan slid his hands along the curve of her waist, marveling at how perfectly she fit against him. Such a sap, but she was smiling as she said it, her lips curving against his skin. Her fingers tangled in his hair, tugging him down for a kiss that started slow and quickly turned hungry. Her tongue traced the seam of his lips before pushing inside, seeking and demanding in equal measure. Jordan matched her pace, his hands roaming over her body with increasing boldness. When Chloe broke away, her chest heaved with rapid breaths. Take off your pants. What? Your pants. She tugged at the waistband of his sweatpants. I want them gone. Now. Demanding. Jordan sat back, hooking his thumbs into the elastic waistband. A flicker of nervousness shot through him. He'd never been naked with anyone before, but the heat in Chloe's eyes burned away his hesitation. He pushed the sweatpants down his hips, lifting slightly to slide them off completely. His boxers followed a moment later, leaving him completely exposed. Chloe's eyes went wide. Her mouth opened slightly, then closed, then opened again. Why you were that big and still became single? Jordan couldn't help but laugh at the genuine shock in her voice. It wasn't exactly something that came up with Eliza. Chloe shook her head, still staring. That bitch really missed out. She let out a slightly nervous laugh. Holy shit, I feel like I should be worried. Heat flooded Jordan's face. He hadn't expected this reaction, and while part of him preened at her obvious appreciation, another part wanted to crawl under the blankets. Is it too much? The question slipped out before he could stop it. Chloe's eyes snapped up to his face. Are you kidding me right now? She pushed him flat on his back and moved between his legs, positioning herself on her hands and knees. It's perfect. You're perfect. She lowered her head, her blue-streaked hair falling forward like a curtain. Her breath ghosted over him, warm and tantalizingly close. I just need a moment to appreciate this. She traced one finger up his length, watching with fascination as it twitched in response. Then she leaned down and pressed a soft kiss to the tip. Fuck. Jordan's back arched off the mattress. Chloe grinned up at him, her eyes glinting with mischief. She pursed her lips and blew a gentle stream of air across his sensitized skin, watching with undisguised delight as his entire body jerked in response. Fuck. The word tore from his throat. Someone sensitive. Her voice was pure silk, low and teasing. In that moment, she looked like every fantasy he'd ever had. Hair slightly mussed, lips swollen from kisses, eyes dark with want. She was so damn sexy, it almost hurt to look at her. Jordan reached down, brushing his fingers across her cheek. You're incredible. Her expression softened for just a moment before the devilish grin returned. You haven't seen anything yet. She lowered her head again, this time extending her tongue to lap at a bead of moisture that had formed at his tip. Salty, she murmured, her lips curved in a smile that sent jolts of electricity straight to his core. Fuck Chloe. The words came out as a groan. She took her time, exploring him with lips and tongue, occasionally glancing up to gauge his reactions. Her mouth was soft and wet and perfect, her tongue tracing patterns that left him gasping. You like that? She didn't wait for an answer, instead wrapping her lips around him and taking him deeper. Jordan's fingers twisted in the sheets, desperate for something to hold onto as pleasure built at the base of his spine. Chloe hummed in satisfaction, the vibration adding a new dimension to the sensations overwhelming him. She worked him with surprising skill, alternating between shallow teasing and taking him deeper, her hand wrapped around what wouldn't fit in her mouth. Jordan had never felt anything like it. His whole body was a live wire, every nerve ending firing at once. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he fought to maintain control, to not embarrass himself by finishing too quickly. But Chloe seemed determined to test his limits. She hollowed her cheeks, creating suction that had him seeing stars. Her free hand came up to cup and massage him, adding pressure that sent his head spinning. Chloe, The warning caught in his throat as she increased her pace. I'm going to... She made a noise that sounded like encouragement, taking him deeper still. The pressure building inside him suddenly snapped. Jordan's vision went white as his release tore through him with an intensity that bordered on pain. His hips bucked involuntarily, driving himself deeper into her mouth. Chloe's eyes went wide with surprise. Her cheeks bulged as she tried to swallow, but it was too much, too fast. She pulled back, coughing, tears springing to her eyes as she gasped for air. But Jordan wasn't done. Wave after wave crashed through him, completely beyond his control. His release painted streaks across her chin and chest, dripping down onto the bedsheets below. Fuck, Chloe wheezed, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. How much can you come? What the hell? Jordan couldn't answer. He could barely breathe, let alone form coherent sentences. His entire body trembled with aftershocks, every muscle tense, and then slack as the final pulses subsided. Sorry, he finally managed, his voice ragged. Chloe shook her head, laughing despite the mess. Don't apologize. That was impressive. She looked down at herself, at the evidence of his release on her skin. I just wasn't expecting Mount Vesuvius. Jordan grabbed his discarded T-shirt from the floor and handed it to her. I didn't know. I've never. Chloe paused and wiping herself clean, her expression shifting from amusement to surprise. Wait, are you saying that was your first? Heat crawled up Jordan's neck. Yes. No way. Chloe sat back on her heels, studying his face. You're serious? How is that possible? Look at you. Jordan shrugged, suddenly self-conscious under her scrutiny. I told you about Eliza. Before that, I was just, I don't know, not good with girls. Chloe's expression softened. She tossed his shirt aside and crawled up the bed to lie beside him, her body warm against his side. She propped herself up on one elbow, her free hand tracing patterns on his chest. So, you're telling me I just took your blowjob virginity? You could put it that way, yeah. She tapped her finger against his sternum, her expression thoughtful. I feel like I should apologize for not making it more special or something. Jordan laughed, the tension in his chest easing. Trust me, it was special. Good. She leaned down to press a soft kiss to his lips. Because I got plans for what we do next. Chapter 44. 44 condoms are for overthinkers. The promise in her voice sent a renewed surge of heat through his body. Despite the intensity of his release, he could already feel interest stirring again. What kind of plans? Chloe smiled, the same smile he'd seen in her photos, the one that promised secrets and pleasure and things he couldn't even imagine. But now it was real. For him. Not for subscribers or followers or likes. Just for Jordan. The kind that involved me showing you everything you've been missing. She shifted, throwing one leg over his hips to straddle him again. Her white shorts were the only thing she still wore, the fabric damp where she pressed against his stomach. Jordan ran his hands up her thighs, feeling the goosebumps that rose under his touch. I'd like that. Thought you might. She leaned down, her breasts brushing against his chest as she captured his mouth in a kiss. When she pulled back, her eyes were dark and serious. Just so we're clear, I don't do this. Do what? This. She gestured between them. I don't bring guys to my apartment. I don't let them see me. I definitely don't do what we just did. Jordan's heart stuttered in his chest. Why me then? Chloe bit her lip, seeming to search for the right words. Because when I'm with you, I don't feel like I have to perform. Her honesty left him breathless. This girl who made her living performing for strangers was sitting here, telling him that with him, she could just be herself. I like the real you, Jordan said softly. A lot. Yeah. Her voice was small, uncertain in a way he'd never heard before. Yeah. He reached up to tuck a strand of blue streaked hair behind her ear. I like that you watch horror movies even though they scare you. I like that you know every word to the fairy tale theme song. I like that you defend people you barely know when assholes make fun of them. Chloe's cheeks flushed pink. Stop. You're making me sound way better than I am. I'm just getting started. Jordan grinned. I could list things all night. Or, she rolled her hips, grinding against him in a way that made his breath catch. You could show me instead. Jordan's brain finally caught up with his body. His hand shot out, catching Chloe's hip before she could move any further. Wait. Chloe froze, her eyes widening. What's wrong? Condom. The word came out strangled. I don't have a condom. Chloe blinked at him. Then her face split into the most amused smile he'd ever seen. Puff. What? You're so cute. She cupped his face with both hands, her thumbs brushing his cheekbones. If you don't want to knock up my pretty pussy with your seed, then you better pull out, Jordan. His entire brain short-circuited. Pretty pussy. Knock up. Seed. The words bounced around his skull like pinballs. I'm about to take your virginity. Chloe's voice dropped lower, taking on that sultry edge that made his cock twitch against her stomach. And I want to feel all of you. No videos. Just you and me. Jordan swallowed hard. His hands trembled against her hips. You're sure? Very sure. She reached between them, wrapping her fingers around him. Now stop overthinking and help me get these shorts off. Jordan's hands moved to the waistband of her white shorts. His fingers fumbled with the button, his coordination completely shot. Chloe laughed, lifting up enough to shimmy out of them herself. She tossed them somewhere behind her head. Nothing underneath. Just smooth skin and the heat he could feel radiating from between her thighs. Fuck. The word escaped before he could stop it. That's the plan. Chloe positioned herself over him. One hand braced on his shoulder while the other guided him to her entrance. Ready? Jordan nodded, not trusting his voice. Chloe lowered herself slowly. The first contact was electric, wet heat enveloping just the tip. She gasped, her nails digging into his shoulder. Ah, you're so big. Jordan's hands gripped her hips, fighting every instinct that screamed at him to thrust upward. He let her set the pace, watching as she took him inch by inch. Her face scrunched up, a mixture of pleasure and concentration as she adjusted to his size. Fuck, she breathed. You're splitting me in half. Should I? Don't you dare stop. Chloe sank down further, her body stretching to accommodate him. And an NGH, just need a second. Jordan's entire world narrowed to the feeling of her around him. Hot, tight, perfect. His cock throbbed inside her, every nerve ending firing at once. The sensation was overwhelming, nothing like his hand, nothing like anything he'd ever imagined. Chloe bottomed out with a sharp gasp. She sat fully impaled on him, her chest heaving with rapid breaths. Tears pricked the corners of her eyes. You okay? Jordan's voice came out rough. Yeah, just full. She laughed breathlessly. So fucking full. You're hitting everything. Jordan couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The pleasure was so intense it bordered on pain. Her walls fluttered around him, adjusting to his girth, and each tiny movement sent sparks racing up his spine. Not so high mighty now, huh? Chloe's voice shook slightly, but the teasing edge remained. Can't even form sentences. Give me a break. First time here. I know. She rolled her hips experimentally. That feels good. Jordan groaned, his head falling back against the pillows. The movement sent him deeper, dragging another whimper from Chloe's throat. Can you sit up? She asked, her voice breathy. Jordan pushed himself upright, wrapping his arms around her waist. The new angle pressed them even closer together, his chest against hers, her breath hot against his neck. Like this? He asked. Exactly like this. Chloe wound her arms around his shoulders, threading her fingers through his hair. Now move with me. She lifted herself up slowly, her slick heat sliding along his length until just the tip remained inside. Then she sank back down, taking him to the hilt in one smooth motion. Ah! The sound escaped her as a high-pitched cry. Jordan's hips jerked upward instinctively, meeting her downward movement. The combined force drove him impossibly deeper. Chloe's back arched, pressing her breasts against his chest as she cried out again. Yes, like that. They found a rhythm together, Chloe rising and falling while Jordan thrust up to meet her. The room filled with the wet sounds of skin meeting skin, punctuated by their ragged breathing and Chloe's increasingly desperate moans. Aha! Jordan! His name on her lips drove him wild. Jordan buried his face against her neck, kissing and sucking at the sensitive skin while his hands gripped her ass, helping guide her movements. Each time she came down, he thrust up harder, earning gasps and whimpers that sent his arousal spiraling higher. You feel so good, Chloe panted against his ear. So deep, touching everything. Jordan captured her mouth in a kiss. She moaned into it, her tongue tangling with his as their pace increased. Sweat slicked their bodies, making each movement slide easier. Chloe's breasts bounced with each thrust, her nipples dragging across his chest. Jordan, I'm tough. I'm close. Me too. The confession came out as a growl. Pressure built at the base of his spine, coiling tighter with every stroke. Fuck, Chloe. Don't stop. Please don't stop. Her words dissolved into breathy moans. Yes, right there. Chapter 45. 45, we're going to need a bigger towel. Jordan adjusted his angle slightly, searching. When Chloe suddenly clenched around him with a sharp cry, he knew he'd found it. He aimed for that spot with every thrust, watching her face contort with pleasure. There. Oh fuck, right there. Chloe's nails raked down his back. I'm gonna ATH. Her walls clamped down around him like a vice. Jordan felt her entire body go rigid in his arms as her orgasm hit. The sensation of her pulsing around him, combined with her desperate cries in his ear, shoved him over the edge. Chloe. Jordan's hips jerked erratically as his release tore through him. The trait activated, that cursed bronze tier ability flooding his system. Wave after wave of cum pumped into her, far more than should be possible. His cock pulsed with each burst, filling her completely. Chloe's eyes flew open as the first spurt hit. Oh, fuck, so much. Jordan couldn't stop. His body had taken over completely, hips still moving in shallow thrusts as he emptied himself inside her. The feeling was transcendent, better than anything. Her heat surrounding him while he marked her from the inside out. HNNGH, you're still going? Chloe's voice came out strangled. So full, overflowing. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the pulses slowed. Stopped. Jordan collapsed back against the pillows, taking Chloe with him. She lay sprawled across his chest, both of them gasping for air. Warmth seeped out around where they were still joined. Chloe shifted slightly and more leaked out, creating a wet patch on the sheets beneath them. Holy shit. Chloe lifted her head to stare at him. Fuck, are you trying to make me your cum dumpster? The words shouldn't have been hot, but paired with her flushed face and the feeling of his release dripping out of her, Jordan's brain bypassed logic entirely. I want to make you a mother. The confession erupted from somewhere primal. Want to breed you until I can't anymore. Chloe's eyes went wide. Her mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. That's the horniest thing anyone's ever said to me. She paused. Say it again. Jordan's hands slid down to her ass, pulling her tighter against him. His cock was already stirring again inside her, that cursed trait apparently giving him stamina for days. I want to fill you up. His voice dropped lower, rougher. Want to pump you so full it's dripping down your thighs. Want everyone to know you're mine. Chloe whimpered. Actually whimpered. Her hips rolled against him, creating friction that made them both gasp. You can't just say things like that. Her protest came out breathless. Why not? Because it makes me want to let you do it. She buried her face against his neck. Makes me want to forget about pills and plans and just let you breed me like you said. Jordan's cock throbbed at the image. Chloe swollen with his child, knowing he'd put it there, that she belonged to him in the most fundamental way possible. Jordan, her voice was small, uncertain. We should probably, clean up. Reality crashed back, the wet sheets beneath them, the mess coating both their thighs. The fact that he'd just unloaded inside a girl he'd technically only known for 2 days. Yeah, probably, but neither of them moved. Chloe shifted slightly, wincing. You're still hard. That bronze gotcha was apparently very generous with stamina. Bronze gotcha? She lifted her head to look at him. What are you talking about? Jordan's brain caught up approximately 3 seconds too late. Nothing. Ignore me. Post-orgasm brain. Uh-huh. Chloe didn't look convinced, but she let it slide. Well, your post-orgasm brain is still very much inside me and showing no signs of deflating. Is that a problem? Not necessarily. She bit her lip, that teasing smile returning. But if we're going to go again, I need water first. And maybe to actually clean up before we make even more of a mess. Jordan reluctantly loosened his grip on her. Chloe lifted herself off him slowly, both of them hissing at the sensation. When he finally slipped free, a flood of cum followed, pooling between her thighs. Jesus Christ. Chloe stared down at the evidence. That's a lot. Saw the Jordan offered weakly. Don't apologize. She climbed off the bed carefully, keeping her thighs pressed together. It's hot. Messy as hell, but hot. Jordan watched as she padded across the loft toward her bathroom, completely naked and utterly confident. His cum dripped down her inner thighs with each step, leaving a trail on her hardwood floor. The door closed behind her. Water started running. Jordan fell back against the pillows, staring at the ceiling. His chest heaved with each breath. His entire body felt boneless, wrung out in the best possible way. He just lost his virginity to Chloe Kim, the same girl who lived next door, the same girl he'd been subscribing to for 6 months, the same girl who defended him at the student union and watched anime with him and made him laugh even when everything felt hopeless. His phone buzzed from somewhere in his discarded sweatpants on the floor. Jordan ignored it. The bathroom door opened. Chloe emerged with a damp washcloth, her hair pulled up in a messy bun. She cleaned herself up but was still completely naked, drops of water clinging to her skin. Your turn. She tossed him the washcloth. Jordan caught it, grateful for something to do with his hands. He wiped himself down quickly while Chloe pulled fresh sheets from her closet. Help me change these, she asked, already stripping the soiled bedding. They worked in companionable silence. Remove the old sheets. Spread out new ones. Fluff the pillows. Normal domestic tasks that felt surreal given what they'd just done. When the bed was made, Chloe climbed back onto it. She patted the space beside her. Stay. Jordan's heart did something complicated in his chest. You want me to stay? I'll just let you come inside me. Chloe rolled her eyes. I think we're past the awkward morning after concerns. It's barely 7 p.m. Then stay for the awkward evening after. She tugged at his hand. Come on. I'm cold. Jordan slid into bed beside her. Chloe immediately curled against his side, her head on his chest, and one leg thrown over his thighs. Her body radiated warmth. This is nice, she murmured. Yeah. Jordan wrapped his arm around her shoulders. It is. They lay there in comfortable quiet. Jordan's fingers traced lazy patterns on her back while Chloe's breath evened out against his chest. Jordan, I'm hungry. Chapter 46. 46 post-sex negotiations involve Korean takeout. Jordan looked down at Chloe, her hair spread across his chest like dark silk with that blue streak catching the light from the window. Yeah. Chloe nodded against him. Her stomach growled loud enough to hear. What do you want? I don't know. She traced a lazy circle on his abs. Something good. What about pizza? Nah. Mexican? Nah. Sushi? Chloe paused, considering. Ma. Barbecue? Nah. Jordan sighed and started to sit up. Okay, I'm looking at DoorDash. This guessing game could take all night. He reached for his sweatpants on the floor, digging through the pocket for his phone. The screen stayed black when he pressed the power button. Shit, I still need to charge it. You have a charger? Chloe asked. Yeah, but it's in my apartment. I have one. She rolled off him, completely unbothered by her nakedness as she walked to her desk. Jordan watched her ass sway with each step. The view was even better without clothes in the way. Chloe returned with a white charging cable and handed it to him. Jordan plugged his phone into the outlet by her nightstand and waited for it to boot up. The golden system interface flickered across the screen for half a second before disappearing behind his normal lock screen. His heart skipped. Chloe was right there. If she'd seen that. But she was already climbing back into bed, tucking herself against his side like it was the most natural thing in the world. His phone loaded. Jordan unlocked it and opened DoorDash, grateful for something to focus on besides the warmth of her body pressed against him. Okay, let's pick something. We have options. Chloe peered at his screen, her chin resting on his shoulder. Are you hungry? Yeah, but I already know what I want to eat. What? Jordan turned his head to look at her. Their faces were close enough that he could count the faint freckles on her nose. You. Chloe's face went bright red. She shoved his shoulder hard enough to rock him sideways. Pervert. That's so corny. Hey. Jordan rubbed his shoulder with exaggerated hurt. Weren't you the one who took this innocent man's virginity like an hour ago? Nothing about your body is innocent. Chloe gestured at his torso. You look like you belong in a fitness magazine or on someone's OnlyFans. Should I start one? Think I make good money? Absolutely not. Her tone turned possessive. Sharp. That body's mine now. The declaration sent heat straight to Jordan's cock. He shifted, trying to hide his reaction, but Chloe noticed immediately. Her eyes dropped to where the sheet tinted over his lap. Really? Again? Your fault for saying things like that. I literally just said you can't show other girls your body. Chloe poked his chest. That shouldn't be turning you on. It's the way you said it. Jordan grabbed her wrist gently, pulling her hand down to rest over his heart. Like you actually mean it. Chloe's expression softened. I do mean it. Her voice came out quieter. Is that weird? We barely know each other, and I'm already being territorial. Considering I pumped you full of cum and told you I wanted to breed you, I think we're past worrying about being weird. The blush returned full force. Chloe buried her face against his chest with a muffled groan. You can't just say that. You asked. I didn't ask you to remind me that your sperm is probably still inside me right now. Jordan's cock throbbed at the visual. Chloe felt it twitch against her thigh and lifted her head to glare at him. Stop getting hard every time I mention it. Then stop mentioning it. You mentioned it first. Because you asked. They stared at each other. The argument was ridiculous, completely stupid. But something about fighting with Chloe while she was naked in his arms made Jordan want to kiss her stupid. So he did. Chloe made a surprise sound against his mouth before melting into it. Her hand slid up to cup his jaw as she kissed him back with lazy heat. No urgency this time. Just slow, deep kisses that tasted like contentment. When they finally broke apart, Chloe's eyes were dark and heavy. Food first, she said firmly, or I'm going to pass out. Can't have that. Jordan picked up his phone again, scrolling through options. What sound good? Korean? Thai? Indian? Korean. Chloe sat up straighter, interested now. There's this place near campus that does really good bibimbap. You want me to order from your phone or mine? Yours. I don't want the delivery person to have my address attached to food orders. She paused. That sounds paranoid. It's smart. Jordan pulled up Korean restaurants in the area. Which place? Seoul Kitchen, the one on Prospect Street. Jordan found it and handed her the phone. Pick whatever you want. Chloe took it, scrolling through the menu with single-minded focus. She added items to the cart without hesitation. 2 bibimbap bowls, kimchi pancake, japchae, Korean fried chicken, pickled radish, 2 bottles of some drink Jordan couldn't pronounce. That's a lot of food, he observed. I am hungry. She glanced at him. Plus you just worked out. Twice. You need protein. Worked out. You fucked me for like 45 minutes total. Chloe returned to the menu. That counts. Jordan's brain stuttered. She said it so casually, like discussing the weather. Fair point. Chloe added rice cakes to the cart and hit checkout. The total came to $78.43. Jordan's phone buzzed. A golden notification appeared at the top of his screen. Heart with ribbon transaction detected. Heart with ribbon. Go. Solokim. Purchase. Korean takeout dinner. Amount. $78.43. Current chemistry. 46%. Jordan's thumb covered the notification before Chloe could see. He swiped it away and entered his card information quickly. Done. Says 45 minutes. Perfect. Chloe handed his phone back and stretched, her breasts lifting with the movement. That gives us time to shower. Together. You have a better idea? She raised an eyebrow. Because I'm not letting you go back to your apartment until after we eat. You might not come back. I literally live 12 feet away. Exactly. Too far. Jordan laughed. The sound surprised him. When was the last time he'd laughed like this? Not the bitter, self-deprecating noise he'd made in his apartment 2 days ago, but actual, genuine laughter. Chloe smiled at him. Soft and real. No performance. No calypso. No campus Chloe. Just her. Come on. She climbed off the bed and held out her hand. Let's get cleaned up before the food gets here. Chapter 47. 47 My superpower is tonguing down suspicions. Jordan took her hand and let her pull him up. His legs felt steadier than they had any right to after what they'd just done. That tune-up trait really was putting in work. Chloe led him to her bathroom. The space was small but clean, with white subway tiles and a glass shower door. She turned on the water and waited for it to heat up. "Get in," she said. Jordan stepped into the shower. Hot water cascaded over his shoulders and down his back. The tension he'd been carrying all day melted away. Chloe joined him a second later, closing the door behind her. The shower was definitely not built for two people, their bodies pressed together in the small space. "Cozy," Jordan said. "Shut up." But Chloe was smiling. She grabbed a bottle of body wash and squeezed some in her palm. "Turn around." Jordan obeyed. Chloe's soapy hands spread across his back, working over his shoulders and down his spine. Her touch was gentle, almost reverent. "Your muscles are insane," she muttered, "like touching marble." "That's the second time you've said that." "Because it keeps surprising me." She dug her thumbs into a knot near his shoulder blade. "Yesterday morning you looked different." Jordan tensed. "Different how?" "I don't know. Softer? Less defined." Chloe's hands moved lower, washing his lower back. "Now you look like you've been lifting for years." "It doesn't make sense." A cold spike of adrenaline cut through the steam. The system had warned him, but the words hitting him now, from her, made the threat real. He had to shut this down without lying. "I've been working out more," he offered. "For one day." "Genetics?" "Bullshit." But Chloe didn't push. Her hands slid around his waist to his stomach. "Whatever. I'm not complaining." Jordan turned around to face her. Water ran between them, creating rivers down her skin. Her hair was plastered to her head, the blue streak dark and vivid against the black. "My turn," he said. Chloe handed him the body wash. Jordan poured some into his hands and started with her shoulders, working his way down. Her skin was soft and warm under his palms. He took his time, exploring every curve and valley. When his hands cupped her breasts, Chloe's breath hitched. "Just washing," Jordan said innocently. "Uh-huh." But she arched into his touch anyway. Jordan's thumbs brushed over her nipples. They hardened immediately. Chloe's hands found his chest, her nails digging in slightly. "Food will be here soon," she reminded him. "Plenty of time." "Jordan." He dropped to his knees. Water streamed over his head as he looked up at her. Chloe's eyes went wide. "What are you?" Jordan pressed a kiss to her inner thigh, then higher. His hands gripped her hips as he leaned in. "Fuck." Chloe's hand slapped against the shower wall. "We don't have time for Jordan's tongue found her clit. She tasted like soap and something underneath that was purely her. He licked slowly, learning what made her gasp and what made her thighs tremble. Chloe's free hand tangled in his wet hair, pulling hard enough to sting. The pain went straight to his cock. "Jordan, oh God, your mouth." He worked her methodically. Long, flat strokes with his tongue. Quick flicks over her clit. Suction that made her knees buckle. When he added 2 fingers inside her, she practically screamed. "Fuck, fuck, fuck, don't stop, don't you dare stop." Her walls clenched around his fingers. Jordan doubled down, curling them to hit that spot inside while his tongue worked her clit relentlessly. Chloe came with a sharp cry, her entire body going rigid. Her thighs clamped around his head hard enough that Jordan couldn't hear anything except the rush of blood in his ears and water hitting tile. When she finally released him, Jordan pulled back and wiped his mouth. Chloe stared down at him with unfocused eyes and a slack jaw. "Holy shit." "Good. I literally can't feel my legs." She slid down the wall until she was sitting on the shower floor, water raining down on both of them. "What the fuck? How are you so good at that?" Jordan shrugged. "Beginner's luck?" "That wasn't luck." Chloe pointed an accusing finger at him. "That was skill. Talent. Probably black magic." "You keep mentioning black magic." "Because nothing else explains it." She gestured at his body. "Yesterday you were cute. Today you're a walking sex god who apparently knows exactly how to use his tongue. It's suspicious." Jordan laughed and stood, offering his hand. "Come on. Food's probably almost here." Chloe let him pull her up. They finished washing quickly, with Chloe stealing glances at him every few seconds like she was trying to solve a puzzle. When they got out, she wrapped herself in a fluffy white towel and tossed him a gray one. Jordan dried off while Chloe disappeared into her closet. She emerged wearing an oversized hoodie that fell to mid-thigh and nothing else. Her legs were bare. Her hair dripped onto the fabric. "You can borrow something," she offered. "Like what?" "One of your crop tops." But she rummaged through her dresser anyway. "Here." She tossed him a pair of black joggers. They were men's joggers, large enough to fit him. Jordan raised an eyebrow. "They're my ex's," Chloe said quickly. "I kept them because they're comfortable. Don't read into it." "Wasn't going to." He pulled on the joggers. They fit perfectly. Jordan briefly wondered what Chloe's ex looked like, then decided he didn't care. The guy had fumbled her hard enough that she kept his clothes, but not his contact info. His phone buzzed. Jordan checked it. DoorDash notification. Driver was 5 minutes away. Food's close. Good. Chloe patted her door. "I'm going to wait downstairs. Don't want the delivery person knocking and waking up Miss Valentine." She disappeared down the stairs before Jordan could respond. He grabbed his phone and checked the system notification he'd dismissed earlier. Sparkles transaction complete. Sparkles. Purchase, Korean dinner. Amount, $78.43. Go, Solokim. Rebate, $72.16. 0.92x rate. Net, $6.27. The number climbed again. 3% from buying dinner. Jordan wondered how high it would go tonight after everything they'd done. He opened the main status screen. Heart with ribbon cashback system. Active connections. Cholokim topluine. Chemistry, 46%. Return rate, 0.92x. Last interaction, 3 minutes ago. Alert! You have unread messages. The doorbell rang downstairs. He locked his phone and headed down to find Chloe already at the door with multiple bags of food. The smell of Korean barbecue and spices filled the apartment. "Help me carry this," she said. Jordan grabbed the drinks and followed her to the coffee table. They spread out the containers like a feast. Steam rose from the bibimbap bowls. The fried chicken glistened. Chloe sat on the floor and patted the spot next to her. Jordan joined her, their shoulders touching. "Eat," she ordered. They dug in. The food was incredible. Spicy and savory and exactly what Jordan's body needed after burning through every calorie in his system. Chloe made small, happy sounds as she ate, her legs tucked under her. The blue streak in her damp hair caught the light as she leaned forward to grab more chicken. Shit. This was dangerous. He was falling. But watching Chloe steal food off his plate with a grin, her hoodie sliding off one shoulder, Jordan decided he didn't care about the danger. He was already in too deep to turn back now. Chapter 48. 48 My brother's keeper has questions. Chloe stole another piece of chicken from Jordan's plate, watching his fake outrage through her eyelashes. His mouth opened to protest, but she popped the food between her lips before he could speak. "You're a thief," Jordan said. "Your food tastes better than mine. We order the same thing." "Doesn't matter." She leaned against his shoulder. "Yours is better because I'm taking it from you." Jordan shook his head but smiled anyway. That genuine smile that made her stomach flip. The one where his eyes crinkled at the corners, and he looked like someone who hadn't spent winter break crying on his bedroom floor. Chloe's chest felt full, warm, like she'd swallowed sunshine and it was radiating through her ribs. This was dangerous. She knew it was dangerous. Kumiko fell in love every 3 weeks and crashed just as fast. Chloe had always prided herself on being different, smarter, more controlled. But Jordan felt right in a way she couldn't explain. His hand rested on her thigh, thumb drawing lazy circles through the fabric of her borrowed hoodie. Casual, comfortable, like they'd been doing this for months instead of hours. The question lodged itself in her throat. What were they now? Friends who happened to have sex? Neighbors with benefits? Was this dating? God, what if he asked her to quit OnlyFans? Chloe's stomach twisted. The warm feeling cooled slightly. She needed that money. Her mom's medical bills didn't care about feelings or new relationships. Daniel's college fund wouldn't magically fill itself. The rent on this place was $2,800 a month, and her parents could only send $300. But sitting here eating Korean food on her living room floor at 8 p.m. on a Monday, no more coffee dates. That decision came easy, $3,000 or not. She couldn't sit across from other men while wearing a mask and pretending Jordan didn't exist 12 feet away through a wall. Her phone buzzed on a coffee table. She ignored it. "You're quiet," Jordan said. "Just happy." The truth slipped out before she could stop it. Jordan's thumb stilled on her thigh. He turned to look at her with those hazel eyes that seemed to see straight through every wall she tried to build. Yeah. Chloe grabbed another piece of chicken. "Don't let it go to your head." "Too late. My head's huge now." "That's not the only thing that's huge." Jordan choked on his drink. Chloe grinned as he coughed and wiped his mouth. "You can't just say things like that," he protested. "Why not? It's true." "Chloe." "Jordan." She mimicked his tone perfectly. His phone started ringing upstairs. The sound cut through their banter like a knife through paper. Jordan glanced toward the stairs. I'll get it." Chloe bounced her feet before he could move. "You keep eating. I'll grab it." She took the stairs 2 at a time, her bare feet silent on the wood. The phone sat on her nightstand where Jordan had plugged it in earlier. The screen glowed with an incoming FaceTime call. "Cassie." No photo, just a name. Chloe grabbed the phone without thinking. Her thumb swiped to answer before her brain caught up. The screen flickered. A face appeared. A woman, maybe mid-20s. Black hair cut in a sleek bob. Hazel eyes, the same hazel as Jordan's. Sharp cheekbones. Red lips curved in a smile that faltered the second she saw Chloe instead of her brother. "Shit. Who the hell are you?" The woman's voice was smooth. "Where is Jordan?" Chloe's mouth went dry. She'd been so focused on being helpful, on not making Jordan get up when he was comfortable, that she hadn't stopped to think about who might be calling. The woman on the screen studied Chloe with an intensity that made her want to hide. Those hazel eyes tracked every detail. The damp hair, the oversized hoodie, the lack of pants underneath. Jordan's busy at the moment. Chloe's voice came out steadier than she felt. "Can I take a message?" The woman's perfectly sculpted eyebrow arched. "Busy. Yeah. Eating. The woman repeated the word like she was testing its weight. "With you." Wearing what appears to be very little clothing. Heat flooded Chloe's face. "I just showered." "I see." The woman leaned back. Her background came into focus. An office. Sleek and modern with floor-to-ceiling windows showing a city skyline. "And Jordan is with you because we're neighbors." "Neighbors." Another pause. The woman's lips curved slightly. "How neighborly of him. Tell me, does my brother make a habit of visiting neighbors in towels?" "He's wearing pants." "But you're not." Chloe wanted to throw the phone across the room. This woman, whoever she was, had dissected the entire situation in 30 seconds flat. "Jordan," Chloe called over her shoulder. "Your phone." Footsteps thundered up the stairs. Jordan appeared at the top of the loft, his expression confused until he saw the phone in Chloe's hand and the face on the screen. His entire body went rigid. "Cassie." "Little brother." The woman's smile sharpened. "You didn't tell me you made friends with your neighbors." "I didn't realize I needed to report my social life." Jordan's voice had changed, gone flat and careful. Chloe held out the phone. Jordan took it, but didn't move away. He stayed close enough that Chloe could see the screen over his shoulder. Cassie's gaze flicked between them. "Should I call back later?" "What do you want?" "Mom mentioned you called Dad yesterday. Said you sounded different." "Better." Cassie tilted her head. She was worried you were having a breakdown. "I wanted to check in. I'm Fina." Clearly, Cassie's eyes found Chloe again. "Are you going to introduce us? Or is this one of those situations where names aren't necessary?" Chloe bristled. The judgment in that tone made her want to snap back with something sharp. Jordan's jaw tightened. "Cassie, this isn't. I am Chloe." She leaned into frame before Jordan could stop her. His girlfriend. Chapter 49. 49. The terms and conditions of my affection. The word hung in the air like a grenade with the pin pulled. Jordan's head whipped around to stare at her. His eyes were wide with shock and something else. Something that looked like panic mixed with hope. Cassie's expression shifted. Surprise flickered across her perfect features before smoothing back into cool assessment. Girlfriend. Cassie tested the word. How long has this been going on? We just... Chloe faltered. Shit. She hadn't thought this through. Recently, Jordan cut in. His hand found the small of Chloe's back. The touch grounded her. Very recently. Interesting. Cassie leaned forward slightly. And where did you two meet? Class? A party? We're neighbors, Jordan said. Already told you that. How convenient. Door-to-door romance. Cassie's smile didn't reach her eyes. Chloe, what do you study? Communications. At Pacific Crest? Yes. Scholarship or legacy? The question landed like a slap. Chloe felt Jordan tense beside her. Does it matter? Jordan's voice dropped an octave. Just making conversation. Cassie's gaze never left Chloe's face. You seem like a sweet girl. Pretty. The blue streak is very trendy right now. Chloe touched her hair self-consciously. The streak had become such a part of her identity that she forgot other people noticed it. Thanks. Jordan has terrible taste in women usually. Cassie continued. His last girlfriend was a disaster. Spent all his money and cheated on him with some trust fund brat. I assume he told you about Eliza? Cassie. Jordan's hand tightened on Chloe's back. That's enough. I'm just being honest. Someone needs to warn her what she's getting into. Cassie's expression softened slightly. Jordan is sweet. Too sweet for his own good. He falls fast and hard, and usually for the wrong people. Chloe felt something protective flare in her chest. He's not the problem. The people he dated were. Cassie blinked. Then her smile turned genuine for the first time since the call started. I like her, Cassie announced. She has a spine. That's new for you, Jordan. Are we done here? Jordan asked. For now. Cassie sat back in her expensive office chair. But I expect details later. Real details. Not the sanitized version you'll give Mom when she inevitably calls you tonight. Mom's calling tonight? Of course she is. You called Dad and told him you're changing. She's been worried sick that you had a mental breakdown. Cassie's eyes found Chloe again. It was nice meeting you, Chloe. Take care of my baby brother. He needs more help than he admits. In more ways than one. I will, Chloe said. Jordan ended the call before Cassie could respond. Silence filled the loft. Jordan stared at his phone like it might explode. Your sister seems nice, Chloe offered. She's terrifying. Little bit. Jordan set his phone face down on the nightstand. He turned to face Chloe fully. His expression was unreadable. Girlfriend? Chloe's stomach dropped. I panicked. She was looking at me like I was some random girl you picked up, and I just said it. You could have said friend. She wouldn't have believed that. Not with me half naked. Fair point. Jordan stepped closer. But girlfriend, that's too much. Chloe wrapped her arms around herself. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have assumed. We haven't even talked about what this is, and I just went ahead and... Jordan kissed her. It wasn't heated or demanding like the kisses from earlier. This one was soft, gentle. His hands cupped her face as his lips moved against hers. When he pulled back, Chloe felt dizzy. I like it, Jordan said quietly. The kiss. The word. Girlfriend. He tucked a strand of wet hair behind her ear. If you want to be, I know we... Yes. Yes. Yes, I want to be your girlfriend. Jordan's thumb brushed her cheekbone. Really? Really? Chloe watched Jordan's face change. His expression shifted from soft to complicated in the space of a heartbeat. The warmth in his hazel eyes flickered like someone had thrown cold water on a campfire. Her stomach twisted. He was going to take it back. He was going to say they should slow down, or that girlfriend was too serious, or that he needed time to think about what they were doing. Panic clawed up her throat. We can rewind. Call it friends. The words tumbled out, fast and desperate like a bad sales pitch. Friends who kiss. Or friends with benefits. That's a valid tier of relationship, right? No pressure. We can scrap the labels. No. Jordan's voice was quiet. That's not it. Then what? Jordan looked at her for a long moment. His jaw worked like he was chewing on words he couldn't quite spit out. His hand moved to the back of his neck, rubbing at tension that appeared out of nowhere. My family. He stopped. Started again. They're not what you probably think they are. Chloe frowned. What does that mean? They're old-fashioned. Traditional. Jordan's gaze dropped to the floor between them. My grandfather especially. He has these ideas about legacy and continuation and making sure the McKnight name doesn't die out. Okay. Jordan took a breath. There's an inheritance. A big one. My grandfather set up a trust that goes to me when I turn 25. That's good. There are conditions. The word hung in the air like smoke from a fire that refused to go out. Chloe's brain spun through possibilities. He had to graduate college. He had to work in the family business. He had to marry someone his family approved of. Her chest tightened at that last one. She was a scholarship student with a secret OnlyFans account and parents who owned a dry cleaning business in Koreatown. The McKnight family probably expected someone like Alexis Vanderberg. Old money. Perfect pedigree. Novagi. What kind of conditions? Her voice came out steadier than she felt. Jordan finally met her eyes again. I need to spread the bloodline. Chloe blinked. What? My grandfather is obsessed with making sure the McKnight genes get passed down. He wants multiple grandchildren. Plural. He wrote it into the trust. So you have to have kids? Chloe relaxed slightly. That wasn't so bad. Lots of families wanted grandchildren. Not just kids. Jordan's hands clenched at his sides. Multiple partners. The words hit her like a truck. Chloe stared at him. Her brain refused to process what he just said. Multiple partners. Plural. As in more than one. You're joking. I wish I was. Your grandfather wrote into a legal document that you need to have multiple girlfriends? Chloe's voice rose. That's insane. That can't be legal. It's perfectly legal. My family has expensive lawyers who make sure everything is airtight. Jordan scrubbed his hands over his face. The exact wording is that I need to maintain stable relationships with at least 3 women by the time I'm 25. All 3 have to verify the relationships are genuine, and I need to produce at least 1 child with each of them. Chapter 50. $20 million is a very complicated aphrodisiac. Chloe's legs went weak. She sat down hard on the edge of the bed. 3 women. 3 children. By 25. That's fucking medieval, she whispered. I know. Why would your grandfather even want that? Jordan sat next to her. Not touching, just close enough that she could feel his body heat through her hoodie. My grandfather comes from a different generation, different culture. He grew up during a time when men having multiple partners wasn't just accepted, it was expected if you had money and status. Jordan's voice was flat. He moved to America and built his fortune here, but he never let go of those old world values. When he wrote his will, he made it clear that he wanted the McKnight bloodline to flourish. 1 son wasn't enough. 1 grandchild wasn't enough. He wanted to make sure we multiplied. Chloe felt sick. And your parents are okay with this? My dad thinks it's archaic, but he won't challenge it. My mom pretends it doesn't exist. My sister Cassie thinks it's hilarious. Jordan's laugh was bitter. She doesn't have to deal with it. The inheritance only applies to male heirs. Of course it does. Chloe pressed her palms against her knees. Her hands were shaking. So you're telling me that if we're together, I have to share you with 2 other girls? Technically, you'd be sharing with other women, yes. And you're okay with this? Jordan turned to look at her. His eyes were dark. No, I'm not okay with it. I've spent my entire life hating this stupid condition. Hating what it says about my family and what they think I'm worth. Hating that my future is already mapped out by a dead man's ego. Then don't do it. Chloe grabbed his hand. Refuse the inheritance. Tell your grandfather to shove his money and his archaic bullshit where the sun doesn't shine. It's not that simple. Jordan's voice came out flat. Why the hell not? Chloe's grip on his hand went tighter, almost painful in its desperation. Because my grandfather's will has $20 million attached to that condition. Jordan stared at their joined hands. If I refuse, the money goes to charity. My parents lose their stake in the family business. Everything my dad built gets absorbed by the board. Chloe's breath caught. 20 million. The number was so big it didn't feel real. With $20 million, her mom's medical bills would disappear. Daniel's college fund would be set for life. She could quit OnlyFans tomorrow and never have to pretend to be Calypso again. Her brain immediately felt dirty for going there, for calculating what 20 million could buy. That's a lot of money, she said quietly. Yeah. And you need 3 girlfriends to get it. By the time I'm 25. I'm 18 now. I have 7 years. Jordan squeezed her hand. The women have to verify the relationships are real. They can't be paid actresses or friends doing me a favor. My family has investigators who will make sure everything is legitimate. Chloe pulled her hand back. She stood up and walked to the window. The parking lot below looked empty. Her white Civic sat 3 spaces away from Jordan's. Both cars looked so normal, so ordinary. Nothing about this situation was ordinary. Why are you telling? Because I care about you. Jordan's voice was closer. He'd followed her to the window. And I don't want to lie to you. Not about this. Not about something that affects your entire future if you stay with me. If I stay with you. Chloe repeated the words. So I'm number 1? Silence. She turned to face him. Jordan looked miserable. I don't have anyone else right now, he said carefully. You're the first girl I've been with since Eliza. The first girl I've actually wanted to be with. But you'll need 2 more. Eventually. Yes. Chloe laughed. The sound came out sharp and wrong. This is crazy. You know that, right? This entire situation is completely insane. I know. I should walk away right now. I should tell you to leave and never come back and pretend this whole thing never happened. She wrapped her arms around herself. That would be the smart choice. I wouldn't blame you if you did. Chloe looked at him, really looked at him. Jordan stood there in his borrowed joggers with his damp hair curling slightly at the ends and his hazel eyes full of guilt and hope and fear all mixed together. This morning she'd been selling content online and maintaining her carefully constructed double life. Tonight, she took the virginity of her next-door neighbor and found out he came with the most complicated strings attached she'd ever heard of. Her phone buzzed downstairs. Probably Alexis wondering where she'd disappeared to. Probably subscribers asking for new content. Probably her mother checking if she'd eaten lunch. The real world kept spinning outside this apartment, but inside here, time had frozen. I need to think, Chloe said finally. Jordan nodded. That's fair. I'm not saying no. I need a process. She rubbed her temples. Can you give me tonight? To think about what this means. Of course. Jordan moved toward the stairs. I'll get out of your hair. Jordan. He stopped. Turned back. Chloe closed the distance between them. She pressed up on her toes and kissed him once, quick and soft. Thank you for telling me, she whispered against his mouth. Thank you for being honest instead of letting me find out later when it would hurt more. Jordan's hand came up to cup her cheek. I meant what I said earlier. About wanting you to be my girlfriend. That part was real. This other stuff is just complicated. Complicated is an understatement. Yeah. They stood there for a moment longer. Then Jordan kissed her forehead and headed downstairs. Chloe heard him moving around her living room, probably putting on his shoes, probably grabbing his shirt from where she'd thrown it on the coffee table hours ago. The door opened and closed. Silence rushed in to fill the empty space. Chloe sat on her bed and stared at her hands. They were still shaking. Multiple partners. The phrase repeated in her head like a broken record. Part of her wanted to be angry, to feel betrayed that Jordan had dropped this bomb after they'd already slept together, after she'd already started catching feelings. But he could have hidden it, could have let her fall completely before revealing the truth, could have trapped her with emotions and attachment before showing his cards. Instead, he'd been honest, painfully, brutally honest. That had to count for something. Her phone buzzed again downstairs. Chloe ignored it. She thought about the way Jordan had looked at her tonight, the way he touched her like she was something precious, the way he'd made her laugh and made her feel safe and made her forget about Calypso and the subscribers and all the masks she wore. She thought about $20 million, about what that kind of money could do. She thought about sharing him with 2 other women, about watching him kiss someone else, touch someone else, fall for someone else the way he was starting to fall for her. Her stomach churned. But then she thought about walking away, about never seeing that stupid soft smile again, about going back to her empty apartment and her empty bed and pretending tonight hadn't changed everything. Chloe grabbed her phone and scrolled through her messages. Alexis had sent 17 texts asking where she was. Kumiko had sent anime memes. Her mom had sent a recipe for kimchi stew. One message stood out. Jordan, I'm sorry. For all of it. Chloe stared at the words. Her thumbs hovered over the keyboard. She typed and deleted 3 different responses before settling on. Don't be sorry. Just give me time. The reply came immediately. Take all the time you need. I'm not going anywhere. Chloe set her phone down and lay back on her bed. The sheets still smelled like him, like soap and sweat and sex. Tomorrow she had econ at 9. She'd sit 3 rows behind Jordan like always. She pretended to take notes while actually watching the back of his head. Except now she knew what his hair felt like between her fingers. Knew what sounds he made when she touched him. Knew that he tasted like white cheddar popcorn and felt like home. And she knew that loving him came with conditions she'd never imagined. Multiple partners. 3 women. 7 years. $20 million. Chloe closed her eyes and tried to imagine what that future looked like. Tried to picture herself standing next to Jordan while 2 other girls held his hands. The image made her want to throw up. But the image of losing this opportunity entirely made her want to scream. So she lay there in the dark, listening to the sounds of the buildings settling around her, and tried to figure out which pain she was willing to live with. Chapter 51. 51 I ruined everything, but at least I got legendary loot. Jordan stood in the middle of his apartment, staring at nothing. His heart pounded against his ribs like it was trying to break free and run back to Unit 403. I'm such an asshole, he said to the empty room. The words hung in the air. No one responded because, of course, no one responded. He was alone in his clean apartment that still smelled like fabuloso and regret. Jordan's hand came up and smacked his forehead hard enough to sting. Stupid. Another smack. Stupid. A third for good measure. Stupid. His palm hurt now, but the pain felt appropriate. Deserved. 3 women. 3 kids. $20 million. What kind of psychotic inheritance condition was that? What kind of delusional rich family fantasy bullshit had just come out of his mouth? Jordan paced the length of his living room. The concrete floor was cold under his bare feet because he'd left his shoes at Chloe's and only grabbed his shirt before retreating like a coward. He was literally wearing borrowed joggers from Chloe's ex-boyfriend. The irony would be funny if it wasn't so pathetic. Who makes up that kind of lie? Jordan asked his reflection in the dark window. What am I, the protagonist of some Korean manhwa, where rich families have ridiculous conditions attached to their inheritances? The reflection had no answers, just his own dumb face staring back at him. His brain replayed the entire disaster in excruciating detail. First, Cassia called. His perfect older sister with her perfect black bob and her perfect ability to make him feel like an idiot just by existing. She'd taken one look at Chloe on the screen and immediately knew what they'd been doing. Of course she knew. Cassie always knew. Then Chloe had called herself his girlfriend. Just said it like it was obvious. Like they discussed it beforehand instead of Jordan being a complete disaster who couldn't ask for what he wanted without choking on his own tongue. His chest had gone warm when she said it. Actually warm, like someone had lit a candle behind his sternum. Then his stupid mouth had opened and the 3 wives thing had fallen out. Why? Why'd he said that? Jordan dropped onto his couch and pressed his palms against his eyes until he saw stars. The system. That's why. The stupid golden interface with its attraction percentages and its cashback rates and its slots that locked permanently once you registered girl. 2 slots. Only 2. His brain had panicked when Chloe called herself his girlfriend because the system made everything feel like a video game with limited resources. You couldn't romance everyone. You had to pick your party members carefully. Except real life wasn't a video game, and Chloe wasn't an NPC, and he just told her she'd have to share him with two other women if she wanted to stay together. "I'm going to die alone," Jordan announced to his apartment. "I'm going to die a virgin who had sex once before scaring away the only girl who's ever looked at me like I was worth something." Wait. He wasn't a virgin anymore. The realization hit him sideways. He'd lost his virginity approximately 2 hours ago to Chloe Kim in her bed with the white sheets and the blue streak in her hair, catching the light from her nightstand lamp. She'd been on top of him, and he'd been on top of her. Then things had gotten blurry and intense, and he'd said some truly unhinged things about breeding that he was going to think about for the rest of his natural life. But the point was, not a virgin. Jordan laughed. The sound came out slightly unhinged. "Losing your virginity really does make you a new man," he muttered. "A new man who immediately lies to his girlfriend about having a harem inheritance condition." His phone sat on the couch cushion next to him. The screen was dark, but he could see notification badges through the lock screen. 17 notifications, all from the system. Jordan picked up the phone like it might explode. His thumb hovered over the screen. Did he want to know what the system had to say about tonight? About Chloe? About the fact that he just had sex for the first time and then proceeded to ruin everything with his mouth? His thumb pressed down. The screen lit up gold. Confetti ball achievement unlocked. Confetti ball. First kiss special. Reward plus 5 quest tickets. Jordan blinked at the notification. First kiss. The system had been tracking that. Of course it had been tracking that. The system tracked everything. He swiped to the next notification. Sparkles milestone reached. Sparkles. Chulokim, 50 chemistry. You've broken even. All future spending profits. Reward plus 5 quest tickets. Current rebate rate 1.00x. 50%. They'd hit 50% chemistry. When had that happened? During the shower? During dinner? During one of the 17 times they'd kissed on her couch? His finger moved to the next notification before his brain could catch up. Confetti ball achievement unlocked. Confetti ball. Virginity lost. Legendary. Reward plus 15 quest tickets. Bonus. Stamina permanently increased. Jordan stared at the word legendary for a full 10 seconds. His virginity loss was classified as legendary. The system had given him a rarity ranking for losing his virginity. "This is the weirdest day of my entire life," he said to no one. Another swipe. Fire achievement unlocked. Fire. Cream pie completion rare. Reward plus 10 quest tickets. Note: ceaseless discharge trait synergy detected. Jordan's face went hot. The system had an achievement for that. Of course it had an achievement for that. The note about his bronze trait made him want to throw his phone across the room. The ceaseless discharge ability had activated during sex and turned what should have been a normal finish into something that required an entire package of baby wipes and a complete sheet change. Chloe had been shocked, then impressed, then slightly concerned about the logistics. Jordan had wanted to die. Another notification waited. Confetti ball achievement unlocked. Confetti ball. First oral giving. Reward plus 7 quest tickets. His brain conjured the image of Chloe in the shower with her head thrown back and her hands twisted in his hair and her voice going high and breathless when she came. Jordan's body responded immediately to the memory. The borrowed joggers got uncomfortable. "Focus," he told himself. Stop thinking about her legs shaking. Her legs had definitely been shaking. She'd said she couldn't feel them. That had to count for something. Next notification. Confetti ball achievement unlocked. Confetti ball. First oral receiving. Reward plus 7 quest tickets. Jordan remembered Chloe between his legs with her dark eyes looking up at him and her mouth doing things that made his entire nervous system short-circuit. She'd been surprised by how much he came. So had he. The bronze trait had activated then too. The memory made his face burn hotter. Chapter 52. 52. My relationship status is now in beta testing. Warning: quest update warning. Path to becoming Adonis, daily. Objectives complete, May 5th. Physical activity, 147 minutes. Hygiene level 1. Hygiene level 2. Grooming. Social. March 3rd, beauties contacted. More notifications. Ticket summary ticket. Total earned, 49 quest tickets. Previous balance, 1 ticket. New balance, 50 quest tickets. Bronze gotcha, 10 tickets. Silver gotcha, 50 tickets. Gold gotcha, 100 tickets. 50 tickets. Jordan's thumb hovered over the gotcha button. What does silver gotcha give him? Something better than tune-up and ceaseless discharge? Actually, tune-up had been incredible. His body had transformed overnight into something that belonged on a magazine cover. Women looked at him now, actually looked instead of looking through him like he was invisible. Chloe had definitely looked, multiple times, especially when he'd taken his shirt off. Ceaseless discharge was still useless outside of very specific situations. But those situations had happened tonight, and Chloe hadn't run screaming, so maybe the trait wasn't completely terrible. Another notification. Heart with ribbon, slot status heart with ribbon. Schlot ein, Chloe Kim, locked. Chemistry, 46%. Status, active. Relationship status, complicated. Schlot 2, empty. Unlock, available. The word complicated felt like an understatement. Relationship status. Guy just informed his girlfriend she needs to accept 2 future co-girlfriends because of a $20 million inheritance that is completely fictional and also insane. That would be closer to reality. Jordan set his phone down on the coffee table and scrubbed both hands through his hair hard enough that it probably looked stupid now. Not that anyone was around to see it. Why had he said that? What possible chain of logic could his brain have followed to arrive at fake inheritance requiring 3 girlfriends as the optimal solution to Chloe's question? Because you panicked, his brain supplied helpfully. Because Chloe called herself your girlfriend in front of your sister, and the system only gives you 2 slots total, and those slots lock permanently once you fill them, and you thought telling the actual truth would sound even more insane than the lie you made up on the spot. The truth would have been worse, Jordan muttered to his empty apartment. The truth was, I have a magical phone application that quantifies how much women are attracted to me and generates cash rebates when I spend money on them, and I can only register 2 women total to this system before the slots lock forever, and I'm genuinely terrified of wasting slot 2 on someone who caps out at 60% chemistry when there might be someone better out there. Yeah, that would have gone over great. Chloe would have called him insane. She would have asked to see this magical app. Jordan would have shown her the golden interface and the attraction percentages, and she would have realized he'd been tracking her feelings like she was a character in a dating sim. She would have left. Obviously, anyone would leave. So instead he made up a rich family inheritance scheme that sounded like it came from a bad Eki manhwa, and now Chloe thought he was a trust fund baby with a harem contract. Which was somehow better, or worse. Jordan had stopped being able to tell. His phone buzzed against the coffee table. New message from Chloe. Are you okay? Jordan stared at those 3 words for longer than he probably should have. Something uncomfortable and jagged lodged itself sideways somewhere in the general vicinity of his ribs. She was checking on him. After everything he'd just unloaded in her apartment. The convoluted inheritance story, the harem clause that sounded like it came straight from a bad anime plot. All the other half-truths and careful omissions he'd strung together in real time while standing in her kitchen wearing her borrowed joggers. After all of that, Chloe was making sure he was doing all right. His thumbs moved across the screen before the rational part of his brain could stage an intervention. Jordan, yeah, are you? The typing indicator popped up immediately. Then it disappeared, reappeared again a few seconds later. Chloe, I don't know yet. Jordan, I'm sorry for springing that on you. Chloe, don't apologize. I asked you to be honest. Jordan's molars ground together. Honest. Sure. That particular word was pulling double duty right now, considering the elaborate fiction he'd just constructed for her benefit. The system wasn't mentioned anywhere in his explanation. Neither was the attraction percentage tracking, or the cashback mechanics, or the permanent slot registration that meant he literally could not pursue anyone else without severe financial penalties. Jordan, I was about wanting you to be my girlfriend. That part was real. The typing indicator stayed active. Jordan counted the seconds. 10, 20, 30, 40. She was either composing an essay or deleting and rewriting the same response multiple times. His pulse climbed with each passing moment. The 3 dots pulsed on his screen like a heartbeat monitor. 1 minute turned into 90 seconds. Finally, a single line appeared. I know. There was a pause, long enough that Jordan thought the conversation had ended. Then another message came through. Good night, Jordan. Jordan, good night, Chloe. He set his phone face down on the coffee table and stared at his ceiling. His body still smelled like her. Vanilla and something floral from her body wash mixed with the generic soap from her shower. The borrowed joggers sat low on his hips. The fabric was soft and worn from being washed too many times. The waistband kept trying to slip lower. Jordan had lost his virginity 2 hours ago. He'd kissed a girl who tasted like white cheddar popcorn and vanilla chapstick and made small, satisfied sounds when his hands found the right places. He'd made her come twice, once with his mouth and once with other parts of his anatomy that were still slightly sore from enthusiastic use. Then he'd lied to her face about his family and his inheritance and why she'd have to share him with other women. New record, Jordan announced to his empty apartment. Speedrun from virgin to asshole in under 3 hours. His phone lit up with one final notification. Confetti ball, hidden achievement, unlocked confetti ball. Terrible life choices, common. Reward, plus $25. Fuck you too, Jordan told the system. Chapter 53. 53 brothers before hoes, unless she's really hot. Jordan's alarm screamed at 6 a.m. He slapped it silent and immediately regretted consciousness. His body felt fine. Better than fine, actually. The tune-up trait had his muscles operating like he'd gotten a full 8 hours of sleep instead of the 4 he'd actually managed. No soreness from yesterday's gym session. No exhaustion from the card deck workout. No aches from the extremely athletic activities that had occurred in Unit 403 last night. His brain, however, was pure chaos. Chloe's face kept flashing through his thoughts. The way she'd looked at him when he'd finished explaining the fake inheritance. The careful neutrality in her expression that had replaced the soft warmth from earlier. The text message that had said, I know, and nothing else. Jordan rolled out of bed and stumbled to the bathroom. His reflection showed someone who looked significantly better than they had any right to. Sharp jaw, clear skin, defined cheekbones, hair that somehow looked intentional despite being slept on wet. His phone buzzed on the counter. Kyle, Jim in 30? Jordan stared at the message. Right? Tuesday. He had class at 9:30 a.m. Management 1A lecture. Then econ discussion at noon. And apparently he had a gym date with Kyle at 6:30 because his life was a carefully orchestrated series of commitments now, instead of the formless blob of despair it had been last week. Jordan, yeah. Meet you there. Kyle, flex biceps, flex biceps, flex biceps. The emoji assault made Jordan's eye twitch. But he threw on the same black shorts and gray tank from yesterday, grabbed his water bottle, and headed out. The rec center parking lot was mostly empty at 6:27 a.m. Jordan spotted Kyle's beat-up Ford truck immediately. The guy was leaning against the tailgate, scrolling through his phone, wearing what appeared to be the exact same workout clothes from yesterday, except in different colors. Kyle looked up when Jordan Civic pulled into the spot next to him. His face did something complicated. Joe. Yo, Jordan returned, climbing out and locking his car, twice out of habit. They dapped up. The handshake felt normal. Kyle's grip was firm and his palm wasn't sweaty, so Jordan took that as a good sign that they weren't about to have an awkward conversation about feelings. Except then Kyle opened his mouth. That was fucked up yesterday. What Leo did. Jordan's shoulders tensed. It's whatever. Nah, man. It's not whatever. Kyle started walking toward the rec center entrance. Jordan followed because the alternative was standing in the parking lot like an idiot. I gave him a whole speech last night. 20 minutes. Told him he can't just throw you under the bus like that for some girl who wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. You didn't have to do that. Yeah, I did. We're boys. Kyle flashed his student ID at the scanner. The machine beeped. Brothers before hoes and all that shit. Jordan scanned his own ID. The beep sounded judgmental somehow. Probably because Jordan had violated the bro code spectacularly last night by having sex with a girl he'd known for approximately 36 hours. They headed toward the weight section. The gym was dead this early. Maybe 15 people total spread across the massive space. Most of them were on treadmills with headphones in, lost in their own worlds. Kyle grabbed two 20-pound dumbbells and started warming up with bicep curls. His form was perfect. Elbows tucked, controlled descent, no swinging. Jordan mirrored him with his own set of weights. The motion felt easier today than it had yesterday. His muscles remembered the pattern. Seriously, though, Kyle continued between reps. Leo knows he messed up. He tried calling you like 8 times last night. I saw. You didn't answer. I was busy. Kyle's eyebrow climbed. Busy doing what? Jordan focused very hard on his bicep curls. Stuff. Yep. You're a terrible liar. I'm aware. The gym doors burst open with enough force that the crash echoed through the entire building. Jordan's head snapped toward the entrance on instinct. Leo Alfonsi stumbled through the doorway like he'd just run a marathon. His face was red. Sweat plastered his dark hair to his forehead. His Gucci hoodie looked rumpled, and his expensive joggers had a stain near the left knee. He was heaving, actually heaving, chest rising and falling like his lungs were trying to escape through his ribcage. Jordan, Leo wheezed. Kyle set down his dumbbells. Dude, did you run here? Parking lot, Leo gasped. Too far. Saw your cars. Ran. Jordan put his own weights on the rack. You ran from the parking lot. Needed to apologize. Leo bent forward, hands on his knees, sucking air. Before class. Before you decided to never talk to me again. Several people on nearby treadmills were staring now. Jordan's face heated. Kyle crossed his arms. What happened to bros before hoes, Leo? I know. Leo straightened up, still breathing hard, but managing full sentences now. I fucked up. I shouldn't have brought up Eliza. Or the Prada bag. Or any of it. Jordan's jaw tightened at the mention of the bag. The humiliation from yesterday crashed back over him in a wave. Alexis laughing. The way she called him the Prada bag guy, like it was his full legal name. I was trying to impress Alexis, Leo continued. His voice cracked slightly. I thought if I made her laugh, she'd actually look at me like I existed. But I threw you under the bus, and that's not cool. That's the opposite of cool. Kyle made a disgusted sound. You threw your boy under the bus for a girl who doesn't even know your last name. I know. Do you, though? Yes. Leo's face flushed darker. I'm an asshole. A jealous asshole who got desperate and made it worse. Jordan watched Leo's face. The guy looked genuinely miserable. His eyes were red-rimmed like he'd been up all night. His hands kept clenching and unclenching at his sides. Jordan sighed, long and deep, and from somewhere in his chest that felt too heavy for 6:30 in the morning. I accept your apology. Leo's whole body sagged with relief. Thank you. Seriously. Thank you so much. But I'm not forgiving you yet. The relief vanished. What? You hurt me. Jordan picked up his water bottle and took a long drink. You apologized. That's good. But trust doesn't come back that fast. Kyle nodded like Jordan had just delivered profound wisdom. Facts. Leo's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. Even if I scored us a 3-man. Chapter 54. 54 My wingman's only move is a lie. Jordan lowered his water bottle. What? A 3-man. Leo's expression shifted from miserable to excited so fast it gave Jordan whiplash. With the girls. Tonight. What girls? Alexis, Kumiko, and Chloe. Jordan's entire nervous system short-circuited. His brain stopped processing words. The gym sounds faded to white noise. The only thing that existed in the universe was Leo's mouth saying Chloe's name. Kyle's voice cut through the static. How the hell did you manage that? So after Jordan left yesterday, Leo started, his words coming faster now that he had an audience. The sexy Japanese girl with the twin tails, Kumiko, she completely tore into Alexis. Jordan blinked. She did. Full verbal beatdown. Told her she was being a bitch for making fun of you. Said you were sweet and Alexis was cruel for laughing. Leo grinned like this was the best story he'd ever told. Alexis tried to defend herself, but Kumiko wasn't having it. Then Chloe left, and it was just me sitting there watching Kumiko destroy my dream girl's entire personality. Kyle snorted, and somehow this got us invited somewhere. I'm getting there. Leo bounced on his toes. Actual bouncing. So after Kumiko finished roasting Alexis, there was this awkward silence. And I said something. What did you say? Jordan asked slowly. I told him Jordan was really into karaoke. I'm not into karaoke. I know that, Leo said quickly. But the girls are. Kumiko's eyes literally lit up when I mentioned it. She started talking about this place in Koreatown that has private rooms and a full bar, and apparently Alexis has been wanting to go for weeks, but none of her usual friends will do it because they think karaoke is lame. Jordan processed this information. So you lied. I strategically positioned you as someone with hidden depth and surprising interests. You lied. Yes, but it worked. Leo's grin stretched wider. Kumiko said we should all go together. Make it a group thing. Alexis agreed because Kumiko was still kind of mad at her, and she wanted to smooth things over. And now we have plans for tonight after classes. Kyle's expression shifted to something approaching respect. That's actually pretty smooth. Thank you. You offered to pay, though, didn't you? Leo's face fell. A yes. How did you know? Because I know you. Kyle grabbed his dumbbells again. You always offer to pay. It's your only move. It's a good move. It's a desperate move. Jordan's brain finally rebooted enough to form coherent thoughts. Tonight, karaoke with Chloe. Chloe, who he'd slept with last night. Chloe, who he'd lied to about a fake inheritance. Chloe, who'd texted him good night and nothing else. Chloe, who probably didn't want to see him right now, let alone sing karaoke in a private room, while Leo threw money at Alexis and Kyle tried to be a normal human being. I can't go, Jordan said. Leo's face did something catastrophic. What? Why not? I have. Stuff. Stuff, Leo repeated flatly. I just really don't think that's a good idea. Why not? Kyle asked. Jordan thought about explaining the inheritance lie. The slots. The system. All the complicated layers that made this situation significantly more fucked than Kyle's simple logic allowed for. Instead, he just said, it's complicated. Everything's complicated, Leo countered. That's not an excuse. He's right, Kyle added. You can't just stay holed up in your room, wanking it to your ex. I'm not hitting and quitting. Then what are you doing? I don't know. The words came out louder than Jordan intended. A girl on the leg press machine looked over with obvious interest. Jordan lowered his voice. I don't know what I'm doing. I never know what I'm doing. That's the whole problem. Leo and Kyle exchanged glances. Okay, Kyle said slowly. So you go tonight. You figure it out. You talk to some girls like a normal person. What if I burn out? Then we look back at it in 5 years and laugh. Leo pointed out. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Jordan pulled it out. New message from an unknown number. Unknown, this is Kumiko. Leo gave me your number. So excited for karaoke tonight. Chloe says, hi BTW. Jordan stared at the message. Specifically at the last part. Chloe says hi. Not Chloe wants to cancel. Not Chloe thinks you're insane. Just. Chloe says hi. What is it? Leo tried to read Jordan's screen. Jordan tilted it away. Nothing. That face is not a nothing face. Jordan pocketed his phone. His chest felt weird again. That same tight warmth from last night when Chloe had curled against his side and said she was happy. Maybe this wasn't completely destroyed yet. Maybe he could actually salvage this. Maybe he was an idiot for even hoping. Fine, Jordan heard himself say. I'll go. Leo pumped his fist. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. But you're paying for everything, Jordan added. Since this was your idea. Deal. Absolutely. Done. Leo was already pulling out his phone. I'll text Kumiko back. Confirm the time. This is going to be perfect. Kyle grinned at Jordan. Look at you. Going on a group date. Character development. It's not a date. Sure it's not. It's just people. Singing. Kyle grabbed his water bottle. Come on. We still have 40 minutes before you need a shower and get to class. Let's actually work out instead of standing around gossiping like teenage girls. Leo was typing frantically on his phone. Kumiko responded. She says 8 p.m. There's a place called Brass Monkey in Koreatown. Private rooms. Full bar. Expensive, but worth it. How expensive? Jordan asked. Don't worry about it. I'm covering everything. Leo looked up from his phone. His expression had shifted to something uncomfortably sincere. Seriously, Jordan. Thank you for giving me another chance. I'll make this right. Jordan's chest did that uncomfortable thing again. Just don't throw me under the bus again. That's all I ask. Never. I swear on my Gucci collection. That's a weird thing to swear on. It's all I have. Kyle snorted. That's actually really sad when you say it out loud. The three of them moved toward the weight racks. Jordan grabbed dumbbells for shoulder presses. His body felt good. Strong. The tune-up trait was working overtime, keeping him functional despite the emotional chaos. His phone buzzed again. Jordan checked it while Leo and Kyle started their sets. Chloe, Kumiko told me you're coming tonight. Jordan's thumbs moved before his brain could stop them. Jordan, is that okay? The typing indicator appeared immediately. Chloe, yeah, it's okay. Then another message. We should probably talk, though. Before tonight. Jordan, yeah, we should. Chloe, can you come over after your classes? Around 3? Jordan checked his schedule. Management at 9:30. Econ discussion at noon. That would put him done by 12:50. Plenty of time. Jordan, I'll be there. Chloe, okay. See you then. Jordan locked his phone and set it on the bench next to his water bottle. 3 p.m. Unit 403. A conversation about the fake inheritance and the real feelings and whatever the hell they actually were to each other now. Kyle's voice cut through his thoughts. You good? Jordan picked up his dumbbells. Yeah, I'm good. Chapter 55. 55. My required reading includes 2 new beauties. Jordan pushed through the heavy doors of Business Building 310 at 9:36 a.m., 6 minutes late to Management 1A. His morning had been good. Great, even. Workout with Kyle and Leo. Confirmation text from Chloe. A plan to actually fix the mess he'd made. Then he walked into the lecture hall and saw them. Back row. Left side. Cameron Mitchell with his tongue down Eliza Hartwell's throat. Every good feeling drained out of Jordan's body like someone pulled a plug. Eliza's blonde hair cascaded over Cameron's arm. His hand cupped the back of her neck. She made a small sound that carried across the... Jordan's stomach twisted. He ducked his head immediately, angling his face toward the ground as he descended the stairs. Maybe if he didn't look, they wouldn't notice him. Maybe he could just disappear into a seat somewhere and survive the next hour without becoming a spectacle. A spot opened up 3 rows from the back. Jordan slid toward it. Yo, that's my seat. A guy with a backwards cap and a Pacific Crest lacrosse hoodie gestured at the empty chair. His laptop bag sat on the desk. My bad. Jordan backed away. His face burned. Of course, he couldn't even sit down without fucking something up. The front row stretched out before him. Empty except for 3 students who'd probably been camping outside since dawn. Jordan walked down the rest of the stairs and dropped into a seat at the far right, as far from Cameron and Eliza as physically possible while remaining in the same room. This was it. This was what every class would be like for the rest of the semester. Watching his ex make out with the guy who humiliated him in a parking lot. Listening to her breathy little sounds while he tried to learn about financial accounting. Jordan pulled out his laptop, opened it, stared at the blank screen. He could just leave, drop this class, take it next semester when Eliza and Cameron had moved on to torturing someone else. He wanted to make a real effort this time. Actually show up. Actually learn something. But if this was the cost, maybe it wasn't worth it. His finger hovered over the trackpad, ready to check the drop add deadline. The door behind the lectern opened. Dr. Diana Ashford walked in. Every thought in Jordan's head evaporated. She moved like she owned the room. Tailored navy blazer over a white silk blouse. Pencil skirt that ended just above the knee. Heels that clicked against the tile floor with authority. Her ash blonde hair fell in a perfect bob that framed sharp cheekbones and gray eyes that swept across the lecture hall like a security camera. Good morning. Her voice cut through the ambient noise. Not loud, just clear. The kind of voice that made you sit up straighter without realizing it. Jordan sat up straighter. Dr. Ashford set her leather bag on the desk and pulled out a single folder. I hope you all had a productive winter break. Given the state of your midterm grades last semester, I suspect most of you did not. Someone in the back laughed nervously. That was not a joke. The laughter died. Jordan leaned forward. His laptop sat forgotten on the desk. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and he ignored it. Dr. Ashford opened the folder. Today we'll be discussing the basics of double-entry bookkeeping. This is fundamental. If you cannot master this concept, you will fail my class. If you fail my class, you will not graduate on time. If you do not graduate on time, you will disappoint your parents, waste their money, and enter the workforce 2 years behind your peers. She looked up. Any questions so far? Silence. Good. She turned to the whiteboard and began writing in clean, efficient strokes. Her handwriting was perfect, each letter precisely formed. No wasted movement. Jordan pulled out a notebook. An actual paper notebook he'd bought at the campus bookstore along with new pens and highlighters. He opened it to the first page and started copying what she wrote. The door to the lecture hall creaked open. A girl stumbled in holding a Starbucks cup. Tall. Really tall. Maybe 5'8" without the heels she wasn't wearing. Black jeans and an oversized cream sweater that somehow looked expensive despite covering everything. Long black hair pulled into a messy ponytail with a few strands falling around her face. Dr. Ashford stopped writing. You're late. I know. I'm so sorry. The line at Starbucks was insane, and I didn't realize. I don't care about your coffee. Sit down. The girl's face flushed red. She hurried down the stairs toward the front row, her sneakers squeaking against the tile. The only open seat was directly next to Jordan. She dropped into it with a thud. Her Starbucks cup wobbled. She caught it before it tipped, then set it carefully on the desk and pulled out a rose gold MacBook. Jordan glanced over, then did a full double take. Holy shit. Even when he'd been dating Eliza, he'd known there were great beauties on this campus. Women so beautiful and unobtainable that they had dedicated fan clubs. Instagram accounts tracking their daily outfits. Freshmen who would literally change their schedules just to walk past them between classes. Alexis Vanderberg was number 1 on that unofficial list. The girl who just sat down next to him was number 2. Brooke Hastings. Jordan had seen her exactly twice before. Once during freshman orientation when she'd walked across the quad and caused a minor traffic accident because 3 guys on bikes weren't watching where they were going. Once at the library when she'd been studying alone at a table and Jordan had watched from behind a bookshelf like a complete creep for 10 minutes before Kyle dragged him away. Up close, she was somehow even more devastating. Her face was soft, round cheeks, full lips, a small beauty mark just under the right corner of her mouth. But her eyes were what got him. Crimson red, not contacts, natural. Some rare genetic thing that made her look like she'd walked out of an anime. She wore black framed glasses that she pushed up her nose with one finger. Her cream sweater hung loose on her frame, but couldn't hide the fact that she was built like a fertility goddess. Curves that belonged on a museum statue. The kind of body that made the system's proximity alerts go haywire. Jordan's phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out under the desk. Beauty detected. Proximity alert. Target, unknown. Registered to slot 2? Backslash. Yes, backslash. Backslash, no backslash. Chapter 56. 56. My social skills are still buffering, but at least she laughed. Jordan's thumb hovered over the screen. He looked at Brooke again. She was biting her lower lip while she typed, her fingers flying across the keyboard with the kind of speed that suggested she was probably taking notes in 3 different formats simultaneously. Her ponytail swung slightly as she tilted her head. A strand of hair fell across her face. She blew it away without looking up. Jordan's chest tightened. No. He pressed backslash, no backslash, and locked his phone. Slot 1 was Chloe. Slot 2 stayed empty for now. Jordan's head snapped up. Dr. Ashford stood at the front of the room with one perfectly sculpted eyebrow raised. Since you're so fascinated by your phone, perhaps you can tell the class what a debit entry represents in double-entry bookkeeping. Jordan's brain scrambled. That's what I thought. Her gray eyes were cold. Put the phone away or leave my classroom. I don't tolerate distractions. Yes, ma'am. Doctor. Yes, Dr. Ashford. She held his gaze for one more second, then turned back to the board. Jordan shoved his phone into his pocket. His face burned hot enough to melt steel. Next to him, Brooke let out a quiet breath, almost like a laugh, but softer. When Jordan glanced over, she was staring very intently at her laptop screen, but her lips twitched at the corners. Great. Perfect. He'd just been publicly humiliated by the hottest professor on campus in front of the second most beautiful girl in school. This semester was going fantastic. Dr. Ashford continued her lecture. Jordan forced himself to focus. He copied everything she wrote, took notes in the margins, highlighted key concepts. His hand cramped from writing so fast, but he didn't stop. If he was going to survive this class, he needed to actually learn the material. Not just show up, not just coast, actually put in the work. His phone buzzed again. He ignored it. Dr. Ashford moved on to explaining assets versus liabilities. Jordan wrote faster. Brooke shifted in her seat next to him. Her knee bumped his under the desk. Sorry, she whispered. Her voice was quiet, soft, nothing like what he'd expected from someone who looked like a supermodel. It's cool, Jordan whispered back. She nodded once and went back to typing. The rest of the lecture passed in a blur of accounting terms and examples. Jordan filled 6 pages in his notebook. When Dr. Ashford finally said, "That's all for today," Jordan's hand felt like it might fall off. Students around them started packing up. Cameron and Eliza were already gone, probably having left mid-lecture to continue their make-out session somewhere more private. Good. Jordan didn't want to see them anyway. Brooke closed her laptop and carefully slid it into a black leather bag. She stood up, and Jordan realized just how tall she actually was. Maybe 5'8", 5'9". Her oversized sweater hung to mid-thigh. She grabbed her Starbucks cup, which was still mostly full. "Thanks for not judging me for being late," she said quietly. Jordan blinked. What? Everyone else was staring. You just didn't. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. So, thanks. Jordan closed his notebook and shoved it into his backpack. No problem. Brooke stood there, shifting her weight between her feet. She adjusted the strap of her leather bag, took a sip of her Starbucks, set it back down on the desk, picked it up again. Jordan watched this performance with growing amusement. For someone who looked like she belonged on a magazine cover, she moved like a baby giraffe trying to figure out how legs worked. "I'm Jordan," he said. "What's your name?" Brooke blinked. Her crimson eyes went wide behind her black framed glasses. "You don't know who I am?" Jordan tilted his head. "Should I? Her face flushed pink. The color spread down her neck and disappeared under the collar of her cream sweater. "No, I guess not." She bit her lower lip. That beauty mark under her mouth drew Jordan's attention like a magnet. "Stop staring at her mouth, you creep." "Well, I'm Jordan," he repeated. "Nice to meet you." "Brooke." The word came out too loud. She winced. "My name is Brooke." "Nice to meet you, Brooke." Her shoulders relaxed slightly. She tucked another strand of hair behind her ear. "Nice to meet you, too." An awkward silence settled between them. Dr. Ashford was erasing the whiteboard at the front of the room. The last few students filed out through the back doors. Jordan and Brooke stood next to their desks like 2 NPCs waiting for someone to give them their next quest objective. Say something, dumbass. Don't just stand here like a statue. "So that professor was something, huh?" Brooke's face lit up. "Right? She's terrifying. I thought she was going to throw my phone out the window." "She probably would have if you'd kept using it." Brooke's lips twitched into an almost smile. "I've heard stories about her. Last semester, she apparently made a guy cry during office hours because he asked if there would be extra credit." Jordan laughed. "What did she say?" "She told him that extra credit was for students who were already excelling and needed challenge, not for students who couldn't be bothered to do the regular assignments." Brooke adjusted her glasses. Then she asked him if he understood the difference between excellence and mediocrity. "Brutal." "I know," Brooke's almost smile turned into an actual smile. I think I like her, though. You like getting verbally destroyed? I like professors who don't waste time. Brooke's fingers drummed against her Starbucks cup. Most of them spend half the class telling stories about their personal lives. Dr. Ashford actually teaches. Jordan zipped up his backpack. Fair point. Brooke glanced toward the door, then back at Jordan, then at the door again. Is she waiting for me to leave first? Or does she want to walk out together? Jordan had no idea what the protocol was here. Eliza had always just told him what to do. Meet me here. Buy me this. Wait in the car. The decision-making process had been entirely outsourced. But Eliza wasn't here. Eliza was probably getting railed by Cameron in his BMW right now. Jordan's stomach twisted. Don't think about that. Focus on the girl in front of you. The girl in front of him was easily one of the most attractive women he'd ever seen in person next to Chloe. Big doe eyes behind trendy glasses. Soft features that belonged in a painting. A body that the oversized sweater and jeans combo couldn't hide no matter how hard she tried. And she was talking to him, smiling at him, not running away screaming. Character development. Chapter 57. 57 Socializing is a daily quest. Family is a raid boss. So what's your major? Jordan asked. Biomedical engineering and applied physics. Jordan blinked. Both. Double major. Brooke's cheeks flushed again. She said it quickly, like she was bracing for a reaction. I know it's a lot. My parents think I should pick one and commit, but I couldn't choose between them, so I just kept both. That's insane. In a good way or a bad way. In a holy shit, you must never sleep way. Brooke laughed. It was quiet, a little breathy, like she wasn't used to doing it in front of other people. I sleep. Sometimes. How many units are you taking this semester? 22. Jordan's brain did something that felt like a hard reboot. That's not even legal. It's technically allowed with a high enough GPA. Brooke shifted her bag to her other shoulder. The movement tugged at her oversized sweater, pulling the collar wide enough that a stretch of collarbone appeared above the neckline. I had to get special permission from my academic advisor. It took 3 separate meetings. Jordan tried not to stare at her collarbone. Failed completely. Got his eyes back where they were supposed to be and cleared his throat. So you're a genius. I wouldn't say that. You're carrying 22 units, double majoring in 2 of the most brutal programs this school offers, and you got a faculty exception to do it. That's the textbook definition of genius. Brooke's face went from pink to full red. She looked down at the table for a second, like she needed somewhere neutral to put her attention. I like learning, and tests are easy for me. That's not the same as being smart. It literally is, though. Smart is different. Brooke pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose. Smart is knowing how to walk into a room full of people and not feel like you're about to have a medical event. It's knowing what to say when someone makes a joke, or how to make friends without it being this enormous, complicated project. I'm terrible at all of that. Like, genuinely, clinically terrible. Jordan glanced around the lecture hall. The last few students had already filed out, leaving the 2 of them in the wide, empty rows. You're doing fine right now. That's because you're easy to talk to. Yeah. Brooke looked at him directly for exactly 2 seconds before her attention went somewhere past his shoulder. Most guys either spend the whole conversation staring at my chest, or they get weird about my eyes, like I'm doing something wrong by having them. Jordan's gaze dropped to her chest involuntarily. God damn it. He snapped his eyes back up. Your eyes are cool. They're weird. They're unique. That's different. Brooke's expression softened. That's actually really nice of you to say. I'm a nice guy. The words came out without thinking. Jordan immediately wanted to shove them back into his mouth and swallow them whole. Never say you're a nice guy. That's the #1 rule of not being a creep. But Brooke just smiled wider. I can tell. Jordan's phone buzzed in his pocket. He ignored it. Dr. Ashford looked up from her desk at the front of the room. Her gray eyes locked onto Jordan and Brooke with laser focus. If you 2 are finished socializing, I'd appreciate it if you vacated my classroom. I have office hours in 10 minutes. Sorry. Brooke grabbed her Starbucks and practically sprinted toward the door. Jordan followed at a more reasonable pace. He could feel Dr. Ashford's eyes on his back the entire way up the stairs. The hallway outside was packed with students rushing between classes. Brooke stood just outside the door, clutching her coffee cup like a lifeline. Jordan stepped out beside her. "You good? I hate being called out by professors." Brooke's voice was quiet again. "It makes my brain stop working. She does that to everyone. It's her thing. I know, but it still sucks." His phone buzzed again. He pulled it out, expecting another system notification, but it was a text from Kyle. "Kyle, where are you? Econ discussion in 10 minutes. Shit. He completely lost track of time. Between Ashford's interrogating stare and talking to Brooke about spectral analysis and quantum coherence for the better part of 10 minutes, the clock had run away from him entirely. Jordan looked back at Brooke. She was still standing in the exact same spot, coffee cup in both hands, like she hadn't moved an inch since they stepped out of the classroom. "I have to run to my next class. But, maybe I'll see you around." Brooke nodded quickly, a fast little bob of her head. "Yeah, definitely." She paused. This was nice. It was, Jordan said, and he meant it. He started walking backward down the hallway, navigating around the stream of students by feel alone. Brooke stayed planted by the classroom door, still clutching her Starbucks, watching him go with those strange crimson eyes. "See you Thursday," Jordan called back over the noise. Brooke waved, a small, awkward wave that involved too much wrist movement. Jordan turned around before he could crash into someone. His phone buzzed a third time. Daily quest. Path to becoming Adonis. / physical. 90 minutes of activity. Gym session. 97 minutes. / hygiene level 1. Shower using actual soap. / hygiene level 2. Brush teeth, floss. / grooming. Skincare routine. / social. Speak to 3 beauties for 2 minutes each. Progress. January 3rd. Current contacts logged. Brooke Hastings, 8:47 a.m., 11 minutes, 23 seconds. Jordan dismissed the notification. 1 down, 2 to go. He could knock out the other 2 at karaoke tonight. Talk to Kumiko for a few minutes. Maybe Alexis if she didn't immediately tell him to fuck off. His phone buzzed with a real text this time. "Mom, your sister told me you have a girlfriend." Jordan's entire body went cold. "Cassie, that absolute snitch." He typed out a response. "Jordan, it's complicated. I'll explain later." "Mom, is she nice? What's her name? When can I meet her?" Jordan, "Mom, later. I promise." "Mom, okay, sweetie. Love you." Jordan locked his phone and smacked his face. Chapter 58. 58 My apology got a failing grade. Jordan burst through the doors of Bluffs Hall, 220, with 3 minutes to spare. The seminar room held maybe 25 desks arranged in rows facing a whiteboard that still had Monday supply and demand curves sketched in fading marker. Kyle sat front row center, legs stretched out, scrolling through his phone. When he spotted Jordan, he immediately stood up and extended his hand. Jordan dapped him up. "Told you I'd be here on time, man." Yeah. Kyle grinned and sat back down. Didn't think morning gym sessions would actually make you punctual, but here we are. Jordan dropped into the seat next to Kyle, setting his new notebook and pens on the desk. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Probably the system registering proximity to someone. He ignored it. "Real talk, though," Kyle said, leaning back in his chair. "I'm glad we finally got a workout buddy situation going. I've been trying to get you in the gym since October. I was busy being pathetic." "You said it, not me." Kyle smirked. "But yeah, having someone there makes the whole thing easier. Even got Leo to show up this morning." Jordan snorted. "For 5 minutes. 5 minutes is still progress." He tried bench pressing the bar, couldn't get it off his chest, and then sat on his phone for 20 minutes before leaving. "Did he at least spot you?" "Are you joking? He doesn't know what spotting is. He thought I was asking him to look at something." Jordan laughed. Actual laughter. It felt foreign in his chest, like discovering a room in your house you forgot existed. "We all start somewhere." That's what I told him, but he just complained about his protein shake making him nauseous and left. Kyle stretched his arms overhead, his shirt riding up to expose a sliver of toned stomach. I give it a week before he tries again. Maybe 2. Generous. Optimistic. The door swung open again. A guy wearing a backwards cap walked in, saw the seating situation, and immediately headed for the back row. 3 more students followed behind him, spreading out across the middle section. Kyle nudged Jordan's elbow. So, are you going to tell me what happened yesterday that had you ghosting all my texts? Jordan's throat went dry. Nothing happened. You're such a bad liar. I'm an excellent liar. You just said nothing happened while your face turned red. My face is not red. Kyle raised an eyebrow. Jordan's phone buzzed again. This time he pulled it out and checked the screen. System, beauty detected within proximity. Registered to slot 2? Jordan swiped the notification away. Not now. Who keeps texting you? Kyle asked, craning his neck to look at the screen. My mom. Your mom texts you in all caps with gold emojis. She's excited about something. Uh-huh. Before Kyle could press further, the door opened a third time. 3 voices filled the hallway outside, one of them talking way too loudly. Jordan recognized that voice immediately. Alexis. His stomach dropped straight through the floor. Alexis walked in first, wearing a white crop sweater that showed off her flat stomach and high-waisted jeans. Her blonde hair fell in perfect waves over her shoulders, and her blue eyes scanned the room. Kumiko followed right behind her, wearing a pastel pink cardigan over a white button-up, a plaid skirt, and her signature twin tails tied with pink ribbons. She carried an Ida bag covered in anime, keychains that jingled with every step. And then Chloe walked in. Jordan's heart stopped. Chloe wore black leggings, white sneakers, and an oversized gray hoodie that hung off one shoulder, exposing her collarbone and the black strap of her sports bra. Her hair was pulled into a messy ponytail, the blue streak catching the fluorescent lights overhead. She looked tired, like she hadn't slept much. Jordan knew that feeling. Alexis spotted him immediately. Her entire body went rigid, like someone had pressed pause on a video. Kumiko elbowed her in the ribs. Ow! Alexis rubbed her side, glaring at Kumiko. What was that for? You know what that was for? Kumiko whispered, not quietly enough. Alexis's face flushed pink. Not the cute kind of pink. The I'm pissed off and embarrassed kind. She walked down the aisle toward Jordan's row, her heels clicking against the tile floor. Chloe and Kumiko followed a few steps behind, Chloe's gaze fixed somewhere to the left of Jordan's head. Alexis stopped directly in front of his desk. Jordan looked up at her, waited. Kyle glanced between them like he was watching a live grenade with the pin already pulled. I'm sorry, Alexis said. Her voice came out flat and robotic, like someone reading from a script they didn't write. For calling you a loser simp yesterday, even if it was true. Jordan blinked. Kyle choked on air. Wow, Jordan said. Alexis's flush deepened. What? That's the worst apology I've ever heard in my life. I said I was sorry. You also said, even if it was true in the same sentence. That's not how apologies work. Kumiko giggled behind her hand. Alexis turned around and shot her a death glare before looking back at Jordan. Her blue eyes blazed with something between fury and mortification. Fine, I'm sorry for making fun of you. Happy. Getting there. You're impossible. And you're only apologizing because Kumiko made you. Alexis opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. That's not entirely true. It's completely true, Kumiko said cheerfully. I told her if she didn't apologize, I'd post screenshots of her Wattpad account. You wouldn't. I already have them saved in 3 separate cloud folders. Alexis spun around. You're a monster. Jordan watched the two of them bicker while Chloe stood off to the side, arms crossed, still refusing to look at him. Her jaw was tight. Her shoulders were tense. She kept shifting her weight from one foot to the other like she wanted to bolt, but couldn't figure out which direction to run. Kyle leaned over and whispered, What the hell is happening right now? I have no idea, Jordan whispered back. Alexis finally sighed and turned back to Jordan. Look, I was being a bitch yesterday. I shouldn't have laughed at you. Eliza's my friend, but that doesn't mean I needed to pile on. So, yeah, sorry. For real this time. Jordan studied her face. She actually looked genuine this time. No sarcasm, no hidden hopes, just exhaustion and reluctant sincerity. Okay, Jordan said. Apology accepted. Alexis blinked. Really? Yeah. That was easier than I thought it would be. Did you want me to make you grovel? Honestly? Kind of. It would have made me feel less weird about this. Kumiko bounced on her heels. See? That wasn't so hard. Now we can all be friends and go to karaoke tonight without it being super awkward. Jordan's stomach twisted. Right. Karaoke. Tonight. With Chloe. Who still hadn't said a single word or looked at him once. Kyle raised his hand. Suri. Imkila. Jordan's friend. Nice to meet you. Ikala. Kumiko said brightly. Aren't you coming too? Kyle looked at Jordan. Jordan shrugged. Sure, Kyle said. Why not? Perfect. The more the merrier. Kumiko clapped her hands together. Oh, we should do duets. I called Jordan for a duet. Alexis made a disgusted noise. You can't call dibs on people, Kumiko. I just did. That's not how it works. Then how does it work? You ask them if they want to sing with you like a normal person. Kumiko turned to Jordan, her eyes wide and earnest. Jordan, do you want to sing a duet with me? Jordan's brain flatlined. He's thinking about it, Kumiko announced to the room. He looks terrified, Alexis corrected. Chloe finally spoke. Leave him alone, Kumi. Her voice cut through the conversation like a blade through silk. Everyone went quiet. Chloe's blue eyes met Jordan for the first time since walking into the room. The look lasted maybe 2 seconds. Long enough for Jordan to see exhaustion and something else he couldn't name. Then she looked away again. We should sit down, Chloe said to the other girls. Kevin's going to be here soon. Alexis nodded and headed toward the back row. Kumiko followed, still chattering about song choices for karaoke. Chloe stayed frozen for another second before trailing after them, her sneakers silent on the tile. Jordan watched her go. Kyle leaned over again. Okay, what the fuck was that? What was what? The girl in the gray hoodie just looked at you like you personally invented heartbreak. That's dramatic. Dude, I have eyes. Jordan pulled out his phone and pretended to check his messages. The screen showed a new system notification. System, chemistry update detected. Çürükim, 46 i 43 i 3. Reason, unresolved tension, emotional distance. Jordan locked his phone and shoved it back in his pocket. You good? Kyle asked. Yeah. You sure? Yep. Kyle didn't look convinced, but he dropped it. All right, but if you need to talk about whatever the hell that was, I'm here. You know that, right? Yeah, Jordan said. I know. The door opened again. Kevin Zhao walked in carrying a messenger bag and a Starbucks cup, his glasses slightly crooked on his face. He set his stuff down on the front desk and pulled up a PowerPoint on the projector. All right, everyone, Kevin said, turning to face the class. Let's talk about aggregate demand and why Professor Jones's explanation yesterday made absolutely no sense. A few students laughed. Jordan opened his notebook to a blank page and clicked his pen. Kyle nudged his elbow one more time. You're going to tell me eventually. Maybe. Definitely. We'll see. Kevin started the lecture. Jordan took notes. The words on the page didn't stick in his brain. His attention kept drifting to the back row, where Chloe sat between Alexis and Kumiko, her hoodie pulled up over her ponytail, her arms crossed tight over her chest. His phone buzzed. He didn't check it. Chapter 59. 59 my girlfriend maybe. Just summoned me with a single word, P.S. bonus. Kevin wrapped up the discussion section at 10:47 exactly, dismissing the class with a reminder about the midterm next week. Jordan stood and stretched his arms overhead, feeling his shoulders pop in a way that would have hurt like hell 2 days ago. Now it just felt good. Kyle packed up his laptop. So, 8 o'clock. Brass Monkey in Koreatown. Yeah, I'll be there. You need a ride, or you got your own thing? I'll drive myself. Kyle slung his backpack over one shoulder. Cool. See you tonight then. See you. Kyle headed for the door, stopping briefly to hold it open for a group of girls leaving. Jordan grabbed his phone off the desk and checked the screen. 3 messages waited. Mom, call me when you get a chance, sweetie. I want to hear all about this girlfriend Cassie mentioned. Leo, still good for tonight, right? I already told Kumiko we're coming. And one from Chloe, sent 30 seconds ago. Chloe, stay. Jordan's thumb hovered over the screen. He looked up. Chloe sat in the back row still, her hoodie pulled up, talking to Alexis and Kumiko in low voices. Her eyes flicked to Jordan for half a second before darting away. Jordan sat back down. The room emptied out slowly. Students filed past his desk in pairs and groups, their voices fading into the hallway. Kevin gathered his notes at the front, stuffing papers into his messenger bag without looking up. Alexis stood first. Come on, Kumi. I need coffee before my next class. But what about now? Kumiko pouted but grabbed her Ida bag anyway. The keychains jingled as she hoisted it onto her shoulder. Fine, but you're buying. I always buy. Because you're rich. The two of them walked toward the door. Kumiko waved at Jordan as she passed his desk. See you tonight, Jordan. Jordan waved back. Alexis didn't say anything, just kept walking. The door closed behind them with a soft click. Kevin looked up from his bag. You guys need something? Chloe stood and walked down the steps, her sneakers silent on the tile. Yeah, I had a question about the aggregate demand elasticity stuff from Monday's lecture. Kevin's face lit up the way it always did when someone actually cared about the material. Oh yeah? What part? The substitution effect calculation. I'm not sure I'm doing it right. Let me see your notes. Chloe pulled out her notebook and opened it to a page covered in neat handwriting and margin sketches of flowers. She held it out to Kevin. Kevin pushed his glasses up and studied the page. Okay, so the issue here is you're confusing real income effect with substitution effect. They're related but distinct. Here, let me show you. He grabbed a marker and started writing on the whiteboard, launching into an explanation that involved way too many Greek letters and not enough normal words. Chloe stood next to him, nodding along like she understood everything. Jordan knew she didn't actually need help with economics. She sat 3 rows ahead in their shared econ lecture and never once looked confused. This was a performance. Kevin kept talking. Chloe kept nodding. Jordan sat at his desk and watched the clock on the wall tick forward. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. Kevin finally capped his marker. Does that make sense? Yeah, totally. Thanks, Kevin. No problem. Office hours are Tuesdays and Thursdays if you need more help. I'll remember that. Kevin grabbed his bag and his coffee. All right, I gotta run. Lock the door behind you when you leave. Will do. Kevin headed out. The door closed. His footsteps faded down the hallway. The room went silent. Chloe turned around and looked at Jordan. Her face gave away nothing. Tired eyes, tight jaw, hoodie still pulled up over her ponytail. Jordan waited. Do you have any more classes today? Chloe asked. No, nothing. Nothing. She nodded slowly. Her fingers twisted the hem of her hoodie. Are you hungry? Or something? Jordan's stomach answered before his brain could. A low growl that echoed off the empty walls. Chloe's mouth twitched. Almost a smile. Not quite. I could eat, Jordan said. There's leftovers at home. If you want. Jordan's chest tightened. Home. She said home like it was a place they both belonged. Hell yeah, Jordan said. I love Korean food. I know. Chloe grabbed her backpack and slung it over one shoulder. She walked toward the door without looking back. Jordan stood, grabbed his notebook, shoved his pens in his pocket. Chloe reached the door and pushed it open. The hallway noise flooded in. She stopped in the doorway and glanced back over her shoulder. Her eyes met his. Jordan understood immediately. She wanted him to follow her. Walk with her. Not behind her like some creep, but beside her like they were together. Even though they weren't together. Even though everything was broken and wrong, and he'd lied to her face about something so stupid it made his brain hurt to think about. Jordan walked up the aisle. His shoes squeaked against the tile. Chloe turned and headed down the hallway. Jordan fell in a step beside her, matching her pace. Not too close. Not too far. They walked in silence. The hallway opened into the main quad. January sun streamed down through the palm trees, lining the walkways. Students sprawled out on the grass, textbooks open, earbuds in, soaking up the warmth. Jordan's phone buzzed in his pocket. He ignored it. Chloe led them toward the north parking structure. The same structure where Jordan parked his Civic every morning. Where Chloe parked her identical Civic 3 spaces away. They climbed the ramp to the 3rd level. Concrete walls closed in on both sides. The air smelled like exhaust and hot asphalt. Chloe's white Civic sat in its usual spot near the elevator. She stopped next to the driver's side door and pulled her keys from her backpack. The pink keychain with the cat charm dangled from her fingers. Jordan waited. Chloe unlocked the car, opened the door, threw her backpack onto the passenger seat. Then she turned around and looked at him. Chapter 60. 60 Navigating the Minefield of a Single Shared Wall. Really looked at him this time, not the quick glances from earlier. Full eye contact that lasted longer than 2 seconds. "I'm not mad at you," Chloe said. Jordan's throat closed up. "You should be. I know. I basically told you I need 3 girlfriends like I'm collecting Pokemon. You did. That's insane." "It is. And you're not mad?" Chloe crossed her arms over her chest. The movement made her hoodie ride up slightly, exposing a strip of pale skin above her leggings. Jordan forced his eyes back to her face. "I'm not mad," Chloe said slowly. "I'm processing." "Processing?" "Yeah." "What does that mean?" "It means I spent all night thinking about what you said, and I still don't know how I feel about it." Jordan nodded. "Fair. But I know I don't want to pretend you don't exist," Chloe continued. "That would be stupid. You live 12 feet away from me. Through one wall." "One wall." She uncrossed her arms and shoved her hands in her hoodie pocket. "I'm not going to ignore you, but I also can't just be normal about this yet. So we're going to eat leftovers and watch anime, and not talk about the inheritance thing until I figure out what I actually want." "Okay." "Okay. Yeah. That works for me." Chloe studied his face like she was looking for hidden cameras. "You're not going to push me to decide right now." "No. Why not?" "Because that would be a dick move." Her expression softened, just a little. The hard line of her jaw relaxed. Her shoulders dropped half an inch. "Follow me home," Chloe said. "And don't drive like a grandma this time. You were going 5 under the speed limit yesterday." "I was not." "You absolutely were. That's called being a safe driver. That's called being boring." She climbed into her car and shut the door. The engine turned over with a quiet purr. Jordan walked to his own Civic 3 spaces down, unlocked it, slid into the driver's seat. His phone buzzed again. He pulled it out. "System. Chemistry update detected. Chulukim. Kurkuch I kurkbesh I iki." Note. Small progress through honest communication. Continue building trust. Jordan locked his phone and tossed it onto the passenger seat. Chloe's white Civic backed out of its spot. She pulled forward toward the exit ramp, brake lights flashing red in the shadowy garage. Jordan started his car and followed. They drove in convoy down the ramp, out of the structure, onto Campus Drive. Chloe took a right at the light. Jordan stayed 2 car lengths behind her. The drive to the Cooper Garment Lofts took 15 minutes in light traffic. Chloe's Civic moved smoothly through lanes, signaling every turn, obeying every speed limit. Jordan kept pace. They pulled into the resident parking garage at 11:14. Chloe parked in her usual spot. Jordan parked in his. They got out at the same time. Chloe grabbed her backpack and walked toward the elevator without waiting. Jordan followed, his sneakers echoing off the concrete. The elevator doors opened. They stepped inside. Chloe pressed the button for the 4th floor. The doors closed. Silence filled the small metal box. Just the hum of the elevator cables and the faint music playing through the ceiling speaker. Some instrumental jazz that belonged in a hotel lobby. Jordan's phone buzzed again. He left it in his pocket. The elevator dinged. 4th floor. The doors opened onto the familiar hallway. Gray carpet, white walls, identical doors stretching in both directions. Chloe turned left toward Unit 403. Jordan walked beside her. She stopped at her door, unlocked it, pushed it open. "Shoes off," Chloe said. Jordan kicked off his sneakers and left them by the door next to her white pair. Chloe dropped her backpack on the kitchen counter and headed straight for the fridge. She pulled out 2 containers of leftovers from last night, bibimbap and fried chicken. "Microwave or cold?" Chloe asked. "Microwave." "Good choice." She popped the lids off both containers and stuck them in the microwave. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Jordan stood in the middle of the living room, hands in his pockets, feeling like he'd walked into someone else's life. The gray sectional still had the blanket bunched up on one end from last night. The coffee table still had their empty water bottles sitting on coasters. The microwave beeped. Chloe pulled out the containers and grabbed 2 forks from the drawer. She walked over to the couch and sat down, setting one container on the coffee table. "You gonna stand there all day?" Chloe asked. Jordan sat down next to her. Same spot as last night. Same cushion. Same distance between them. Chloe handed him a fork. "Eat." Jordan stabbed a piece of chicken, brought it to his mouth. Chewed. "Still good. Maybe better than last night." Chloe ate her bibimbap in small bites, her fork scraping against the container. She pulled her legs up onto the couch and tucked them under herself. They ate in silence. Jordan's phone buzzed. He ignored it. Chloe set her empty container on the coffee table and leaned back against the couch. Her eyes closed. Her ponytail fell over one shoulder, the blue streak bright against her gray hoodie. "I'm tired," Chloe said. "Didn't sleep much?" "Not really." "Me neither." "Because of what you told me?" "Yeah." Chloe opened her eyes, turned her head to look at him. "Why did you tell me? You could have just kept it secret." Jordan set his own container down. "Because that would have been worse." "How?" "Because you'd find out eventually, and then you'd hate me for lying." "I might hate you anyway." "Maybe, but at least this way I gave you the choice." Chloe stared at him for a long moment. Her dark eyes searched his face like she was trying to read something written in invisible ink. "I don't hate you," she said quietly. Jordan's chest loosened. "Just a little." "Good. But I also don't know what we are right now." "That's fair." "Is it?" "Yeah." Chloe pulled her knees up to her chest and wrapped her arms around them. The movement made her hoodie ride up again, exposing the waistband of her leggings and the curve of her lower back. Jordan looked away, stared at the fake fiddle leaf fig in the corner instead. "Can I ask you something?" Chloe said. "Sure." "The inheritance thing, is it real? Like, actually real? Or did you make it up because you panicked?" Chapter 61. 61. My lips say yes. My brain says you're an idiot. Jordan's brain flatlined. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. He made it up. Obviously, he made it up. The whole thing was a lie constructed in 30 seconds to explain why the system locked him into 2 permanent slots, and he couldn't just register every hot girl on campus. But he couldn't tell her that. If he admitted he lied, she'd ask why. And then he'd have to explain the system. And then she'd think he was insane. And then she'd kick him out and never talk to him again. So he had to double down. "It's real," Jordan said. The words tasted like battery acid coming out his mouth. Chloe nodded slowly. "Okay. You believe me?" "I don't know yet." She rested her chin on her knees. "But I want to." Jordan's phone buzzed again. Louder this time. Multiple notifications in a row. He pulled it out. For messages from Leo. "Leo, dude, Kumiko just asked if you're bringing a date tonight." "Leo, should I tell her yes?" "Leo, Jordan." "Leo, answer me, coward." Jordan locked his phone. Leo's losing his mind about karaoke. He does that a lot. "Yeah." Chloe smiled. Small but real. "Are you bringing me?" "As your date." Jordan's heart kicked against his ribs. "Do you want me to?" "I asked first." "I want to. If you want to." "That's not an answer." "Yes," Jordan said. "I want to bring you as my date." Chloe's smile grew wider. She unwrapped her arms from around her knees and shifted closer on the couch, close enough that their shoulders touched. "Okay," she said. "Then I'll go." As your date. Cool. Cool. Silence settled over them again. But this time it didn't feel heavy or awkward. It felt warm, comfortable, like something that belonged there. Chloe leaned her head against Jordan's shoulder. Jordan froze. Is this okay? Chloe asked. Yeah. You sure? Very sure. She relaxed against him. Her ponytail tickled his neck. Her body heat seeped through his shirt. Jordan's phone buzzed one more time. He didn't check it. We should probably nap before tonight, Chloe said, her voice muffled against his shoulder. Karaoke goes late, and I'm already exhausted. Yeah, probably. Do you want a nap here? On the couch. Jordan's brain short-circuited. Here. Or you can go back to your place. I don't care. Liar. She definitely cared. I'll stay, Jordan said. Okay. Chloe pulled away long enough to grab the blanket from the end of the couch. She spread it over both of them and settled back against Jordan's side, her head on his chest this time. Jordan wrapped one arm around her shoulders. Chloe's breathing slowed, deepened. Her body went soft and heavy against his. Jordan stared at the ceiling, at the exposed ductwork running across the concrete, at the industrial light fixtures hanging from chains. His phone buzzed again in his pocket. He left it there. Chloe shifted slightly. Her hand found his chest, spread flat over his sternum. Jordan, she murmured. Yeah. Don't fuck this up. I won't. Promise. Jordan looked down at her, at the blue streak in her dark hair, at her closed eyes and soft breathing. I promise, he lied, because he'd already fucked it up. The moment he told her about the fake inheritance instead of the truth. The moment he chose self-preservation over honesty. But he'd fix it. Somehow. Eventually. Jordan shifted on the couch, his back protesting against the armrest digging into his shoulder blade. The position worked fine for sitting upright and eating Korean food, but trying to nap like this was a special kind of torture. Hang on, Jordan said. Chloe lifted her head. What? I'm gonna lie down properly. This is killing my spine. Oh, yeah, okay. Jordan slid down the couch until his head hit the opposite armrest. His legs stretched out long, sock feet hanging off the edge slightly. Way better. Chloe watched him rearrange himself, her ponytail falling over one shoulder. You good now? Yeah, come here. She climbed on top of him without hesitation. Just positioned herself between his legs and lowered her body onto his chest like they'd done this 1,000 times before. Her thighs bracketed his hips. Her breasts pressed against his stomach through her hoodie and his shirt. Jordan's brain went offline for a second. Chloe settled her cheek against his sternum and pulled the blanket up over both of them. This better, much better. Her weight felt perfect, warm and solid and real. Her ponytail spilled across his chest, the blue streak bright against his gray shirt. Jordan's hands hovered awkwardly at his sides. You can touch me, Chloe said. I'm not going to break. I know. Then why are your arms doing that weird floating thing? Jordan lowered his hands to her back, one between her shoulder blades, one at the curve of her waist where her hoodie had ridden up. Silkin. Bådeskin. His palms spread flat against her lower back. Soft and warm and way too much. Chloe made a quiet sound. Not quite a sigh. Not quite a hum. Something in between that made Jordan's pulse spike. Your hands are warm, she murmured. Yeah. She shifted higher on his chest. Her face moved from his sternum to the space just below his collarbone. Her breath ghosted across his throat. Jordan's grip on her waist tightened involuntarily. Chloe wiggled again. Just a little. Just enough to press more of her body against his. Her hips settled against his stomach. Her chest flattened against his ribs. Jordan's thoughts derailed completely. Every neuron in his brain pointed toward the girl lying on top of him and the fact that her body fit against his like puzzle pieces clicking into place. This was supposed to be a nap. A normal, platonic nap between two people who were figuring things out. Nothing about this felt platonic. Chloe turned her head. Her lips brushed his collarbone through his shirt. Fuck. Jordan tilted his head down. Her face was right there, close enough to see the individual lashes framing her closed eyes. Close enough to count the light freckles across her nose that didn't show up in photos. His brain threw up a warning sign. Don't do it. She said she's processing. She needs space to think. His mouth ignored the warning completely and pressed a soft kiss to her cheek. Chloe's eyes flew open. Oh shit. Did you just... Chapter 62. 62 The Rules of Engagement Castle Bonus. Sorry, Jordan said automatically. That was... Chloe cut him off by kissing his cheek. A quick press of lips against his cheekbone that lasted maybe half a second. Then she pulled back and looked at him with a challenge written all over her face. Jordan blinked. Did you just... Payback, Chloe said. For what? For kissing me without warning. You kissed me back. Because you started it. A grin split Jordan's face. The argument was ridiculous, and Chloe's cheeks were bright pink. A pleasant heat spread through his chest, settling deep in his bones. He leaned up and kissed her other cheek. Slower this time. Let his lips linger for a full second before pulling away. Chloe's flush deepened. Red crept down her neck and disappeared under her hoodie. That's two, she said. You counting? Yes. Why? Because I'm competitive. Before Jordan could respond, Chloe pushed herself up on her elbows and kissed his forehead, then his temple, then the corner of his jaw. 3 quick kisses. Each one left a small, hot print on his skin. That's 3 for me, Chloe announced. Your turn. Jordan laughed. Actually laughed. The sound came from somewhere deep in his chest and escaped before he could stop it. Chloe smiled down at him. A real smile. Not the Calypso smile she used for subscribers. Not the neutral campus smile she wore in econ. Just pure Chloe looking happy and ridiculous and way too pretty for her own good. Jordan cupped her face with both hands. His thumbs brushed her cheekbones. Her skin felt impossibly soft under his palms. He kissed her nose. Chloe's eyes went wide. That doesn't count. Why not? Because it's my nose. That's a neutral zone. There are rules now. Yes. Face only. No usis. That's stupid. Those are the rules. Jordan kissed her chin. Does that count? No. Still neutral territory. You're making this up as you go. I'm establishing boundaries. Jordan shifted his grip and kissed both her cheeks. Chloe gasped. That's cheating. How is that cheating? You can't use both sides. You didn't say that was against the rules. I'm saying it now. Jordan was pretty sure his face was going to split in half from smiling. His cheeks hurt. His stomach hurt. Everything hurt in the best possible way. Chloe narrowed her eyes. You think this is funny? Little bit. I'm going to win. Yeah. Yeah. She planted her hands on either side of his head and lowered her face toward his. Slow and deliberate. Her dark eyes locked onto his mouth. Oh. She was going for his lips. Jordan's pulse spiked. His hands slid from her face to her waist, fingers digging into the bare skin exposed above her leggings. Chloe's breath hitched. Just barely. Just enough for Jordan to hear it. She leaned closer. Closer. Her lips hovered half an inch from his. Jordan could feel the heat radiating off her face. Could count her eyelashes. Could see the exact moment her pupils dilated. Then he tilted his head at the last second. Her lips landed on his cheek instead. Chloe pulled back. You moved. You were too slow. I was building suspense. You were stalling. I was not. Jordan grinned up at her. Try again. Chloe's jaw set. That stubborn line appeared between her eyebrows that showed up whenever she got serious about something. She dove in fast this time. No warning. No slow approach. Jordan turned his head. Her lips caught his other cheek. Jordan. Chloe's voice went high and frustrated. Stop moving. Make me. Wrong thing to say. Chloe's eyes flashed. She grabbed his face with both hands, fingers splayed across his cheeks, and held his head still. Don't move, she commanded. Jordan froze. partly because her grip was surprisingly strong, mostly because the way she looked at him made his entire nervous system short-circuit. Chloe lowered her face again, slower than before. Her eyes never left his mouth. Jordan's heart hammered against his ribs. His hands tightened on her waist. His breathing went shallow. She was going to kiss him, on the mouth. This wasn't a game anymore. Chloe's lips parted slightly. Her breath fanned across his face. She smelled like the vanilla shampoo she used, and leftover fried chicken, and something distinctly hurt that Jordan couldn't name. Half an inch. Quarter inch. Her bottom lip brushed his top lip. Featherlight. Barely there. Jordan closed the distance. Their mouths met, soft and careful. A proper kiss this time. Not the frantic, desperate kissing from last night. This felt different. Tender. Like they were both afraid of breaking something fragile. Chloe made a quiet sound against his mouth. Something between a sigh and a whimper that went straight to Jordan's gut. He parted his lips. Chloe followed immediately. Her tongue swept across his bottom lip before slipping inside. The kiss deepened. Chloe's hands slid from his cheeks to his hair. Her fingers tangled in the strands at the back of his head and tugged gently. Jordan groaned. The sound vibrated between their mouths. His hands moved up her back under her hoodie. Bare skin stretched warm beneath his palms. He traced the line of her spine, counted vertebrae, mapped the curve of her ribs. Chloe arched into his touch. Her chest pressed harder against his. Her hips rolled forward. Friction. Heat. Way too many clothes between them. Jordan broke the kiss. Chloe, don't stop, she breathed against his lips. We're supposed to be napping. Fuck napping. You said you were tired. I changed my mind. She kissed him again, harder this time. Her teeth caught his bottom lip and pulled. Jordan's hips bucked involuntarily. His hands gripped her waist tight enough to leave marks. Chloe gasped into his mouth. MMPH. The sound unlocked something in Jordan's brain. Some primal part that had been sitting quiet and patient until now. He rolled them over in one smooth motion. Chloe's back hit the couch cushions. Her legs spread automatically to make room for him between her thighs. Her ponytail splayed out behind her head like a dark halo with that blue streak catching the afternoon light streaming through the windows. Hi, Chloe said. Her voice came out breathy and soft. Jordan settled his weight on top of her. His hips slotted between her legs like they were made to fit there. The position pressed his growing hardness directly against her center. Chloe's eyes widened. Oh, yeah. Yep. That was fast. You're lying under me, wearing basically nothing and making sounds. What did you expect? Chloe's flush spread from her cheeks down her throat. Fair point. Chapter 63. 63 The Kissing Game Has No Rules. Castle bonus. Jordan lowered his face to her neck, pressed open-mouthed kisses along the column of her throat, found the spot where her pulse hammered against thin skin and sucked gently. Chloe's back arched off the couch. Her hands flew to his shoulders. Jordan, still winning the game. Jordan murmured against her neck. What game? The kissing game. I already kissed you on the mouth. I won. Did you, though? Yes. Jordan pulled back to look at her. I kissed you back. That means we tied. That's not how winning works. Then how does it work? Chloe opened her mouth, closed it. Her brain was clearly trying to construct an argument that made sense. Jordan kissed her again before she could respond. Slow and deep. His tongue swept against hers. His hands framed her face. His thumb stroked her flushed cheeks. Chloe melted into the couch. Her legs wrapped around his waist. Her hips lifted to press harder against him. The sound vibrated in her chest. Jordan broke the kiss and moved lower. His lips traced the line of her jaw, down to her throat, across her collarbone where her hoodie had shifted. Chloe's breathing went ragged. Her fingers threaded through his hair and tugged harder than before. Wait, she gasped. Jordan froze, pulled back immediately. You okay? Yeah, she bit her lip. We need to talk about something. Oh God, here it comes. She's going to tell me to leave. Tell me this is moving too fast. Tell me she can't do this after all. Okay, Jordan said carefully. What's up? Chloe's cheeks went impossibly redder. Are we doing this again? Like last night? Jordan's brain stuttered. Do you want to? I asked first. I asked second. That's not an answer. Jordan shifted his hips. His hardness pressed more firmly against her center through their clothes. Chloe gasped. Oh, does that answer your question? Jordan asked. Her voice hitched. That's not fair. You started it. I didn't start anything. You climbed on top of me. You told me to. And you obeyed. Very un-Chloe of you. Chloe glared at him. The effect was somewhat ruined by the way her pupils had blown wide and her chest heaved with rapid breathing. I don't obey anyone, she said. Prove it. Wrong thing to say again. Chloe's hands moved to the hem of her hoodie. She grabbed the fabric and pulled it up and over her head in one smooth motion. The hoodie hit the floor. She wore nothing underneath, just bare skin and perfect curves and those same breasts Jordan had touched and kissed and worshipped less than 24 hours ago. Jordan's mouth went dry. Still think I obey? Chloe asked. Her voice carried a challenge that made Jordan's pulse spike. Nope, Jordan managed. Good. She reached for his shirt next, tugged at the hem impatiently. Off. Jordan sat back on his heels and yanked his shirt over his head, tossed it toward the coffee table. Missed completely. Chloe's eyes roamed across his chest and stomach. Her gaze turned hungry, possessive. Jordan leaned back down, pressed his bare chest against hers. Skin to skin, heat to heat. Chloe's breath caught. Fuck. Better. So much better. Jordan kissed her again, let his hands wander down her sides, traced the curve of her waist, the flare of her hips, the smooth skin of her inner thighs where her leggings stretched tight. Chloe's legs tightened around his waist. Her hips rolled up to meet his. The friction sent sparks shooting up Jordan's spine. His hips rocked forward on instinct. NNH. Chloe's moan broke against his lips. Jordan did again, ground himself against her center through their clothes. The pressure felt incredible and not nearly enough at the same time. Jordan! Chloe's nails dug into his shoulders. If you're gonna, we need to move upstairs. Why? Because if we do this on the couch, I'm throwing out the cushions. They're expensive cushions. I don't care. Bed. Now. Fair point. Jordan pulled back, stood up from the couch, extended his hand. Chloe took it, let him pull her to her feet. She stood there topless in her black leggings and white socks, her ponytail messed up and her lips swollen from kissing. The blue streak in her hair fell across one eye. Jordan's brain short-circuited for the second time in 5 minutes. Chloe noticed. Her mouth curved into a smile that was pure trouble. You okay? No. Why not? Because you look like that. Like what? Like every fantasy I've ever had. Chloe's smile widened. She turned and walked toward the stairs. Her hips swayed with each step. Jordan followed, his eyes glued to the curve of her ass in those leggings. They climbed the stairs together. Chloe reached the loft first and headed straight for her bed. Jordan's phone buzzed in his pocket, the third time in the last hour. He pulled it out, glanced at the screen. Mom, honey, please call me back. I'm so excited to hear about your girlfriend. Jordan locked the phone, tossed it onto Chloe's desk. Chloe sat on the edge of her bed. White sheets, white pillowcases, everything clean and fresh because they'd changed them together after last night. You coming? She asked. Jordan crossed the space in 3 long strides, stopped directly in front of her. Chloe had to tilt her head back to look up at him. The position made her throat stretch long and exposed. I thought you needed to process, Jordan said. I did process. In 2 hours, I am efficient. What did you decide? Chloe reached up and hooked her fingers in the waistband of his pants, tugged him closer until his legs hit the bed frame. I decided, she said slowly, that I'm really bad at staying away from you. Yeah. Yeah. Her hands moved to his zipper. Is that a problem? Jordan's brain turned to static. Nope. No problem at all. Good. She pulled his zipper down, The sound was obscenely loud in the quiet loft. Chapter 64. 64 Marking Territory, Castle Bonus. Jordan's pants hit the floor. His boxers followed seconds later. Chloe's eyes dropped, widened. Jesus. Still here, Jordan said. I know I saw it last night, but she looked up at him. How is it bigger than I remember? Pretty sure it's the same size. It's not. I swear it's not. Jordan laughed. Physics says otherwise. Fuck physics. She reached for him, her hand wrapped around his length. Warm fingers. Firm grip. Jordan's hips jerked forward. Chloe stroked him once. Twice. Her thumb swiped across the tip. And in, the sound ripped from Jordan's throat. Sensitive, Chloe observed. You're touching my dick. What do you expect? Fair point. She released him, hooked her fingers in her leggings instead, lifted her hips, and shimmied the fabric down her legs. No underwear. Again. Jordan's brain flatlined. You never wear anything under those, he said. Panty lines ruined the aesthetic. Chloe kicked her leggings off the bed, spread her legs slightly. Problem. Opposite of a problem. Then get up here. Jordan climbed onto the bed, positioned himself between her thighs. The view was perfect, Chloe naked beneath him, her dark hair spread across white pillows, the blue streak vivid against the fabric. Her chest rose and fell with quick breaths, her nipples peaked and begging for attention. Lower down between her legs, she was already slick. Ready. Jordan's mouth watered. You're staring, Chloe said. I'm appreciating. Appreciate faster. Jordan leaned down, kissed her slow and deep. Let his tongue sweep against hers. Let his hands roam across her skin, her shoulders, her arms, the curve of her waist, the soft skin of her inner thighs. Chloe moaned into his mouth. Jordan broke the kiss, moved lower, pressed his lips to her throat, found her pulse point and sucked. Chloe's back arched. Jordan sucked harder, let his teeth scrape against tender skin. You're gonna leave a mark, Chloe gasped. That's the plan. People will see. Good. Jordan moved lower, kissed across her collarbone, down to the valley between her breasts. He cupped one breast with his hand, kneaded the soft flesh, brushed his thumb across her nipple. Chloe's breathing hitched. Oh. Jordan lowered his mouth, took her nipple between his lips, sucked gently. Fuck. Chloe's hands flew to his hair. Tug hard. Jordan increased the suction, let his tongue flick across the peak bud, let his teeth graze just enough to make her squirm. Jordan. Her hips rolled up against him, her core pressed hot and wet against his stomach. Jordan released her nipple with a soft pop, moved to the other breast, gave it the same attention. Chloe's moans filled the loft, high and breathy and uncontrolled. God, Jordan, that feels in. Jordan pulled back, looked at her chest. Both nipples were red and swollen, glistening with his saliva. Beautiful. He leaned down again, pressed open-mouthed kisses across the soft swell of her breast, found a spot just above her nipple and sucked hard. Chloe's entire body jerked. What are you? Marking you, Jordan said against her skin. Why? Because you're mine. The possessive statement made something flare in Chloe's eyes. Heat. Want. Agreement. Then I'm marking you back, she said. Before Jordan could respond, Chloe's hands pushed at his shoulders, shoved him onto his back. She followed immediately, straddled his hips, settled her weight on top of him with her slick core pressed directly against his length. Fuck. Jordan's hips bucked. My turn, Chloe said. She leaned down, pressed her lips to his throat, kissed down to his collarbone, across his chest. Her mouth found his nipple. Sucked. Shit. Jordan's hands flew to her waist. Chloe's teeth scraped against the sensitive bud. Her tongue flicked across it. Jordan's brain turned to white noise. She moved to the other side, gave his other nipple the same treatment, then shifted lower, kissed down the center line of his abs, traced the ridges with her tongue, pressed her lips to the V that pointed down toward his. Chloe. She looked up at him. Her dark eyes met his hazel ones. Yeah. You don't have to. I want to. She shifted lower. Her breath ghosted across his length. Jordan's entire body went rigid. Chloe's hand wrapped around him again. Stroked once. Twice. Her thumbs circled the tip. Ah, fuck. She leaned down, pressed a kiss to the head of his cock. Jordan's vision went white. Chloe's mouth opened wider. Took him inside. Hot and wet and perfect. Oh, God. She sank lower. Took more of him. Her tongue pressed flat against the underside of his length. Jordan's hands fisted in the sheets. His hips wanted to thrust up, but he forced them still. Chloe pulled back slowly. Her lips dragged along his length. Created suction that made Jordan's toes curl. Fuck, Chloe. She did it again. Took him deeper this time. Her throat constricted around the head. I'm gonna, if you keep. Chloe pulled off with a wet pop. Not yet. Then stop doing that. I like doing it. I like it too, but I'll come in like 2 seconds. Chloe's mouth curved into a wicked smile. We can't have that. She shifted back up his body, positioned herself over his hips. Her hands pressed against his chest for balance. Jordan's hands found her waist. You sure? Very sure. She reached between them, wrapped her hand around his length, positioned him at her entrance. Then she sank down. Slow. So fucking slow. Oh, Chloe's head fell back. Jordan watched his length disappear inside her inch by inch. Watched her body stretch to accommodate him. Fuck, you feel. Jordan couldn't finish the sentence. Chloe bottomed out, sat fully seated on his lap with him buried completely inside her. They both froze, breathed hard, adjusted. You're so deep, Chloe gasped. You're so tight. We fit perfectly. Yeah, we do. Chloe's hands pressed harder against his chest. She lifted her hips slowly, rose until only the tip remained inside, then sank back down. Ah! Jordan's grip on her waist tightened. His fingers dug into soft flesh. Chloe did it again, found a rhythm, up and down, slow and steady. Jordan? Yeah. Touch me. Jordan's hands moved. One stayed on her waist to guide her movements. The other slid up her stomach, cupped her breast, kneaded the soft flesh. Chloe's pace increased slightly. Jordan's thumb found her nipple, circled it, pinched gently. Fuck, Chloe's inner walls clenched around him. Jordan groaned, his hips thrust up to meet her next downward stroke. Oh God, Chloe's rhythm faltered. Jordan did it again, thrust up hard as she sank down. The angle made him hit somewhere deep inside her. Right there, Chloe gasped. Jordan, right there. Chapter 65. 65 My Mother, the Text Nuke, Castle Bonus. Jordan repeated the motion, over and over, met each of her downward strokes with an upward thrust. Their breathing turned ragged. The sounds of skin against skin filled the loft. Wet and obscene and perfect. Chloe's voice broke. I'm close. Jordan's hand, his fingers moved higher, found the sensitive bundle of nerves above her entrance. Rubbed in tight circles. Ah, je don't fake. Chloe's entire body went rigid. Her inner walls clamped down around him like a vice. She came with a cry that echoed off the loft ceiling. Oh, God, Jordan. Her release triggered something primal in Jordan's brain. He sat up, wrapped his arms around her waist, pulled her chest flush against his. Then he thrust up hard. Ah, Chloe's cry pitched higher. Jordan did it again, set a punishing rhythm, used his grip on her waist to bounce her on his lap. The new angle made him hit that spot inside her with every thrust. Too much. Chloe gasped against his neck. Jordan, it's too You can take it, Jordan growled. His mouth found her shoulder, bit down gently. Chloe's nails raked down his back. Fuck yes, mark me. Jordan bit harder, sucked the skin into his mouth, let his teeth leave visible impressions. Chloe's second orgasm hit without warning. Her whole body convulsed. Her inner walls rippled around him. Jordan, oh God. The sensation pushed Jordan over the edge. His hips stuttered. His grip on her waist turned bruising. Chloe, I'm. Inside, she gasped. Come inside me. That was all it took. Jordan's release slammed through him. His vision went white. His entire body locked up. He buried himself as deep as possible, emptied himself inside her, felt the bronze trait activate again, felt the impossible volume flood her channel. Oh, Chloe's eyes went wide. There's so much. Jordan couldn't respond, could barely breathe. The orgasm seemed to last forever. Pulse after pulse after pulse. Finally it ended. Jordan collapsed backward onto the bed, pulled Chloe down with him. She sprawled across his chest, both of them breathing hard, both of them boneless and satisfied. "Goddamn," Chloe panted. "What is that? Shit." "What is what?" Jordan asked carefully. She shifted her hips. "There's no way that's normal." Jordan's brain scrambled for an explanation. "Good genes. Bullshit. Healthy diet. Try again. Vitamin supplements." Chloe lifted her head, looked at him with narrowed eyes. "Jordan, yeah. Tell me the truth." Jordan's chest tightened. Here it comes. The moment she figures out I'm lying. The moment everything falls apart. But then Chloe smiled. "Actually, don't. I don't care. You don't." "Nope." She pressed a kiss to his chest. "As long as you keep doing that thing with your hips, you can have whatever weird genetic mutation you want." Relief flooded through Jordan. "Deal." Chloe shifted again. Jordan's length was still inside her. Still semi-hard despite just finishing. "We're gonna need another shower," she said. "Probably. And more sheets." "Definitely. And food. I am starving." Jordan's stomach growled in agreement. "Korean leftovers? Already gone. We finished them earlier. Pizza." "You're obsessed with pizza. It's efficient. It's lazy." "Efficient," Jordan repeated. Chloe rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. That real smile that made Jordan's chest feel too tight. She shifted to climb off him. Jordan's hands tightened on her waist. "Wait," he said. "What?" "Just stay like this for a minute. We're covered in sweat and other fluids." "I know. You're literally still inside me." "I know that too." Chloe studied his face. Whatever she saw there made her expression soften. "Okay." She settled back down, rested her cheek against his chest, right over his heart. Jordan's arms wrapped around her. One hand traced lazy patterns on her back. The other played with the end of her ponytail. The blue streak caught the afternoon light streaming through the loft windows. "This is nice," Chloe murmured. Yeah. Yeah." Her voice went quieter. I don't usually want to stay like this. With other guys? With anyone." That statement made something warm bloom in Jordan's chest. Something that had nothing to do with sex and everything to do with the girl draped across him. "I'm glad you're staying now," Jordan said. "Me too." They lay there in comfortable silence. Jordan's hand kept tracing patterns on Chloe's back. Her breathing evened out, slowed. "Don't fall asleep," Jordan said. "Too late." "Chloe." We have karaoke in." He glanced at the clock on her nightstand. "Shit. 3 hours. Cancel." "Can't. Leo already paid for the room. Leo can afford it. Kumiko will be sad." That made Chloe's eyes open. "Ugh. Phoenix." She pushed herself up reluctantly. Jordan's length slipped out of her. The loss made them both groan. Chloe climbed off the bed, stood on shaky legs. Jordan sat up, watched her walk toward the bathroom, watched the evidence of their encounter trail down her inner thighs. His cock twitched with renewed interest despite having just finished. Chloe noticed, glanced back over her shoulder. "Seriously?" "Can't help it," Jordan said. "You look like that." "Like what?" "Freshly fucked." Chloe's cheeks went pink. "You're ridiculous. You like it." Unfortunately, she disappeared into the bathroom. Jordan flopped back onto the bed, stared at the ceiling, let his brain catch up with what just happened. "I just had sex with Chloe Kim for the second time in 24 hours. Had amazing, slow, loving sex where she came twice and I marked her skin and she marked me back. And she still doesn't know the truth about the system. His phone buzzed on the desk. Jordan ignored it. 3 more buzzes in rapid succession. With a groan, Jordan hauled himself off the bed, walked to the desk naked and sticky. His phone screen showed 7 new messages. Mom, Jordan David McKnight, you call me right now. Mom, I am thrilled about this girlfriend. Mom, Cassie says she's beautiful. Mom, when can we meet her? Mom, your father wants to meet her too. Mom, we're thinking next weekend. Mom, call me. Jordan stared at his phone. 7 messages from his mother, each one more enthusiastic than the last. The shower turned on in the bathroom. Water hissed against tile. Jordan? Chloe called out. You coming? In a sec. We should conserve water. Jordan's cock twitched. That's not conserving anything. It's environmentally responsible. Her voice carried a teasing lilt. Plus, I need someone to wash my back. Oh, for fuck's sake. Jordan looked at his phone again. His mother's texts glared at him accusingly. Next weekend. She wanted to meet Chloe next weekend. The girl he just fucked raw on her bed upstairs. The girl who still thought he needed 3 wives because of some bullshit inheritance. The girl who was currently naked in the shower waiting for him. This is fine. Everything is fine. I'll just tell Mom we're taking it slow. His phone buzzed again. Mom, I'm calling you in 30 seconds. Chapter 66. 66 about next Saturday. Castle bonus. Shit. Jordan. Chloe's voice floated from the bathroom. The water's getting cold. Hold on. Jordan's thumb hovered over the call button. Every instinct screamed at him to ignore his mother and join Chloe in that shower. But his mother would just keep calling. She'd probably show up at his apartment. She'd definitely tell his father, who would definitely call and ask pointed questions about responsibility and family and treating women right. Better to rip off the Band-Aid. Jordan hit the call button. 1 ring. 2 rings. Jordan. His mother's voice exploded through the speaker. Finally, I've been texting you for hours. It's been 20 minutes, Mom. 20 minutes of agony waiting to hear about this girlfriend. Jordan winced. Chloe poked her head out of the bathroom. Her hair was wet. Water dripped down her face and neck. She wore nothing but a curious expression. Who is it? She mouthed. Jordan mouthed back. My mom. Chloe's eyebrows shot up. Her mouth curved into a smile that promised trouble. Oh no. So tell me everything. His mother continued. Cassie said she was beautiful. How did you meet? What's her name? What's she studying? Chloe walked out of the bathroom, still completely naked, still dripping wet. Jordan's brain short-circuited. He said intelligently. Jordan, are you there? Chloe walked closer. Her hips swayed with each step. Water droplets trailed down between her breasts. Down her stomach. Lower. Focus. Brain. Work. Now. Yes, sorry, I'm here. Well, tell me. Chloe reached him, pressed her wet body against his side. Her hand traced lazy patterns on his chest. Jordan's free hand moved automatically to her waist. His fingers splayed across warm, damp skin. Her name is Chloe, Jordan managed. We met through, mutual friends. Chloe's hand moved lower, down his stomach, traced the V that pointed toward his cock. And what does she study? His mother asked. Communications. Oh, how lovely. Is she at Pacific Crest? Yeah. Chloe's hand wrapped around his length. Stroked once. Jordan's hips jerked forward involuntarily. Jordan, did you say something? No, just stubbed my toe. Oh, you should be more careful. Anyway, your father and I were thinking we could take you both to dinner this weekend. There's that lovely Italian place in. Chloe stroked him again. Slower this time. Her thumb circled the tip. Fuck, Jordan breathed. What was that? Nothing. The Italian place sounds great. Chloe's mouth curved into a wicked smile. She dropped to her knees. Oh no. No. We're so excited to meet her. Cassie said she seemed very confident. Is she from California? She's, Jordan's voice cracked as Chloe's tongue traced the underside of his length. She's local. Yeah. Wonderful. Does she have any siblings? A brother. Jordan's hand fisted in Chloe's wet hair. Younger brother. Chloe's mouth opened. Took him inside. Hot and wet and perfect. Jordan bit back a groan. What? I said that's nice. That she has a brother. Does she get along with him? Chloe took him deeper. Her throat constricted around the head of his cock. Jesus Jordan Colgid. I mean, yes. They're close. His mother's voice went soft. You really like her, don't you? Yes. God, yes. So fucking much. Yeah, Mom. Ido. Chloe pulled back slowly. Her lips dragged along his length. She looked up at him with dark eyes that sparkled with mischief. Then she took him deeper than before. Jordan's knees nearly buckled. His grip tightened in her hair. That's wonderful, sweetheart. I'm so happy for you. His mother paused. After everything with that awful Eliza girl, you deserve someone who appreciates you. Chloe's hands moved to his hips, held him steady as she set a rhythm. Up and down, slow and torturous. Thanks, Mom. Jordan's voice came out strained. Are you sure you're all right? You sound strange. I'm Fina, just tired from the gym. Oh, you've been going to the gym? That's fantastic. Your father will be so proud. Chloe increased her pace, took him faster, deeper. The wet sounds of her mouth filled the quiet loft. Jordan prayed his mother couldn't hear them through the phone. So, Saturday at 7? His mother asked. At Giuliano's? Sounds perfect. Should we make a reservation for 4? Chloe hollowed her cheeks, sucked harder. Yes. Jordan's voice pitched higher. 4 people. Great. Jordan Samuel McKnight, are you sure you're okay? Fuck. She used the full name. I'm Fina. Mom. Promise. Chloe just walked in. Chloe's eyes widened. She pulled off his cock with a wet pop. Mouthed seriously? Jordan shrugged, helplessly. Oh. His mother's voice went up several octaves. She's there? Can I talk to her? No. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. She's, in the shower, actually. Not technically a lie. Oh, of course. Well, tell her I can't wait to meet her. Will do. Chloe stood up, pressed her mouth to Jordan's ear. Coward, she whispered. Her hand wrapped around his cock again, stroked firmly. I should let you go, his mother said. I'm sure you two have plans. Yeah, we, have karaoke tonight. Got that okay. How fun. You'll have to tell me all about it. Sure thing, Mom. I love you, sweetheart. I'm so proud of you for getting your life together. Jordan's chest tightened. Guilt crashed through him. I'm lying to everyone. Mom thinks I have my shit together. Chloe thinks I need 3 wives. And I'm standing here with the phone in one hand while she jerks me off with the other. Love you too, Mom. Give Chloe my best. I will. Bye. Jordan ended the call, tossed his phone onto the desk. Chloe's hand kept moving. That was mean. You started it. I simply suggested conserving water. Her voice dripped innocence. Very environmentally conscious of me. You gave me a blowjob while I was on the phone with my mother, and you handled it beautifully. Her grip tightened, barely stuttered at all. You're evil. You like it. Jordan grabbed her wrist, stopped her movements. My mother wants to meet you this Saturday. Chloe blinked. What? Dinner. 7 p.m. Italian place called Giuliano's. You told her about me? Cassie told her about you. Oh. Chloe's expression shifted. Uncertainty flickered across her face. And you want me to go? Do you want to go? Chapter 67. 6-7, we can be messy together, castle bonus. There was again that question hanging between them. The same question from earlier, but different now. Heavier. Meeting parents meant something. It meant this was real. Not just neighbors fooling around. Not just a transaction that spiraled into sex. Real. Chloe bit her lip. Your family doesn't know about the inheritance thing, right? Not the full specifics. Another lie. The whole thing is a lie. So they just think I'm your girlfriend. Regular girlfriend. Normal girlfriend. Yeah. Okay. Chloe nodded slowly. I can do that. You sure? Yeah. Her smile returned. Besides, I want to see what kind of family produces someone like you. Someone like me? Hot but weird. Confident but awkward. Good at sex but terrible at lying. Jordan's face heated. I'm not terrible at lying. Jordan, your face turns red every time. It does not. It's doing it right now. That's because you're still naked and holding my dick. Chloe glanced down. Her hand was indeed still wrapped around him. Oh, right. She released him. Step back. The loss of contact made Jordan want to reach for her immediately. Shower? Chloe asked. For real this time? Yeah, probably a good idea. They walked to the bathroom together. The small space was already steamy from the running water. Chloe stepped under the spray first. Let the water cascade over her hair and down her back. Jordan followed, pressed his chest against her back. His arms wrapped around her waist. Hey, Chloe said softly. Hey, your mom sounded nice. She's the best. She's excited to meet me. Yeah. No pressure or anything. Jordan pressed a kiss to her wet shoulder. She'll love you. You don't know that. I know my mom. You defended me in front of Alexis. You invited me to watch movies. You let me check your apartment for killers. Jordan's lips moved to her neck. Trust me, she'll love you. Chloe leaned back against him. Her hands covered his where they rested on her stomach. What about your dad? He'll probably interrogate you about your intentions. My intentions? Whether you're serious, whether you're going to hurt me. Standard dad stuff. And if I tell him the truth? Jordan's chest tightened. What truth? That I'm one of three. Her voice went quiet. That this is temporary. The word stabbed through Jordan's ribs. Twisted deep. She thinks this is temporary. She thinks I'm going to find two other girls, and she'll just be number one in a lineup. It's not temporary, Jordan said. The inheritance says. A real relationship. Chloe turned in his arms. Water streamed between them. Her dark eyes searched his face. Jordan. I mean it. I don't care about the money. I care about you. Another lie. The biggest one yet. But also the truest thing I've said all day. Chloe's expression softened. You're going to make this really hard, aren't you? Make what hard? Keeping my distance. Protecting myself. You don't need to protect yourself from me. Everyone needs to protect themselves. Her hands moved to his chest. Traced the muscles there. Especially from people who make them feel things. What do I make you feel? Chloe's cheeks went pink despite the steam. You know what you make me feel. Tell me anyway. Why? Because I want to hear you say it. Chloe's eyes narrowed. You first. Fair enough. Jordan took a breath. Let his forehead rest against hers. You make me feel like maybe I'm not completely fucked up. Like maybe I can actually be someone worth knowing. The words came out raw. Honest. Chloe's breath hitched. Her hand slid up to cup his face. Jordan, your turn. She bit her lip. Looked away. Looked back. You make me feel safe. And seen. Like you actually want to know the real me. Not just Calypso or the campus version. Something warm exploded in Jordan's chest. I do want to know the real you. Even if the real me is kind of mess. We can be messy together. Chloe laughed. A real laugh that echoed in the small bathroom. God, you're cheesy. Jordan kissed her. Soft and slow under the spray. His hands traced her spine. Her fingers threaded through his wet hair. The kiss deepened. Chloe's tongue swept against his. Her body pressed closer. Jordan's cock hardened again. Pressed against her stomach. Again, Chloe pulled back slightly. Can't help it. We just finished like 20 minutes ago. Blame the good genes. Chloe rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. At this rate, we're going to be late to karaoke. So Kumiko will be sad, and Leo paid for the room. Right? Jordan sighed. We should probably actually shower then. Probably. Chloe grabbed the body wash, squirted some into her hands, started washing Jordan's chest with slow, thorough movements. Her hands traced every muscle, every ridge. Took their time. You're not helping, Jordan said. I'm washing you very responsibly. Your hands are getting lower. I'm very thorough. Jordan grabbed the shampoo, squeezed some into his palm, started working it through Chloe's hair. His fingers massaged her scalp, worked the lather through her dark strands, found the blue streak, and paid it extra attention. Chloe's eyes closed. That feels good. Yeah. Really good. Jordan continued. Took his time. Let his fingers work magic on her scalp. Chloe practically melted against him. 20 minutes later, they emerged from the bathroom. Both clean. Both pink from the hot water. Chloe wrapped herself in a towel. Jordan grabbed one from the rack. What time is it? Chloe asked. Jordan checked his phone. 6:30. We have an hour and a half. Yeah. I need to get ready. Okay. Chloe walked to her closet, started pulling out clothes. You should probably go change too, right? But Jordan didn't move. Just watched Chloe sort through hangers. Her towel slipped slightly, exposed the curve of her shoulder. Jordan. Yeah. Go. If you stay, I'm not getting dressed. Is that supposed to motivate me to leave? Chloe threw a shirt at him. Ow. Jordan caught the shirt, laughed. Fine. I'll be back at 7:45. We'll take your car. Mine's low on gas. Deal. Jordan headed for the door, paused at the threshold. Hey, Chloe. Yeah. Thanks. For what? For not running away. Chloe's expression softened. Thanks for not giving me a reason to. Yet, Jordan's brain whispered. Chapter 68. 68 tumbleweeds, bunnies, and bitches. Jordan stood in his apartment, staring at his reflection in the bathroom mirror. The black Henley fit him well enough, paired with dark jeans and the brown Chelsea boots. Clean, presentable, good enough for karaoke. But the shirt pulled slightly across his shoulders now. The jeans felt tighter in the thighs. The tune-up trait kept optimizing his body, making him bigger, stronger. His clothes couldn't keep up. Shopping trip soon, Jordan thought. Maybe take Chloe. Make it a date thing. His phone sat on the bathroom counter. Screen dark. Jordan grabbed it, unlocked the interface. The golden system menu appeared immediately. Heart with ribbon cashback infinity. Active connections. Chlokim topluine. Chemistry, 53%. Return rate, 1.06x. Last interaction, 14 minutes ago. Empty slot. Unlock. Reach 75% chemistry. Current progress, 53 of 75. Jordan stared at the number. 53%. Not 46. Not 45. 53. Holy shit. His finger hovered over Chloe's name. A detail window expanded. Chemistry history. 8% initial registration, the IV. 15% coffee date conversation, plus 7%. 20% first apartment visit, plus 5%. 34% movie night intimacy, plus 14%. 52% first sexual encounter, plus 12%. 46% grandpa's inheritance revelation, 6%. 43% tension after revelation, 3%. 45% Korean dinner reconciliation, plus 2%. 50% second sexual encounter, plus 5%. 53% shower conversation, plus 3%. The graph showed a sharp drop after Jordan's inheritance lie, then a recovery, then steady climbing. She hit 50% during round 2 upstairs. The break-even point. Every dollar I spend on her now makes me money. A breath he didn't know he was holding finally escaped him, leaving a warmth in its place that had nothing to do with the shower. Not because of the cashback rate. Because Chloe Kim, the girl who slammed her door in his face 36 hours ago, now sat at 53% chemistry. Above the threshold, past the point of no return. She's into me. Actually into me. The system confirmed what his gut already knew. Jordan closed the detail window, navigated to his quest log. Active quests. Daily quest. Path to becoming Adonis. Alarm clock reset in 4 hours, 23 minutes, and 41 seconds. Physical. 90 minutes activity. 0.90 minutes. Hygiene level 1. Shower with soap. Hygiene level 2. Brush, teeth, floss. Grooming. Skincare routine. Social. Speak to 3 beauties, 2 minutes each. New. Optional quest detected. Mika kadauke gambit. Impress the women at tonight's gathering. Register 1 as your second slot before midnight. Objectives. Attend karaoke event. Accepted invitation. Demonstrate vocal ability or social dominance. Achieve 15% plus attraction with at least one unregistered beauty. Register qualified beauty to slot 2. Rewards: 15 quest tickets. Special item: mystery box, gold tier. Relationship milestone bonus. Failure penalty: none. System note: this is entirely optional. You may choose to leave slot 2 empty indefinitely if you prefer monogamy. However, your grandfathers will require 3 relationships, so you might want to get started. Jordan read the quest twice. Optional. No failure penalty. He could ignore it completely. Focus on Chloe. Build that chemistry to 75% and unlock slot 3 naturally. Or, he could register someone tonight. Get ahead of the curve. Start working on the second relationship while Chloe processed the inheritance situation. Alexis will be there. Kumiko, too. Both registered as beauties when the system pinged them in the student union. Both attractive enough to qualify. Both complicated in different ways. Alexis was a bitch. Kumiko was a romantic who fell in love every 3 weeks. Neither sounded appealing compared to the girl next door, who just let him finish inside her twice in 4 hours. But the system dangled a gold tier mystery box. And 15 tickets. Jordan checked his current ticket count. Quest tickets: 54 ticket. 54 tickets from completing Ground Zero, daily quests, and milestone achievements. Enough for 5 bronze pulls, or 1 silver with 4 tickets left over. The gacha menu glowed at the bottom of his screen. Gacha system. Bronze, 10 tickets. Silver, 50 tickets. Gold, 100 tickets. Platinum, 250 tickets. Jordan did the math. Bronze gave him 5 pulls for 50 tickets. Silver gave him 1 pull for the same cost. Classic decoy effect. Makes silver look inefficient, so people either spam bronze or save for gold. And bronze already gave him tune-up, the trait that rebuilt his entire body overnight. 5 chances versus 1. Jordan pressed the bronze gacha button. The screen exploded with golden light. A wheel appeared, spinning fast. Icons blurred together. Trait symbols. Item icons. Question marks. The wheel slowed. Slower. Stopped. Bronze gacha. Pull 1/5. The icon solidified. A broken heart with cracks running through it. Bitch breaker. Uncommon trait. Cognitive and behavioral recalibration via intense physical intimacy. You now possess an innate mastery of adjusting hostile or abrasive personalities through applied sexual dominance. Hormonal realignment guaranteed. System note: an incredibly bold software installation for a user with new practical experience. Try not to embarrass yourself. Jordan stared at the description. Sexual dominance. Hormonal realignment. Adjusting hostile personalities. His brain immediately conjured an image of Alexis. Her sharp blue eyes. Her condescending smile. The way she called him the prota-bad guy. No, absolutely not. He was not fucking Alexis Vanderberg into being a decent person. That sounded like a terrible porn plot and an even worse life decision. But the trait was already installed. Already active. Jordan closed the notification. Hit the gacha button again. The wheel spun and landed on a tumbling piece of desert brush. Pull February 5th. Dramatic tumbleweed. Trash trait. Ambient atmosphere generation unlocked. During high-stress interpersonal encounters, a single, fully rendered tumbleweed will autonomously spawn and roll through your immediate vicinity to provide cinematic framing. The botanical asset, though, renders the millisecond it breaks direct line of sight. System note: you're a business economics major in Southern California, not an outlaw. Stop trying to initiate Jordan blinked. Read it again. What the fuck? A tumbleweed. A literal tumbleweed that spawns during awkward moments. This was the definition of a trash tier trait. Completely useless. Actively embarrassing. The system was trolling him. He hit the button again, and the wheel settled on a pink bunny icon with hearts. Pull March 5th. Bunny's Blessings. Common item. A 2-piece tactical intimacy set consisting of a leporine cranial accessory and a silicone posterior insertion node. Application of these items induces a mild neurochemical charm enhancement and forcefully elevates physiological arousal in the wearer. Additionally, optimizes ovulation cycles to maximize reproductive viability. System note: synergizes dangerously well with your ceaseless discharge trait. Given the aggressive biological declarations you made to Chloe Kim, consider this a loaded weapon. Do not deploy unless you are prepared to pay 18 years of child support. Chapter 69. 69 The Siren, the Head Pat, and the Loaded Weapon. Jordan's face went hot. Bunny ears and a butt plug. The system just gave him sex toys designed to make girls ovulate on command, combined with his infinite nut trait. This is a pregnancy speedrun kit. The mental image of Chloe wearing bunny ears and a tail while he filled her up for the third time tonight made his dick twitch in his jeans. No, bad Jordan. Focus. He had 2 pulls left. Maybe one would be actually useful. Pull April 5th. The wheel spun, stopped on a hand icon with a glowing aura. Head pat. Common trait. Tactile, soothing optimization applied to the upper extremities. Direct physical contact with the crown of target's head now triggers an immediate endorphin release, forcefully neutralizing hostile cognitive states and accelerating passive attraction generation. Provides the target with an overwhelming sense of physiological safety. System note: you're a grown man, not an anime character. Ensure you have established actual rapport before reaching for a registered beauty's hair, or risk immediate pepper spray deployment. Jordan read the description twice. Head pats. Literal head pats that drug girls into liking him. The anime protagonist move. This is so stupid it might actually work. He could pat Chloe's head and she'd melt. Pat Kumiko's head and she'd probably propose marriage on the spot. The trait felt manipulative, but also kind of sweet in a weird way. Better than the tumbleweed at least. Jordan hit the button one last time. Pull May 5th. The wheel spun, landed on a mouth icon with sound waves radiating outward. Alluring whisper. Uncommon trait. Vocal cord resonance and timbre have been recalibrated to emit peak frequency acoustic wavelengths. Speech patterns now bypass conscious resistance, inducing involuntary neurological attraction and heightened suggestibility in listeners. Passively enhances all auditory persuasion metrics. System note: your voice now possesses the acoustic properties of siren, but you still possess the vocabulary of a chronically online 18-year-old. Seductive baritones will not save you if you continue to say incredibly stupid things. Think before you speak. Jordan's throat felt warm, tingly. His voice had been upgraded. Every word he spoke would now carry weight. Persuasion. Attraction. Holy shit, this is actually good. Between tune-up, alluring whisper, and head pat, he had a triple combo of physical attraction, vocal seduction, and emotional manipulation. The other 2 traits were, to put it charitably, garbage. Bitch Breaker required him to hate fuck someone into a personality change, which was the kind of software installation that made 0 sense on a guy who'd never gotten further than a handshake until Recentlu. Dramatic Tumbleweed was a universe telling him it had a 6th sense of humor, a completely useless joke trait that would keep showing up in his gotcha history to haunt him. And Bunny's Blessings was a fertility event disguised as a bedroom accessory, one the system had already flagged as a loaded weapon given the things he'd said to Chloe. Alluring whisper and head pat were different. Those were actually useful. A voice that made people lean in and want to agree, combined with the ability to defuse someone's entire emotional state by touching the top of their head. In a karaoke bar full of people who'd be slightly drunk and looking for a reason to like somebody, both of those traits were going to do serious work. Jordan closed the gotcha menu and pulled up his ticket balance. Quest tickets for ticket 4. He needed 10 for another bronze pull, which meant he was 6 short and completely locked out until he earned more. The karaoke quest sat in his notifications, still blinking, offering 15 tickets if he registered someone tonight. Do I actually want to do that? Chloe sat at 53%, climbing steadily. Registering a second girl meant splitting his attention. managing two relationships simultaneously, but also meant progress toward the fake inheritance goal. Proof that he was serious about the three-girlfriend requirement. Chloe would see him flirting with Alexis or Kumiko tonight. Would she care? She said she needed time to process. Maybe seeing him actively pursue other girls would force her to make a decision. Either commit fully or walk away. Jordan's stomach twisted. That's manipulative as hell, but also practical. The system wanted him to collect beauties like Pokemon, optimize his chemistry percentages, max out his cashback rates. Chloe knew about the inheritance. She agreed to be girlfriend number one. Registering someone tonight was just following through on the plan. Jordan accepted the quest. Microphone karaoke gambit. Accepted. A timer appeared. 5 hours until midnight. His phone buzzed. A text from Chloe. Chloe, you still coming at 7:45? Jordan, yeah. Chloe, good. I'm almost ready. Chloe, we're something cute. Chloe, you're gonna die when you see it. Jordan's pulse kicked up. Goo. Chloe defined cute very differently than most girls. Probably meant thigh highs and shorts again. Or a skirt. Maybe a crop top that showed her stomach and the marks he left on her ribs. His dick stirred. Down, boy. We have karaoke first. Jordan checked the time. 7:32. 13 minutes until pickup. He grabbed his wallet, his keys, his phone, headed for the door. Paused. Turned back. Opened his inventory screen. Bunny's blessings sat there, unused. A thought crossed his mind. Dangerous. Reckless. What if I gave them to Chloe tonight? After karaoke. After they got home. Watch her put on the ears and the tail. Watch her eyes glaze over as the neurochemical charm kicked in. Then fuck her until the sun came up. The ceaseless discharge trait would keep him going. The bunny's blessings would keep her begging. Jordan's hand hovered over the item. No. Not yet. Not until he knew for sure Chloe was all in. The pregnancy warning flashed in his memory. Do not deploy unless you are prepared to pay 18 years of child support. Jordan closed the inventory, locked his phone, walked out the door. Time to pick up his girlfriend and pretend he wasn't planning to register a second one before midnight. This is fine. Everything is fine. The lie tasted bitter. But Jordan was getting really good at lying lately. Chapter 70. 70, a weather forecast castle bonus. The knock came at 7:44. Chloe knew it was Jordan before she opened the door. She knew because she had been standing 6 feet away from it for the last 3 minutes, checking her reflection in the dark screen of her burner phone and second-guessing the outfit she had changed in it twice already. She opened the door. Jordan stood in the hallway in dark jeans and a fitted black Henley with the sleeves pushed up to his elbows, his hair sitting perfect without looking like he tried, and his hazel eyes did this thing where they went from her face to her body and back again so fast she almost missed it. Almost. Hey, he said. That was it. Just hey. But his voice had this weight to it now, this low resonance that settled somewhere behind her sternum and stayed there. Chloe had dressed in a white baby doll top that sat off her shoulders and a black pleated miniskirt that ended 4 inches above her knee, with black thigh-high socks and white platform sneakers. Her hair was down. The blue streak caught the hallway light. She had done her makeup soft, just a little liner and gloss, the kind that made her look like she woke up this way. She knew she looked good. She still had to actively stop herself from reaching for the doorframe. You clean up well, she said. Jordan's mouth pulled at the corner. You're trying to make me skip karaoke. I'm really not. She grabbed her bag from the hook beside the door. I'm actually really good at karaoke. Yeah. Like embarrassingly good. She stepped into the hallway and pulled the door shut behind her. Don't be surprised if Kumiko cries. Jordan laughed. It was a real one, the kind that started in his chest and didn't perform for anybody. Chloe noticed. She noticed more things about him than she should have. They took the elevator down. Jordan reached over and took her hand in the lobby without asking. Just slid his fingers between hers like it was something they had always done, and Chloe's stomach did something embarrassing. She stared at their hands. His were bigger than hers. Warm. The parking garage was quiet. Their footsteps echoed against the concrete as they walked to his Civic. He opened the passenger door for her without making it a big deal, just opened it and waited, and Chloe slid in and pulled her skirt down and told herself to get it together. He got on his side, started the engine. The GPS said 32 minutes to Brass Monkey in Koreatown. Nervous? He asked. About karaoke? She turned to look at him. No, you keep pulling your skirt down. Her face went warm. That's because it's short. I know. He said it completely neutrally. Eyes on the road. One hand on the wheel. The other still holding hers across the center console. Chloe turned back to the window. Okay. So. She was maybe a little nervous, but not about karaoke. Karaoke she had. Less Calypso, less Chloe Kim, the careful social climber. Just her. The version that used to practice harmonies into her phone camera at midnight in her childhood bedroom while her parents slept down the hall. She was nervous about the thing she had been trying not to think about for the last 4 minutes. Chloe was not a person who got embarrassed easily. She had built an entire career on manufacturing comfort with her own body. She had filmed herself in lingerie sets in her closet studio at 2 in the morning with 47 subscribers watching and felt nothing except strategic. She was professional, controlled. Calypso did not blush. Chloe Kim apparently did. Because Jordan was not her subscriber. Jordan was the person who had been inside her twice in the last 24 hours, and both times she had lost entire sections of her brain function, and both times he had finished in a way that was not normal. She understood anatomy. She understood variation. She had done enough research for content purposes to know that the range of human biology was wide. But Jordan was something else entirely. Big was already its own complication. Her body had needed a full minute to adjust both times, which she had never experienced before, and she was not exactly inexperienced. But the volume, the thickness of it, the way he had gripped her hips and said things that had no business being said out loud, and she had responded to every single word of it like her brain had been wiped. He talks about breeding me like it's a weather forecast, she thought, and her face went nuclear. She stared at their held hands. He's holding my hand, she thought, like a normal person, like none of the last 24 hours happened. She liked that about him. She hated that she liked it. Jordan said nothing, just drove. His thumb moved in a slow circle against the back of her hand, and the GPS counted down 31 minutes, and the city lights started multiplying outside the window as they got closer to the freeway. Chloe pulled her brain back to something practical. He had spent $3,000 on a coffee date with Calypso. Before that, months of subscriptions and tips and custom content that she had recorded in her closet at midnight. He had that kind of money lying around. Spare. Not saved up money, just available money, the kind she had never once had access to in her entire life. And the inheritance thing, $20 million. She did not believe the story. Not entirely. It was too specific and too convenient, and she had watched Jordan's face when he said it, the way his eyes did this micro-adjustment that she recognized from her own mirror when she was working around a truth instead of saying it. But something about the explanation had landed. Some version of it was real, even if the details were manufactured. He was going to be rich, or he already was. His family paid his rent and his tuition and his car without blinking, and that was just the allowance. That was the baseline. Chloe knew what her family's baseline looked like. She had grown up watching her father work 12-hour shifts at the dry cleaners and come home smelling like solvents and still apologize for what he couldn't afford. She knew exactly what it felt like to do the math on a dinner menu before ordering. She looked at Jordan's profile in the dark of the car. She liked him. She liked him for real, in the inconvenient way, the way that made her nervous about karaoke because she wanted him to see her actually be good at something for the first time. But she could not pretend the financial reality didn't exist. Chapter 71. 71, a different kind of income stream, castle bonus. She had spent the last 6 months surviving by being honest with herself about money. Every dollar tracked. Every decision examined. She was not going to start lying to herself now. If Jordan's family had the kind of wealth she suspected, and if this relationship went somewhere real, that would mean something. For her mother's medical bills. For Daniel's college fund. for the spreadsheet on her iMac that she updated every Sunday morning while eating plain oatmeal and pretending it didn't make her want to scream. She could ask him, some small voice in her head offered. Chloe shut that voice down so fast it left a ringing sound. No. Absolutely not. She knew what Jordan's history looked like. He had told her himself, in the parking lot of the Ivy with his new hair and his careful eyes. A girl had taken everything he offered and laughed about it at brunch with people who became Chloe's social circle. He had spent $2,000 on content from Chloe herself, from Calypso, and that was before the coffee date. He knew exactly what it felt like to be used by someone he was trying to love. Chloe was not going to be that person. She was not going to look at the warmth in his chest and see a solution to her spreadsheet. She refused to become Eliza. She would quit OnlyFans and eat plain oatmeal every single meal before she let herself do that to him, which brought her to the other thing she had been avoiding. She pulled her skirt down again, looked at the window. Dating Jordan while running the Calypso account felt wrong in a way it hadn't felt yesterday. Yesterday, she was just Chloe handling her business, and Calypso was a separate person in a separate closet on a separate phone. Clean lines. No overlap. Now Jordan's hand was warm in hers, and she had a hickey on her collarbone from his mouth, and the idea of sitting in her closet at midnight recording content while he slept 12 feet away through a shared wall made something in her stomach pull wrong. She needed a different income stream. She had actually been thinking about it before Jordan knocked on her door. Kumiko had mentioned streaming once, maybe twice. Kumiko ran a cosplay account with decent numbers and had started doing Twitch streams at the beginning of the semester, mostly just chatting and reacting to things and showing off the costumes she made. She was good at it, warm and weird and completely herself in front of a camera, which was the only thing that actually worked on Twitch because audiences could smell performance from 10 feet out. Chloe was good at performance, but she was also good at connection. She could stream. She had the camera set up already, minus the face blur. She had the personality. She had the follower base on Instagram to start with a non-zero audience. And Kumiko could walk her through the technical side, the channel setup and streaming software, and how to run donations and subscriptions without it feeling gross. The income would not match OnlyFans immediately. Probably not for months. But maybe she would ask Kumiko tonight. Jordan squeezed her hand. Not because she had said anything or done anything. Just because they were sitting there and the GPS said 18 minutes, and he was the kind of person who squeezed your hand for no reason apparently. Chloe looked at him. "You okay?" he asked, thinking. "About karaoke?" "About a lot of things." He nodded, looked back at the road, did not push. That was the thing about him that kept catching her off guard. He had this quality of just letting things be what they were. No pressure. No follow-up questions designed to make her explain herself. He asked, and if she didn't answer fully, he let it go, and the silence between them was easy instead of loaded. She had not had that before. Her ex in high school had needed everything narrated, and her subscribers needed everything performed. Jordan just held her hand. She leaned her head back against the headrest and watched the freeway lights scroll past the window and let herself have the quiet. Is this what a boyfriend feels like, she thought. She hadn't had one in over a year. She had kept herself deliberately unattached because attachment was a vulnerability she couldn't afford. One person who knew too much could crack the whole system open. And here was Jordan, who already knew the most dangerous thing about her, who had paid $3,000 to sit across from her in a restaurant and then moved in next door and knocked on her door because she texted him the word scared, and who had not weaponized any of it. The GPS said 7 minutes. City lights thickened outside. Koreatown at 9 p.m. was alive. Neon signs stacked 3 deep on every storefront, restaurants with lines out the door, and the kind of foot traffic that made her feel both anonymous and awake. For the record, Chloe said, "I'm actually really looking forward to tonight." Jordan glanced at her. "Yeah, Kumiko is going to lose her mind when she sees us together." His mouth curved. "How much do you want to bet?" "She's going to cry," Chloe said. "She ships us. I could tell from the way she texted me. Kumiko ships everyone. She ships us specifically." Chloe sat up straighter, as they turned off the main road. She's been scheming since the student union. I know her face. Jordan found a parking spot on a side street 2 blocks from the venue. He cut the engine. The city sounds filtered in immediately, distant music, voices, someone laughing too loud outside a restaurant across the street. He turned to look at her. She was already looking at him. You really are trying to make me skip karaoke, he said. Chloe felt her face do something she couldn't fully control. Stop. You just look. He paused, shook his head slowly. Really good, Chloe. The way he said her name landed different than it did in class. Like he meant specifically her and not the version of her she put out for other people. You told me that already, she said. Her voice came out steadier than she felt. I know. He got out of the car. She got out before he could open her door. Old reflex. She was already around to the sidewalk by the time he came around the front of the car and gave her a look that said he noticed. I can open my own door, she said. I know. He took her hand again anyway. Chloe looked down at their fingers locked together on the Koreatown sidewalk, neon light shifting pink and gold across the back of his hand, and she thought about the spreadsheet and the Twitch plan and the hickey under her shirt collar and the way his voice had settled in her chest like something permanent. She walked with him toward the lights. Chapter 72. 72, you're going to scare the hose castle bonus. The sidewalk narrowed as they walked, and Jordan shifted position without thinking, placing himself between Chloe and the curb. Old habit. His grandmother had drilled it into him when he was 12. Men walk on the street side. Women stay protected. Chloe noticed immediately. What are you doing? Walking. You switch sides. Yeah. She looked at the road, then back at him, then down at their joined hands. Something in her expression softened. That's kind of sweet. My grandma would haunt me if Chloe swung their arms together, the movement easy and playful. Forward, back, forward again. The momentum pulled them closer with each swing until their shoulders bumped. You're ridiculous, she said. You started it. I did. She swung their arms harder. I'm going to launch us into space. Please don't. The karaoke place appeared 2 blocks ahead. Brass Monkey, the sign glowing pink and gold in Korean and English, with a second-floor entrance up a narrow staircase between a tteokbokki restaurant and a convenience store. Jordan pulled the door open and Chloe walked through, their hands still linked as they climbed the stairs. The interior smelled like beer and fried food, and the kind of industrial air freshener that tried too hard. A desk sat at the top of the landing with a bored-looking host scrolling through his phone. Chloe leaned against the counter. Reservation under Kumi? The host checked his tablet. Room 7. Down the hall. Last door on the right. Thanks. They walked down a narrow corridor lined with closed doors, muffled singing bleeding through from different rooms. Someone was murdering a ballad in Korean. Someone else had turned the bass up so high the walls vibrated. Room 7 sat at the end. Jordan opened the door. Kyle sat on the... Leo was mid-sentence when the door opened. I'm just saying, if you ever want someone to show you around Cabo. Alexis held up one finger without looking at him. Still typing. Kyle glanced up, pulled out an earbud. Joe. Jordan stepped inside. Joe. Kyle stood and crossed the room, hand extended. Jordan met him halfway, and they dapped up, the handshake quick and solid. Kyle's grin was easy. Thought you were going to bail. Almost did. Chloe released Jordan's hand and moved toward the girls. Kumiko squealed before Chloe even reached her, dropping the menu and launching herself off the seat to wrap both arms around Chloe's neck. You came. I thought maybe you'd flake because you were weird at discussion section. I wasn't weird. You were extremely weird. Kumiko pulled back, hands still on Chloe's shoulders. Her eyes tracked sideways to Jordan, then back. Did you guys get here at the same time? Nah. Chloe hugged Alexis next, who returned it with one arm, phone still in her other hand. We rode together. Kumiko's mouth dropped open. Together? Like in a car? His car. Yeah. Why? We live in the same complex. Silence. Kumiko's eyes went wide. Oh. Alexis finally looked up from her phone. Her gaze landed on Jordan, then traveled slowly from his face down to his shoes and back up, Looks like a simp can clean up nicely. Jordan raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just apologize for that this afternoon? Well, now I'm doing it in a friendly way. It wasn't in a friendly way. Agree to disagree. Leo crossed the room and extended his fist. Jordan bumped it. Glad you could make it, man. This is going to be sick. Yeah. Leo clapped his hands together. Actually, I forgot something outside. You ladies should order some food while I grab it from my car. He turned to Jordan and Kyle. Jordan? Kyle. Jordan's stomach sank. Kyle pulled his other earbud out. What? Come with me real quick. Jordan sighed. What? Just come on. The three of them filed back into the hallway. Leo walked fast, nearly jogging to the stairs. Jordan followed at a normal pace. Kyle brought up the rear, hands in his pockets. Outside, Leo stopped on the sidewalk and turned around, waiting until they both caught up. All right. Leo looked between them. What girls are we pursuing? Jordan blinked. What? I can already tell Jordan and Chloe had something starting in the car. My alpha meter was going off. Kyle's face went flat. Never say some dumb shit like alpha meter again. You're gonna scare the hoes. Jordan nodded. Agreed. Don't do that. Leo waved them off. Whatever. Point is, I need intel. Kyle, what's your move? Kyle shrugged. I'm here for a good time and free food. None of the women here are my type. I'll find her at the gym. Leo stared. Seriously? Seriously. So you're just vibing? I'm playing wingman. Kyle's grin returned. Someone's out to make sure you don't crash and burn. Leo turned to Jordan. And you're with Chloe. Jordan said nothing. Leo's eyes narrowed. You're with Chloe, right? Because if you're not, I need to know the dynamics before I make my move. Your move on who? Alexis. Kyle groaned. Bro. What? Alexis van der Berg. Kyle looked at Jordan for backup. Tell him. Jordan crossed his arms. She's out of her league. No, she's not. She absolutely is. I have money. So who does she? Jordan leaned back against the brick wall. More than you. And she knows you're trying to use it to impress her, which means it doesn't work. Leo's jaw tightened. Then what does work? Not being Leo. Chapter 73. 73, you will sing or you will be shamed. Kyle laughed. Leo looked hurt. That's messed up. You asked. I asked for advice, not a roast session. Jordan pushed off the wall. Here's advice. Stop trying so hard. She can smell desperation from a mile out, and it makes her meaner. So what do I do? Talk to her like a normal person. Ask her about literally anything that isn't Cabo or your car or your family's money. Leo nodded slowly, processing. Normal person. Got it. You sure you got it? Kyle's tone carried the weight of yesterday's disaster. I didn't have a proper strategy yesterday. Your strategy was introducing Jordan as the guy who bought that Prada bag directly in front of her. Kyle's eyebrows lifted. To his face, Leo's expression crumpled like he'd been physically struck by the memory. That was before I understood the situation. The situation being basic human decency. The situation being that subtlety exists. Leo rubbed the back of his neck. I thought transparency was good. Turns out there's a difference between being honest and being tactless. Incredible character development, Kyle said flatly. Truly inspirational stuff. Jordan's phone vibrated against his thigh. He fished it from his pocket and glanced at the screen. Chloe, where did you go? Chloe, Leo made you leave, didn't he? Chloe, come back, we ordered fried chicken. He typed back quickly. Coming now. Leo was still talking. I just need you guys to back me up. If I say something funny, laugh. If I look good, agree. Basic wingman shit. Kyle looked at Jordan. Thoughts? Jordan pocketed his phone. I think we should go back inside before they eat all the food. That's not an answer. It's the only answer you're getting. Leo's face brightened anyway. So you'll help. I'll make sure you don't embarrass yourself worse than you already have. That's it. I'll take it. They walked back inside, climbed the stairs. The hallway felt warmer than before, or maybe Jordan was just annoyed at losing 5 minutes of sitting next to Chloe because Leo needed a pep talk about a girl who would rather set herself on fire than date him. Jordan opened the door to room 7. The scene had shifted. Kumiko was on her feet holding a microphone, belting out something in Japanese with shocking competence. Alexis had put her phone down and was scrolling through the song queue on the TV screen. Chloe sat in the middle of the curved booth, legs crossed, watching Kumiko with a smile that looked genuinely pleased. Her eyes flicked to Jordan the second he walked in. He sat down next to her without asking, close enough that their thighs touched. She shifted slightly to make room, but didn't move away. Kyle took the seat on the other side of Chloe. Leo hovered near Alexis like a moth near a porch light. Kumiko hit a high note, held it. The song ended and she dropped into a bow, breathless and grinning. That was my audition. Did I pass? Chloe clapped. You passed. Your turn. Not yet. Yes, yet. Kumiko thrust the microphone at her. You said you'd sing. I said I'd think about singing. Thinking time is over. Alexis looked over her shoulder from the TV screen. Let her warm up first. We just ordered food. Food takes forever. 15 minutes. Kumiko pouted but sat back down, microphone still in hand. She pointed it at Jordan instead. What about you? Can you sing? Jordan shook his head. Not even a little. Everyone can sing. I got kicked out of choir in middle school. Kumiko gasped. What did you do? Existed. Kyle laughed. He's not joking. I was there. The teacher said his voice was affecting the other students. Chloe turned to look at Jordan fully. You were in choir? 1 semester. Why? My mom made me. Jordan leaned back into the booth. She thought it would be character building. Was it? It built my character as someone who doesn't sing in public. Kumiko shook her head. This is tragic. Everyone at karaoke has to sing at least once. That's the rule. Whose rule? My rule. She pointed the microphone at him like a weapon. You will sing or you will be shamed. Jordan glanced at Chloe. She was smiling now, a real one that made her eyes crinkle at the corners. You're on your own. Traitor. I'm just being honest. The door opened and a server appeared with a tray stacked with fried chicken, tteokbokki, fries, and 6 bottles of soju. She set everything on the low table in front of the booth and disappeared without a word. How did he get? Alright, he's rich. Leo immediately grabbed a bottle of soju. Who's drinking? Alexis took one. Me. Kumiko raised her hand. Me. Chloe reached for a bottle to hand to Jordan, but Jordan's hand closed over hers. She looked at him, confused. I'm not drinking, he said quietly. Why? Because I'm driving you home. Her mouth opened. Closed. She looked at the soju, then back at him. Something in her expression shifted. Softened. You're annoying. You like it. I really don't. She did. He could tell. Kyle grabbed a bottle. I'm drinking. Someone's got to make this interesting. Leo poured a shot for himself and Alexis. Alexis downed hers in one go and set the glass down hard. Another. Leo's eyes lit up. He poured. Kumiko picked up a piece of fried chicken and bit into it, grease shining on her bottom lip. She chewed, swallowed, pointed at Chloe with the drumstick. You're going first. Chloe shook her head. No. Yes. Kumiko. Chloe. Kumiko's voice went sweet and dangerous. If you don't go first, I'm going to tell everyone about the time you. Fine. Chloe stood so fast her thigh bumped the table. I'll go. Kumiko beamed, handed her the microphone. Chloe walked to the front of the room, where the TV screen glowed with the song cue. She scrolled through options, her finger tapping the screen twice before she stopped. The opening note started. Jordan didn't recognize it. Some K-pop song he'd never heard before. Chloe lifted the microphone, and the entire room went silent. Chapter 74. 74 Calypso bleeds through. The first note came out of Chloe's mouth, and Jordan's brain short-circuited. Her voice was silk, honey, velvet wrapped around every syllable. The Korean lyrics appeared on the screen in white text, English translations scrolling beneath. 감이 깊어질수록 아스 더 나이트 디펀즈. 너의 눈빛이 날 감싸 우유 기즈 surrounds me. Chloe's eyes were half closed. Her body swayed with the beat, hips rolling in a figure 8 that made Jordan's mouth go dry. She sang like breathing. Natural, effortless, the kind of voice that made the air in the room feel thicker. Kyle stopped mid-chew. Chicken forgotten. Leo's jaw hung open. Alexis set down her soju glass, eyes wide. Kumiko was grinning like she'd just won a prize. 속삭여줘 달콤한 말들을 히스퍼시트 워즈 투미. 이 밤이 끝나지 않도록 so this night never ends. Chloe's free hand traced down her own neck. Slow, deliberate. Her fingers brushed the hollow of her throat where Jordan had left a mark earlier. The movement looked accidental, but it wasn't. Nothing about the way she moved right now was accidental. The song built. The bass line kicked in harder. 가까이 와 더 가까이 come closer, even closer. 너의 숨결이 느껴져 I can feel your breath. Her voice climbed higher, breathy on the verses, powerful on the chorus. She held notes longer than should have been possible without running out of air. Jordan forgot how to sit like a normal person. His spine went rigid. His hands gripped his thighs hard enough to hurt. Chloe's eyes opened. She looked directly at him. Touch me like you mean it, the English subtitle read. Her Korean pronunciation was flawless. The way her mouth shaped the words made something coil low in Jordan's gut. This wasn't just singing. This was a performance. A show designed to make everyone in the room forget their own names. And it was working. Kumiko was bouncing in her seat. Alexis leaned forward. Kyle's expression had gone from casual interest to genuine shock. Leo whispered something that sounded like holy shit. The second verse hit. 내 손길이 닿는 곳마다 외부려 유어 핸즈 터치. 불꽃이 번져 파이어 스프레즈. 클리스폰. Her skirt lifted just enough to show the tops of her thigh highs. She caught the fabric with one hand and pulled it down smoothly, never missing a beat. The movement looked practiced, professional. Jordan realized with sudden clarity that this wasn't the first time she'd done this. The confidence, the stage presence, the way she owned every inch of space around her. Calypso. The thought hit him sideways. She performed for a camera every week, moved her body in ways designed to hypnotize strangers on the internet. This was that energy channeled through music instead of silence. 너 없인 숨을 쉴 수 없어. 의류 I can't breathe. 이 밤을 채워줘. Feel this night. Her voice dropped to a whisper on the last line. The microphone barely picked it up. Everyone leaned in any way. Then the bridge. Her voice soared. High, clear, devastating. Take me higher. Don't let go, the subtitle read. Stay with me until the morning comes. She threw her head back. Her throat was exposed. The blue streak in her hair caught the colored lights from the TV screen, flashing pink, then gold, then white. Jordan's heart slammed against his ribs. He forgot about Leo, about Alexis, about the quest timer counting down in his pocket. Right now, there was just Chloe, her voice, the curve of her neck, the way her chest rose and fell with each breath. 이 순간이 영원하길, you should this moment would last forever. 너와 나 둘만의 세계 오에 이 world you do just you and me. She held the last note. The sound stretched out longer than should have been possible without breathing. Her voice stayed clear, steady, no bubble, no break. Nobody moved. The note finally released. The backing track faded to nothing. The room stayed quiet for 3 full seconds. Then Kumiko exploded. She shot to her feet, so fast her chair rocked backwards. Her hands came together in frantic bursts that sounded like gunshots. Oh my God, that was incredible. Kyle started clapping. Leo scrambled to do the same a beat later. Even Alexis brought her hands together, her face doing something complicated where she clearly wanted to look unimpressed but couldn't quite pull it off. Jordan sat frozen. His fingers were still gripping his thighs hard enough to hurt. His mouth tasted like chalk. His brain had stopped forming coherent thoughts somewhere around the second chorus and hadn't recovered yet. Chloe crossed back to the booth like she'd just ordered coffee instead of committing vocal homicide. She set the microphone down on the lacquered wood table with a soft click, slid back in her seat next to Jordan. Her shoulder brushed his arm. She reached for her soju bottle, poured herself another shot in the tiny glass, tilted her head back and downed it in one smooth motion. Her throat moved with the swallow. Jordan watched. Couldn't help it. She set the empty glass down and finally looked at him. Her eyes were bright, a little wild, still riding whatever high came from performing like that in front of people who actually knew her name. "Your turn," she said. Jordan blinked. "What? You heard me." She smiled. Sweet. Innocent. The complete opposite of what she'd just done. "Your turn to sing." "No." "Yes." "I just watched you commit murder with a microphone. I'm not following that." Kumiko bounced over. "She's right. You have to go." "I really don't." "House rules. Everyone sings at least once." Kyle grabbed the microphone and shoved it at Jordan. "Do it. Take the hit." Jordan looked at the microphone, looked at Chloe. She was still smiling, still waiting. Her knee pressed against his under the table. Warm, insistent. He took the microphone, stood up, walked to the front of the room like a man heading toward execution. His hands felt clammy. The microphone was heavier than it should have been. He scrolled through the song list. English songs, Korean songs, Japanese songs. Nothing looked remotely safe. "Pick something," Kumiko called out. "Patience. We don't have all night." Jordan stopped scrolling, stared at the screen. He selected a song, Careless Whisper. The saxophone started. That slow, sensual opening that everyone recognized within 3 notes. Jordan sighed, closed his eyes, opened them. The lyrics hadn't even started yet, and he already regretted every decision that led to this moment. Kyle was grinning like Christmas morning. Leo looked confused. Kumiko had her phone out recording. Alexis was watching with the kind of detached interest people reserve for car accidents. Chloe's expression was unreadable. Jordan gripped the microphone tighter, rolled his shoulders back. If he was going down, he was going down swinging. Chapter 75, 75 Guilty Feet. The first line appeared on screen. "I feel so unsure." He opened his mouth. His voice came out, and Jordan froze. That wasn't his voice. That was someone else's voice coming through his throat. Smooth, rich, the kind of tone that made people stop mid-conversation and turn their heads. "What the fuck?" The words kept flowing. His mouth moved on autopilot while his brain scrambled to catch up. "As I take your hand and lead you to the dance floor." Attention. Complete. Undivided. Laser-focused attention. Jordan's eyes flicked to the booth. Kyle's grin had frozen. Leo's mouth hung open. Kumiko's phone was still recording, but she'd stopped bouncing. Alexis sat forward, her expression sharpening. Chloe's eyes were wide. The alluring whisper trait. Had to be. The system had warned him his voice would bypass conscious resistance, but Jordan hadn't expected it to feel like this. Like cheating. Like having a cheat code installed directly into his vocal cords. As the music dies, something in your eyes. His voice dipped lower on that line. Smoky. The microphone picked up every nuance. Calls to mind a silver screen and all its sad goodbyes. Jordan's confidence kicked in. Not the fake kind. The real thing. The kind that came from realizing he wasn't about to embarrass himself in front of his girlfriend and her friends. He moved. Nothing dramatic. Just shifted his weight. Let his body sway slightly with the saxophone line. The chorus erupted. "I'm never going to dance again." His voice climbed, not desperately reaching for the note, but claiming it. The power came from somewhere low in his chest, pushed up through lungs that had actual capacity, now thanks to his new body, resonated in a throat that wasn't constantly constricted by anxiety and Red Bull-induced acid reflux. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. The line came out with a bite, a self-awareness that the original song wore like armor. Jordan leaned into that. Let the words mean something. Khaled stopped grinning. His expression had morphed into something more focused, more impressed. The kind of look that said he was recalculating his friend's entire existence in real time. Leo's face had gone slack. His mouth hung open in a way that would have been funny if Jordan had the spare mental bandwidth to catalog it. He looked like someone had just explained quantum physics using only hand puppets. Kumiko had abandoned all pretense of casual observation. She was mouthing every word along with him, her phone still recording, but now held at a slightly different angle. Professional documentation instead of social media gossip. Alexis had forgotten to look bored. That was the thing Jordan noticed most. Alexis Vanderberg, who'd probably spent 18 years perfecting her mask of casual superiority, was just watching. No performance. No calculation. Just raw attention. And Chloe's knee had stopped pressing against his empty seat. Her hands were flat on the table. Her lips were parted slightly. Though it's easy to pretend, Jordan locked eyes with her. I know you're not a fool. The words felt heavy, loaded, like he was saying something else entirely. I should have known better than to cheat a friend. Chloe's expression flickered. Something passed across her face too fast to name. And waste the chance that I've been given. The music swelled. Jordan's voice rose to meet it. So I'm never going to dance again. The way I danced with you. The saxophone wailed. Jordan let the note hang in the air. His voice carried it effortlessly. No stran, no crack, just pure sound. The second verse started. Time can never mend. His voice dropped again. Quiet, almost a whisper. The room leaned in. The careless whispers of a good friend. He enunciated every word. Let them land. Let them breathe. To the heart and mind, ignorance is kind. Jordan's hand moved. He didn't plan it. His body just knew what to do. He pressed his free hand to his chest on the word heart. Kumiko made a sound. High-pitched. Strangled. There's no comfort in the truth. Pain is all you'll find. The chorus came back harder. I'm never going to dance again. Jordan's voice powered through. Confident. Sure. Like he'd been doing this his whole life, instead of getting kicked out of middle school choir. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. He moved across the small stage area. 3 steps. That was all the room he had. But he used them. Though it's easy to pretend. His eyes found Chloe again. I know you're not a fool. She was watching him like she'd never seen him before. Like he'd just revealed something she hadn't known existed. I should have known better than to cheat a friend. The lie he told her yesterday flashed through his mind. The fake inheritance, and waste the chance that I've been given. His throat tightened. So I'm never going to dance again. The music built. The saxophone screamed. Jordan's voice climbed with it. The way I danced with you. He held the note. Longer than necessary. The alluring whisper trait made it easy. Made everything easy. The instrumental break kicked in. Jordan didn't sing. Just let the music play. Let the saxophone do its work. He lowered the microphone slightly. His chest rose and fell. Sweat had started to gather at the base of his neck. The room was so quiet, he could hear someone's phone buzzing on the table. Then the final chorus. Tonight the music seems so loud. His voice came back strong, fuller than before. I wish that we could lose this crowd. Jordan's eyes swept across the booth. Kyle, Lau, Kumiko, Alexis. Maybe it's better this way. Back to Chloe. We'd hurt each other with the things we'd want to say. Her expression broke. Just for a second. Something raw and unguarded flashed across her face before she caught it. We could have been so good together. Jordan's voice softened, almost apologetic. We could have lived this dance forever. The words hit different now. Felt heavier, like he was singing about something real instead of just performing a song. But now who's going to dance with me? The final line stretched out. Long, achingly long. Please stay. His voice dropped to barely above a whisper on that last word. The music faded. Silence crashed down like a physical weight. Jordan stood there, microphone in hand, heart hammering, not from nerves, from something else he couldn't name. Then Kumiko exploded. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. She was on her feet again, jumping, actually jumping up and down. You said you couldn't sing. You lied. You're a liar. Chapter 76. 76 The Sanrio Store Option. Kyle started clapping. Slow at first, then faster. Okay, I take back everything I said about choir. Leo looked shell-shocked. Dude, what the fuck? Alexis picked up her soju glass. Drank. Sit down. That was acceptable. Coming from her, that was basically a marriage proposal. Jordan walked back to the booth. His legs felt weird. Disconnected. He dropped into the booth beside Chloe. Put the microphone down on the sticky tabletop. She turned. Those blue eyes were different now. Wider. Like she just watched something that broke a rule she hadn't known existed. You said you got kicked out of choir. I did. That doesn't make sense. Her voice came out quieter than usual. Almost confused. Makes perfect, Jordan. What? She started to say something. Stopped. Pressed her lips together and looked away. Forget it. Except she clearly wasn't forgetting it. Her fingers were white where they pressed against the table's edge. Her chest rose and fell too quickly. Too shallow. The alluring whisper trait hadn't just worked. It had landed like a freight train. Kyle lunged for the microphone. All right, my turn. Let's see if I can top that. He could not. The next 20 minutes turned into an amateur disaster showcase. Kyle picked some grunge anthem from the 90s and strangled it with pure confidence. Leo chose a sad ballad and gave up before the first chorus ended. Alexis sat there like a statue and refused to even touch the microphone when it got past her way. Kumiko grabbed it again, selected another K-pop track, performed it competently, but without the raw edge Chloe had brought. The energy was good. The impact wasn't there. Then Kumiko whirled on Chloe with predatory enthusiasm. Duet time. You and me. Right now. Let's go. Chloe shook her head. I already sang. So what? Sing again. Kumiko, I really don't. Please. Kumiko's eyes went wide. Pleading. I'll pick an easy one. Something we both know. Chloe sighed. Stood. Took the second microphone from the stand in the corner. They scrolled through options. Pick something. Some upbeat pop song Jordan didn't recognize. The music started. Chloe and Kumiko sang together. Their voices blended well. Kumiko's was brighter, more energetic. Chloe's was smoother, richer. Jordan watched Chloe move. The way she smiled when Kumiko hit a high note. The way she laughed when Kumiko spun and nearly tripped over the microphone cable. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He ignored it. Buzzed again. He pulled it out, glanced at the screen under the table. System notification. Proximity alert. Beauty detected. Alexis van der Berg. Status. Available for registration. Register to slot 2? Jordan's stomach dropped. The quest. He'd forgotten about the quest. Register someone before midnight or miss out on 15 tickets and a gold mystery box. 4 hours left on the timer. He looked at Alexis. She was scrolling through her phone, bored, uninterested in the performance happening 5 feet away. Jordan's thumb hovered over the yes button. One tap. That's all it would take. Lock Alexis into slot 2. Complete the quest. Get the rewards. Move one step closer to the fake inheritance goal. His eyes flicked to Chloe. She was still singing, still smiling, still completely unaware of what Jordan was about to do. The lie he told her was supposed to make this easier. She already knew about the 3 girlfriends requirement. She'd agreed to be number 1. Registering Alexis was just following through on the plan. So why did his finger refuse to move? The song ended. Chloe and Kumiko took a bow. Kumiko was breathless and grinning. Chloe looked happy. Actually happy. Not performing happy. Real happy. She walked back to the booth. Sat down next to Jordan. Their thighs pressed together. Your turn again, she said. Absolutely not. Come on. You were good. I was acceptable. Alexis said so. Chloe laughed. Soft. Genuine. The sound did things to Jordan's chest that had nothing to do with the alluring whisper trait. His phone was still in his hand under the table. The notification glowed. Register to slot 2? Yes, no. Jordan looked at Alexis again. She was pretty. Objectively pretty. The kind of pretty that made freshmen walk in a lamppost. And she was available. Single. Potentially interested based on the 18% chemistry reading. The system wanted him to register her. The quest demanded it. The fake inheritance story required it. Everything pointed to yes. Logic demanded yes. The quest required it. The timer was merciless. The rewards were substantial, maybe even game-changing. Jordan's thumb moved to the screen, hovered over the confirmation button. The glow from a UI reflected faintly in his eyes as he sat there, weighing everything he knew about consequences and shortcuts. His thumb dropped. Hit the no button instead. The notification blinked out of existence like it had never been there at all. For approximately 3 seconds, Jordan felt relief, maybe even pride. He'd made a choice based on something other than pure optimization and desperation. Then the system proved it wasn't done with him. A new notification materialized on his screen. Same format, different name. System notification. Proximity alert. Beauty detected. Kumiko Yamanaka. Status. Available for registration. Chemistry. 0%. New contact. Register to slot 2? Yes, no. Jordan stared at the screen like it had just insulted his entire bloodline. The system was offering him options. Multiple options. Back-to-back options with zero breathing room to process what any of this meant. His eyes tracked across the table to where Kumiko stood near the karaoke TV. She was still browsing through the song catalog with that focused expression people get when they're trying to find the perfect track. Her twin tails swayed slightly every time she tilted her head. Everything about her outfit screamed pastels and soft edges. She looked like the human embodiment of a Sanrio store. Kumiko had defended him yesterday. She called Alexis cruel to her face without hesitation. She'd been genuinely nice to Jordan without expecting anything in return, without any apparent ulterior motive, without treating kindness like a transaction that required repayment. That alone made her an anomaly in his recent experience with women at Pacific Crest Academy. She was also Chloe's best friend. Jordan's brain started running calculations. The logistics, the complications. Dating Chloe and Kumiko simultaneously would be a nightmare. They hung out constantly, texted every day, probably shared everything. The secret would last maybe 48 hours before exploding. But the quest timer kept counting down. 3 hours, 51 minutes remaining. 15 tickets. Gold mystery box. Unknown rewards waiting. Kumiko laughed at something on the screen, turned around, made eye contact with Jordan, smiled. Yes, no. Chapter 77. 77, so what's your type? Jordan's thumb stayed frozen over the no button. Kumiko turned away from the TV screen, walked directly toward him with purpose that made his survival instincts kick in. She stopped at the edge of the table, looked down at him with those big eyes that probably worked on every guy who'd ever made the mistake of saying no to her. Duet time. Jordan blinked. What? You and me. Right now. She held out her hand like she expected him to take it. No question. No hesitation. I really don't think. Come on. It'll be fun. Her voice carried that particular pitch that girls used when they'd already decided the outcome and were just waiting for the guy to catch up. Jordan glanced at Chloe. She was watching Kumiko with an expression he couldn't read. Something passed between them. Some silent conversation that existed entirely in micro-expressions and the slight tilt of Chloe's head. Kumiko's smile never wavered. Chloe's eyes narrowed, just barely. Then Chloe's mouth curved up at one corner. Go sing. We only have 45 minutes left. The words came out casual. Easy. Like she was suggesting he grab another piece of chicken instead of performing a romantic duet with her best friend, while Magical Phone app tried to convince him to lock said best friend into a permanent relationship slot. Kumiko's grin widened. She grabbed Jordan's arm. Her fingers wrapped around his bicep with surprising strength for someone who looked like she subsisted entirely on strawberry milk and anime. Come on, come on. She tugged. Insistent. Jordan stood because staying seated would have required actively resisting, and that felt like it would draw more attention than just going along with it. His phone was still in his other hand. The notification glowed under the table. Register to slot 2? Yes, no. He shoved the phone back in his pocket without answering. The screen went dark. Kumiko pulled him toward the front of the room, picked up the second microphone from its stand, handed it to him with the confidence of someone who'd done this 1,000 times. What kind of song do you want? Jordan looked at the TV screen, scrolled through options with zero comprehension. His brain was still stuck on the notification burning a hole through his jeans. You pick. Really? Her face lit up like he'd just handed her a winning lottery ticket. Yeah, sure. Whatever you want. Kumiko bounced on her heels. actually bounced. Then she grabbed the remote and started scrolling with the focus of a military tactician planning an invasion. Chloe was talking to Alexis. Their heads were close together. Alexis said something that made Chloe laugh and shove her shoulder. Kyle leaned toward Leo, whispered something. Leo's eyes went wide. Whatever conversation was happening back there, Jordan wasn't part of it. Found it. Kumiko's voice pulled his attention back. The song title appeared on screen. Some J-pop love song he'd never heard of. The opening notes started. Bright, upbeat, aggressively cheerful in a way that made Jordan's teeth hurt. Kumiko started singing immediately. Her Japanese was flawless. Perfect pronunciation. She hit every note with the kind of ease that came from singing this exact song 50 times minimum. The English lyrics scrolled underneath. Something about meeting under cherry blossoms and promises that last forever. Jordan's part came up highlighted in blue. He lifted the microphone, opened his mouth. The alluring whisper trait kicked in before his brain could stop it. His voice came out smooth, rich, wrapping around the Japanese syllables even though he had no idea what half of them meant and was just reading them phonetically off the screen. Kumiko's eyes went wide. She missed the next line entirely. Then she recovered, came back in on the chorus. Their voices blended together in a way that shouldn't have worked, but somehow did. She moved closer, stepped into his space with zero warning. Her shoulder bumped his arm. Her twin tails swayed as she swayed. The pink ribbons caught the colored lights from the TV. The song hit the bridge. Kumiko's part. She sang it while looking directly at him with an intensity that felt like being studied under a microscope. Jordan's part came back. He sang it while looking at literally anything except her face. The wall, the ceiling, the half-eaten plate of tteokbokki on the table. His eyes found Chloe. She was still watching. Her expression hadn't changed. Still casual, still easy, except her fingers were pressed flat against the table's edge. White at the knuckles. The final chorus hit. Kumiko grabbed his hand, the one not holding the microphone, lifted it, placed it on her waist like they were dancing instead of standing in a karaoke room that smelled like fried chicken and soju. Her hand stayed on top of his, held it there. Jordan's brain short-circuited. The last note faded. Silence crashed down. Kumiko was still holding his hand against her waist. Kyle started clapping. Okay, that was actually really good. Leo nodded like his head was on a spring. Seriously, you guys should do that professionally or something. Alexis picked up her phone. Didn't look up. It was fine. Chloe said nothing. Kumiko let go of Jordan's hand. Stepped back with a smile that looked too practiced. Too perfect. See? That was fun. Jordan's throat felt dry. Yeah, fun. He walked back to the booth. Dropped into his seat next to Chloe. She turned to look at him. Those blue eyes were unreadable again. You're really good at that. At what? Singing with other people. Kyle grabbed the microphone. All right, my turn again. I'm picking something from the 2000s and nobody can stop me. He picked some pop-punk song. Murdered it with enthusiasm. Kumiko sat down on Jordan's other side. The side that wasn't Chloe. She leaned close. Her shoulder pressed against his arm. That was really fun. We should do it again. Maybe later. Or we could do a trio. You, me, and Chloe. Her voice carried that same bright energy. Relentless. What do you think, Chloe? Chloe was pouring herself another shot of soju. I think Jordan should probably take a break. But he's so good at it. I noticed. Something sharp lived under those two words. Something that made the temperature in the room drop approximately 10 degrees. Kumiko either didn't notice or chose to ignore it. She picked up a piece of chicken, took a bite, talked while chewing. Jordan, what's your type? Chapter 78. 78, the wrong answer and the right answer. The question hit like a sniper round. What? Your type. For girls. She swallowed. Smiled. I'm just curious. Jordan felt like he'd just triggered a boss fight cutscene. 3 pairs of female eyes locked onto him. Kumiko with that innocent curiosity that wasn't innocent at all. Alexis with detached interest like she was watching a science experiment. Chloe with something sharper. Something that said wrong answer equals sleeping on the couch for a week. His brain scrambled for the diplomatic response, the safe response, the answer that wouldn't blow up in his face. I like a nice girl with a big ass. Fuck. The words hung in the air like a grenade with the pin pulled. Kyle choked on a soju, started coughing so hard Leo had to slap his back. Kumiko's eyes went wide. Her mouth formed a perfect O. Alexis's expression didn't change. She just raised one eyebrow. Slow, controlled. Chloe turned to look at him fully. Her face was blank, completely blank. Jordan's survival instincts kicked in approximately 3 seconds too late. That's a joke. I am joking. Are you though? Alexis's voice came out dry. Clinical. Yeah, totally joking. Very funny. Jordan's hands moved on their own, trying to gesture away the catastrophic mistake. I like girls that are sweet and driven. They know the importance of family and help me want to become a better man. The skill check passed. Barely. Chloe's shoulders relaxed, just slightly. The tension in her jaw loosened. Kumiko nodded. That's really nice, actually. Kyle was still coughing. Tears streamed down his face. Alexis tilted her head, studied Jordan like he was a particularly interesting bug specimen. So the ass thing was a lie. Hell no. The words came out before Jordan's filter could catch them. I like big butts. I can't lie. Chloe kicked him under the table. Hard. Right in the shin bone. Jordan bit back a yelp. But personality matters more. Obviously, that's the most important thing. You're such a guy. Alexis picked up her soju. Drank. Ugh. Oh yeah. Jordan's mouth was still running without permission from his brain. What's your type of guy, Alexis? The question came out sharper than he intended, with an edge that made Kyle stop coughing and Leo freeze with chicken halfway to his mouth. Alexis set down her glass. Slow. Deliberate. My type. Yeah, your type. Since we're sharing. Something flickered across her face. Gone too fast to identify. She straightened in her seat, crossed her legs. The picture of composure. I like guys who are tall, 6 feet minimum, dirty blonde or light brown hair. Good hygiene. Someone who actually showers and doesn't smell like Axe body spray. Leo's face fell. He was 5'8" on a good day with dark hair and probably bathed in Axe. Alexis kept going, oblivious or uncaring. Someone with confidence, but not arrogance. Who can actually hold a conversation without making it about money or cars or whatever party they went to last weekend. Kyle glanced at Jordan, then back at Alexis, then back at Jordan. And they need to have actual talents. Alexis picked up a piece of chicken, examined it like it held the secrets of the universe. Like singing or playing an instrument. Something that shows they put effort into being good at something beyond just existing. The room went quiet. Too quiet. Everyone's eyes shifted, moved from Alexis to Jordan and back again in perfect synchronization. Jordan sat there with his dirty blonde hair. At 6'2", wearing clean clothes that smelled like cedar and sandalwood instead of chemical warfare. Having just sung like Frank Sinatra's illegitimate grandson. Kumiko's mouth opened. Closed. Open again. Wait. What? Alexis looked up from her chicken. You just described Jordan. Alexis's face went through several emotions in rapid succession. Confusion. Realization. Horror. Denial. No, I didn't. You absolutely did. Kyle's grin spread across his face like sunrise. Tall. Check. Dirty blonde hair. Check. Smells good. Check. Can sing. Very check. That's not. I wasn't. Alexis's composure cracked. Actual color rose in her cheeks. Pink spreading from her neck upward. I was describing a general type. A general type that matches Jordan exactly. Leo leaned forward. His earlier disappointment replaced by pure entertainment. That's wild. Not Jordan. Alexis's voice went up half an octave. Definitely not Jordan. Why not Jordan? Kumiko tilted her head, genuinely curious. He fits everything you said. Because he's... Alexis gestured vaguely in Jordan's direction. Her hand waved through the air like she was trying to physically push the concept away. He's Jordan. What's wrong with Jordan? Chloe's voice cut through the chaos. Sharp. Direct. Alexis turned to look at her. Nothing's wrong with him. He's just... He's your, aren't you guys? We're what? You know what I mean? I really don't. The tension stretched between them like a rubber band pulled too tight. Jordan sat there watching two girls have an entire argument about him while he was right there. His internal monologue provided helpful commentary about how this was either the best or worst moment of his life, and he couldn't tell which. Kyle's grin threatened to split his face in half. This is amazing. This is the best karaoke night ever. Shut up, Kyle. Alexis grabbed her soju, down the entire thing in one shot, slammed the glass on the table. I'm just saying, you described your perfect guy, and he's sitting right there. Kyle, I swear to God. What? I'm being helpful. You're being annoying. Leo poured himself another shot. To be fair, she's got a point. Jordan does tick all those boxes. Oh my God. Alexis stood up. Fussed. The booth shook. I need to use the bathroom. She walked toward the door. Her heels clicked against the tile floor with sharp, angry sounds. The door slammed shut behind her. Silence crashed down. Kumiko looked at Chloe. Did we just... Yep. Should we? Probably. Both of them moved to go to the restroom. Kyle started laughing. Actually laughing. Head thrown back. Shoulders shaking. Holy shit. That was the funniest thing I've seen all week. Dude, Leo shook his head. Alexis Vanderberg just accidentally confessed she's into Jordan. I know. I was here. I witnessed it. That's insane. Completely insane. Jordan's phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out. Checked the screen under the table. System notification. Alexis Vanderberg. Change factors. Public vulnerability acknowledged. Subconscious attraction verified. Denial response indicates high investment. Status. High priority target. Quest update. Karaoke gambit. Register to slot 2? Yes, no. Chapter 79. 79 you won't mind, will you? Alexis pushed through the bathroom door and locked herself in the furthest stall. Her hands shook as she pulled out her phone. Stupid. So stupid. Why did she say that out loud? Her fingers moved on autopilot. She opened Twitter. Not her main account. The burner she used when she needed to scream into the void without consequences. At @GoldenGirl_on. Why does the universe hate me? Found a guy who's actually hot and has an actual personality, but he used to be the biggest simp on campus. Like spent $3K on a Prada bag for his X levels of pathetic. And now he's suddenly not pathetic? How is that fair? How is that legal? She hit tweet. Watched the notification pop up. 3 seconds later, her phone exploded with responses. At Brad Shadington, 69. Damn babe, you single? I got money bag. At Alpha_Romeo. Sounds like you just want an excuse to get with him. LOL, women are so obvious. At Nice_Guy_347. Why do girls always go for assholes instead of nice guys like me? Alexis's stomach twisted. She scrolled through her DMs next. Maybe someone had sent something worth reading. Nope. Brad C. Hey, beautiful. Want to get coffee sometime? He'll pay. Mike R. You are hot. Want to hook up? Every single message reduced her to body parts and price tags. Every single one assumed she could be bought with coffee or compliments or emoji fire. The male species was genuinely disgusting. She started typing another tweet. Why do men think basic human decency equals flirting? Why do they think, hey, beautiful is a personality? Why do they all smell like they bathed in chemical warfare? Her thumb hovered over the tweet button. The bathroom door slammed open. Voices. Giggling. Kumiko and Chloe. Alexis locked her phone. Shoved it in her clutch. She needed to leave. Right now, Alexis. Kumiko's voice carried that bright, cheerful quality that came from exactly 2.5 shots of soju. Are you in here? Alexis stayed silent. Maybe they'd assumed she left. I saw her heels under the stall. Chloe sounded steadier than Kumiko, but still loose around the edges. Looser than usual. Great. Alexis unlocked the stall door. Pushed it open. Both girls stood by the sinks. Kumiko leaned against the counter with flushed cheeks and slightly mussed twin tails. Chloe had one hip cocked against the wall. Her blue streak caught the fluorescent light. Hey, Kumiko smiled. Wide. Genuine. Are you okay? I'm Phoenix. You sure? You seemed upset. I'm not upset. I just needed to use the bathroom. Chloe's eyes narrowed. You've been in here for like 6 minutes. So that's a long bathroom break. Alexis turned to the sink, ran cold water over her hands. She needed to cool down, get her composure back, return to the booth, and pretend that catastrophic slip of the tongue never happened. I think you like him. Kumiko's voice came out soft, teasing. I don't like anyone. You described Jordan perfectly. That wasn't Jordan. That was a general type. A general type that exactly matches Jordan. Chloe pushed off the wall. Walk closer, including the singing thing you just discovered tonight. Alexis dried her hands. The paper towel disintegrated under her grip. So what if it matches Jordan? Lots of guys match that description. Name one. I don't have to name anyone. Because you can't. Kumiko giggled. Actually giggled. It's okay to like someone, Alexis. I don't like him. Then why are you hiding in the bathroom? I'm not hiding. I'm using the facilities. For 6 minutes. Why are you timing me? Chloe stepped between Alexis and the door. Not blocking. Just present. Look, I get it. Jordan's confusing right now. I'm not confused. He used to be different. He used to be the guy who bought that stupid bag. Heat flared in Alexis's chest. Can we not talk about the bag? Why not? You brought up yesterday. That was different. Ow! It just was. Kumiko hopped up to sit on the counter. Her legs swung back and forth. I think he's really cute. The singing thing was so romantic. Something cold settled in Alexis's stomach. You like Jordan? I mean, maybe? He's really nice. Kumiko tilted her head, smiled. A man who can sing is basically a cheat code. The cold spread through Alexis's ribs. Jordan had a type. Sweet, driven, family-oriented. Someone who helped him become better. Kumiko fit that description perfectly. She was sweet enough to give cavities. She pursued her cosplay career with actual passion. She talked about her parents constantly. Meanwhile, Alexis was cold and calculating and spent most family dinners checking her phone under the table. But Kumiko's voice dropped. Quieter. It seems like you and Jordan have something going on. Chloe's expression went carefully blank. We're just neighbors. Neighbors who arrived together, holding hands, looking at each other like that. Like what? Like you know something we don't. Kumiko's smile turned knowing. Did something happen? No. Really? Because the vibe I'm getting says otherwise. Alexis watched Chloe's face. Watched for the tell. The micro-expression that would confirm or deny. Nothing. Chloe kept her expression smooth. Professional. Nothing happened. Chloe pushed off the sink. We're just friends. Friends who do what exactly? Watch anime. Eat takeout. Normal friend stuff. Kumiko pouted. You're no fun when you're being secretive. I'm not being secretive. There's nothing to tell. Then you won't mind if I pursue Jordan? The bathroom air got thick. Chloe's jaw tightened. Just for a second. Then relaxed. Do whatever you want. Really? Really? So, if I asked him out, you'd be fine with that? Why would I care? Because you're totally into him. I'm not into anyone. Alexis's headache intensified. This conversation was giving her whiplash. Kumiko liked Jordan. Chloe claimed not to like Jordan, but clearly did. And Alexis had accidentally described Jordan as her perfect type in front of everyone, including Jordan himself. This was a disaster. A complete and total disaster. Can we go back? Alexis headed for the door. Leo's probably wondering where everyone went. Oh my God, Leo. Kumiko wrinkled her nose. Why does he wear so much Axe? It's like he bathes in it. I don't know and I don't care. He keeps trying to flirt with you. I noticed. Are you into him? Absolutely not. Then why don't you just tell him to stop? Because that would be rude. Kumiko laughed. Since would you care about being rude? Since never. Alexis didn't care about being rude. She cared about maintaining appearances, about not causing scenes, about keeping her reputation pristine. Telling Leo to fuck off would cause drama. Drama led to gossip. Better to tolerate the Axe smell and terrible flirting than risk her social standing. I just want to go back to the booth. Alexis pushed through the door before either girl could stop her. The hallway smelled like fried food and soju. Karaoke music bled through the walls from other rooms. Someone was murdering a Billie Eilish song 3 doors down. Her heels clicked against the tile floor. Each step measured, controlled. Kumiko and Chloe followed behind her, close enough to catch up, but far enough to give space. "Hey, Alexis?" Kumiko's voice came out softer. "I'm sorry if I made things weird." "You didn't." "I kind of did, though." "Drop it." "But I just wanted to say that whoever you like is valid." The words hit wrong, scraped against something raw inside Alexis's chest. She stopped walking, turned around. Kumiko nearly crashed into her. Her eyes went wide. "I don't like Jordan." Alexis kept her voice level. "Cold. I don't like anyone. I just described a type. That's it. That's all it was." "Okay. Stop reading into things that aren't there." I said okay. "Good." Alexis turned back around, kept walking toward room 7. Her phone buzzed in her clutch. Probably more disgusting DMs from guys who thought hate beautiful counted as conversation. The male species was genuinely terrible at basic human interaction. Except Jordan had sung careless whispers with actual emotion, with vulnerability, with that voice that shouldn't exist on someone who looked like that. And he'd smell good when they sat in the booth earlier. Cedar and something clean. Not Axe. Not cheap cologne. Just clean. And he described his type as sweet and driven and family-oriented. Not blonde. Not rich. Not any of the surface qualities she possessed. Which meant she wasn't his type. Which was fine. Totally fine. She didn't care. Alexis pushed through the door. The booth looked the same. Kyle and Leo sat on one side laughing about something. Jordan sat on the other side alone. His phone was face down on the table. His head lifted when she walked in. Those hazel eyes tracked her movement across the room. "You good?" His voice carried that same quality from the stage. Smooth. Rich. Alexis slid into the booth. Put space between herself and everyone else. "I'm fine." "You sure? You seemed upset." "I wasn't upset. I just needed air." "In the bathroom?" "The bathroom has air." Jordan's mouth twitched, almost smiled. "Fair point." Leo grabbed the soja bottle. "More drinks?" "No." Alexis's headache pounded behind her eyes. The Axe smell was making it worse. "Actually, I think I'm going to head out." "Already?" Kumiko pouted as she slid into the booth. "But we just started. It's almost 11. I have a thing tomorrow." "What thing?" "A thing. Personal thing." Kumiko's expression fell. "Oh, okay." Guilt twisted in Alexis's stomach. She ignored it. Stood up. Grabbed her clutch. "I'll see you guys later." "Let me walk you to your car." Jordan stood too. "I'm fine." "I know. I'll walk you anyway." Something in his tone made arguing pointless. Alexis nodded, headed for the door. She could feel everyone's eyes on her back as they left the room. Chapter 80. 80 Cedar, clean laundry, in him. The cold hit Alexis the second she stepped outside. January air in Koreatown bit through her white-off shoulder top like she wore nothing at all. Her shoulders tensed, her arms crossed tight over her chest. Jordan walked beside her, silent, his hands shoved in his pockets. Alexis glanced at him sideways. He looked comfortable in just his jeans and undershirt. Meanwhile, she was actively dying from hypothermia in designer clothes. "I can handle myself." Her voice came out sharper than intended. "You don't need to watch over me." "I know." "Then why are you following me?" "Needed some fresh air." Jordan kept his eyes forward. "This gave me a good excuse." "Ugh." Alexis's heels clicked against the pavement. Each step sent little shocks of cold up through the thin soles. Her ankles wobbled slightly. The alcohol had settled warm in her stomach, but her coordination suffered for it. The street stretched ahead of them. Neon signs glowed pink and gold against darkened storefronts. A few people walked past them, heading toward other karaoke bars and restaurants still open at this hour. Jordan stayed quiet, just walked. No performative chivalry. No awkward attempts at conversation. Just presence. It bothered her more than if he'd started talking. Her car came into view. The black Mercedes sedan sat under a streetlight, exactly where she'd parked it 2 hours ago. Well, Alexis pulled her keys from her clutch. Thanks for the escort. She pressed the unlock button. The car chirped. Nah. Alexis froze. Turned. What? You're not driving. Excuse me. You went out to drink. You're drunk. I'm not letting you drive. Heat flared in Alexis's chest. The audacity. The absolute nerve. What the fuck? You can't decide that for me. Jordan shook his head. Crossed his arms. Nope. No driving. I am barely tipsy. You had 3 shots. I watched you. So you're getting an Uber. Alexis's hands clenched into fists. Her nails bit into her palms. This stupid boy who used to be pathetic and somehow wasn't anymore. He stood there blocking her path to her own car with his arms crossed and his face completely serious. Fuck you. The words burst out before she could stop them. You're just a pay. She stopped herself, bit down hard on her tongue. Pay pig. That's what she was about to say. The term she used for boys like Leo, who threw money at her hoping for scraps of attention. But Jordan wasn't Leo. Jordan had never tried to buy her anything, had never sent her gifts or offered to take her shopping, had never done any of the things the other boys did. She looked down at her shoes, at the concrete sidewalk. I need to get home. Then I'll call you an Uber. Ew. She looked up, met his eyes. You would make me ride in a Corolla? An Uber Black then. His mouth twitched, almost smiled. The princess deserves that. Don't call me that. Would spoiled brat work better? Alexis glared. Hard. The kind of look that made freshmen scatter in hallways and boys delete her number after one text. Jordan just stood there, completely unbothered. Her anger hit a wall it couldn't crack. She tried a different approach. Soften her expression. Let her lower lip push out slightly. The pout that usually got her father to hand over his credit card without question. Come on. I'm Fine. I can drive. No. Jordan. Alexis. He wasn't budging. She could see it in his stance, in the way he planted his feet. This boy who'd spent $3,000 on a Prada bag for another girl, who'd been kicked out of economics lecture last semester for falling asleep 3 times, who everyone called pathetic and desperate. That boy was gone. Whoever stood in front of her now had a spine made of something unbreakable. Ugh. Alexis threw her hands up. Fine, call the stupid Uber. There's a corner store over there. Jordan gestured down the block. We can wait where it's lit up. He started walking. Didn't check if she followed. Alexis stayed frozen for 3 seconds. Debated getting in her car anyway, driving off and leaving him standing there looking stupid. But her feet moved on their own, following him down the sidewalk toward the corner store with its bright fluorescent windows. The cold got worse as they walked. Wind picked up, cut through her top like knives. She shivered. Hard. Her teeth wanted to chatter, but she clenched her jaw. Jordan pulled out his phone, tapped at the screen, probably ordering the Uber. They stopped at the corner near the store entrance. Light spilled out across the pavement. Inside, an old Korean woman sat behind the counter watching a drama on a small TV. Alexis wrapped her arms tighter around herself, rubbed her hands up and down her bare arms. Still freezing. Something touched her shoulder. She jerked. Spoon. Jordan stood there holding his black Henley, extended it toward her. Here. Alexis stared at the shirt, at his hand, at his face. He wore only a white undershirt now, the kind that hugged close to his body and showed off his shoulders and the faint outline of his abs. I'm Fine. You're shivering. The cold builds character. Take this shirt, Alexis. No. Yes. I said no. Jordan sighed, started pulling the Henley back toward himself. Fine, I'll put it back on. Wait. He paused, looked at her. Alexis grabbed the shirt. Fussed. Before she could change her mind, the fabric felt warm, still holding his body heat. She slipped her arms through the sleeves, pulled it over her head. The Henley swallowed her. The shoulders hung loose. The sleeves covered her hands completely. The hem fell to mid-thigh, but it was so warm, and it smelled good. cedar and clean laundry and something else. Something distinctly him that she couldn't name, but her brain cataloged anyway. Thanks. The word came out quiet, almost a mumble. What was that? Alexis looked up, met his eyes, glared. I said thank you. I'm glad you don't stink. High praise. Take it or leave it. Jordan just sighed, pulled out his phone again, checked the screen. Alexis hugged the Henley closer. The warmth seeped into her skin, made her bones stop aching. She glanced at him sideways, at the way his undershirt stretched across his chest, at his arms. When did those happen? When did Jordan McKnight get arms? The thought annoyed her. She looked away, stared at the corner store window instead. Inside, the old woman laughed at something on her drama. The sound carried through the glass, muffled but genuine. Uber's 8 minutes out. Jordan's voice broke the silence. Okay. More silence. Cars passed on the street. A couple walked by holding hands. Someone shouted something in Korean from an apartment window above them. Alexis shifted her weight. Her heels hurt. She should have worn flats. But flats didn't match the outfit. And the outfit was important. Looking good was important. Even if looking good meant frozen shoulders and blistered feet. So, the word came out before she could stop it. Are you and Chloe a you-know thing? Chapter 81. 81, a transactional apology. Jordan's thumb paused on his phone screen. He didn't look up. What? Just curious. Uh-huh. I am. Kumiko asked about it. In the bathroom. And you care because? I don't care. Alexis pulled the Henley sleeves over her hands, bunched the fabric in her fists. I'm just making conversation. You hate making conversation. How would you know? Because you've spent the last 2 hours glaring at your phone and looking miserable. Alexis's jaw dropped. I was not miserable. You looked like you wanted to escape through the ceiling. That's just my face. That's a terrible face for karaoke. Karaoke is stupid. You're the one who agreed to come. Kumiko guilted me into it. Jordan finally looked up from his phone. His eyes caught the streetlight, made them look more golden brown. She's good at that. She's good at a lot of things. The words tasted bitter, sweet, talented, genuinely nice. Sure. She likes you. I noticed. And what? Are you going to do something about it? Jordan's expression stayed neutral. Unreadable. Why do you care? I already said I don't care. Then why do you keep asking? Because. Alexis huffed. Looked away. Because she's my friend, and I don't want her getting hurt. By me. By anyone. Uh-huh. The skepticism in his voice made her want to hit him. With her clutch. Hard. I'm serious. She turned back. Met his eyes. Kumiko falls for people fast. Gets attached. Then crashes hard when it doesn't work out. Sound exhausting. It is. For her and everyone around her. Jordan nodded slowly. So you're warning me off? I'm telling you to be careful. Noted. That's it? Just noted. What do you want me to say? I don't know. I like Kumiko fine. She's nice. Good singer. But nothing. She's nice. That's it. Relief flooded Alexis's chest. Fussed. Overwhelming. She squashed it down immediately. Buried it. No reason to feel relieved. Jordan's dating life had nothing to do with her. And Chloe? The question slipped out. You didn't answer about Chloe. Jordan's jaw tightened. Just slightly. That's complicated. Complicated how? Just complicated. That's not an answer. It's the answer you're getting. Alexis bristled. I'm trying to have a conversation. No, you're interrogating me. I am not. You are. You've asked 4 questions in 2 minutes. So maybe I don't want to talk about my relationship status with someone who called me a pay pig 5 minutes ago. Heat rushed to Alexis's face. I didn't say that. You started to. I stopped myself. Barely. The words sat between them. Heavy. Uncomfortable. Alexis looked down. Studied her shoes. I'm sorry. What? I said I'm sorry. She forced herself to look up. Meet his eyes. That was shitty. I shouldn't have said it. Jordan's expression softened. Just a fraction. No, you shouldn't have. I know. Do you? The question hit harder than it should. Because the truth was she didn't know. Not really. Her brain still cataloged Jordan as the boy who bought the Prada bag, who simped for Eliza Hartwell, who everyone laughed at. But that boy didn't exist anymore. This Jordan, the one standing in front of her, he didn't simp, didn't beg, didn't perform. He just was. Black SUV pulling up. Jordan nodded toward the street. A sleek Escalade rolled to a stop at the curb. The driver's window lowered. A middle-aged man with graying hair looked out. Alexis. That's me. Jordan walked to the car, opened the back door, gestured for her to get in. Alexis climbed inside. The leather seats felt cool through her skirt. The car smelled like new car and pine air freshener. Jordan leaned down, one hand on the door frame. Text when you get home. I don't have your number. Yes, you do. Kumiko added everyone to a group chat. Oh, right. The group chat she'd muted immediately. Phoenix. Alexis pulled her clutch onto her lap. I'll text. Good. He started to close the door. Wait. Jordan paused. Yeah. Your shirt. Alexis grabbed the hem of the Henley. Started to pull it up. Keep it. What? Keep it. For now. You can give it back later. I'm not going to steal your shirt. I'm not worried about you stealing it. I'm worried about you freezing to death before you get home. Alexis wanted to argue. Wanted to insist she didn't need his shirt or his help or anything from him. But the Henley was so warm, and her apartment was a 20-minute drive, and she really didn't want to be cold again. Phoenix. She settled back into the seat. I'll return it later. Whenever. Jordan closed the door, stepped back from the curb. The driver shifted into drive, started pulling away. Alexis turned, looked out the back window. Jordan stood on the sidewalk, his phone in his hand, his white undershirt bright against the dark street. He lifted one hand, waved. Alexis faced forward, pulled the Henley tighter around herself. The driver glanced at her in the rearview mirror. Boyfriend? No. Friend? I don't know. The driver nodded, turned his eyes back to the road. Those are always the most complicated ones. Alexis didn't respond, just stared out the window as Koreatown blurred past. Her phone buzzed in her clutch. She pulled it out. The group chat. Kumiko had sent a string of heart emojis and a selfie with Chloe. Kumiko, best night ever. We should do this every week. Leo, hell yeah, I'm down. Kyle, only if Jordan sings again. Kumiko, YSSSSS Jordan, you have to sing more. Alexis scrolled past the messages. Opened Twitter instead. Her burner account still showed the tweet from earlier. The one about finding a hot guy who used to be pathetic. 53 replies now. All variations of the same garbage. She deleted the tweet. Closed the app. Her fingers curled in the soft fabric. Stupid Jordan McKnight. With his stupid singing voice and his stupid protective instincts and his stupid ability to not take any of her shit. When did he get like this? When did he stop being the boy everyone laughed at? Alexis closed her eyes, leaned her head against the window. She wasn't going to think about this, wasn't going to analyze or overthink or wonder. She was going to go home, take off this Henley, shower, sleep. Tomorrow Jordan would go back to being complicated. Chloe would go back to being secretive. Kumiko would go back to being oblivious. And Alexis would go back to being fine. Totally fine. Completely fine. The car turned onto a street. Palm trees lined both sides. Mansions sat behind gates and hedges. The driver pulled up to her family's house. White columns. Perfectly manicured lawn. Her mother's Mercedes in the circular driveway. Here we are. Thanks. Alexis climbed out. The cold hit her again, but the Henley blocked most of it. She walked up the driveway, used her key on the front door, stepped into the foyer. Dark, quiet. Her parents were already asleep. She climbed the stairs to her room, closed the door, locked it. Her phone buzzed. Jordan, you home? Alexis stared at the message, at the simple question with no expectations attached. Alexis, yes. Jordan, good. Alexis set her phone on her nightstand, started to peel off the Henley. Her phone she paused, looked at the screen. Apple Cash. Jordan McKnight requests $75. Chapter 82. 82 Comfort over Style Tonight. P.S. Bonus. Jordan, how to make sure you never think of me as a pay pig again. Pay up. Alexis's jaw dropped. Her fingers tightened on the fabric. That fucking asshole. Heat rushed through her chest, up her neck, across her face. She grabbed her phone, typed furiously. Alexis, are you serious right now? Jordan, dead serious. Jordan, Uber Black isn't cheap. Alexis, you forced me into the Uber. Jordan, I saved your life. Alexis, I was fine. Jordan, you were drunk. Alexis, barely tipsy. Jordan, 3 shots Alexis. Alexis, I am not paying you. Jordan, then I'm reporting you to Cash App Court. Alexis, that's not a real thing. Jordan, prove it. Alexis threw herself back on her bed, stared at the ceiling. Her chandelier glittered with crystals that probably cost more than Jordan's entire wardrobe. Her phone buzzed again. Jordan, clock's ticking, princess. Jordan, interest accrues at midnight. Princess. He called her princess. Again. The nickname made something twist in her stomach. Something warm and annoying and completely unwelcome. She sat up, typed with her thumbs moving fast. Alexis, I'm keeping your shirt as collateral. Jordan, that's theft. Alexis, that's hostage negotiation. Jordan, pretty sure hostages are people. Alexis, your shirt is people to me. Jordan, that's the weirdest thing you've ever said. Alexis, you don't know me well enough to make that call. Jordan, fair point. Jordan, still want my $75 though. Alexis looked at the Apple Cash request, at the clean demand with no apology attached. Her finger hovered over decline. She pressed it hard. Transaction declined. Immediately her phone lit up. Jordan, oh, so we're playing hardball. Alexis, we're not playing anything. Jordan, you're holding my shirt hostage. Alexis, correct. Jordan, in refusing to pay your debt. Alexis, I don't have debts. Jordan, everyone has debts, Alexis. Alexis, not me. Jordan, you literally just created one 5 minutes ago. Alexis, I didn't ask you to call the Uber. Jordan, you didn't ask me not to. Alexis, because you didn't give me a choice. Jordan, still counts. Alexis's face burned. Her hands clenched around her phone case. The audacity, the absolute nerve. This boy, this stupid boy who sang like sin and looked at her like she didn't scare him. Her brain supplied 17 different insults, each one sharper than the last. But her thumbs stayed frozen, because underneath the anger sat something else, something that felt suspiciously like amusement. He was messing with her, deliberately, pushing buttons just to watch her react. And she was reacting exactly how he wanted. Ugh. Alexis, the shirt is worth more than $75. Jordan, it's from Target. Alexis, it's warm and smells good. Jordan, did you just compliment my smell? Alexis's stomach dropped. Oh no. Oh God. She did not just type that. Alexis, no. Jordan, you definitely did. Alexis, I said the shirt smells good. Jordan, the shirt smells like me. Alexis, the shirt smells like laundry. Jordan, uh-huh. Jordan, sure. Alexis, I hate you. Jordan, no you don't. Alexis, yes I do. Jordan, if you hated me, you wouldn't be texting me at midnight. Alexis, if you weren't annoying, I wouldn't have to text you. Jordan, compelling logic. Alexis, it's airtight. Jordan, it's really not. Alexis groaned, loud, into her empty bedroom. Her white walls stayed silent. Her custom bedding offered no support. Even her mood lighting betrayed her by making everything look soft and romantic. She looked down at herself, at the black Henley swallowing her frame, at the way the sleeves covered her hands completely. It really did smell good. Cedar and clean cotton and something underneath that made her want to press her face into the fabric, which was insane, completely insane. She was Alexis van der Berg. She didn't press her face into boys' shirts like some lovesick freshman. Her phone buzzed. Jordan, Just admit you like the shirt. Alexis, I'm using it for evil purposes. Jordan, such as. Alexis, you'll see. Jordan, ominous. Jordan, I'm into it. Heat rushed through Alexis's chest again. Different this time. Not anger. Something worse. She stood up, walked to her full-length mirror, the one with the ring light attached that she used for outfit checks and Instagram posts. The Henley hung to mid-thigh, made her look smaller, softer. The sleeves bunched around her wrists. The neckline showed her collarbone and the edge of her shoulder. She looked cute. Ugh, she hated cute. Cute was for girls like Kumiko, girls who wore twin tails and pastel colors and made boys want to protect them. Alexis was not cute. She was hot, intimidating, untouchable. But the Henley made her look soft, made her look like someone who needed taking care of. Her phone sat on her bed, camera ready. An idea formed. Terrible, petty, absolutely perfect. She grabbed her phone, opened Instagram, positioned herself on her bed with the white silk sheets as background. The ring light cast perfect illumination, highlighted her face and the oversized Henley and nothing else. She took the photo, adjusted the angle, took another, then another. The third one was perfect. Her head tilted slightly, her hair falling over one shoulder. The Henley's collar loose around her neck. Her expression carefully neutral, not smiling, not trying, just existing, looking effortlessly good in someone else's shirt. She opened the photo editor, adjusted the brightness, upped the contrast, made her eyes pop and her skin glow, added a filter, Valencia, made everything look sun-kissed and expensive. She opened the caption box, thought for 3 seconds. Comfort over style tonight, Whiteheart. Posted. The photo went live. Her follower count sat at 43,000. Most of them bots or creepy men, but enough real people to make this statement land exactly how she wanted. Within 10 seconds, the likes started rolling in. At Brad Shadington 69, like your post. At Alpha_Mike_Romeo, like your post. At Nice_Guy_347, like your post. Her phone exploded with notifications. Comments flooded in. At Jessica Marks, OMG gorgeous. At Tyler Ross _, whose shirt is that eyes? At Mattiachin, Alexis. Details. Now. At Eliza_Hartwell, looking cozy babe. Alexis's mouth curved, just slightly. The smallest hint of satisfaction. Let Jordan see this. Let him see her looking perfect in his stupid target Henley while 43,000 people validated her existence. Let him try to ask for $75 now. Her phone buzzed. A text. Jordan, really? Alexis, what? Jordan, you posted my shirt. Alexis, I posted me. Alexis, the shirt just happens to be present. Jordan, that's my Henley. Alexis, it's my Henley now. Alexis, possession is 9/10 of the law. Jordan, that's not how that works. Alexis, it is now. Jordan, you're impossible. Alexis, you're annoying. Jordan, fair. Jordan, the post looks good though. Alexis's stomach flipped. Hard. Fussed. She stared at the message. At the simple compliment with no expectation attached. Her thumbs hovered over the keyboard. Started typing. Deleted. Typed again. Alexis, I know. Jordan, confident. Alexis, realistic. Jordan, same thing. Alexis, not even close. Jordan, if you say so. Another notification. This time from Instagram. At Jordan_McKnight, like your post. Alexis's breath caught. She clicked on his profile. Private account. 73 followers. Profile picture was him and Kyle at the gym. Both sweaty. Both grinning. When did he get abs like that? She locked her phone, threw it on her bed, pressed her palms against her face. This was stupid. So stupid. She was Alexis van der Berg. She didn't get flustered over boys liking her Instagram posts. Her phone buzzed again. Jordan, you still owe me $75. Alexis, the shirt is collateral. Jordan, the shirt is stolen property. Alexis, it's a loan. Jordan, loans have terms. Alexis, fine. Terms are I keep it until I feel like giving it back. Jordan, That's not terms, that's theft. Alexis, swime. Jordan, tempting. Jordan, good night, princess. Alexis's heart kicked against her ribs. Hard. Insistent. She grabbed her phone, stared at the message. Then she buried her face in his Henley and screamed. Chapter 83. 83 My girlfriend, my friend, my swamp monster. Jordan sat on his bed with his phone glowing in the darkness of his loft. The screen displayed the system interface with brutal clarity. Quest failed. Karaoke gambit. Time expired. Midnight. Reward forfeited. 15 quest tickets plus gold mystery box. Penalty, none. Note, user declined to register secondary beauty within time limit. Monogamy remains possible, but contradicts stated inheritance requirements. Jordan stared at the notification, at the forfeited rewards, and the passive-aggressive note about monogamy. His thumb hovered over the dismiss button. 15 tickets. A gold box. Who knew what kind of abilities or items sat inside that reward tier? Maybe something that would have made the next few months easier. Maybe something game-breaking. He pressed dismiss anyway. The quest vanished from his log. His total tickets remained at 4. Not enough for another bronze pole. Not even close to silver. Worth it. Because the alternative involved registering Alexis or Kumiko without asking Chloe first. Without giving her input on which girl became girlfriend number 2 in this increasingly ridiculous arrangement. If he was going to lie to her about the inheritance thing, the least he could do was allow her some control. Let her pick. Let her know before he locked some random girl into a permanent slot and called it romance. The rationalization tasted thin, bitter, but Jordan couldn't bring himself to regret the decision. His phone buzzed with a text. Chloe, you coming back down or are you hiding? Jordan smiled at the screen, at the casual accusation with no real bite behind it. Jordan, coming. He locked his phone and stood. His muscles protested slightly. The full day of gym, classes, karaoke, and driving Kumiko home had left him pleasantly exhausted. Jordan walked downstairs, his bare feet silent on the cold concrete floor. Chloe stood in her kitchen wearing a black sports bra and tiny gray shorts that barely covered her ass. Her hair was wet and pulled back from her face with a white headband. Some kind of green clay mask covered her skin from forehead to chin. She held 2 steaming mugs of tea. Here, she handed him one without preamble. Drink it. Jordan accepted the mug. The ceramic warmed his palms immediately. He sniffed the steam. Chamomile and something else he couldn't name. What is it? Herbaltea. I drink it every night after I wash my face. Chloe took a sip from her own mug. The green mask around her mouth cracked slightly with the movement. Part of my skincare routine. Jordan stared at her, at the mask, at the sports bra hugging her chest, at the shorts riding low on her hips. Fuck, he had such a sexy girlfriend. Friend. Whatever she was. His brain short-circuited trying to categorize their relationship status, while his body responded with enthusiastic certainty. You good? Chloe raised an eyebrow. The mask cracked more. Yeah. Jordan cleared his throat. Just got in a Cerave recently, actually. Chloe's eyes widened. Wait, really? Yeah. Cleanser and moisturizer. Basic stuff. Jordan shrugged. Figured I should probably stop washing my face with whatever shampoo was closest. Oh my God. Chloe laughed. You were using shampoo on your face? Sometimes. Jordan. I didn't know any better. You're a disaster. But she smiled when she said it. Genuine warmth in her expression, despite the green mask, making her look like Shrek's hot cousin. Guys have it so easy with skincare, though. Chloe gestured at her own face. You get to do 2 steps and call it a day. I'm out here with 10 different products and weekly masks just to maintain baseline. It's not fair. Jordan agreed. He meant it. You look good, though. I look like a swamp monster. A really hot swamp monster. Chloe's cheeks flushed pink beneath the green clay. The contrast was striking. Adorable. Shut up. But her voice went soft. Drink your tea. Jordan obeyed. The liquid burned going down. Tasted like flowers and honey and something vaguely medicinal. Good, right? Chloe watched him over the rim of her mug. It's tea. It's calming tea. Helps you sleep better. She took another sip. I started drinking it after I launched Calypso. Anxiety was keeping me up until 3 and most nights. Jordan's chest tightened. The reminder of what she did to survive. The reminder that he'd spent $2,000 watching her perform for strangers before he ever knew her name. Does it work? He asked instead of acknowledging the weight. Most nights. Chloe set her mug on the counter. Except when boys keep me awake with inheritance revelations. Jordan winced. Yeah, about that. We're not talking about that tonight. Chloe's timer went off somewhere upstairs. A soft beeping from her loft. She jogged up the stairs. Her ass bounced with each step. The shorts left absolutely nothing to imagination. Jordan's fingers tightened on his mug. His body stirred despite the exhaustion as he went to sit on the couch. Down, boy. Chloe returned 30 seconds later with her face clean and bare. The green mask gone. Her skin glowed pink and fresh from washing. She looked younger without makeup. Softer. The blue streak in her damp hair caught the low light from the kitchen. Better. She did a small spin. No more swamp monster. You looked good before. Jordan's voice came out rougher than intended. Look good now, too. Chloe's expression shifted. Something heated flickering behind her dark eyes. She walked toward him. Slow. Purposeful. Her bare feet made no sound against the concrete. When she reached the couch, she didn't sit beside him. She climbed onto his lap instead, straddled his thighs with her knees pressing into the cushions on either side of his hips. His hands went to her waist automatically, steadying her, steadying himself. Chloe settled her weight fully onto him, her chest at eye level, her hands on his shoulders. Jordan's brain struggled to form coherent thoughts. His tea sat forgotten on the coffee table. What are you doing? What does it look like? Chloe rolled her hips, ground against him through his sweatpants. I've been wanting to do this since I heard you sing. Yeah. She leaned down. Her lips brushed his jaw. You have no idea what that did to me. Jordan's hands slid from her waist to her hips. His fingers dug into bare skin. Tell me. I got wet. Chloe whispered against his throat. Her teeth scraped his pulse point, right there in the booth, while everyone clapped and cheered. I just sat there thinking about your voice and your hands and what I wanted you to do to me later. Fuck. Jordan's hips bucked involuntarily. His hardness pressed against her center through 2 thin layers of fabric. Chloe made a please sound. Then Kumiko started asking about you. And Alexis got all flustered. And I just had to sit there pretending I didn't care while my friends talked about how hot you are. Were you jealous? Yes. No hosetashin. Chloe pulled back to look at him directly. I hated it. Wanted to tell them you're mine. I am yours. Are you? Her eyes searched his face. What are we, Jordan? I don't know, but I'm not going anywhere. Chapter 84. 84, I chose sleep over sex, and now we have to talk about her job. Chloe kissed him. Hard. Her mouth slanted over his with desperate urgency. Jordan responded immediately. His hand slid up her back under the sports bra. Found bare skin, warm and smooth beneath his palms. Chloe's tongue swept into his mouth, tasting like chamomile tea and something sweeter underneath. She rolled her hips again, grinding against him with purpose now, creating friction that made Jordan groan into her mouth. Bed. Chloe broke the kiss, her breathing ragged. Now. Jordan stood with her still wrapped around him, her legs locked behind his back, her arms around his neck. He carried her to the stairs, took them carefully, his muscles protesting slightly, but his body more than willing. When they reached her loft, Chloe unwrapped herself and dropped onto the mattress. She bounced once, her chest moving beneath the sports bra. It's 1 a.m. Jordan glanced at his phone. We should probably sleep. We will. Chloe pulled back the white covers, slid beneath them. Get in here. Jordan obeyed. He climbed under the sheets, and Chloe immediately plastered herself against his side, her head on his chest, her leg thrown over his thighs, her arm wrapped around his waist. Complete and total octopus mode. Clingy. Jordan's voice held amusement. Shut up. Chloe's breath warmed his skin through his shirt. You like it? Edo. They lay in silence for a moment. The only sound their breathing and the distant hum of the building's heating system. Jordan's hand traced patterns on her back. Slow circles, up and down her spine. Chloe made a soft sound, half sigh, half purr. "Can I stay here tonight?" she asked, her voice muffled against his chest. "You're already in your bed." "I mean with you." Chloe tilted her head up, her chin resting on his sternum. "Sleep together. Actual sleep." Jordan's chest warmed. "Yeah, of course." "Good." She settled back down. "I want you here. Bossy." "You like that too?" "I really do." Chloe laughed softly, the vibration traveling through her body into his. Jordan pressed a lazy kiss to the top of her head, to her damp hair with its blue streak. She responded by lifting her face, seeking his mouth. He obliged, kissed her slow and deep. No urgency, just connection. When they broke apart, Chloe stayed close, her lips an inch from his. "I've been thinking about something," her voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah." "About making extra money." Chloe's fingers played with the hem of his shirt. "Different kind of income stream." Jordan's stomach tightened. "What kind?" "Twitch streaming, maybe?" She said it like a question, testing his reaction. "Kumiko's been bugging me about it forever. Says I have the personality and the setup already. You be good at it." Jordan meant it. He'd watched her perform, seen how naturally she commanded attention. "You think?" "Yeah." His hand continued its path up and down her spine. "What would you stream?" "I don't know. Games, maybe? Or just chatting?" Chloe shrugged against him. "Kumiko does cosplay stuff. Fashion and makeup tutorials. She makes decent money from it." "How decent?" "Couple thousand a month, plus donations during streams." Chloe's voice went quieter. "It's not Calypso money, but it's something." Jordan's chest tightened at the name, at the reminder of what she did. "What he paid for." "You thinking about quitting?" He tried to keep his tone neutral. "Maybe." Chloe shifted, her thigh pressed higher against him. "Feels weird now. After this." "After what?" "After you." She lifted her head again, met his eyes in the darkness. "Dating you while maintaining Calypso doesn't feel right anymore." Jordan's heart kicked against his ribs. "You don't have to quit because of me." "I know." Chloe's fingers traced his collarbone. "But I want to. Been thinking about it, even before you knocked on my door." "Your income, though." "I know." Frustration bled into her voice. "That's why I'm considering Twitch. Build it up while I transition away from OnlyFans. Overlap both for a while until streaming takes off." "Smart." "I have to be." Chloe's expression hardened slightly. "I can't afford not to be." Jordan pulled her closer, his arms wrapping fully around her. "I'll help if you need it." "No." "Immediate. Firm. That's not why I'm telling you." "I know, but—" "No jodan." Chloe pushed up on her elbow, looked down at him with intensity. "I'm not Eliza. I won't take your money. That's not what I meant." "Yes, it is." She cupped his face with one hand. "And I appreciate it. I do. But I need to figure this out myself." Jordan wanted to argue, wanted to point out that he had money sitting in his account, that helping her wouldn't hurt him. But her expression stopped him, the pride and determination written across her features. "Okay," he conceded, "but if you change your mind—" "I won't." "Stubborn." "Realistic." Chloe kissed him quick. "Now stop trying to fix my problems and kiss me properly." Jordan smiled against her mouth. "Properly, huh?" Chloe's tongue traced his bottom lip. "Show me what that voice can do when you're not singing." Jordan groaned, low and rough, his hands sliding down to cup her ass through her tiny shorts. Chloe gasped. "There it is. You're trouble." "You like trouble." She bit his jaw. Not hard, just enough to sting. "I really do." They kissed slower this time, lazy and deep, tongues meeting and tangling without rush. Chloe's hips rolled against him, grinding her center against his hardness through layers of fabric. The sound vibrated in her throat. "Want you. We should sleep." "We will." Chloe's hand slid down his chest, over his stomach, lower. After, Jordan caught her wrist. "It's 1 a.m. We're both exhausted." "So," Chloe pouted, "you don't want me?" "I always want you." Jordan's voice came out strained. But you need rest. I need you more. Fuck. How was he supposed to argue with that? Rain check. Jordan pressed a kiss to her forehead. We can pick this up tomorrow, when we're not half dead. Chloe sighed dramatically. Fine. But you owe me. I'll pay up tomorrow. Promise. Promise. Chloe settled back against his chest, her body warm and soft along his side. You're too responsible, she grumbled. It's annoying. Jordan smiled into her hair. His hand resumed its path up and down her spine. Within minutes, her breathing evened out. Deep and slow, she'd fallen asleep, still clinging to him. Her leg hooked over his, her arm wrapped around his waist, her face pressed against his chest. Jordan stayed awake longer, his mind churning through the evening. The failed quest, the forfeited rewards, the decision to wait, to ask Chloe before registering anyone else. His phone sat on her nightstand, the screen dark. Inside it, the system waited, ready to track every interaction, ready to quantify every moment of connection into percentages and multipliers, ready to remind him that none of this was real, that he'd built their entire relationship on a foundation of lies and gamification. Except Chloe felt real, the weight of her body against his, the warmth of her breath on his skin, the trust in how completely she'd relaxed in his sleep. That felt real. Everything else could be bullshit. The system, the inheritance lie, the slots and quests and gotcha mechanics. But this, her, them, this felt real. Chapter 85. 85, we said the words. The alarm blared at 6:30 a.m., a harsh digital screech that cut through Chloe's dreamless sleep like a knife. She groaned, buried her face deeper into Jordan's chest. The noise continued, relentless and mechanical. Chloe shifted, her legs still tangled with his. Turn it off. Jordan didn't move. His breathing remained deep and even. Still asleep somehow, despite the auditory assault happening inches from his head. Chloe lifted her head, squinted at the nightstand where Jordan's phone vibrated and screamed. Too far to reach without moving, without leaving the warm cocoon of Jordan's arms and her blankets. Fucking hell. Chloe pushed up on her elbows, her chest pressed against Jordan's as she stretched across him. Her fingers grasped for the phone, just out of reach. She climbed higher, her hips sliding over his stomach, her knees bracketing his ribs. Jordan made a low sound in his sleep. His hands twitched but didn't wake. Chloe finally grabbed the phone, swiped the alarm off. Blessed silence crashed down. She remained straddling Jordan's stomach, her breath coming a bit faster from the effort. His eyes cracked open, hazel and unfocused. Come on. Chloe patted his chest. You gotta get up. Jordan blinked slowly, processing her words like they were spoken in a foreign language. Then his arms moved, sliding around her waist, pulling her down against him. No. His voice came out rough. Sleep thick. 5 more minutes. Chloe's breath caught. Jordan looked exhausted. And cute. Really fucking cute with his hair messed up from sleep. His expression soft and unguarded. Okay. The words slipped out before Chloe could stop it. 5 more minutes. Because he looked tired. Because he felt warm beneath her. Because she wanted 5 more minutes too. Jordan's eyes slid closed again. His grip on her loosened slightly, but didn't release. Chloe lowered herself back down, her chest against his, her face tucking into the curve of his neck. She pressed a lazy kiss there, to the spot where his pulse beat slow and steady. Jordan hummed, a pleased sound. Chloe kissed him again, his jaw this time, the rough stubble scratching her lips. Then his cheek, his temple, the corner of his mouth. Jordan's breathing evened out again, back to the deep rhythm of sleep. Chloe smiled against his skin, let her own eyes fall closed. Just 5 more minutes. Her body relaxed completely, sinking into him like he was her personal mattress. The warmth, the steady rise and fall of his chest, the scent of cedar and clean laundry. Chloe drifted. Here comes the hurricane bitch. Chloe jolted awake, her heart slamming against her ribs. Megan, the stallion, blasted from her phone on the dresser, the bass vibrating through the floorboards. Fuck. Chloe pushed up, her hands braced on Jordan's chest. Jordan groaned beneath her, his face scrunching in annoyance. Chloe grabbed her phone, killed the alarm. 8:10 a.m. She stared at the numbers, her brain sluggish. She didn't have class until 11. Communications, 201. Plenty of time. But Jordan. Chloe looked down at him, at his face still half buried in her pillow. She had no idea what his schedule looked like today. Jordan. Chloe sat up properly, still straddling his stomach. What time do you have class? He mumbled something incoherent, his arm thrown over his eyes. Chloe bounced once. Not hard, just enough to jostle him. Jordan. MMPH. He peeked out from under his arm, glaring at her with sleepy annoyance. What? God, he was grumpy, his eyebrows drawn together, his mouth pressed into a flat line. Adorable. Class. Chloe poked his chest. When do you have class? I don't know. Jordan closed his eyes again. Later. That's not an answer. It's the only answer you're getting. Chloe grabbed his phone from the nightstand, held it in front of his face. The screen lit up. 8:12 a.m. Jordan's eyes snapped fully open, his body going rigid beneath hers. Fuck. He sat up, so fast Chloe nearly toppled backward. His hands caught her waist, steadying her. Fuck. What? Kyle. Jordan's voice came out strangled. I was supposed to meet Kyle at the gym at 6:30. Chloe bit back a laugh. You missed it. Ya nos cheat. Jordan scrubbed his hands over his face. And I have econ at 9. Chloe checked the time again. You have 48 minutes. I need to shower. Change. Get my backpack. Jordan lifted Chloe off him, set her on the bed beside him. I gotta go kropka. He swung his legs over the side of the mattress, stood up, nearly tripped over his own feet in his rush. Chloe watched him stumble, her lips twitching. Jordan noticed, his glare intensifying. Don't. I'm not saying anything. Chloe held up her hands. Innocent. You're thinking it. Maybe. Jordan grabbed his phone, shoved it in his pocket, looked around for his shoes. Chloe slid off the bed, stretched her arms over her head. I don't have class until 11. She said it casually, walking toward her bathroom. Gonna shower. Get ready. Take my time. Jordan froze, his eyes tracking her movement. Chloe reached the bathroom door, turned to face him, let her hand rest on the doorframe. You coming? She tilted her head, bit her bottom lip, knowing he couldn't, knowing he was already late, enjoying the way his jaw clenched, the way his eyes darkened. You're evil. Jordan's voice came out rough. Chloe smiled, slow and wicked. Rain check. You're killing me. Good. Chloe turned, walked in the bathroom, made sure to add a little extra sway to her hips. The door stayed open behind her. Jordan appeared in the doorway, his expression torn between frustration and amusement. Say, meh. He beckoned her. Chloe walked back to him, stopped just inside his reach. Jordan pulled her close, one hand cupping her face, the other on her waist. He kissed her, hard and fast, all tongue and teeth in desperation. Chloe melted into it, her hands fisting in his shirt. When he pulled back, they were both breathing hard. I gotta go kropka. Jordan pressed his forehead to hers. I know. See you later? Yeah. Chloe smiled. Go before you're really late, boyfriend. The word hung in the air between them. Testing. Uncertain. Jordan's eyes searched hers. Something warm and soft blooming in his expression. Okay, girlfriend. He kissed her again. Softer this time. Later. Heat spread through Chloe's chest, down into her stomach, lower. The simple acknowledgement, the easy acceptance of the label. Her heart did something stupid and fluttery. Jordan stepped back, his hand lingering on her waist for a moment before letting go. Don't be late. Chloe leaned against the doorframe. I won't. Text me when you survive econ. Will do. Jordan walked to her door, grabbed his shoes from where he'd kicked them off last night. Chloe watched him go, the side of his back in that white undershirt doing things to her brain. He glanced back once, caught her staring, grinned. Then he was gone, the door clicking shut behind him. Chloe stood alone in her bathroom, Her heart still doing that annoying flutter thing. Boyfriend. Girlfriend. Chapter 86. 86 My boyfriend, my brand, and the friend who might ruin both. The words felt real in a way nothing else had. Not the inheritance talk, not the complicated arrangement, not even the sex. This felt real. Chloe turned to her mirror, examined her reflection. Her hair was a disaster. Dark strands sticking up at odd angles. The blue streak tangled. Her lips were swollen, red from kissing. A hickey bloomed on her collarbone, dark purple against pale skin. She looked thoroughly fucked, thoroughly claimed. Chloe touched the mark, her fingers tracing the bruised skin. Jordan's mouth had done that, his teeth and tongue marking her as his. The possessiveness should have bothered her, should have triggered every independent instinct she'd cultivated over the past year. Instead, it just made her warm. Chloe shook her head, turned on the shower. The water reached temperature in seconds. Steam clouded the small bathroom. She pulled off her sports bra and shorts, kicked them aside, stepped into the tub. Hot water hit her shoulders, ran down her back, sluiced over curves that still ached in pleasant ways. Chloe tilted her head back, let the spray soak through her hair, closed her eyes. Jordan's voice echoed in her memory. That rough edge when he'd said mine like he meant it. His hands on her waist, on her hips, gentle even when his grip tightened, like she might break if he squeezed too hard. His face when she'd said boyfriend out loud, that immediate softening, the way his hazel eyes had gone warm. The word replayed in her head, over and over. Boyfriend. Not client, not subscriber, not some anonymous screen name sending money through encrypted channels. God, she was in trouble. Deep, complicated, possibly catastrophic trouble. Because she liked him, really liked him. Not just the money or the potential help. Not just the physical attraction or the way he made her body respond. She liked him, the person underneath all that. Chloe shampooed her hair, worked the coconut-scented soap through the strands. The blue streak caught her eye, bright against the dark. Her signature, her brand, her Calypso identifier. She needed to talk to Kumiko about Twitch, about streaming, about transitioning away from OnlyFans. The decision solidified in her chest, heavy and certain. She couldn't keep doing Calypso, not while dating Jordan for real. The separation had collapsed. The clean line between Chloe and Calypso dissolving the moment Jordan knocked on her door. Chloe rinsed her hair, conditioned it, rinsed again. She washed her body quickly, her hands moving over skin that still remembered Jordan's touch. The shower ended. Chloe stepped out, wrapped herself in her fluffy white towel. Her reflection stared back at her. Cleaner now, more composed, but her eyes still held that softness, that warmth. Boyfriend. Girlfriend. Chloe smiled despite herself. She dried off, went through her morning routine on autopilot. Toner, serum, moisturizer, sunscreen. Her hands moved through the familiar motions while her brain churned. She needed to figure out the Twitch thing. Soon, Chloe finished her skincare, walked to her closet. What does one wear to an 11 a.m. communications lecture? She pulled out black leggings, an oversized cream sweater, white sneakers. Comfortable, casual, not trying too hard. The outfit made her look like every other college girl on campus. Which was the point. Chloe got dressed, pulled her damp hair into a messy bun, left the blue streak visible. Her phone sat on the nightstand, waiting. Chloe picked it up, opened her messages. Kumiko's contact stared back at her, complete with the pink heart emoji she'd added herself. Chloe's thumb hovered over the keyboard. This felt like a big step, asking for help, admitting she wanted to change, but necessary. She started typing. Chloe, hey, you awake? The response came immediately, because of course Kumiko was awake. The girl probably never slept. Kumiko, always. Two heart sparkles, what's up, babe? Chloe smiled. Kumiko's energy was exhausting, but genuine. Chloe, remember how you kept bugging me about streaming? Kumiko, OMG, yes. Kumiko, are you finally listening to me? Kumiko, I've been telling you for months. Chloe, yeah, you're right. Chloe, can you help me set it up? Kumiko, can I help you? Kumiko, CHLOE. Kumiko, this is the best day of my life. Kumiko, I'm coming over. Chloe, wait. Chloe, I have class at 11. Kumiko, then I'm coming over after class. Kumiko, we're doing this today. Kumiko, no takebaku. Chloe laughed. Type back quickly. Chloe, okay. Chloe, that. Kumiko, perfect. Kumiko, I'm bringing my whole setup. Kumiko, we're gonna make you gorgeous on camera. Kumiko, well, more gorgeous. Kumiko, you know what I mean. Chloe, thanks, babe. Kumiko, anytime. 2 hearts. Kumiko, also. Kumiko, we need to talk about last night. Kumiko, specifically about you and Jordan. Kumiko, and the way he looked at you. Chloe's stomach flipped, her fingers hovering over the keyboard. Chloe, what about it? Kumiko, girl. Kumiko, you're dating him, aren't you? Kumiko, don't lie to me, I saw you too. Fuck. Chloe bit her lip, considered lying, considered deflecting. But Kumiko would see through it immediately. The girl had terrifying social perception when she focused. Chloe, yeah. Chloe, we're dating. Kumiko, I knew it. Kumiko, OMG, OMG, OMG. Kumiko, this is so cute. Kumiko, you're so cute. Kumiko, he's so cute. Kumiko, wait, does Alexis know? Chloe frowned. Type carefully. Chloe, I don't think so. Chloe, why? Kumiko, because she was acting weird. Chloe's chest tightened, an uncomfortable twist in her gut. Alexis. Jordan had walked her to her car, made sure she got home safe. Normal friend behavior. Nothing suspicious. Except Alexis had described her exact type, and it matched Jordan perfectly. Except Alexis had gotten flustered and embarrassed when called out. Except Alexis had left early, and Jordan had followed. Chloe shook her head, pushed the thoughts away. Jordan was hers. He'd called her his girlfriend this morning, with warmth in his voice and softness in his eyes. Whatever happened with Alexis didn't matter. Chloe, I'm sure it's nothing. Chloe, Alexis probably just had a good night. Kumiko, maybe. Kumiko, anyway, I'm so happy for you. Kumiko, Jordan seems really sweet. Kumiko, and that voice. Kumiko, girl, you are so lucky. Chloe smiled despite the lingering unease. Chloe, thanks, babe. Chloe, see you later? Kumiko, yes. 2 hearts. Kumiko, gonna make you a Twitch star. Chapter 87. 87 My girlfriend's breakfast netted me a $3.68 profit. Jordan locked his apartment door at 8:47 a.m. and headed for the stairwell. His hair was still slightly damp. Clean jeans, white tee, navy blue bomber jacket, the Chelsea boots from Macy's. He looked like a person who had slept in a bed and not on a pile of regret, which was technically accurate. Chloe's door was 12 feet away. He did not knock. Progress. The drive to campus was light traffic and morning radio. Jordan took the left on. He pulled out his phone. The system interface loaded gold and clean across his screen. Heart with ribbon cashback system. Active connections. Chlokim topluine. Chemistry, 58%. Return rate, 1.16x. Last interaction, today. Account summary. Balance, $1,831.29. Quest tickets, 4 ticket. Active quests, 1. 58%. Up from 53. Whatever happened between last night and this morning had bumped it 5 points without Jordan spending a single dollar. He thought about Chloe calling him boyfriend in her doorway. Her voice doing that soft thing it did when she dropped the performance entirely. 5%. For free. Jordan locked his phone. Light turned green. He still needed to hit the gym. Still needed to talk to 3 women for 2 minutes each. He had class in 12 minutes and 0 quest tickets to pull anything new. The math was not ideal. Jordan merged right and thought. He could knock out the gym after class. Kyle would probably come if Jordan texted. The women objective was trickier because speak to 3 beauties with the system's definition was specific. It logged time. It tracked eye contact. Jordan could not just wave at his professor and call it done. But first, he had an idea. A stupid, beautiful idea that he needed to test immediately. Jordan opened DoorDash at the next red light. Found a cafe 3 blocks from the Cooper Garment Lofts. Scroll the menu. Iced vanilla latte, $16. Avocado toast, $7. Total, $23 even. He added a $5 tip for the driver. Then Jordan typed in the delivery address as Unit 403, Cooper Garment Lofts, and his own phone number for contact. He texted Chloe before hitting confirm. Jordan, check your front door in about an hour. Chloe, Jordan, what did you do? Jordan, nothing. Jordan, probably. He hit confirm on the order. The system pinged immediately. Sparkles transaction complete Sparkles. Purchase, iced vanilla latte plus avocado toast. Amount, $23. Go, Solokim. Attraction change, 58%, 60%, plus 2%. Rebate, $26.68, 1.16x multiplier. Net, plus $3.68. Jordan stared at the screen. $23 spent. $26.68 back. A profit of $3.68. On food he bought for his girlfriend. The tip to the driver was just gone because the system only tracked money going to registered beauties, not strangers with delivery bags, which was fine. Acceptable losses. But the $23 order itself had returned $26. He had paid for Chloe's breakfast and ended up $3 richer. Jordan made a sound in the back of his throat that was not quite a laugh and not quite a scream. This was a cheat code. This was an actual, functional, real-world cheat code. He had spent over $5,000 on Calypso content over 6 months at a 0% return, and here he was making money buying his girlfriend breakfast. The economics were so fundamentally insane that Jordan needed a moment to just sit with it. Jordan, you order me breakfast. Jordan, don't read into it. Chloe, it's literally at my door. Chloe, the driver just knocked. Jordan, I know I'm watching the app. Chloe, this is so cute, I hate you. Jordan, noted. Chloe, the latte is perfect. Jordan pocketed his phone, turned into the campus parking structure, took the ramp to level 2. The profit number sat in his head like a warm coal. $3.68 positive on a $23 purchase. At 58% chemistry with a 1.16x multiplier, which meant as the chemistry climbed, the multiplier climbed. At 75%, he would hit a 1.50x return. At 100%, everything doubled. Jordan found a spot and cut the engine. He was going to become the most financially responsible boyfriend in recorded history. Bluffs Hall 150 was already filling when Jordan pushed through the side door at 8:57. The lecture hall was massive. Tiered seating, laptop armies, the ambient sound of 200 people arriving and deciding where to commit to for the next 50 minutes. Jordan scanned for a seat. Found 2 familiar faces instead. Kumiko sat center left, about 7 rows from the front. Her twin tails were up today, pink ribbons matching the floral cardigan she wore over a white blouse. Her Ida bag hung from the seat hook beside her. She was already animatedly talking to the person on her left. That person was Alexis. Alexis Vanderberg sat with her legs crossed and her iced coffee in hand, wearing a camel-colored blazer over a fitted white top and dark jeans. Her honey blonde hair fell perfect over her shoulders. Jordan's steps slowed for exactly half a second before he continued down the aisle. Kumiko spotted him first. Her whole face lit up like someone had flipped a switch. Jordan, she waved with both hands, accidentally elbowing Alexis. Over here. Alexis turned her head. Her expression went through several stages in rapid succession. Recognition, something that could generously be called guilt. Then the wall going back up, smooth and immediate, like watching a door close. Jordan reached their row. Kumiko immediately stood up and gestured at the empty seat between them, sweeping her Ida bag off the hook and relocating to the seat on her other side to make room. Jordan looked at the seat between them, looked at Alexis. Alexis looked at her coffee. He sat down. The row around them had already clocked the arrangement. Jordan could feel it. Someone 2 rows back leaned toward their friend. Jordan's ears caught pieces of it. Jumped from Eliza straight to Alexis? No shame at all. Jordan kept his face neutral. No shame. Sure. He had literally cleaned his own apartment less than 2 weeks ago for the first time in 4 months and cried in a parking lot on Christmas. But yeah, no shame. The guy behind him had figured it all out. Kumiko pressed her shoulder against Jordan's arm and dropped her voice to something only he could catch. So, her eyes were doing that thing where they sparkled too much to be innocent. Chloe tells me you two are dating. Chapter 88. 88 aggregate demand and 3 competing conversations. Jordan set his bag on the floor, pulled out his notebook. Yeah. Wow. Kumiko's voice was bright with something that wasn't quite surprise. More like a kid at Christmas who had already peeked at the presents. Congrats. Thanks. You work fast. I live 12 feet from her. MMHM. Kumiko picked up her pen and twirled it. The sparkling did not stop. That's totally why. Jordan opened his notebook to a clean page. On his left, Alexis was still looking at her coffee. Her jaw had a specific set to it. The one Jordan was starting to recognize as Alexis Vanderberg experiencing feelings she had not approved in advance. He pulled out his phone and opened the cashback app onto the desk. Glanced at the notification still sitting there from last night's proximity alert. Still pending. Still waiting. Jordan locked his phone. Put away. My shirt, he said. Alexis finally looked at him. Excuse me. My shirt. Jordan nodded at the black Henley collar peeking above her blazer. You're wearing it to class. I'm aware. Alexis turned back to face forward. It's comfortable. I need it back eventually. You'll survive. You still owe me $75. The muscle in Alexis's jaw moved. Because of you, she said, keeping her voice low and level. I had to call the family driver at 8 in the morning to take me back to Koreatown to get my car. My driver, Jordan, who I had to tip, who now knows that I left my Mercedes on a dilapidated parking garage overnight. Jordan blinked. Also, Alexis continued, I couldn't stop at Dutch Brothers on the way there because we had a schedule to keep. You couldn't. I could not. She lifted her iced coffee. I had to get this from campus. Which tastes worse? That's your fault, too. Jordan stared at her profile. She was completely serious. He turned back to his notebook before he did something regrettable, like laugh. Kumiko made a small, strangled sound on his right. When Jordan looked, her hand was pressed flat over her mouth and her shoulders were shaking. Not a word, Alexis said, without looking at Kumiko. Kumiko pressed her lips together harder. The shaking got worse. Dr. Jones walked through the side door at exactly 9 a.m., textbook under one arm, coffee in hand. He was 55 and moved like a man who had stopped caring about anything but getting through the material and getting home. He dropped the textbook on the podium. GDP components. Chapter 4. He clicked the projector on. The slide appeared. Open your notes. The room settled. Jordan wrote the date at the top of his page. Behind him, the whispers continued. He caught his name once more. Caught Alexis's name right after it. He wrote aggregate demand underneath the date and kept his pen moving. 3 seats down the row, a guy in a Pacific Crest lacrosse hoodie was staring at Jordan with the specific expression of someone doing math they didn't like the answer to. Jordan made direct eye contact. The guy looked away first. Good. Jordan turned back to his notes. Dr. Jones was already into the GDP formula, monotone and relentless, each word landing with the same weight as the one before it. Jordan copied the breakdown. Consumer spending, investment, government purchases, net exports. Kumiko was writing on a pink notepad. Her handwriting was tiny and looping. She used at least 4 different colors of pen, organized by concept. Alexis had her laptop open. She was typing, though whether she was taking notes or texting Jordan couldn't tell from the angle. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Jordan fished it out onto the desk. Chloe. Okay, the avocado toast was incredible. Chloe, where's this cafe? Jordan, 3 blocks from home. Chloe, I walked that block like 100 times. Chloe, How did I not find this? Jordan, you were busy. Chloe, I was. Chloe, thank you by the way. Chloe, genuinely. Jordan held the phone under his notebook. Jordan, it was nothing. Chloe, it was thoughtful. Chloe, let me have this. Jordan smiled, pocketed the phone. On his left, Alexis glanced over. She said nothing, looked back at her laptop, but her fingers stilled on the keys for exactly 2 seconds before resuming. Jordan wrote down the next formula Dr. Jones put on the board. The numbers made more sense today than they had on Monday. Whether that was the tune-up trait carrying over into cognitive function, or just Jordan actually sleeping 8 hours for once, he couldn't say. Probably the sleep. Definitely the sleep. Kumiko nudged his elbow, passed him a folded piece of paper. Jordan looked at it, opened it under his notebook. It was a tiny drawing of a stick figure with a speech bubble that read, "I also think you're cute. Don't tell Chloe I said that." Below the stick figure, Kumiko had drawn a small son wearing sunglasses and gave it Jordan's hair. Jordan stared at the drawing, looked at Kumiko. Kumiko was already staring forward, pen moving on her notepad, expression completely serene. He folded the paper back up. On his other side, Alexis shifted in her seat. The blazer moved, and the Henley collar became more visible. She reached up without looking and adjusted the blazer's lapel, covering the collar again, like she knew he had noticed, which she definitely did. Jordan looked back at the projector screen. Dr. Jones moved to the next slide. Multiplier effect. The math was simple if you paid attention. Jordan paid attention. His phone buzzed one more time. Chloe, Kumiko is coming over. Chloe, she's going to help me set up the streaming thing. Jordan, good. Chloe, might be loud. Chloe, Kumiko gets excited. Jordan, I was at karaoke. Chloe, El Mayo. Chloe, fair. Chloe, will you be home for dinner? Jordan paused. That was a new one. Will you be home? Implied somewhere to be. Somewhere shared. Implied routine and presence. He liked it so much it almost embarrassed him. Jordan, probably by 7. Chloe, okay. Chloe, I might cook. Chloe, don't make it a thing. Jordan, not making it anything. Jordan, but I'm making it slightly a thing. Chloe, Jordan. Jordan, see you at 7, girlfriend. No response for 30 seconds. Then, Chloe, face with rolling eyes. And then, immediately after, Chloe, blue heart. Chapter 89. 89 You Can't Outlift a Bad Diet. Jordan's stomach growled through the last 5 minutes of econ. Dr. Jones finished the GDP breakdown with the same enthusiasm as someone reading a phone book, dismissed class exactly at 9:50, and vanished through the side door before most students had even closed their notebooks. Kyle appeared at Jordan's elbow the moment Jordan stepped into the aisle. You absolute bastard. Jordan raised an eyebrow. You ghosted me this morning, Kyle continued. I waited at the gym for 15 minutes like an idiot. My alarm didn't go off. Your alarm has gone off every morning for 3 days straight. Today was different. Kyle's eyes narrowed. Then understanding dawned, and his expression shifted to pure disgust. Oh my God. What? You were with her? Jordan said nothing. With her, Kyle repeated. In her bed. You slept through the alarm because you were exhausted from. Kyle. No wonder you're glowing. Kyle shook his head. You've been getting laid for like 72 hours straight, and I'm over here doing lonely push-ups at 6 in the morning. Jordan grinned. Kyle punched his shoulder. They walked out into the hallway, where Leo was waiting, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, and an expression that suggested he had been thinking very hard about something uncomfortable. I need to talk to you guys, Leo said. About what? Kyle asked. Lunch. Let's go to the Union. The three of them walked across campus to the Student Union building. The food court buzzed with the lunch rush. Jordan got in line at the salad place. Kyle headed for the burrito spot, and Leo disappeared toward the burger counter. They reconvened at a table by the windows 15 minutes later. Jordan set down his market salad with grilled chicken and a blue Powerade. Kyle dropped a massive protein bowl loaded with chicken, black beans, rice, and enough hot sauce to strip paint. Leo arrived last with a tray containing a double quarter-pounder, large fries, and a chocolate shake so thick the straw stood straight up. Kyle stared at Leo's tray. Jordan stared at Leo's tray. Leo sat down. "What?" Leo asked. "That," Kyle said, pointing at the burger, "is why Alexis doesn't take you seriously." Leo looked down at his food, then at Kyle's bowl, then at Jordan's salad. "Oh," Leo said quietly. "Yeah." Kyle speared a piece of chicken with his fork. "Oh." Leo picked up a fry. "Put it back down." "I thought about what you guys said yesterday," Leo started. "About Alexis. About how she's out of my league." "We didn't say that," Jordan corrected. "We said you need to stop trying to buy her." "Same thing." Leo pushed the fries around his tray. "I went home and looked at myself in the mirror. Like actually looked. And I realized you're right. I'm soft. I don't work out. I eat like shit. Why would a girl like Alexis want me when guys like Cameron exist?" "Cameron is an asshole," Kyle pointed out. "Cameron is 6'2" and built like a Greek statue," Leo countered. "I'm 5'8" and built like a potato." Jordan bit into his salad, chewed, swallowed. "So what are you asking?" Leo looked up. His expression was completely serious. "Can I work out with you guys?" Kyle's face lit up immediately. "Hell yes." "But," Jordan said, nodding at the burger, "you've got to lay off the double quarter-pounders." Leo looked down at his lunch again, looked at theirs. The contrast was brutal. "Dieting is 90% of the battle," Kyle added. "You can lift all day, but if you're eating garbage, you'll never see results." Leo picked up the burger, stared at it like it had personally betrayed him. Set it back down. "Starting tomorrow," Leo said. "I'll start tomorrow." "No." Kyle reached across the table and slid Leo's tray away. "Starting now." "Kyle, I paid for this." "And you'll pay for a salad instead." Kyle stood up. "Come on. I'm walking you back to the counter." Leo looked at Jordan. Jordan shrugged. "Man's not wrong." Leo sighed, stood, followed Kyle back toward the food court like a condemned prisoner. Jordan ate his salad in peace. Check his phone. Chloe had texted a selfie of her and Kumiko setting up camera equipment in her apartment. Both of them were wearing cat ear headbands. Chloe's blue streak caught the light perfectly. His chest did something warm and stupid. He saved the photo. Kyle and Leo returned. Leo now carried a sad-looking grilled chicken salad and a bottle of water. "This is depressing," Leo said, sitting down. "You'll thank me when you have abs," Kyle replied. They ate. Leo kept glancing at Jordan's salad like he was looking for moral support. "It gets easier," Jordan offered. "Does it?" "No." Leo groaned. Kyle laughed. Then his expression shifted. Thoughtful. "I've been thinking about something else too," Kyle said. "What?" Jordan asked. "Boxing gym." Jordan paused mid-chew. Yeah. Kyle leaned back. "Cardio is good, but I want to learn how to actually fight. Self-defense. Confidence boost. Knowing you can kick someone's ass does wonders for your self-respect," Jordan agreed. "Exactly." Kyle pointed his fork at Jordan. "You should come too." Jordan considered. He had the tune-up trait, keeping his body in peak condition. Adding actual fighting skills to that would be useful. Very useful. "Sure," Jordan said. "Now." Leo looked up from his depressing salad. "You want me to get punched in the face?" "Sparring has headgear," Kyle said. "And you said you wanted to improve." "I meant like running. Lifting." "Fighting teaches discipline," Kyle pressed. "Footwork. Reflexes. Makes you move like you own space instead of apologizing for taking up oxygen." That last part hit different. Jordan watched Leo's face. Watched the idea settle. "Fine," Leo said. "But if I die, I'm haunting both of you." "Deal." Kyle grinned, then paused. "Actually, I've been researching gyms. There's one in Huntington Beach that does MMA classes too." Jordan raised an eyebrow. "MMA?" "Mixed martial arts. Boxing, kickboxing, grappling. You just want an MMA muscle mommy to choke you out." Kyle's ears went red. "That's not." "It absolutely is," Jordan said. "And honestly, I don't blame you." Leo choked on his water. Kyle flipped Jordan off, but he was smiling. "We can check some out next week," Jordan continued. See which one doesn't smell like a locker room, fucked a morgue. Poetic, Kyle deadpanned. They finished lunch. Leo kept making sad eyes at the burger counter. Jordan felt a little bad for him. Only a little. Kyle checked his phone. I've got a lab at 1, Kyle said. You? Sociology at 1, Jordan replied. Then I'm done. Lucky. Kyle stood. Grabbed his tray. Text me about the gym thing. I'm serious. Will do. Kyle left. Leo lingered. Thanks, Leo said quietly, for letting me work out with you guys. I know I've been a lot. You threw me under the bus for a girl who doesn't know your last name, Jordan said. But you apologized. We're good. Leo nodded. Stood. Picked up his tray. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to be better, Leo said. Starting today, Jordan corrected, nodding at the sad salad. You already started. Leo looked down at his tray. Smiled. Small but real. Yeah, I guess I did. He left. Jordan sat alone for a minute. Finished his Powerade. Checked the time. 12:47 p.m. Sociology started at 1 p.m. He grabbed his bag and headed across campus. Chapter 90. 90U upgraded. Humanities Building 120 was smaller than Jordan expected. 30 desks arranged in a U shape around a podium. Windows on one side, letting in natural light. The vibe was intimate in a way that made Jordan immediately suspicious of participation requirements. He picked a desk near the middle. Not front row eager, but not back row hiding either. Pulled out his laptop. Booted it up. The screen glowed to life. Jordan opened a fresh document. Titled it SOC 1 Week 2. The cursor blinked. Fingers covered his eyes from behind. Guess who? Jordan smiled. He reached up, pulled the hands away gently. Looked up. Chloe stood behind him wearing a cropped white hoodie and high-waisted jeans. Her blue streak was tucked behind her ear. She was grinning. Wow, Jordan said. You take this class. Have since week 1. Chloe moved around and dropped into the seat next to him. But you've been skipping. I wasn't skipping. I was strategically absent. That's called skipping. Semantics. Chloe laughed. The sound was bright and easy. She pulled her laptop from her bag and set it on the desk. The surface was covered in stickers. A cartoon cut. A coffee cup. Something in Korean characters. Well, now Wednesdays will be way better, she said. Her fingers opened the laptop and powered it on. I was getting tired of being the only one who actually takes notes in here. Jordan's chest did the warm, stupid thing again. The thing that happened whenever she smiled at him like that. Like he was someone worth sitting next to. You have another class after this? He asked. Yeah, stats at 2:30. Chloe made a face. Her nose scrunched. Professor Nguyen. He's nice, but the material is brutal. This is my last one, Jordan said. Lucky. Chloe's laptop screen glowed. She opened a browser. Started typing something. You get to go home and nap while I'm learning probability distributions. Very, Jordan said. She leaned closer. Close enough that Jordan caught vanilla and something floral. Her knee bumped his under the desk. The streaming setup is started, Chloe said quietly. Kumiko sent some videos. When's your first stream? Maybe Thursday? I'm nervous. You sang karaoke in front of 6 people and made it look easy. That was different. Chloe's cheeks went pink. That was just fun. This is work. You'll be great. You don't know that. Ido. She looked at him, something soft in her expression. Then she smiled and turned back to her laptop. Students filtered in. The room filled slowly. Jordan was typing the date when he heard it. A laugh he knew too well. Low, confident. The kind of laugh that came easy when you were used to being the funniest person in every room. Jordan's spine went rigid. He turned. Cameron Mitchell walked through the door, Eliza on his arm. Cameron wore a Pacific Crest lacrosse hoodie and joggers. Eliza wore a cream sweater and leggings. Her blonde hair fell in perfect waves over her shoulders. She was mid-laugh at something Cameron said. Then her eyes swept the room, landed on Jordan, went wide. Jordan, Eliza's voice carried across the classroom. Is that you? Cameron's eyes narrowed, followed Eliza's gaze. locked onto Jordan. The entire room went quiet. Jordan felt Chloe go still beside him. Eliza's mouth opened, closed. Her hand tightened on Cameron's arm. Holy shit, Eliza breathed. You look completely different. Cameron said nothing, just stared at Jordan like he was trying to solve a problem he didn't have the formula for. Jordan forced his expression neutral. Hey, he said. One word. Flat. Gave nothing. Eliza blinked, like she'd expected more. Like she'd expected Jordan to stammer or look away or apologize for existing in her line of sight. Jordan did none of those things. Cameron's jaw tightened. Come on, Cameron muttered, pulling Eliza toward the back row. Let's sit. They moved past Jordan's desk. Eliza's perfume hit him, the same scent she'd worn on every date. Something expensive and floral that used to make Jordan's brain short-circuit. Now it just smelled like a department store. Eliza glanced back once. Her eyes caught Jordan's. Something flickered there. Confusion. Maybe regret. Jordan looked away first. Chloe's hand found his under the desk. Squeezed once. He squeezed back. You okay? Chloe whispered. Yeah. Liar. Jordan glanced at her. Chloe was staring at him with an expression that wasn't quite anger, but was definitely in the same family. That's her? Chloe asked, still whispering. Yeah. The Prada bag girl? That's the one. Chloe turned, looked at Eliza, then back at Jordan. She's pretty, Chloe said, in a boring way. Jordan snorted. I'm serious. Chloe's voice dropped lower. She looks like every other rich blonde girl on campus. There's like 50 of her. Chloe. I'm just saying. Chloe's hand was still in his. Her thumb traced circles on his palm. You upgraded. Jordan looked at her. Really looked. Chloe wasn't wearing makeup. Her hair was in a simple ponytail. She wore a hoodie and jeans like half the girls in class. But the way she looked at him was different. Like she saw past the haircut and the new body and the alluring whisper vocal cords. Like she saw Jordan McKnight, the guy who spent 6 months gooning in his apartment and got publicly cucked in a parking lot on Christmas. And liked him anyway. His chest hurt. Different than before. Better. Yeah, Jordan said quietly. I did. Chloe's smile was small. Private. Just for him. The door opened again. Professor Delgado walked in carrying a coffee and a stack of papers. She was 36, Latina, with dark hair pulled back in a bun and the kind of warm energy that made students actually want to participate. Good afternoon, everyone, Dr. Delgado said, setting her coffee on the podium. Hope you all had a good weekend. Let's talk about social stratification. She clicked the projector on. Jordan turned back to his laptop, started typing, but his chest still ached. Just a little. Like the old Jordan was still in there somewhere. The one who spent $2,800 on a bag. The one who waited in parking lots. The one who thought love was something you could buy if you just tried hard enough. That Jordan had put Eliza on a pedestal, so high he couldn't see her clearly anymore. This Jordan knew better. Under the desk, Chloe's hand stayed in his. Dr. Delgado started talking about class systems and social mobility. Jordan wrote it all down, kept his eyes forward, didn't look back once.